we will be a free and proud nation once again.
Do we believe in freedom?
Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive.
Do we believe in opportunity?
And every day will be filled with opportunity and hope.
Do we believe in the promise of America?
The race is over, and now, after a campaign that was both a marathon and a sprint, America votes, making a stark choice between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
And we are not going back because ours is a fight for the future.
Democrats warned democracy is on the ballot and called this the most consequential election in American history.
It is time to turn the page on the drama and the conflict, the fear and division. It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. Fired.
Trump's strategy has been to attack, attack, attack. The platform, the policies, but above all, the person.
No one respects her. No one trusts her. No one takes her seriously. She can't do the job. She can't put two sentences together. She didn't pass her bar exam. She's not a smart person.
And voters are split.
I mean, yeah, she's going to win 2024, you know. It's a new day in America.
I think if Trump wins, we're in big trouble, huge trouble.
He fight for the country. He fight for the people in the United States.
I think he's just badass.
I don't think she's a strong person, and she displays weakness.
We're not going back.
It just feels like it could go either way, and that's obviously scary.
In just 1 hour, the first polls will close, and as that clock ticks towards midnight, more will follow, and results will pour in from across the country. Tonight, America votes. Hello, everyone. I'm David Cochrane, and we are live in Washington, D.C. for a special edition of Power and Politics. We have reporters staked out across the United States tonight in the crucial battleground states and at the election night events of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. They're speaking to voters and campaign officials to get a sense of where this night is headed. Throughout the evening, we'll also bring you the latest results as the polls begin to close across the United States. You'll see those numbers right here on your screen on the bottom, and I'll let you know when we get any new numbers. We're going to begin in West Palm Beach, Florida, where Donald Trump cast his vote earlier today.
If I win, I know what I'm going to say, and I don't even want to think about the losing part. I would like to tell all of the people that are online to stay online. It takes a while. I'd like to just make the statement that I'd like the Republicans to stay online. Democrats, if they'd like, they can leave.
The CBC's Chris Reyes joins us now from West Palm Beach, where Donald Trump will host a watch party later tonight. So, Chris, a big day. Trump took a number of questions from reporters after he cast his ballot. What stood out to you?
You know, David, the first thing you notice in those remarks is that Trump looks visibly tired. You know, he was quite raspy in his voice, a little slow in his stride. Mind you, he was at a late night rally yesterday and arrived in the very early hours of the day here in West Palm Beach. And even through that tiredness, you know, you got that signature Trump bluster and confidence. He claimed that he went into Election Day with a very big lead, despite the fact that many polls show Trump and Harris neck and neck. He also said that Republicans are coming out in force. And then in his questions, in those answers from reporters, the two things that really stood out to me, David, is that one, anyone who has covered Trump knows he doesn't like to talk about defeat. But he was asked whether if he loses, this would be his last campaign. And he actually answered that question quite directly. He said, yes, this would be his last campaign, and that if he lost, he would be sad. The other question that really stood out to me was when he was asked about the possibility of violence on this day. I mean, you hit it on the nail, David, yesterday when you said that many of these battleground states actually look like battlegrounds. If you just drive around West Palm Beach at the convention center where Trump is holding a massive watch party, that entire building is surrounded by steel wire fencing. the road from Mar-a-Lago down to downtown West Palm Beach, that entire stretch is completely closed. And so he was asked whether he would tell his supporters not to have a violent reaction in case he lost. And this is what he said.
Of course there'll be no violence. My supporters are not violent people. I don't have to tell them that. And I certainly don't want any violence, but I certainly don't have to tell. These are great people. These are people that believe in no violence.
By the way, David, he ended that answer by saying that it was that question that was violent. And I can tell you that this country has been prepping for months for this day, and they're hoping that Donald Trump is right when he says there will be no violence.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. That's the CBC's Chris Reyes covering the Donald Trump campaign for us this evening. We're going to head back here to Washington, D.C., where Kamala Harris made a stop today at the Democratic National Campaign headquarters. Harris thanked staffers for their Get Out the Vote push, and she spoke to some voters over the phone. The CBC's Katie Simpson is at Howard University, where Vice President Kamala Harris is spending election night, and she joins me now. So, Katie, what's going on with the Harris campaign right now?
David, does it not feel surreal that this moment is finally here after all the conversations we have had for months, if not years now? But here at Howard University, the final preparations are underway for whatever this event will be for Kamala Harris. She spent her day in Washington, D.C., mostly at her official residence, making phone calls to a number of different radio stations in big cities in swing states, places like Pittsburgh, places like Pittsburgh, as well as Philadelphia in the state of Pennsylvania, because she wants to make sure that people don't just support her, they actually have to get to the polls, go to the polls, and cast those ballots. They are hoping for those big outsized turnouts for Democrats in those big strongholds. So that is what she spent her day doing. You also saw that video just a short time ago of Kamala Harris heading on over to Democratic National Headquarters, picking up that phone, trying to rally up support just among the volunteers and staffers, as well as voters that she's trying to connect with. Tonight, we are told that she'll be having a dinner with her family. Tim Walz, her running mate, is also going to be at the Naval Observatory, the residence where the vice president lives. They'll be watching election results together, and then at some point, Kamala Harris will make her way over here to Howard University, her alma mater. She picked it as the location to deliver whatever she's going to deliver tonight, whether it is a hold on, wait and see message, whether it's a victory or whether it's a concession. Who knows? And there are so many other possibilities beyond that. We really don't know what's going to happen. But she picked it because this place holds so many special memories for her. And about 1,000 students and members of staff here at Howard, they've actually been given passes to be able to gather here to watch tonight's event. There are big screens set up. People are going to be watching the results as they start to come in. Obviously, this is a very proud university, very proud of its alumni, very proud of Kamala Harris. And so it really has that hometown feel, that the people rooting for Kamala Harris here at Howard University. There's also a bit of an edge to any sort of excitement Democrats may be feeling. No one wants to get overconfident like they did back in 2016. The scars of Hillary Clinton's loss to Donald Trump then, it lives deep in the bones of a lot of Democrats. And so they're terrified of that happening again. But tonight, there are signs that people remain optimistic. When you chat with people here, they think that, you know, their gut is that this is going to go her way eventually, no matter how long it takes. But again, no one wants to get too overconfident, and that's the way people here are talking about it.
No, the lessons of 2016 are there, Katie, and they do hope that Kamala can take away the trauma loss. So what was the Harris campaign looking for in the early numbers, in the early results for signs that it's going their way?
It's all about, did the voters turn up in those big Democratic strongholds where they need those outsized performances to make sure that they can pick up those key swing states? Remember how I mentioned she was calling those radio stations in Pennsylvania? Yeah, that's no mistake. She needs that strong turnout in that state. It makes her path to the White House so much easier if she can hold on to Pennsylvania after Joe Biden won it in 2020. Pennsylvania is largely seen as sort of the key path toward the White House. A couple other things Democrats will be watching for. Some early swing state results could be coming in the state of Georgia, a state that Joe Biden won in 2020 by just under 12,000 votes, as everyone famously remembers. And then North Carolina. North Carolina hasn't voted for a Democrat at the presidential level since 2008, since Barack Obama ran. So there are close, that is where Democrats will be paying close attention to see how those early results come in. But again, David, no one wants to get too ahead of themselves from the Democrat side. They do not want a repeat of what happened in 2016. And as you and I were chatting about the other day, a word that I've heard from Democrats, heard from pundits, it's that nauseous optimism. Not cautious optimism, nauseous optimism.
Yeah, that's the phrase of the Democrats this week. All right, Katie, thank you so much. That's the CBC's Katie Simpson. We're going to check back in with Katie throughout the show. Okay, so for more on what each campaign is watching for, we've got a couple of people who've helped us deal with this throughout the election. Antoine Seawright is a Democratic political strategist, and Matt Terrell, back for a second day in a row. He's a former chief of staff to Marco Rubio during his 2016 presidential campaign. Gentlemen, good to see you both. I can't believe it's actually Election Day. Antoine, how are you feeling? Are you one of those Democrats who's nauseously optimistic going into today?
Well, I'm glad to be off the roller coaster ride.
Yeah, I can imagine.
That the political ecosystem has been on for some time now. But look, I feel cautiously optimistic because all the things that you want to do in a campaign, that's control the controllables, prioritize the priorities, and focus on the focus. I think that Democrats up and down the ballot, starting at the DNC in 2020, when Joe Biden became president, have done just that, and we are well positioned to win a 50-50 jump ball because the infrastructure is in place, the candidate quality lines up, as well as the things you want to control: high-tech, high-touch engagement, meeting voters where they are.
Right. So, Matt, what's the vibe check for Republicans today, now that the voting has happened and we're going to get results in a few hours?
Yeah, look, I think Republicans feel cautiously optimistic. You know, they think they feel good about the early voting that took place over the past couple of days in many of these key battleground states. It really comes down to turnout today. You know, Republicans tend to turn out on Election Day. So the question is going to be, what was turnout like today for Republicans? But I think they feel good, not just about turnout, but I think a lot of Republicans feel good about where they're at in the issues and how it's resonating with voters.
So just on that, you say Republicans normally do really well on Election Day. That's certainly what we've seen, but there's been a greater emphasis from the Trump campaign on early voting than they did in, say, 2020. Do you know if they are expanding their voting pool with that move, or are they maybe just cannibalizing their Election Day vote by getting it banked a bit earlier? What's the sense inside the Republican circles on that?
Yeah, I think if you talk to the folks who are looking at the data and breaking it down at the RNC and other places within the Republican Party, they'll take North Carolina, for example, and a few days ago saw that, you know, look, it wasn't just, you know, GOP voters who were voting early, it was new voters. In fact, in North Carolina, you saw 18% of the people voting early, you know, break in and being new voters and voting Republican, Republicans hope at least. So look, the bottom line is I think a lot of this early vote is new voters coming in. At the end of the day, it comes down to exactly that, though. There's low to mid-propensity voters who never voted before. Can the Republican Party get them in, not just throughout the early process, but on today, throughout Election Day?
There's some factors I think that the world has to understand about the early vote and the Election Day vote. Number one, voter registration. Massive uptick in terms of Democratic places and strongholds where you've seen uptick in registration. You want to expand the map and the math. That's number one. Number two, when it comes to the early vote, look at who's voting early. African American voters, women. We see the gender gap as large as it's ever been in this country, as well as younger voters. And then two constituencies we do not talk about out loud enough are surging, in my opinion, for Democrats: Latino voters and Asian American Pacific Islander voters. A large segment of that population is largely responsible for why we won Georgia in 2020. Now, when you talk about the Election Day vote, look at where you're seeing surges and who's turning out. In Nevada, they're seeing such a surge in young voters. There's a question along the lines of the signatures, because young voters do not know how to technically write their name. But if you look in places like Philly, if you look at urban centers in this country, I think that is a large hoorah for Democrats. But then there's some commentary around where Republicans are saying, well, we're seeing registration in certain areas of the country. What I would caution folks is saying, I would caution on this regard. A lot of people in Nevada, Arizona, and even in North Carolina are registering as independents or not identifying with a party. But in a campaign or an election where you have a candidate like Trump who's been divisive and so forth, look for independents to break towards Harris.
Right. Just to catch people up on what Antoine's talking about there, about what's happening in Nevada, is they do a match of the signature to certify your vote, your ballot when you vote. And these young voters, the only time they may have signed anything was when they just did the digital thing with their finger at the DMV. So the signatures aren't matching up. So they're being rejected. Now they're calling young voters, trying to get them to cure the ballot. And if you know anyone under 40, they don't answer the phone, right? So you need to text them.
You don't know.
Exactly. So this is what's going on right now in Nevada. So that's going to be something to watch on this. Matt, what's your sense? Like Antoine talked about, you're seeing some surges in Democratic areas. Apparently, Philly is in the key battleground state of Pennsylvania, seeing high numbers. Saw people like Charlie Kirk, who is from Turning Point USA, who's one of the PACs running to get out the vote for Donald Trump, on Twitter earlier today saying we need more people. Turnout isn't good. I mean, what's your sense when you see someone like Charlie Kirk saying something like that?
Well, turnout's key. Look, I think Republicans feel good about where early voting has been, but Election Day is critical for Republicans. Again, Republicans tend to turn out on Election Day. If you're the Republican Party right now in the Trump campaign, you want to see a high turnout today for particularly your base of support, and particularly for the voting blocks you've been trying to also break into. It's not just your base of support, but, for example, young males, particularly under the age of 30. Based on the polling, former President Trump has been polling at 50% among young males under the age of 30. So, look, it's one thing for people to say that they like you as a candidate, but they got to go vote. That's what matters at the end of the day. And we'll see what happens here throughout election night. But, it's not just the GOP base. It's inroads into those key voting blocks, Hispanics, black voters, young voters. I think the Trump campaign has been trying to do. You got to get them to turn out and vote. That's the key.
So Antoine, like the voting turnout today in the early, it's a little bit of an ink blot test, right? Everybody's kind of seeing what they want to see in it. Like Matt makes a good case. Republicans historically do better on Election Day, so it's a good sign for them if turnout is up on Election Day. But then you hear from Democrats saying new voters, young women in particular, coming in and voting. That will drive the numbers up on Election Day, and that's good for Democrats because of where it's happening. It's almost impossible to know unless you have extra insight there.
Well, here's why I feel very good about the words I speak. The direct engagement with certain type of voters in certain constituencies has come from the Democrats. There's an argument to be made that the ground game is unmatched that we've seen on our side compared to the Republicans. A large portion of that is due to the financial gap in between the two. Kamala's raised over $1 billion, not to mention outside groups. But also, we've never had a black woman with South Asian descent on the ballot. This post-Dobbs era has turned out to be more effective than Republicans want to argue. And then we've never had a candidate who can speak directly to younger voters in the way that Kamala Harris and Coach Walz has been able to do it. And if you add to that the down ballot races, including the 10 states that has reproductive freedom, reproductive justice on the ballot, I think it gives us an opportunity for a handsome night.
So, Matt, this is a very stark distinction in the operational choices between the two campaigns, in that the Democrats built a very integrated, consistent, centrally controlled get-out-the-vote effort run through the DNC and the Harris campaign. Whereas Donald Trump is relying on an intersecting series of PACs, Charlie Kirk's, Elon Musk's, and others. What do you make of that choice on Election Day? What could we learn from the decision to decentralize versus centralize?
Well, we'll know tonight. Hopefully tonight at least. But, to your point, look, I can remember people back in 2016 saying that President Trump was not running a traditional campaign and he was doomed. Well, look, Secretary Hillary Clinton lost that race. President Trump won that race. So I think we can't read too much into that. There's no question that the ground game matters. But here's the deal. At the end of the day, it's going to come down to these issues. And it's going to come down to inflation. It's going to come down to border security, the economy. That's what voters care about. And whether it's a ground game or not, when you have inflation where it's at, when you have voters' concerns over border security, I think many Republicans in the Trump campaign is saying, look, that might just be enough to get voters to go out and vote. They're passionate about those issues. They're feeling a lot of these issues in their daily lives. That's enough for them to go out and vote. And if you have a good ground game, that always helps. But at the end of the day, candidates win based on the candidate. A ground game can help by a point or two, which really could matter in some of these states if it's as close as the polls say it will be. So I'm not ignoring that. But good candidates who resonate with voters, candidates who can break through to voters on the key messages and the key issues they care about, those are the candidates that win at the end of the day.
My only pushback to you, my dear friend, who I have tremendous respect for, is that when you talk about issues, Kamala Harris has been consistent in actually putting forth a policy agenda to actually address the issues that voters may have. And then I think Republicans are making a large assumption about those outside of their base, thinking that immigration is the only issue that moves the needle. I would argue that there's a large segment of women in this country who care about the freedom to make their own health care decisions. I would argue there's a large segment of young voters who care about the climate crisis and the investments there, as well as things like student loans and economics. I would argue that African Americans care about an economic agenda that speaks directly to them.
I wonder if you want to respond to that. I have a question.
I'll just say, look, I mean, I think maybe the criticisms of the Harris campaign is that she hasn't put out enough, particularly how she'll be different than President Biden. And, you know, look, that debate is taking place. We're now here at election night. Here's what I can tell you. The ground game is going to matter, but I'd also point to this. You know, the ground game's going to matter, and I think you're seeing some positive signs, not just early voting, but voter registration. You're seeing early voting, voter registration up for Republicans. I think they feel good about that, and I think they feel good about the fact that the issues that voters care about, based on the polling, is the economy, inflation, border security, and President Trump has been outperforming Vice President Harris on those issues.
But you know, Antoine, you talk on the issues about women's health and women's reproductive rights, and I don't know what's going to happen in Iowa, but we saw that poll, and Kansas is tighter, and the data from those very white and consistently Republican states suggests that older women, not younger women, are moving Democrat because of this issue. I mean, what do you draw from that? Do you think there is this movement against women really of kind of all genders and all races that Democrats are quietly saying gives them hope in the final week that it is moving and it's just a quiet thing?
Well, it's not just the reproductive freedom, reproductive justice. I think it's the Republicans' anti-women agenda, whether it's J.D. Vance or even some of the legislative proposals that they put forth, that scares the hell out of women in terms of voting for them. You're going to see many silent Kamala Harris supporters who are going to turn into independent thinkers in this election. Very much so like the silent Donald Trump supporters we saw in 2016. I think that's the one thing that is flying under the radar that people are not anticipating. And then I don't want to make the assumption that all things women care about lead back to reproductive freedom, reproductive justice. What I can say is when it comes to a comprehensive bill of health, if you will, or issues, the Affordable Care Act, economics, all those things matter, and she's put forth an agenda that I think speaks directly to women in this country, young and the not so young.
So, man, I just wonder about this. Win or lose tonight, tomorrow, the next day, whenever we actually get the results, do the Republicans need to find, you know, a better message for women voters and better messengers? Like the most prominent spokespeople and surrogates for the Trump campaign, at least from our perch in Canada, are mostly men and mostly white men, and they've got Taylor Swift, Beyonce, and Oprah. You know what I mean? Like, is this something that the Republicans, whatever happens in this election, need to work on for the next time around?
Well, I think campaigns and candidates can always do better, but I think you've seen the Trump campaign, particularly at the RNC convention, have women speakers at that convention who weren't just in government or elected officials, but people could put a personal face and narrative on the issues that Americans care about. You had women speakers talk about the impact of, you know, border security. You had Amber Rose there, who didn't vote for President Trump in 2016 or 2020, is voting for him this time, talking about the reasons why she's doing that. So I think what we're seeing right now is it's not just women from government and from politics who are part of the Trump brand and a part of the Trump campaign here. It's also those, and you saw this at the convention, you've seen it on the stump, who are people who haven't been in government, but they can put a personal face and narrative on the issues that voters care about, both men and women alike care about.
Okay, quick last word, then we got to say goodbye.
That he hasn't used one of the strongest women in the Republican Party, Nikki Haley.
She just wrote an op-ed.
Do you think that's about 2024 or about 2028?
I think it's about Nikki. Look, I'll let Nikki speak for herself, but she has been in the stump in Pennsylvania, and she wrote that op-ed. She's clearly endorsed him. She's made it clear she's planning to vote for him, and I think a lot of Republicans right now are united behind President Trump.
Antoine C. Wright, Matt Terrell, really good to see you both in person here on Election Day, and good luck to both of you tonight. Thanks for being so civil with us in a polarized election. We appreciate the time. Thanks so much. All right, well, 7 swing states will be the ones to watch tonight. Coming up, we'll show you the scene in Pennsylvania and in Michigan, 2 of those 3 blue wall states that could decide who wins this election. This is Power and Politics from Washington, D.C., and we'll be right back.
I voted for Kamala Harris. I think she has our country's best interests at heart.
Trump, because I believe that Harris is not fit for our country or fit to be president.
I voted for Kamala Harris because I believe she has a vision for the future. She has a plan. She cares. She's a kind person.
I voted for Donald J. Trump because I want incredible safety and prosperity for these United States.
Both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump have their eyes on Pennsylvania tonight. That state has been a major focus of this election. It's where Trump survived an assassination attempt, and Kamala Harris announced her running mate, and it served as the backdrop for the only debate between Harris and Trump. But most importantly, the Keystone State is a key battleground state with 19 electoral college votes, the highest of any swing state, and winning Pennsylvania could lead straight to the White House. The CBC's Richard Madden is on the ground in Pennsylvania, and he joins me now live. So, Richard, what are you hearing from there today?
Yeah, we're hearing a lot of enthusiasm, and we're seeing high turnout across this state. In fact, here in Philadelphia, officials are saying that they are seeing overwhelming turnout, and that is good news for Democrats at Temple University, not far from where we are here in Philadelphia. There were a report of lineups about an hour and a half for young first-time voters. A lot of students on that campus casting their ballot today. So that's encouraging signs for Democrats. However, you go out to the suburbs, and that's where we spent most of our day, those critical, crucial counties just outside of Philadelphia. You've heard of Bucks County, Montgomery County, and we found that it was kind of 50-50 split. There's a good Republican turnout there, but there are also a lot of Democrats, and the voters we spoke to really go down gender lines. It's really a battle of the sexes. More women we spoke to are voting for Harris, more men we spoke to are voting for Trump. We're expected to see turnout pick up just a bit more here tonight, David, as people who have been at work all day are going to cast ballots before they go home. So again, the polls are suggesting that this is a coin toss of a state. And when you talk to voters, you're really getting that 50-50 split. It's really tough to know who's going to carry this state. But on early returns so far, Democrats feel enthused as we head into the final hours of this historic election day.
Well, a 50-50 split is an appropriate sampling for the kind of election it's been, Richard. You know, and Trump and Harris, they spent the final campaign day in Pennsylvania. 5 events for Harris, 1 or 2, I believe, for Trump. Any sense of what impact that had?
It's tough to know. We'll know this when we see the exit polls and so forth, but you're right. Vice President Harris closed her campaign here in her final campaign stop, not too far from here, where she brought out celebrities, musicians, Oprah Winfrey, Lady Gaga, Ricky Martin, and so forth, for this Get Out the Vote concert, urging supporters to make a plan. If they haven't voted, go out and cast a vote on Election Day. We've been saying this since this campaign began. Pennsylvania is the biggest prize of all the swing states. Harris and Trump know the vital importance that this state holds. And I can tell you, as this day is going on and as we're focusing on the turnout, we're starting to see a bit of an ugly side in the state as well. There have been reports of bomb threats, and authorities say that these bomb threats at polling stations are coming from Russia. Of course, we've seen bogus video wrongly suggesting voter fraud. Authorities are trying to knock those rumors down. And of course, about half an hour ago, former President Trump alleging that there's been cheating in the state of Pennsylvania, perhaps as a way to juice up his base. So we'll find out what the results will be sooner as opposed to the 2020 COVID election. Officials are saying voting is going smoothly. They have new machines that are speeding up the vote count. They've beefed up staffing at the vote count centers to open up those mail-in ballots. But turnout here, in-person turnout here, is higher than expected. The mail-in ballots are lower than expected. So if you're looking to see when we're going to get the results in Pennsylvania, officials are suggesting that they might come a bit sooner than what we saw in 2020. So let's see if that happens.
Right. Well, hopefully we don't have to wait until Saturday for the election to be settled in the United States. Bet. All right, Richard, that's the CBC's Richard Madden in Pennsylvania. All right, that's one of the key battleground states. Kamala Harris spent her entire final day campaigning in Pennsylvania yesterday. Donald Trump opted to hit 3 different states, ending his bid for president in Michigan. It's another one of the blue wall states that could determine the outcome of this election. And the CBC's Susan Ormison is in Detroit outside of a watch party for Michigan Democrats. So, Susan, there appears to be strong voter turnout there based just on the early voting numbers. What can you tell us about the state of the race for Michigan?
Yeah, I'll just set the scene where we are. We're outside the Motor City Casino Hotel. Rolling the dice, probably a good metaphor for this election, David. We're here, as you say, we needed early access to an event we're dropping in on later tonight. A lot of senior Michigan Democrats will be here. We're also going to check in with the Republicans in the Detroit area later tonight. So what are we hearing? Well, what we know is that the early vote here in Michigan, in person and absentee ballots mailed in, was high. More than 45% of Michiganders, as they're called, have already voted before the polls even opened here at 7 a.m. in the morning. And they split down the middle between Democrat and Republican registered voters. There was a higher number of women who voted early and a fewer number of men, and we've been watching that trend. As you just heard from Philadelphia, we'll be watching that across the country. Also, though, this region is really testing a lot of Democrat loyalty. Firstly, the Arab American vote in Dearborn, Michigan. Many people very frustrated and angered with the Biden-Harris response to the Gaza war. They may siphon off votes and park it with an independent, a green candidate who wants the U.S. to decouple militarily from Israel and the Hamas war. So that may affect the vote for Democrats. Also, young black men. There was a concern about 10 days ago amongst the Democratic camp that they were losing some of that vote in comparison to the Biden support for Biden from that demographic. They sent in some surrogates like Barack Obama to help shore that up. So we don't know the effect of that, but we'll be watching that. And of course, the women. We have also been in the suburbs talking to women, and many women we spoke to are going with Harris. But I was at Grand Rapids for that early morning, this morning, final rally by Donald Trump. And there were women there who were enthusiastically supporting the president, really all walks of life. And so we will have to wait and see how that vote comes out. I will talk a little bit about election integrity, as it's called. Last election, I don't know if you remember this, David, I covered the entire 2020 election, and it was a crazy time with COVID. And here in Detroit on election night, a group of masked because of COVID Trump supporters went to the counting station. I think we may have some video of that. And they pounded on the glass, demanding that the vote be stopped because Trump was saying he had been winning, and then all of a sudden he was losing. He was suggesting the vote was rigged. It turned out later that was tested and found to be untrue. But it was a very chaotic scene there. The city clerk actually was threatened at her home in subsequent days about this whole event. So they put up bulletproof glass. They've put a police officer at each entrance to the counting center in downtown Detroit, and they've backed off the counting from next to the windows to a room further in and restricted access to only staff, observers, and accredited media. So they're trying to keep that secure and hoping that nothing occurs like last year. I think everybody agreed that they can't go back to that 2020 ugly incident counting the vote. So that's the picture from Michigan tonight. As you say, it is a battleground state, and it is a path to the White House.
All right, Susan, thank you so much. That's the CBC's Susan Ormiston in Detroit, Michigan.
The ball is in the courts of the American people. Today is the day. Look, I feel good. You never know until you know, but I feel good about this race. I felt good about my own race a couple of years ago when I voted in this exact same spot. Hopefully it goes as well for President Trump and me as it went for me a couple of years ago in the state of Ohio.
That was Republican vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance speaking in Cincinnati shortly after casting a vote for Donald Trump and himself. Ohio used to be a battleground state, but it has moved to the Republican side in recent years. Instead, both the Trump and Kamala Harris campaigns are squarely focused on 7 other states. And here to discuss how Republicans are feeling right now, Jay Shabria, a political advisor to VP candidate J.D. Vance and the managing director at MAG Global Strategy. Jay Shabria, it's finally Election Day. Thanks for coming back, man. As promised, we appreciate being here. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, David. It's been a great ride. I've had a great time. I've actually was in 5 of the 7 swing states that you just talked about in the last 2 days. The vibe is good. The mood is good. I feel good, and I think that Trump and Vance are going to win this election tonight.
What's your sense of what you've seen so far in the early voting, in the turnout? We've seen people like Charlie Kirk, voice some concern on Twitter about the turnout not being high enough, and he's one of the people doing it for the campaign. What's your thoughts there?
Yeah, look, when you pay attention to Twitter or X, whatever, or in my experience in doing 30 years of politics, is that it's a lot of vibes on those platforms. It's not really anything real. We'll know in 15, 20 minutes when the first polls close and those first vote drops come in those key counties. We'll start to understand where we are in this election. But up until then, it's just a lot of talk by both sides trying to position themselves. So I don't put a lot of stock into that. But what I do put a lot of stock into is what I've been seeing in the vote before this today. And this is where Republicans have been excelling in the early vote. Look, the Republicans were encouraged not to do early voting in past elections. They were this year. And what I've seen in the numbers is that our low propensity voters, and that's the voters that don't turn out in every election, are voting in a huge number, especially in these key swing states. And that's I think, what's going to really be one of those key indicators to show that the Republicans are going to win this race this year.
Okay, those low propensity voters, a lot of those are white men, young men in particular. Are you saying they're voting in large numbers today on the election day vote, or
No.
they voted in large numbers in the early voting?
Yeah, and it's not the white men either. These are voters, and they're women. They're in all facets. What they are is they're either new registrants that have been registered by Republicans, or voters that have voted in one of the last four elections, or two of the last four elections. So they don't come out all the time. So you actually have to put work into getting them out and making sure that they come out to vote. And what there was a fear of is because Republicans have basically dwarfed Democrats right now in terms of the early vote, are we cannibalizing our voters? Are we getting the voters that were already going to come out on election day out? And what has been proven to us is that that's not the case. It's actually these low propensity voters, the ones that don't come out every time. So that means that the focus could be put back on the voters that need to be turned out today, which are going to come out, and then some other voters too. So I think we're going to have a very good election day because right now what we're seeing is there's record turnout. That's what they're anticipating, and I think that's going to be good for the Trump campaign.
Okay, that's interesting because your analysis there is kind of the reverse of what some of the conventional wisdom has been, right? That your more likely hardcore dedicated voters might have voted early, but you're saying it's the less likely, less reliable ones. So that's a sign of strength and a sign of hope you're seeing. Is there something you're seeing, Jay, that worries you a little bit, that's got you a little bit concerned about maybe big numbers in Philly or what's happening in Fulton? What are you looking at on the map that gives you some pause?
Again, those are vibes right now. That's just all anecdotal, and I have proven. I've gone back and over my head over and over again to never fall for those kinds of traps. Look, I have looked at the data over and over and over again over the last several weeks, and I can't find really bad data for Republicans right now. Could they lose? Sure, they could lose. And what would that look like? That would look like an unprecedented election day turnout by Democrats, and then them getting a higher percentage of independents than anyone would ever expect. So those are the two things that they need to win. That's not a very easy path for them. So it certainly could happen. I submit that it could, but right now Republicans are in the driver's seat as they head into this the last couple hours of the polls being open.
You did J.D. Vance's Senate campaign in Ohio. You did his debate prep for the vice presidential debate. You're going to be with him tonight. I'm presuming you're going to Mar-a-Lago, and then what? Have you spoken to the vice presidential nominee today? Have you got a sense of how he's doing and what he thinks on what is the biggest night of his political life?
Sure. Look, I was on the plane with him earlier today. I've been with him the last few days. I'll be seeing him again tonight. Look, he's actually very loose, very calm about things. We've talked about the numbers. We've got a good cadre of his supporters and his friends and family around him too. So he's actually very loose and very comfortable. He wants to win very badly, and I think he's gonna have a really good night. He's really proven himself through the course of this campaign, being able to take on the media, the combative media, and also in that debate. So the future is bright, but this is a huge night for him, as you said, David, and I think he's going to perform really well as vice president, because I think that's what's going to happen tonight.
We keep having these pleasant conversations. You keep talking about the combative media, Jay. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, I'm just kidding. But look, I wonder, you say... No, go ahead. Well... No. Well, I wonder...
It's combative American media, I should say. You're correct.
I gotcha. I'm just having a bit of fun. Look, you say you've looked at the data and you haven't seen bad data for the Republicans. You've seen the low propensity voters that were kind of a gamble in your campaign, a roll of the dice, to try to count on people who don't reliably show up. Democrats are saying that they're seeing a lot of women vote, and they're voting on the reproductive rights issue, they're voting on abortion, they're voting against the abortion ban. What are you seeing on that in the data that you're looking at? Do you see a movement there that concerns you? Because the Democrats point to that and say it's given them hope.
Well, look, so there's two things. The Democrats are pointing to women voting. And look, there's a gender gap on both sides. Democrats are losing men in great numbers. We've seen that cleave grow this cycle. And look, there's certainly a gender gap with Republicans too, but that's existed historically as well too. But when they are saying that women are voting in greater numbers, that may be true, and that there's probably some truth to that, but that's not necessarily Democratic voters, or they could be Republican voters, they could be independent voters, and a lot of those voters are voting on the issue of the economy and also in immigration as well too. So there's a split amongst the the female voters, which Republicans are going to get a higher percentage. What I am speaking of purely is on the Republican voters versus Democratic voters, and there's a great fidelity to that party on both, whether it's men, women, or whatever. And then that's what really holds. That's where I come back with this optimistic scenario that I'm talking about here.
Just as a final point, the Harris campaign was briefing reporters that they saw late undecideds breaking their way by a double-digit margin in vote share, largely because of the Madison Square Garden rally and sort of the controversy and the fallout that came from that.
Yeah.
Do you buy that analysis?
So
What's your view on it?
I was at that Madison Square rally. Look, it was one of the most joyous events I've actually ever been to in my political life. There was a lot of people of different ethnicities, men, women, everyone there. I think this was one of those media-driven narratives trying to cover up, and I say this sincerely, the American media tried to cover up for the Harris campaign, tried to give them a boost. I firmly believe that there's not one America that is going to vote on the Madison Square Garden situation when there is pocketbook issues that they have, when they can't afford groceries, and then there's a poor southern border. Those have been the number 1 and 2 issues the entire campaign for independents, Republicans, and even Democrats. And that I don't think is going to change because of one rally that the media seemed to want to blow open.
Well, I mean, I know you're saying the media is trying to cover for the Harris campaign, but
Yeah,
Tony Hinchcliffe said what he said, and a bunch of other speakers said a bunch of things that were offensive to a lot of Americans, right? I mean, no one made them say that or made it up. You just don't think it matters?
He said things, but I also think that there's a sense that people in the media and in elites and the universities, they like to clutch their pearls and say, "Oh my goodness!" But that's the way people talk. If you've ever been to a comedy show, and look, Tony Hinchcliffe, he's a great comic, and people go to his comedy shows all the time, and people talk like this in general, in just normal everyday activities. It is not the sterile environment that's like to be presented by the Democrats and the media. So again, I don't think that's going to have any effect, like zero effect on this election. And maybe I'll be proven wrong, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
Okay, well, we'll find out either tonight or tomorrow or the next day. You know how slow your elections can be sometimes, Jay. But look,
it's frustrating.
When do you think we'll know?
I think by early morning. That's my guess. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's what's going to happen.
Okay, we won't quote you, even though you said it on Canadian national television. No one in America necessarily is saying this, so you might get away with it. All right, well, listen, thanks for checking in with us throughout the campaign. We'll want to talk to you again when it's all over and the dust settles. It's Jay Shabria, political advisor to Vice Presidential candidate J.D. Vance. And thanks for talking to us. Hope we can check back with you when we know what's going on.
Thank you.
All right, well, coming up, we're going to speak to U.S. reporters about the latest they're hearing from both the Democratic and Republican campaigns. This is Power and Politics Live in Washington, D.C.
entire career has been driven by a singular purpose: to fight on behalf of the people. On behalf of the people. And it is my pledge to you that if you give me a chance to fight on your behalf as president, there is nothing in the world that will stand in my way.
With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America, indeed the world, to new heights of glory. Think of that statement, how beautiful that is. New heights of glory, that's what's going to happen. When we win the election and we're really well, look, the ball's in our hand. All we have to do is get out the vote tomorrow. You get out the vote, they can't do anything about it, we win.
Kamala Harris and Donald Trump making their final pitches to American voters last night, and today those voters have their say. Is there any indication of where this night is headed? Well, we're going to ask Kadia Goba. She's a politics reporter with Semaphore, and Aaron Blake is a senior political reporter at the Washington Post. They've been with us throughout the campaign. They're here tonight. It's good to see you both.
Good to be here.
So, Aaron, what is going to happen tonight? You know, the million-dollar question. We just spoke with Jay Shabria, who is an advisor to J.D. Vance. He's feeling really good. We're going to speak to Lindy Lee with the Harris campaign a little bit later in the show. What are your thoughts? Where are things?
I mean, we have had a lot of very close elections in recent history in American politics. 2016, of course. 2020 was a lot closer than people realized. You know, Joe Biden won by 4 points in the popular vote, but the Electoral College was decided by basically a percentage point. And this race is polling closer than those races ever did. It's, in fact, I think the closest race that we've seen, according to the polls, since the 1970s. And so that creates a situation in which this could go any number of different directions. You could see one candidate sweep all 7 swing states. You could see a nail-biter that lasts for days or weeks. I don't think anybody has any real answers right now. We're starting to see some exit polls coming out, but that's very preliminary. We're seeing anecdotal reports about turnout being strong in certain areas with certain types of voters, but it's just a whole lot of guesswork at this point. It's really tough to get a beat on it.
Kadia, what's the latest sense that you have from the people you can speak with under the different campaigns?
Exactly what Aaron said. It's just going to be really tight. I mean, I think the one big indicator is we think that the election is probably going to go on a little longer than we anticipated, and that's just coming from some of the incidents that are happening at the polling sites right now.
The bomb threats.
Yeah, the bomb
like
threats,
yeah.
And just malfunctions with machines and how, you know, they've won the right to extend the vote a little longer. But there is some initial feedback right now about Pennsylvania, you know, Latino voters coming out in Pennsylvania. Indiana is closing soon. We'll get a better indication in about 20 minutes on how much, you know, the congressional candidate there, the senatorial race is going, as well as, you know, how many voters came out. There's a specific swing district or specific Democratic stronghold that people are looking at for any indication that that bumps up a little bit. But again, it's really difficult to tell, and we're just all waiting.
Aaron, it's amazing when you speak to Republicans. They say, Jay Shabria just said this, we got our low propensity voters out in the advanced polling. That's what they believe. And so we want a high turnout on Election Day because Republicans do really well when there's a high turnout on Election Day because they vote on Election Day. Democrats say if there's a high turnout on Election Day, it's good for them because it means new people are coming in and motivated people are coming in late. You know, it speaks to it's an inkblot test, the whole thing.
It is, and high turnout used to be a very good thing for Democrats. If you had low propensity voters turning out, the non-voters, the people who were tough to get out to the polls, tended to lean Democratic. That has really changed in the Trump era. We have seen these low propensity voters looking more like Trump voters, but we've also seen that kind of conventional wisdom come into focus and be questioned a little bit in recent days. There was a New York Times Siena College poll of the swing states in recent days that actually showed Harris winning among people who didn't vote in 2020. That was a big reversal from what we saw before. Also, a Washington Post poll in Pennsylvania showed Harris winning by 10 points in Pennsylvania among people who hadn't voted in 2020. So even that factor where we think we have a sense for how it could break down in this election, it seems to have kind of shifted over time and we just don't really know.
Okay, so when we're dealing with polls and exit polls and a lot of anecdata from turnout and surging. Like Kadia, you mentioned, like, what time is it now? Polls are going to start to close in about 6 minutes, in about 7 or 8 states, I think, at that point. What are you going to watch for in the early numbers? I know Georgia's going to close, North Carolina amongst key states early. Are those the two we pay attention to?
Well, right next door, Virginia. I think some bellwethers there will be some congressional races that will dictate how the presidential will go nationwide. I'm looking at specifically 2 congressional races that are up for grabs, and they could flip. I think that'll just be a really good indication.
Who holds them right now?
One a Democrat holds and one a Republican holds.
Just to make it even more confusing.
Sure,
yeah,
exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm looking to see, if there's a bump in voter turnout in that area, where those seats lie, and I think that'll be sort of a bellwether to kind of give some inclination about where the presidential is going. I think, I'm not sure, but also, like you said, Georgia, and obviously those swing states we're going to be paying attention to as the exit polling starts. More of that starts to be released. It'll be a better indicator about what's happening, but it is so difficult to decide or to determine right now. Yeah. I'm texting people on the ground to see what they're feeling also.
And is there any consensus coming from the people on the ground that you're talking with?
Well, I can say that Democrats seem a little more enthusiastic than they were just like a week and a half ago. I know I always refer back to Congress, but even talking to aides there who have, gone to the specific districts, they talk about turnout for Trump. Like, Trump put a lot of energy into men. And one of their concerns I thought was interested in is whether or not they are going to come out and support him. Right. So he's right to be talking about, trying to get the vote out on the day on election day, because there's a concern there. And I think banking on that a lot has a lot to do with his election future.
Aaron, what do you think?
And the turnout question is a really big one, because we saw one of these presidential campaigns, Donald Trump, to a large extent outsource the turnout operation to Elon Musk's super PAC, which is generally not what you want to do, because that's the kind of thing you want to have control over. We've seen that process have real hiccups. We've seen data from Gallup that suggests that voters at least tell pollsters they're hearing a lot more from the Harris campaign. Democratic-leaning voters were much more likely to be contacted by the Harris campaign than Republicans were by the Trump campaign. This can matter in a very close race like this, and it's a very difficult thing to poll. You don't know who's actually going to turn out, and that's where that ground game can really come up big for a candidate.
So just on this outsourcing of the GOTV to get out the vote effort to sort of like Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA is part of that, Aaron, and he was on Twitter today, and this is not Twitter noise from randoms on Twitter. This is from Charlie Kirk himself saying, we're not seeing the turnout we want. Now, is that just motivation propaganda, or is there a bit of panic going on with TPUSA?
I mean, it is a notable contrast to what we've been seeing by the Democrats. I mean, there is something to be said for warning people hours before the polls close and signaling to people that they need to get out there. But how much is that actually going to get you? And if Democrats could do that too, and instead they're showing more confidence right now, for whatever that's worth.
So on that point, because Kadia, we saw, I can't remember the gentleman's name, but it's a former congressman who's like, he's the machine boss in Philadelphia for the Democrats. And he basically said, I've never seen anything like this. I've been running elections here for 40, 50 years, and this is the highest voter turnout they've seen. And Philly is a place where if Kamala Harris comes out of that with a 500,000 vote lead, she wins the state probably, right? So you talked about this optimism from the Democrats after the scars of 2016 where they were overconfident. It's like they're afraid to be confident. How do we translate that, you think?
That they see something along the, in the future that is going to benefit them. Yeah, in particular in Philadelphia, there was a big influx of Latino voters. This is something, and I know we all talk about what happened at Madison Square Garden with Hinchcliffe, but Democrats have been targeted in this area. I had word a month ago that Puerto Ricans from New York were coming and doing get out the vote door knocking in Philadelphia and parts of Allentown. So this is something, there's a reason why Kamala Harris was in Pennsylvania, specifically at a Puerto Rican restaurant when all of this blew up, right? They have been targeting this demographic for a while, and I think it's probably paying off in the early, we see signs of it early signs of it paying off.
So, Aaron, how do you view that? Because Trump has done well with Latino voters in the past. A lot of that is Cuban and in Florida, and because of, the tough stance against the communist regime in Cuba. Pennsylvania is a different mix and a different story, and Joan J. Shabria said they don't think the Madison Square Garden thing matters in the end. What's your sense? I mean, a high Latino turnout in Pennsylvania, good or bad for the Republicans?
I mean, high Latino turnout would be good for Democrats. The question is it not going to be as good as it would have been before? It has been evident from this polling that we've seen that Trump has been making gains, not just with Hispanic voters, but with black voters. He chips away at those large margins that Democrats usually have with those groups. And so Democrats aren't gleaning as large a margin from those necessarily. But the higher the turnout among those groups, there is no question that is a good thing for Kamala Harris. And then she'll want to rack up those big margins. People look at cities like Philadelphia, and you assume, well, it's an overwhelmingly Democratic area. It is, but the margin there matters greatly. How black voters vote there is important, how Hispanic voters, how low-income white voters vote. Those have been the voters that Trump has been making headway with, too, including in urban areas. And so that's a big factor here, too.
Yeah, in making up round numbers, you could win Philly with 76% of the vote, but it's 80 that you needed to have the margin you need to carry the state. So just a final question. The gender gap has been a big conversation in this. I mean, Khadija, is this an election where women voters really determine who gets the White House? Do you think that's where this is absolutely going by the end of the counting?
I think so. I think we saw, how the campaigns, how the Harris-Walz campaign campaigned or targeted women voters, talking about abortion or talking about rights for women. Yeah, definitely. Historically, women vote a little higher than men. So, yeah, I think so. And then on the contrast, Trump was very targeted. He targeted men. Whether or not, his assurances has to be whether or not they come out to vote.
Aaron, do you think women are going heavy for the Democrats, as Jen O'Malley Dillon and David Plouffe and people like that are telling?
I mean, that was the counterpoint in the early vote data, which Republicans were generally felt good about, that it was better for them, but we also saw a much higher turnout among women. I think it was about 55% women voting early. If we see a number close to that on Election Day, that would be a very good sign for Kamala Harris. I don't know if that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, nobody knows what we're going to see. We're just going to have to let this election play out and get the actual numbers and stop just making predictions from prognostication. It's been great to talk to you both throughout this campaign. Always appreciate it. Aaron Blake with the Washington Post, Khadija Goba with Semaphore. Thank you so much.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country.
It is time to turn the page on the drama and the conflict.
We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again.
We are not going back because ours is a fight for the future.
Together we will fight, 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 and win, win, win.
When we fight, we win.
And we will make America great again.
Hello, everyone. You are watching a special edition of Power on Politics. We are live from Washington, D.C. as Americans choose their next president. Just moments ago, the first polls closed in Indiana and Kentucky. Both are Republican-leaning states, and we'll be watching for results from those states as they come in. We'll also be watching as more polls close throughout tonight and bring you the latest as that happens. But now, I'm joined by two former U.S. ambassadors to Canada, Gordon Giffin and David Wilkins. Gentlemen, it's good to see you both. Thank you for being here on Election Day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ambassador Giffin, I wonder if I can start with you. What do you make of this race compared to what we've seen in previous years in the United States?
No comparison. I've never seen anything like this. David and I have been involved in politics in our respective states for, I hate to think how many decades, and my guess is he hasn't seen anything quite like this either, with an incumbent president who was running, backing out of the race with 3 months left to go, the vice president becoming anointed, starting from ground zero as a candidate, not as an organization. And the ebb and flow of this election has been dramatic, to say the least. I'm personally glad it's about to end. I'm worn out.
I think there's a lot of people who share that sentiment, Gordon Giffen. David Wilkins, what do you make of this? I mean, you had the candidate switch on the Democratic side, the convictions on the Republican side. I mean, Donald Trump is campaigning while on bail. I mean, he's got a sentencing hearing in New York in a couple of weeks, and he could be the president-elect when that happens. I mean, what are your thoughts on where this race is, sir?
Well, it's certainly a big day in the United States, and it's going to be probably a long night. You know, it's like Gordon said, it's the closest race, certainly going into the election day, that we've ever seen. I mean, it was a 49-49 tie with the popular vote by a poll announced yesterday. And the last two elections, one that Trump won, one that he lost, he was always losing in the popular vote going in. So that's interesting. Another interesting point is that there's only been one other sitting vice president in the last 188 years become president, and that was George H.W. Bush when Reagan had about a 70% approval rating. We'll see if Harris can be the second one. It's going to be very interesting. As we know, it boils down to about 7 states, probably 50,000 votes spread around 2 or 3 states, and we'll see. Gordon's home state of Georgia is going to be critical. Pennsylvania obviously in play. If one candidate wins both those, this game probably is over. We got an interesting couple hours ahead of us tonight.
No, it's a good point
David,
you make about Bush. Oh, go ahead, Gordon Giffen. Go ahead, sir.
Well, I was just going to say, to his point about Georgia, I think Georgia will be important. We'll know. I think we'll have a pretty good sense of how Georgia's going early enough in the evening that it'll give us a sense of direction. David won't be surprised that my instinct is that Georgia's going for Harris, and I think as the rest of the country plays out, it will be very hard for the former president to win without the state of Georgia. I also think another neighboring state of David's may very well go for Harris, and I think that is North Carolina.
You know, that's.
Well, I wanted to ask you about that, David. Yeah, go ahead, David Wilkins. Your thoughts on North Carolina, because you're right there in South Carolina. What are your thoughts?
Well, I love. I'm right here, right between the two of the swing states, and you know, Gordon and I have great respect for each other. We just don't agree. I actually think Georgia's it's going to be narrow, but I believe from everything I'm hearing and reading, Georgia's going with Trump barely, and North Carolina as well. But every race is close, and you know, 1%, 2% would be a pretty good margin with these 7 states that we're talking about.
David Wilkins, I wonder your thoughts. I mean, you served under the Bush-Cheney government, and this is because of the unprecedented election. I mean, Dick Cheney and Barack Obama are on the same side of this one somehow. I mean, what do you make of the political dynamic here, and what's happening with sort of this reorientation inside the Republican Party?
Well, I'm like Gordon. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, you also got a former Democrat candidate for president who's been out campaigning for Trump. So never seen that before either. So it's just a different scenario, and rough and tumble. You know, American politics is a contact sport. It's been a tough campaign, and a lot of ups and downs for both sides. And I'm with Gordon. I'm sort of glad it's coming to an end.
Well, David, if you're referring to Tulsi Gabbard, I'm not sure that she qualifies as a former Democratic candidate for president. Nobody even noticed that she ran that. But she is campaigning without a doubt for Donald Trump. There are a number of people who are out there trying to get a job in a Trump administration. She's one of them. Robert Kennedy's one of them. It would be David and I'll have to. David and I'll have to have a drink together after this, and we'll not after this call, but after this election, and we'll talk through what we actually thought was going on during this period of time. I just feel strongly that the momentum is in the Harris direction. I do think, David, that it's going to be a more definitive win in Georgia this time. Obviously, President Biden won Georgia by roughly 12,000 votes. We elected 2 Democrats to the United States Senate in 2020, largely because people were rejecting President Trump at the time. And I think fundamentally, like many experts have been saying on TV, and I'm seeing this in the North Atlanta suburbs as we speak, I think women are going to reject Donald Trump for a lot of reasons. For a lot of reasons. People talk about abortion all the time, but I think there are a lot of reasons that he has repelled a sufficient number of women who might lean to voting for a Republican. They'd vote for David Wilkins, but they're not going to vote for Donald Trump.
Well, there's certainly
that's an interesting point you make.
You know, what the latest poll I saw.
How much of a challenge is that for the Republicans? How much of a challenge is that for the Republicans at this stage?
It is a challenge. At the same time, it's a gender gap. More men are voting for Trump. More women are likely to vote for Harris. I think the last time I saw a difference was 18% men favored Trump, 16% women favored Harris. So big gender gap right there. No question about it. That's one thing to look for. Is how many we've got, 80 something, 78,000 votes, million votes already cast before today started. So you look at the early vote, how many women are voting, how many men are voting. Those are things to be looking at in the next couple hours to see what kind of turnout we got on both sides.
We have very early numbers, just to let you know, from Indiana and Kentucky. Sorry, gentlemen. We have very early numbers from Indiana and Kentucky. No surprise, I'm sure, for either of you, but I do want to give results. 70% of the votes in Indiana for Donald Trump, 80% of the votes in Kentucky also for Donald Trump. So I just wanted to get that in there. Go ahead, Gordon Giffen.
Yeah, I was just going to add that your previous panel and many have been talking for weeks now that somehow Harris was going to have dramatic erosion in the African-American vote on Election Day or in the early vote. I think when all of the votes are tabulated, you're going to find that she does extraordinarily well in the African-American community. She's doing very well in Georgia right now, where roughly 30% of the electorate is African-American. I think you'll find that she will be performing in the same dimension as previous candidates, Democratic candidates for president. So the idea that somehow Donald Trump was going to get a meaningful percentage of the African-American vote, I think, was a myth.
David Wilkins, if I can, I wonder what you make of the FBI has announced that they believe Russia is behind a series of bomb threats at polling stations in a number of states. We've also seen districts' attorneys and police chiefs all across the country sort of raising the security level and warning people against meddling with the vote count. You know, the stop the steal sort of movement that does exist in this country right now. You have any concerns on how this result, one way or another, will be received by the broader American public and trusted by the broader American public?
Well, I think it concerns all of us. I mean, we need democracy to work. I think democracy in the United States will work. I think it will survive. I think it will win out in the end. But we've got a lot of bad actors that want to cause us problems, and we have to take it seriously. So it's not something I'm proud of to see our elections being meddled with, but it's something we need to protect and ensure that it doesn't have any effect on the outcome of the election.
Gordon Giffen, your thoughts on that?
Well, I obviously agree with David. We've had 7 different bomb threats at different voting locations in Georgia. They had to stop voting in the southern portion of DeKalb County outside of Atlanta because of bomb threats. It's turned out that there are no bombs. So the fact that it may be happening as a result of some foreign power intervening looks like that may be the case. I do think that we may be turning a page here, not to take the line from Vice President Harris, but I am very hopeful that the outcome of this election will be sufficiently clear that we will be able to move on as a country. and that while people on the losing side, whichever it is, will be frustrated, and some will have public declarations about their frustration. I think our society is tired of all of this now. We've been going through it for 6-8 years, and I think we're all ready after this election to join hands and say, whoever wins is the new president, and we're going to restore civility and respect for each other. I may be overly optimistic, but that's where I think we're going to come out of all of this. And I believe and trust that the margin tonight in the Electoral College is going to be sufficiently significant on the Harris side that any whining about it will be comical.
Okay, so Gordon Giffen, you are obviously predicting a Kamala Harris victory when all is said and done. Ambassador Wilkins, where are you on this? Will you hazard a guess on how America will ultimately vote?
Yes, I think Donald Trump's going to get reelected or be reelected President of the United States. And I agree, Gordon and I disagree on the outcome, but we agree on what he just said about moving forward. This country's got to unite regardless of who wins and move on. And I'm hopeful that we'll do that regardless of who wins. We just happen to disagree on who's going to be the winner.
Our ambassadors panel, you're split down the middle, just like the polls. So it seems like a fitting place to leave the conversation. Gordon Giffen and David Wilkins, both former U.S. ambassadors to Canada. Gentlemen, it's always good to speak with you. Thank you for being with us on Election Day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care, David.
Thank you. Thanks, Gordon.
Okay, we're going to give you an update on those early results from Indiana and Kentucky. There in Indiana, Donald Trump is leading with about 70% of the vote, Kamala Harris with about 27%. Not a surprise in the early numbers there. And in Kentucky, Trump is now leading with about 65% of the vote. It's shrunk a little bit since the first numbers we got. And you can see Kamala Harris there with about 1/3 of the vote at 33%.
I voted for Donald J. Trump because I believe that he will do the best in his power to serve our country.
Trump has said a lot of divisive but incisive things. When it comes to who I thought I was going to vote for, it had to be her.
She seems like a person who came from my background who still has some of the values that I have.
Yeah, I voted for Trump. He's a businessman, and he's a little dirty, and a little rough around the edges, and I think that's what we need right now.
Okay, we're going to head to another key swing state right now, and that is Georgia. Battleground Georgia helped Democrats win the White House in 2020, but they only won that state by a razor-thin margin. Both campaigns have spent a lot of time there trying to win over its voters. So we sent the CBC's John Northcott to Georgia, and he is in Atlanta. So, John, you've been there for close to a week. I mean, what have voters in Georgia been telling you?
Well, they've been telling you some of what you were hearing there in terms of the feelings that they're having for the two candidates. It's fascinating. There is no lukewarm reaction in this election. We didn't meet anyone who said it doesn't matter who you vote for. They're all the same. I'm not going to go out and vote. Everyone we met said they were going to vote, but evenly divided, as we're seeing in the polls, one way or the other in terms of Democrats or Republicans with the spectrum. What we can tell you is that everyone we met to a person is enthusiastic about the democratic process and recognizes their not only rights but obligations as citizens to take part in that election. And there's also almost universal concern about what could happen in terms of the results of that election. So in other words, Democrats fear what would happen if Trump won to the nation, and Republicans fear what would happen if Kamala Harris won the election. So there's fear, there is pride, and there is concern, and there is anxiety.
Okay, what about certainty, John? I mean, how soon do you think we'll have a definitive result in Georgia?
Well, I should explain where I am. In fact, we're at the Hyatt Regency, where the state Democrats, who spent a lot of time with a number of Republicans in Savannah, late last week. This is where they're going to have the watch party for that, and watching as the results come in. You'll remember, as you referred to, the razor thin, that 0.2% victory of Joe Biden 4 years ago, and Donald Trump, of course, accusing state officials, Republican state officials, and resulting in election interference charges against the former president. So the state, in the person of the governor and the secretary of state, who are Republicans, have been very key, not only in the last few months, but in years leading up to this election, in terms of arguing that their election process will be unassailable. It will be accurate, it will be robust, and it will be quick. We've had more than half, well more than half, of the eligible voters in this state already cast ballots in early voting, so those ballots can be counted even before the polls close, and we're going to see that. In fact, I can tell you that Raffensperger has come out, the Secretary of State, and said with the polls closing in just about 40 minutes, he expects to have results by 8 p.m., which would be the earliest available results of any of the swing states. So as your guests were talking about, we may see something definitive in terms of a wave, one way or the other, for either Harris or Trump beginning here in Georgia. So expect to get those results early, and the state saying accurately. Now, we can tell you there's a bomb scare. Normally, we don't really report on bomb scares unless they have a palpable effect. And here they seem to have done that in terms of a polling place extending their hours. But the rest will all close at 7 and the results being tabulated. And as I say, it'll be fewer than half the eligible voters in the state. And the state, because they have a reputation to protect, and I can tell you a little insider scoop here, the Secretary of State, potentially, according to people we've been talking to, might be thinking of a run for governor someday. So he's got a lot more than just his professional skills on the line here. A political future might be part of it as well. So they've got a lot riding on making sure those results are clear, unassailable, accurate, and quick.
Okay, that's interesting stuff. That's the CBC's John Northcott in Atlanta. Thanks so much, John. Yep. Well, there's no doubt this will be a consequential presidential election, both for the United States and for Canada. The United States and Canada have long been top allies, the two nations standing side by side on the world stage, sharing the longest undefended land border, and relying on each other for billions of dollars in trade. The result of this election will have major impacts on Canada. Canada and the U.S. are each other's largest customers. 75% of Canada's exports go to the U.S. Donald Trump has said he will put a 10 to 20% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. That could mean a massive hit to the Canadian economy. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, isn't looking for a major shakeup in American trade policy, meaning things could be largely status quo for Canada. But whoever wins the election will be in charge when the new NAFTA comes up for renegotiation in 2026. Trump has also promised a mass deportation program which could push hundreds of thousands of migrants north to Canada. Remember, even relatively minor changes to immigration rules under the first Trump presidency caused a huge influx of illegal crossings into Canada. Experts say Harris's approach to immigration would likely be more in line with Canada's. The Biden-Harris administration did negotiate a deal with Justin Trudeau's government to allow Canada to turn back migrants at the border. Trump has said he would not protect NATO members that don't meet the 2% defense spending target. Canada spends just 1.37% of GDP on defense. And while the federal government does plan to meet the goal, that's not until 2032. Harris has said if she was president, the U.S. would remain committed to NATO, vowing to stand by the alliance and its causes, including the war in Ukraine. David Cohen is the U.S. ambassador to Canada, and he joins me now. Ambassador, happy Election Day. Thanks for speaking with us today.
Happy Election Day to you as well, David. Thanks for having me on the air, and thanks for checking in on my hometown capital.
You got it, sir. I want to ask you about the statement we've seen from the FBI today about bomb threats in several states, including places like Georgia and Michigan. And the Federal Bureau of Investigation says this appears to trace back to Russia. What's your reaction to news that this sort of interference and these sorts of threats are being made on voting day here in the United States?
Well, I have two reactions. First of all, I'm not surprised. We've identified Russia, we, the United States, have identified Russia as a significant potential threat to election interference and election obstruction. We have given warnings about that publicly. and law enforcement in the United States, as is evidenced by your report, has been very vigilant about this. So my first reaction, as I said, is a lack of surprise. But my second reaction is I think this is part of what will be an ongoing story about the strength and the resilience of democracy in the United States, because the way you push back on interference and the way that you make sure that those types of actions by malign foreign actors like Russia do not have an impact is by being vigilant about them, identifying them, and disclosing them. And that seems to be exactly what the FBI and our law enforcement authorities are doing.
You're seeing a lot of warnings from law enforcement across the country, warning people from, say, militia groups who may want to be on the hunt for voter fraud or, what they can perceive to be irregularities. To avoid it, we're seeing security fences going up here in Washington, D.C. And even in some states, they're talking about the deployment of snipers. It's an unusual thing to see that sort of thing on an election day. I just wonder, what does that tell us about the division that exists right now in the electorate and the polarization that's out there in the U.S. political climate right now, sir?
Well, I'm not sure that Russian interference in elections have anything to do with divisiveness or polarization in politics, but I think it is a sign of the times.
These are more concerned about domestic concerns. I meant, Ambassador. I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear. We're seeing like the DA in Philadelphia warning people not to do anything silly because they will arrest them and throw them in jail. I just that it has to come to that on voting day. I'm curious for your thoughts.
Well, again, it doesn't make me happy that we have to worry about those things, but it does make me happy that we're focused on it, that law enforcement at multiple levels are focused on them, and that we're bound and determined at every level of government to protect the integrity of the electoral process, which is the absolute hallmark of a strong and vibrant democracy. And that's what the United States has, a strong and vibrant democracy, and will take all steps necessary to ensure that fair elections can be conducted, because it's the ultimate exercise of the democratic rights of the American people.
I know because of your diplomatic appointment, I know you had a previous career in partisan politics, but you're not allowed to weigh into the actual politics of Election Day without getting in trouble with U.S. authorities. But when you're watching this tonight, what are you going to be watching for as the U.S. ambassador to Canada? What will be the key thing you're paying attention to in Ottawa? Well,
I think the key thing I'm going to pay attention to that I can talk about is whether we in fact have been successful in providing an environment where a free and fair election can take place and the will of the American people can be expressed in an election result that is fairly and expeditiously reported. That doesn't mean we're going to have a result tonight. We are, in many places, we will be unlikely to have a complete result tonight. But I think there's a higher premium on getting the right result reported than to getting a result reported quickly or too quickly. And I do think a big story coming out of the 2024 elections in the United States will be that the United States once again, for countless times in its 250th year history, has provided for the exercise by its people of their right to vote and to preserve the most enduring and important democracy that exists in the world. And I think that ultimately it will be democracy that is the winner in the elections that take place in the United States today.
It's an acute concern, right? The faith in the results, the faith in the process, given the amount of conspiracy theories that are just ripping through Western democracies right now with Russia and others aiding and abetting it, to have people trust this process and trust its results, especially with sort of the history of what happened after the last election. It's vital people believe what they're told tonight.
I think it's a concern, but this is not brand new. And by the way, it didn't start in the last election either. My current best reminder to people is the elections that took place in 2020, which is only 24 years ago, relatively recent history in American history. And in that election, we did not have a result in the presidential election for almost 5 weeks.
2000, you mean, right?
In
The Bush-Gore, you said
2000.
2020. You're talking 2000, right?
I'm sorry, I meant 2000. So it was only 24 years ago. And the country didn't fall apart. The democracy didn't fall apart. Violence didn't spill out into the streets. The system worked. And at the end of the day, when the system worked and a victor was declared, America came back together. And at the end of the road, the democracy of the United States was stronger than it was going into the disputes. And I think if there are any disputes around the results of this election, the same thing will happen. We'll have to let the American system and democracy in the American system work. And after it works, the country will come together, and we will once again be standing in front of the world's most enduring and significant democracy.
No matter what happens tonight, sir, no matter who wins and when all the results are in and the Electoral College is certified, there will be challenges in the Canada-U.S. relationship going forward, in addition to all the opportunities that the most profitable trading relationship in the history of the world has to offer. Whether it's Donald Trump or whether it's Kamala Harris, do you have any doubt that things like supply management and things such as the digital services tax will be front and center on the agenda when you get to the NAFTA renewal phase of the relationship and whatever other trade discussions there are?
So I struggle a little bit with the terms front and center. I think all the issues you identified are live and active issues today between our two countries. But the hallmark of our relationship, the hallmark of the strength of the relationship is that we can have differences of opinion in the trade context, differences of opinion about some foreign policy elements, about defense investment, and it doesn't blow up the relationship between the two countries. We discuss them. We talk about them. We resolve our differences, and the U.S.-Canada relationship comes out at the other end of those discussions more powerful and stronger than it was beforehand. So I think every issue you identified, which is a current issue in the United States-Canada discourse, will continue to be an issue in that discourse. But I have every confidence that we will address those differences civilly, responsibly. We will resolve them. And at the end of the day, the United States and Canada will still enjoy this powerful, strong relationship which has existed for over a century between our two countries.
Ambassador David Cohen, thank you for making time to speak with us on what is undoubtedly a busy day. We appreciate your time, sir.
Thank you again for giving me some time on your show.
Okay, you don't need to adjust your set. That was a taped interview from earlier today. It was done before the sun went down here in Washington, D.C. And our thanks to Ambassador Cohen for being available on a busy day. On this busy day, we're going to give you an update now from Indiana and Kentucky, two Republican-leaning states that continue to lean Republican in the early results. In Indiana, Donald Trump is leading with about 62% of the vote, Kamala Harris with about 36%. There, or 37%, and in Kentucky, Trump is leading about 66% of the vote. Harris is at about 32.8% there. So those are Republican states. Trump running slightly ahead of the 2020 results in those early numbers, but we're still a ways away from a final decision in those states. So we're going to dig into how the CBC decides when a candidate gets to the magic number of 270 electoral college votes, because that's where they need to be to get the White House. For a preview of the CBC News special America Votes that starts right after this show, I'm joined now by the chief correspondent, Adrienne Arsenault. Adrienne, good to see you.
Hey, how are you in that city I used to live in and love?
It's something else. There's a lot of noise in the background, street preaching and music and all that, but that's election night in a big city. But you're there on the election set. Tell us how tonight will unfold and when can we know the results? That's the million-dollar question here.
Well, I wish I had that answer. We could all go home. I think we have to keep a few things in mind for this. We're not in a COVID emergency anymore. So all those precautions that Americans had that made it tricky to vote and tricky to count last time, they're not in place. You also have fewer mail-in ballots. So that will make a difference to the speed of the vote. And, you know, let's look at Pennsylvania. We're going to be talking about Pennsylvania nonstop. You know, this is the state that has all the eyeballs on it. This time, as it was in 2020, I mean, remember, it took it took days in 2020. It was Saturday morning around 11:30 when we finally knew what was happening in Pennsylvania. They had set counting hours in Pennsylvania in 2020. They went to bed at night and said, all right, good night, everybody. We'll see you back in the morning when we resume again. No one is going to bed in Pennsylvania tonight. They are counting around the clock. They're opening the mail-in ballots today, and announcing how many are left to be counted at 12:01 a.m. So we will know the spread of uncounted votes. You know, there are some other complications across the country because, as you know, the American patchwork of rules is so complicated that people who live on one street maybe straddle two counties with two different rules about drop boxes. So how come Harry can use a drop box and I can't? That's just how complicated it is. So there will be some complications. We've already heard some delays for a whole bunch of reasons. There was a problem in Wisconsin where there was a door that was slightly ajar to one of the counting machines. So just to be careful, they are putting 30,000 ballots back in the machine to count. So that's going to add some time. There were bomb threats. I heard you talking with the ambassador there that were associated with Russia, it seems. Non-credible bomb threats, but nonetheless, they frighten people. They delay the process. There's been an attempt to extend the voting. So I think that kind of stuff will add some time, but by and large, I don't know, it should be a little faster. And now that I've said that, it will be January.
Yeah, well, a little faster means less than like 5 days from now. Right. So it's all relative. So look, we've both worked on a lot of Canadian elections and provincial elections and by-elections. The decision desk process, the Elections Canada process, all very clear. U.S. election is different. So how does CBC make a call on a U.S. election?
Yeah, it is totally different. So what CBC does is aligns with the Associated Press. Associated Press is really interesting. Since 1848, they have been sending reporters out to basically every county, every precinct, every tiny, community hall where they're counting votes. And then those reporters send back the data to a centralized system. This year, they have 4,000 journalists heading out to gather the raw data. So we are partnering with AP. And then we go a step further. The major U.S. networks, each one of them has its own system for establishing who's ahead, their own metrics. So you're talking Fox, CBS, CNN, NBC, and ABC. When a plurality of them go, so when 3 of them go, and when everything aligns with what we've seen with AP, then we go. This is not a race for CBC to beat the American networks in proclaiming someone president. This is about getting it right. It may not happen tonight. Again, it was Saturday, 11:30, in 2020. So brace yourself. And I'm old enough to remember being in Florida in 2000. It was December 17th when the Supreme Court finally stopped the count. So we're going to take our time. But really, this is one case where we partner with our American cousins, and then we watch.
Well, hopefully no hanging chads tonight, Adrienne, to give you some PTSD from 2000 in Florida. And everything does go quick and smooth. All right, we'll be watching, and hopefully I'll be talking to you later. That's the CBC's chief correspondent, Adrienne Arsenault.
Cheers.
Well, Adrienne will host special live coverage of America Votes starting at 8 p.m. right after this special edition of Power and Politics. So you can just stay tuned right here on CBC News Network. All right, lots more to come tonight on this special edition of Power and Politics, coming to you live from Washington, D.C. Up next, we have a special U.S. Election Night Power Panel to dig into what Canadians should be watching for as the results roll in. Stay tuned.
soon.
This government is going to be able to address issues that are important to Canadians, notwithstanding who the American people will decide.
We've moved from the good neighbor to the north to the strategic partner that they need in the 21st century, and I think it's a good thing. We're going to be there to defend Canadian interests, and we'll be watching tonight.
We continue to work really hard to build this and to cement and keep building this important relationship because it's really important to North America.
It's in both our countries' interest to have a well-managed northern border and a northern hemisphere that is as impermeable as possible. So we'll always be working with whoever's there.
President Trump has had a different view when he was president. He withdrew from the Paris Agreement. We will have some work to do if President Trump wins.
And I hope in this election, the hope of Kamala Harris's campaign, that hope wins out over hate.
I am still quite optimistic, and I will let you guess about what I define as being optimistic.
Back in Ottawa, federal politicians brace for the results of tonight's U.S. election, results that will be consequential for both nations. So what should Canadians be preparing for tonight? We're going to talk about that with the Power Panel. Cameron Ahmad is a former head of communications to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. James Moore is a former Conservative cabinet minister. Zaim Belgi is a former strategist for the Alberta NDP. And Shachi Kurl is the president of the Angus Reid Institute. Gang, thanks for being here on such a monumental night. I'm, of course, talking about Guy Fawkes night, the irony that this is when the U.S. election is happening. James, you've been in the federal cabinet. You were part of the Trudeau government's NAFTA Council, dealing with the first Trump administration. What are you watching for tonight in terms of results and the consequences for Canada, whichever way this goes?
Well, I hope you've budgeted half an hour for the answer. I mean, look, everything's at stake. 1 in 5 jobs is dependent on trade with the United States, but this is an enduring friendship and a relationship that is, frankly, it's much deeper than politics, right? And the truth is the relationship has endured all kinds of stresses over the past, agreements and disagreements over the Afghanistan war, the Iraq war, the Vietnam War, tensions about economics, border policy, immigration, the War of 1812, and we can go all the way back, to the founding of our countries on the continent. So, we've had stresses and strains over the fullness of time, and I'm confident that what unites and has Canada in partnership with the United States, the familiar relationships, the business relationships, the economic and social ties, speaking relatively the same languages, the integration that we have in terms of our cultures, that the Canada-U.S. relationship will endure no matter who's president. It'll have different challenges. With President Trump, his promise to impose tariffs. Kamala Harris was against the USMCA. President Trump is promising mass deportations. We don't know what that would look like, but it would have real alarm bells for the Canada-U.S. border. Vice President Harris wants to have more of what Joe Biden did with protectionism and investments in the American economy that are on the edge of being anti-trade. So, there will be tensions and stresses and dynamics with either outcome. And I know that Canada has built up the capacity, the professionalism, and the diplomacy over time to withstand whatever happens tonight.
Cameron, you were in the Prime Minister's office during the first Trump presidency, so you have sort of an up-close experience of what it was like to deal with that. James is right. There's going to be challenges no matter who wins. They seem probably a little bit more volatile and maybe larger if it is a Trump victory. What are you focusing on right now?
I think you're right. I mean, you're both right. James absolutely is correct in the fact that our relationship as nations and as people will endure well beyond the results of tonight's election and into the decades that come. I mean, as a Canadian who's in the U.S. right now, you can certainly feel the concern and the despair that a lot of people are voicing around this election, and I think that translates north of the border too, because I mean, the volatility that you pointed to is just so much more pronounced when you think of what we went through for those 4 years under Donald Trump. I mean, everything you heard the ministers say was very reassuring, and it's of course what they have to say, and it's true. They are preparing. They are, looking back at the playbook that they employed under the first Trump presidency, thinking all the relationships that they built, which were so critical at the local and state level with the business community, with union leaders, to try and go around the administration when they wouldn't listen. And they're thinking of that now, and they're preparing for that. I think there are so many different things that either candidate can do to impact our relationship, but just the way in which Trump does it, I think some of the extreme policies he's espoused and the brashness with which he'll do it, because everything he tried to do in the first mandate, he will pursue in the second one, and he will just do it no holds barred. So I think the reason everybody is so on edge is because of how quickly and how drastically his decisions can have an impact on us as the closest neighbor with the most to lose, primarily from his decisions.
Zane, your thoughts? What are you watching for in this?
Yeah, I mean, James and Cameron have beautifully laid out some of the midterm elements of this relationship. I'm looking extremely short term, as in the transition of power here. Like an election tonight in America does not heal America's wounds. Let's be clear, regardless of the results. So I'm hoping it's a decisive result one way or the other. I've clearly got a favorite in the race with Kamala Harris, but America will be fractured. America will be wounded. There are still going to be massive cleavages within this country, within certain groups and demos within this country. And as the junior partner to that, how do we withstand that as a country reels with its own election and its aftermath thereon after? You know, hoping a smooth transition thereon after, I think we're going to have to deal with Kamala Harris and what she tries to do around, you know, pharmaceuticals, tech, other things, perhaps more predictable. And with Donald Trump, the unpredictable. As much as we know what he's going to do around tariffs, as James has mentioned, there's also this massive unpredictability that Donald Trump brings. And the additional added layer to the equation is that the folks that were with him last time in those trade relationships with Cameron and others in the Trudeau government and with the Trudeau government, those are not going to be the same people this time. Donald Trump has surrounded himself with sycophants, with folks that are as supportive and loyal to him to the greatest extent. And that is going to have this level of unpredictability and perhaps immovability to what our midterm relationship with the United States looks like should a Donald Trump presidency be what happens later tonight or in the early calling of the morning.
Yeah, Shachi, there's just so much about this election. When you break it down piece by piece, it's bonkers to imagine, like, Trump is running, he may win tonight, but his vice president from the last time is not voting for him. He's also out on bail and has a sentencing hearing in New York later this month. And these are like issues 20 and 30, you know, of this election because of just the way it's been. What do you mean? Yeah, exactly.
Look,
what are your thoughts?
So let's all take a breath and reflect on what James, Cameron, and Zane have just talked about, and you know, broadly in alignment with everything they've said. They've offered some excellent analysis. I'm focused in the short term, as well as everything they've just laid out as on the impact on Canadian politics. Right. So we've got data out that we put out. Was it only yesterday? Like, I have no idea what day it is anymore. Talking about Canadian perceptions of which federal leader would be best to handle either a President Trump or a President Harris. And if it is a President Trump, it does change the dynamics, or have the potential to change the dynamics of Canadian politics once again, because that need to pull together to find political leaders from across the spectrum, not just federally, but at the provincial level, that Team Canada level that James was a part of back in the 2016 era, that's going to be really key. And look at the amount of polarization and division we see coming from our federal leaders at the moment, where they're quite happy to lob bombs at each other, rhetorically speaking, and really not find a lot of common ground. Now you're going to have two parties, leaders across the board saying, oh yes, let's band together because, hey, we're in it for Canada. We're going to have to put Canada's best foot forward in trying to manage that relationship. So I'm thinking about that. I'm thinking about, and one of you talked about the fact, or maybe it was the ambassador who talked about, you know, those tariffs may not be job one for Washington, and if it is again a Trump victory. So, you know, the tariff aspect of things may not be as much of a terror to Canadians, because we know, for example, that number one on the hit list, not just with the Trump administration or a Harris administration, but among the American people themselves, is putting those tariffs on China, less on Canada. But that doesn't mean the stress won't be there. You know, James talked about challenges. It's going to be a tough time. Relationships can survive and relationships can thrive. And depending on who wins tonight or in the coming days or weeks, you know, one of these is a recipe for survival. The other is a recipe for maybe better than survival. I don't know about thriving, because the Democratic nominee is pretty protectionist as well.
Yeah, no, there's certainly a growing impulse here in the United States. And just to bring people up to speed, in about 9 minutes, 8-9 minutes from now, polls are going to close in Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont. So there's a new wave of results that'll be coming in soon. We have Kentucky and Indiana on the board, both leaning heavily for Trump. James, like you, I think the immigration issue, should Trump win, will become a very real challenge for Canada, because even if he takes no action, the fear that he will take action could be enough to drive people towards Canada. So when you look at that, I mean, what do you think the Prime Minister and his cabinet need to start doing once we get a firm result here from the election in terms of outreach and continuing the conversations they've been having with key players in the U.S. politics and business?
Well, on that one policy alone, frankly, there's a profound lack of specificity on who would be targeted and how they would be targeted and how quickly they would be targeted and what the process would be to determine who they are and where they would go. Like, there's still a massive vagaries all around the promise. He has mentioned anywhere from 2 to 21 million currently residing Americans who would be part of this deportation effort. So, yeah, there could, amongst a lot of people, be some hysteria, and Canada would have to be prepared for that. I mean, obviously, there's an intervening period between now and Inauguration Day where we would seek out clarity from Trump's transition team and all that. It's been mentioned a couple times here now, including by you, David, about the polarization in the United States and the divisions. You know, the one piece of data that jumps out at me of everything that I've seen over the past few days is that there's the difference between a high school educated man in the United States and a university or college educated woman in the United States is 43 points. There's a 43-point gender gap between a high school educated man voting for Trump and a college educated woman voting for Kamala Harris. And that gap in the division in the United States is unique because, unlike past divisions in the United States, which have obviously often been geographically expressed north and south and east and west, or along racial lines or economic lines, these are divisions that are deep-seated across the kitchen table within families, and it's happening all across America. And so while America is going through this division, and it's also happening at a time of an American economy that is the envy of the world. The stock market is high. They're near full employment. The inflation has been wrestled to the ground. Prices are actually coming down in a lot of places. So America is divided and angry with one another in ways that we have not seen at a time of peace and prosperity. And while they're going through all of that, Canada has to be sort of prepared for the outcome and engaging with a country where the population is ornery in a very deeply personal way.
No, it's a very good point, James, because Cameron, education levels and gender are the fault lines of American society right now, at least certainly in this election. And it's kind of what the Democrats and the Republicans are counting on, that a bunch of low propensity male voters will save Trump and motivated women voters will save Kamala Harris. How does Canada approach a country with those sorts of fault lines?
Well, it's deeply concerning, and I think both parties, especially the Democrats, are going to have to figure out after this election how they can try and move beyond this division and build new coalitions of people who can agree on issues and see a vision and value beyond the way that it's been laid out in this election. I think the way the government has to approach the results, especially if it's a Trump win, I mean, a Trump win is going to take an enormous amount of effort and work on a daily basis from the government, from the Prime Minister himself, from his team, from the entire cabinet, and basically everyone they can build a coalition with across party lines, just like they did the first time. And they were actually quite successful in building those relationships. And sometimes the success didn't manifest itself in a very public way because you still had the brash expressions from the president and from his administration, but there was so much work going on behind the scenes to try and remind Americans who, for the most part, don't think of the value that Canada brings to their economy, to remind them of the importance of the trading relationship, because obviously it's much more important for us, but it is very important for many Americans too, especially in border states and in particular industries. So, I mean, again, going back to the reassuring words that we heard from ministers, from the Deputy Prime Minister, I think they're in a good position to say those things because they have a strong track record of having dealt with the first Trump White House, but they're going to have to double down, triple down to rebuild those relationships and find new ones, because so many of the people that they worked with, in fact, probably all of them, who are at least in the White House, are gone now and don't support Donald Trump anymore.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing. Some of them are writing letters and saying things about the former boss that normally ends a campaign, but these aren't normal times. I got about 4 minutes, so I want to get Zain and Shachi in one more time. So Zain, you first, then Shachi, and then we got another batch of polls closing. Go ahead, Zain.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think what's been laid out thus far makes good sense, but I also would say, building on Shachi's point, who, by the way, did a great job rhyming terror with tariff. I can't do it myself, but she does it extremely well. But to her point, the protectionism of Kamala Harris is something to watch out for. While her rhetoric, even on the border, might not be the Trump level of rhetoric, it's not like the Democrats in recent months haven't tightened the screws on the border and inflamed their rhetoric and their policies on that as well. So it's not going to necessarily be an easy ride, especially if you have a House that is not necessarily controlled by the Democrats and a Senate that seems more than likely not to be controlled by the Democrats. So this transition for Canada as it relates to what we need to do, yes, I agree with Cameron, is going to be a historic level of difficult with Donald Trump, but it's not going to necessarily be the easiest ride that we're going to have with a Democrat in place too, given the current conditions of that country right now and the variety, the massive variety of coalitions that Kamala Harris on a daily basis will be trying to appeasing. And Canada sometimes, with some of those coalitions, can be an easy scapegoat, even and despite our long-standing history and partnership.
Shachi?
I would agree with what Zain says, although I think Mexico tends to be the sawhorse first before Canada, but it doesn't mean that Canada escapes the crosshairs. Two things that I would focus on right now. First is just watch those early voters, those mail-in ballots. The way we have seen early voters and advanced voters, postal voters, breaking for the Democrats, whether it's on this side of the border in terms of breaking for left of center parties or in the United States, that is that college-educated female advantage potentially. So let's watch that. But our own polling shows that there's a 15-point gap with early voters saying, yes, I've already voted, and they're far more likely to be Democratic voters. So those women who have to be organized and get stuff done and juggle all the emotional work, hey, they already got the voting done possibly, and so let's see how that plays out. And that means that some of the nail biting that we will potentially experience in terms of how tight things are on day of balloting, the dynamics may change a lot, or they may not change. Hey, it could be another horrendous night for the pollsters. I really hope not. Right? I hope not, but I expect it will be tight, and I expect that advance and mail-in voters will sway this thing.
It is so interesting. We've talked to Republicans who say, look, big turnout today is good for us because we do great on Election Day. And Democrats say big turnout for us is great because it means there's a motivated group of people coming in. So who knows? Rome is picking a Caesar, and we're just watching it from the suburbs because it's going to matter. I want to thank you all for being here on Election Day and Guy Fawkes Night, all in one. Cameron Ahmad, James Moore, Zain Belgi, and Shachi Kurl. Appreciate it.
Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Thanks, David.
All right, well, the first strong clue about where this election is headed is just minutes away. We're going to see results from 5 more states where the polls close at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll be back with those numbers coming up next.
We will be a free and proud nation once again.
Do we believe in freedom?
Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive.
Do we believe in opportunity?
Every day will be filled with opportunity and hope.
Do we believe in the promise of America?
The race is over, and now after a campaign that was both a marathon and a sprint, America votes, making a stark choice between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
And we are not going back because ours is a fight for the future.
Democrats warned democracy is on the ballot and called this the most consequential election in American history.
It is time to turn the page on the drama and the conflict, the fear and division. It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. Fired.
Trump's strategy has been to attack. The platform, the policies, but above all, the person.
No one respects her. No one trusts her. No one takes her seriously. She can't do the job. She can't put two sentences together. She didn't pass her bar exam. She's not a smart person.
And voters are split.
I mean, yeah, she's going to win 2024, you know. It's a new day in America.
I think if Trump wins, we're in big trouble, huge trouble.
He fight for the country. He fight for the people in the United States.
I think he's just badass.
I don't think she's a strong person and she displays weakness.
We're not going back.
It just feels like it could go either way, and that's obviously scary.
Tonight, America votes. I'm David Cochrane, and we are live in Washington, D.C. for this special U.S. election edition of Power and Politics. The polls have just closed in 5 more states, and that includes the first battleground state of the night, Georgia. Donald Trump took the state in 2016. Joe Biden flipped it in 2020. We're going to begin this hour right here in Washington, D.C., where the CBC's Katie Simpson is at Howard University, where Vice President Kamala Harris will be spending election night. So, Katie, how are things looking for the Harris campaign right now?
There is a sense of energy and excitement, and it is just starting to build here at Howard University, David. Some of the students, about 1,000 students and staff members here, have been given permission, given special passes to come and watch what's going to happen tonight. The music is just starting to pump, and so it really is feeling like a celebration, even though no one within the Democratic Party wants to get ahead of themselves, especially given how close the polls are suggesting this race is and how deeply divided this country is. Kamala Harris spending her final day, or election day, trying to get some last-minute voters across the finish line, calling into a number of different radio stations in major cities and swing states, going to the Democratic headquarters here in D.C., getting on the phone, chatting with people who are phone banking, making sure that people are actually getting out the vote. So the support that she has seen actually does make it to a ballot box. Tonight, Kamala Harris, we are told, will be having dinner with her family. Tim Walz, her running mate, his family, they've also joined them at the Naval Observatory, which is the vice president's official residence. Tim Walz actually spotted on the National Mall down by the Lincoln Memorial here in Washington, D.C. earlier today, out for a run, perhaps to get some of the energy and excitement and the nerves out. But later tonight, we are expecting at some point Kamala Harris to address the nation from right here at Howard University. This is a historically black university. Kamala Harris graduated here in 1986, and she chose it for her election night headquarters because it is a place that has so much meaning to her, shaped her views and her dedication to a life in service. And so that is why she has picked this location for her main event tonight. Democrats are hoping that perhaps there could be a movement toward a victory speech. Again, these things take time. Whether there is a result tonight or any major indication tonight, again, we just have to wait and see. But Kamala Harris at some point is expected to come out, speak to the crowd here, speak to the nation, and really the tone, the message, the tenor, all of that will depend on what we start seeing really anytime now.
Right. Katie, I'm just imagining getting up the energy to go for a run down by the Lincoln Memorial on a day where you could be elected as Vice President of the United States. But what else do you do? We have 2 states that have been projected won. Donald Trump leads in the Electoral College vote 8-3 over Kamala Harris. He has won Kentucky, which is not a surprise. This is based on a majority projection from the American networks. Not a state Kamala Harris expected to win, though. Andy Beshear, the governor there, is a Democrat and a surrogate for her campaign. And also Kamala Harris is projected to win Vermont, home of Bernie Sanders, an independent who caucuses with the Democrats, and get its 3 Electoral College votes. So no surprises there, Katie. What are you watching for other than Kentucky and Vermont?
Well, you know, will we know that Democrats in this moment, people who are here at this location, what they're going to be looking for in the hours ahead is any information they can get, any of the data on turnout when it comes to those swing states and some of the major Democratic strongholds in swing states. Think Pennsylvania, think the city of Pittsburgh, think the city of Philadelphia. Are there huge turnouts there that could be enough to help her get across the line in that all-important swing state? Waiting for results results coming in from Georgia. That is another tough battleground. Both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump have visited numerous times, really trying to Democrats want to hang on to that state. Donald Trump wants to win it back. Joe Biden winning that very famously by just under 12,000 votes. And the drama and the criminal charges that followed the effort of Donald Trump to try and pressure officials into getting that state added to his electoral college tally. But those are sort of the key things that Democrats will be watching for. And David, I was having a conversation tonight with a senior Democrat. It's a source, I don't want to sort of get into too many details, but I sort of asked this source, in this moment, what's your gut saying? And the source said, well, my gut is she's got it, but the source didn't want to trust their gut because they've been betrayed before. Democrats have been here before. They might see momentum on their side. They might have hope. But again, the scars of 2016, what happened with Hillary Clinton, Democrats are terrified of getting ahead of themselves, even if they are projecting confidence in this moment. They are rattled by that and not necessarily willing to trust their gut in this moment because they need to start seeing those numbers.
Katie, was your source Tim Walz? Were you jogging with the governor of Minnesota by the Lincoln Memorial? Is that
I was just out there running. Of course. I was like, excuse me, sir. Running with a microphone, being like, excuse me, have a little moment for the Canadian public.
Yeah, just leak what's going on inside your campaign. All right, Katie, have fun tonight. The country's going to be waiting to hear from you a little bit later. We may check in with you again. Who knows? But thanks to us. This is CBC's Katie Simpson at Howard University, where Kamala Harris is going to be later tonight here on U.S. election night. All right, and as I said there when I was chatting with Katie, we do have our first call. Donald Trump is projected to win Kentucky and get its 8 electoral college votes. And in Vermont, Kamala Harris is the projected winner, giving her 3 electoral college votes. And early results in battleground Georgia, this is going to be one of the states, and in Florida, we are going to be getting those coming in throughout the evening. Right now, you look at Georgia right there, it's 54% for Donald Trump, with Kamala Harris at 45%. And I think we have Florida, gang, is that right? Do we have early Florida numbers? Florida, we're going to get some things coming kind of fast. There you go. Florida, well, the Florida man, Donald Trump, who left New York to move there, is leading with 51% to 48%, 30 electoral colleges. At one time, a swing state, very much a reliable Republican state at this point in time. And we're going to check in Florida. We're going to head on over to around Donald Trump's headquarters in Florida. The CBC's Tom Perry joins us now from West Palm Beach, where Trump cast his vote today and is hosting a watch party there tonight. Tom, we used to sit right next to each other in the newsroom in Ottawa, and here I am in Washington, and you're there in Florida. How are things shaping up for Trump and the Republicans so far from your perch there?
Well, I just want to say right off the top, I go running every day, but I've never gone running with Governor Tim Walz, but maybe one day, we'll see. As for Donald Trump, as you were saying, and as Katie was saying, I think the results, as they've come in so far, not a lot of surprises. It's all of course going to swing on the swing states. We're seeing some early results coming in from Georgia. Let's see how that goes throughout the evening. Obviously, when the other ones come in, when we hear from Arizona, when we hear from Nevada, when we hear from North Carolina, places like that, that's really going to tell the tale of this evening. It was interesting to me listening to Donald Trump today. We saw Donald Trump come out and cast his ballot with his wife, Melania. He'd been through those swing states yesterday, 4 rallies during the day. He sounded tired today. He sounded kind of worn out. It's been a long campaign. It's been a tough fight for him. It's been a tough fight for the Democrats as well. But he sounded, and I don't want to, he was tired, and I don't want to read too much into it, but to my mind, to my listening, he didn't have the same bluster. And it could be that he was just tired, but he was talking about, he wasn't even sure if he was going to come out to the victory party tonight. He was going to wait and see, what was going to happen, what the results would be. And he was asked as well, if you don't win this, are you going to accept it? That's really been the question that's been hanging over this election. If it doesn't go Donald Trump's way, will Donald Trump accept that? Will his followers, his supporters accept that? And he said, if it's a fair fight, if it's a fair election, I will accept it. We've heard that before from Donald Trump, of course, but it's going to be interesting just to watch as this night goes on to hear what Donald Trump says, if he says anything. Of course, Think back to 2020. We saw Donald Trump come out at 2:30 in the morning while the votes were still being counted and declare victory. Of course, he hadn't won at that point. He hadn't won, and he's been saying ever since that election was stolen from him. So it's really, really going to be interesting to listen to see what happens at the Trump campaign headquarters and to hear what Donald Trump and his supporters say as the night goes on.
Tom, I remember you coming back from the U.S. election campaign in 2016 and saying to me, Trump is going to win, because you saw the rallies and saw the crowds and saw the energy and saw the motivation. And I agree with you. He looked more tired and worn out a bit today, but he's also 78, right? So, like, he's a lot older than back then. But just what's your sense of how the MAGA movement, and because you're in Florida, right, which has become a MAGA state politically, what's your sense of what you're seeing there from Trump supporters, what their mood is going into this?
Okay, well, two things. One, in watching Donald Trump speak in this last week of the campaign, these last few rallies, I'm going to say, first of all, there was a certain darkness to his campaigns. There was a lot of talk about, there was a lot of very cutting insults toward Kamala Harris. Of course, I guess we've been hearing that for a long time. But there just seemed to be a real edge to Donald Trump. But he was talking in the last couple of days, especially to his supporters, that they got to get out. They got to get out to vote. And he was talking, if they did get out to vote, they could win an historic victory. So we were talking. We've been here for a couple of days, and we've been going down to polling stations and talking to voters. Been talking to a lot of Trump voters, although I must say we talked to a few Kamala Harris supporters today. But in talking to Donald Trump supporters, I will say they're very committed. They are very much into Donald Trump. They like the guy, and they've been with him, a lot of them, since the beginning, and they expect to win. I spoke to a gentleman today at a polling station here in West Palm Beach, and he was saying, you know, Donald Trump's going to get 65% of the popular vote. And I said, I think you're being a little optimistic. He was willing to bet me $100. I probably should have taken that bet. But in any case, that's the kind of level. And I, you know, just in talking to a few of the people here, you wonder if it doesn't go their way. I mean, I don't think Trump's going to get 65% of the popular vote. And if it doesn't go their way, what's the reaction going to be? So that's, I guess, part two of the big question that's been hanging over this election. What does Donald Trump say? And more importantly, I guess, what do his supporters say if this doesn't go their way?
And Tom, that would have been $100 American. That goes a long way when you get back to Ottawa. All right, that's the CBC.
Like $200 Canadian.
Yeah, at least. All right, Tom, thanks so much. This is CBC's Tom Perry in Florida. Okay, we have another result for you. Donald Trump is also now the projected winner in Indiana. He leads 19 Electoral College votes to 3 for Kamala Harris. So we're only a few minutes away from polls closing in West Virginia, Ohio, and battleground North Carolina at 7:30 Eastern. And while we wait for those results, we're going to turn back here to Washington, D.C. Lindy Lee is a Democratic strategist. She served as the women's co-chair and Mid-Atlantic Regional Chair at the Democratic National Committee. She's been a friend of the show, and she's back now. So, Lindy, welcome back. It's good to speak with you here on Power and Politics.
Thank you so much for having me. Sorry for the noise in the back. I'm at her VIP donor party tonight.
Okay, well, you last time we spoke, you were raising millions of dollars, I believe it was, for Kamala Harris. The enthusiasm with the candidate switch, you know, mid-campaign. What's your expectation on what you're seeing and what you're hearing from the campaign with the early voting numbers and the turnout today? What are your thoughts?
The vibes have been electrifying. People are really heartened by the fact that the turnout in Philadelphia is 120% of the turnout in 2020. So that is incredibly significant. We see record turnout in the state of Michigan as well. So I think Kamala Harris has a very good chance of holding on to those blue wall states, which will determine the outcome of the election. And that will be Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. So the vibes here are electrifying. People are really happy.
Okay, so you do a lot of your political work in Pennsylvania. You know, you work with Governor Shapiro there on his campaign. So walk me through the Philly numbers, because this is something you're seeing a lot of noise about this on Twitter, about turnout being really high. A lot of it is anecdotal, but you are seeing or hearing from the campaign, numbers are up, numbers are good, and the Democratic vote is turning out in a big way?
Absolutely. And I'm getting texts from ward leaders. Ward leaders in Philadelphia have such a tremendous impact on turnout. People are incredibly just shocked and excited in the best way that we have a ton of college students, young voters, waiting in line around the block in order to vote. So this isn't just anecdotal. This is like empirical evidence We did not have these ones in 2020. Of course, we also had the pandemic. So we had early voting.
Right.
Early voting in Pennsylvania starts a month and a half ago, and the fact that we still have lines on Election Day is incredibly telling. One thing that I do want to remind our viewers about is Pennsylvania can't start counting their ballots until 7 p.m., basically now. So that's another reason why we may not know the final result tonight.
Okay, so Lindy, I was speaking with Jay Shabria, who is a political advisor to J.D. Vance, and he says this high turnout on Election Day is good news for the Republicans because they got a lot of their low propensity voters out in the advance polls. They think what they're seeing today is a lot of their traditional vote coming out on Election Day. I saw you smile when I put that to you. Tell me why Jay Shabria is wrong, because the Democrats tell me this is good news for them. Make your argument.
Generally speaking, when the American people come out and express their will, the Democratic Party wins. We always win the popular vote, and that's why the Republicans are so keen on keeping the Electoral College, because they know without the handicap, without the help, without their inherent Electoral College advantage, they will likely never win the White House again. So, generally speaking, when there's higher turnout, it means it's better. As Kamala Harris says, when we fight, when we go out there, we're going to win. And one other thing that I do want to mention is that we see that more Republicans are voting by mail. We saw that a lot of Republicans are voting early. So we don't know how many of those voters are new voters versus people who would have voted on Election Day. So did the Republicans cannibalize their Election Day vote? We don't know that yet. We will know in the next few hours, though.
Okay, so Lindy, you're obviously very encouraged by what you're hearing and seeing coming out of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia in particular. I've seen some estimates that if Harris comes out of Philly up by 500,000 votes, it's ball game. She'll win the state. So we'll see. So that's a good thing you're seeing. Is there something you're hearing and seeing today that worries you in terms of a state you're counting on or in terms of turnout that gives you some pause as a Democrat right now?
Frankly, I'm racking my brain, but no. I think the empirical data has looked fantastic. One thing that I also want to point out is that the floating pile of garbage remarks has really reverberated around America. We have 400,000 Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania alone, and Trump managed to anger all of them. People are just really mad. They feel like Trump denigrated their community. I mean, I would be upset too. And so you saw Trump's last-minute trip to Allentown to try to make amends, but I think it was too late. Latino Americans are galvanized. They showed up today.
So, Lindy, you're looking at this, and I know it's very early, and it might only be day one of the counting, given how things work state to state here. But, you know, our Katie Simpson said she was speaking to a pretty senior Democrat who said in their gut they think she's got it, she being Kamala Harris. That sounds like where you are. You think now that it's largely done except the counting, you think this is a Harris win?
This party is a party of senior Democrats. We have governors walking around, DNC officials. I haven't heard a single person doubting the outcome of the election. I think people think we have it in the bag. And it's not just vibes. It's actual data. Like right now, we've been in the middle of the interview, so I haven't been able to monitor Philadelphia. But as of 20 or 30 minutes ago, we are 100,000 votes up over our 2020 vote turnout. So that is tremendous. Philadelphia turned out in ways that we haven't seen in recent elections. So I'm extremely heartened by that.
Okay, I'm not trying to put a dark cloud on your silver lining, but people were very optimistic in 2016 until they weren't. How does this? How does it? Yeah, I know. How does this compare in terms of what you're seeing in the numbers and what you're hearing from your machine?
Well, I was also part of the Clinton campaign. Of course, I was younger then. I just graduated from college, but I raised $3 million for her in a month. That is just phenomenal, especially for someone my age. And the reason for that is the energy and the energy and the promise behind the Harris campaign. Americans around the country are so deeply invested in our democracy. They see this as existential. This isn't your grandfather's elections. The fate of the republic is hinging on this week. And I'm not exaggerating. This is not hyperbole. We are running against someone who has no respect, who doesn't consider our republic to be sacred. I am a naturalized American, For anyone to terrorize our capital, for me, that's unforgivable. And I know countless Americans around the country feel the same. And that is why it's different. Because he terrorized our capital. His supporters spread feces around the hallowed halls of our capital. This is just something that's so deeply unconscionable.
Just a last question, Lindy, before I let you go. David Plouffe, who is a senior advisor to the Harris campaign, who was also a senior player in the Barack Obama campaigns. Well, if he wants to do an interview, we'll be happy to talk to Mr. Plouffe if you want to hand him your phone. But he was saying last night that he thinks you have a credible path to winning all 7 battleground states. Do you think that's really in play? Do you think you can run the table of the 7, or is it, or do you care? You just want 270 and you'll take it?
He has been saying that. One thing that's been really interesting is that you saw Trump make 3 trips to North Carolina. North Carolina, a state that a Democrat hasn't won since Barack Obama. So clearly he's feeling vulnerable there. And that underscores what David said. I think we have a real shot at winning every single battleground state. We're leaving everything on the field, doing everything we can. So I certainly think so. I think the only state that I'm slightly nervous about is Nevada, actually.
Right. Yes, and there's some strange things happening there with young voters and signatures because they don't sign anything anymore, and it's not matching up. And when they call them to cure the ballots, right, and when they call them to cure the ballots, Lindy, because they're Gen Z and millennials, they don't answer the phone because it's a strange number, so you got to text them, I guess.
I never
Lindy Lee, look,
phone.
thanks. Yeah, me either. I hear you. Lindy Lee, thank you so much for joining us. We'll want to talk to you again when it's all over. That's Lindy Lee, a Democratic strategist.
Thank you so much.
At a very happy Democratic Party. Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, lots of energy there. All right, thanks. Lots of energy there. And when it comes to America's energy industry, Donald Trump is promising to drill, baby, drill, while Kamala Harris supports cleaner alternatives to oil. So how is Alberta, Canada's oil heartland, feeling about this race? We're going to speak to the province's representative to the United States. That's next. Welcome back to Power and Politics. We're live tonight in Washington, D.C. for America Votes, and we're starting to see some real results. We're going to look at the states that have been called already. Donald Trump is the projected winner in Indiana, Mike Pence's home state, winning 11 Electoral College votes. And Donald Trump has also been projected to win Kentucky, Mitch McConnell's home state, winning 8 Electoral College votes. Kamala Harris is projected to win Vermont, winning 3 Electoral College votes. Plus, we have early results from battlegrounds, Georgia in particular. You can see the results coming up there is ping pong back and forth. Donald Trump with a lead of 57% to just 42% for Kamala Harris. That is going to change many times throughout the night, folks, and throughout the week perhaps. In Florida, not surprisingly, Donald Trump, who lives in West Palm Beach at Mar-a-Lago, is at 53.4% to Kamala Harris is just under 46%. And we have some results from Virginia, which we have not shown you yet. Look at that. That's the election in a nutshell right there in these early numbers from Virginia. 49.4% for Kamala Harris and 49.3% for Donald Trump. We're bringing you updates as the polls close, and you can see the initial Electoral College votes there on the bottom of your screen. 19 for Trump, 3 for Kamala Harris, and many of the early states closing are Republican-leaning states, so bear that in mind as those numbers change throughout the night. Well, Canadians are watching tonight as voters decide the future of its biggest trading partner. What could be the consequences for a province that sends most of its crude oil to the United States? James Rajat is Alberta's senior representative to the United States, and he joins me now. James Rajat, it's good to see you.
Thanks for being here, David. Thanks for having me.
What are you watching for tonight? I mean, we just saw in domestic politics Danielle Smith being very upset with Stephen Guilbeault over the oil and gas emissions cap. Very different energy solutions on the table here in this race. What are you watching for?
Watching, obviously, on both sides is energy and affordability was a huge issue this election. So obviously our message to our American counterparts, whether they're a Democrat or Republican, is that Alberta and Canada is the answer for that. We provide most of their crude oil and natural gas, over 50% of their crude oil, about 65% of their natural gas. Alberta alone is a province. It's higher for Canada. And so we are their answer in terms of energy, affordability, security, and reliability. We want to be their partners. There's over 70 pipelines across the Canada-U.S. border. And then in areas like carbon capture and hydrogen, reducing emissions through innovation, and we'd say Alberta and Canada are the answer for that for the U.S., and we want to be partners with them on solving those energy challenges.
There's a strain of protectionism, though, in the United States.
Both parties as well, yeah.
Both parties. A little bit more volatile, I would say, from former President Trump, the 10% tariff in particular, which nobody's quite sure exactly how that's going to land, but it looks like Canada wouldn't be protected from that. I mean, what are your big concerns on the trade front there?
Anytime someone mentions tariffs with Canada, anytime someone mentions buy America, buy American, it's obviously of concern to anyone in Canada because we're so integrated as a common market. We just have to keep making the argument that we are together, we build things, we solve challenges together. Obviously, from an energy point of view, we're a North American energy, not only independent, but we're dominant. And we can actually work together to displace oil and gas from states like Russia, Venezuela, and others that actually are seeking to cause harm to other nations around the world. So we can, in fact, work on areas that are very much of concern to U.S. policymakers.
The Buy American approach that we saw with President Biden early evolved into a Buy North American, at least when it came to the auto sector, which I think was a tremendous relief.
And the Inflation Reduction Act.
And the Inflation Reduction Act.
We worked with Senator Manchin on that. He was a great support for that.
Right, but that could go should Trump win. And the other challenge is tax cuts and deregulation in a lot of ways creates competitive challenges for investment in Canada, right? What are your thoughts there in terms of their ability to attract even more capital to the United States, or maybe if the tariffs go in, getting industry to set up inside the U.S. tariff wall?
You raise a very good point about competitiveness and attracting investment. Obviously, we want to work together as North America, but through the Inflation Reduction Act, as you know, there's massive incentives for energy of all types in that. And the U.S. is working in the Senate right now. They actually have a permitting reform legislation that may pass before the inauguration. But we suspect whoever ends up being president, that will be a big push in the next administration, the next Congress. We think Canada really needs to look at its incentives and things like carbon capture, the Pathways Alliance project. Obviously, Alberta is very big to us. But also in terms of regulatory reform, we need to ensure that we can build these projects, whether it's oil, natural gas, renewable, in a very, very timely manner, and we need to look at sort of the pressures coming from the U.S. and respond to that adequately in Canada.
There's a lot of concern when you do the comparison on productivity on a per capita basis for Canada and the United States, and really it's the whole G7. Like the U.S. were leading the way on that before COVID, and then like doubled it even after COVID. So there's acute challenges to keep up with there. I mean, when you look at where that is going and the trajectory after this election, I mean, what do you think Canada needs to do to match it?
You're absolutely correct on that, and every Canadian should review Trevor Toombs' report comparing GDP per capita, Canada, United States, and also in terms of Canadian provinces, U.S. states. And if you look at those numbers, those are very concerning. Alberta actually does the best of all the provinces, but we need to be very concerned as Canadians and say, what are the Americans doing that we need to do better? Again, regulatory reform, tax reform, looking at some key policies that we can do north of the border to ensure that we are competitive.
They're also running a deficit that's about 7% of GDP and only able to get away with it because of the United States and their reserve currency. So like I talked to Trevor Toomb about this on the show. We can't match that as a country. It wouldn't be sustainable. So I mean,
we shouldn't try to match it.
No, well, no, I didn't take you as advocating for that. So like, how do you acknowledge that challenge, right? Like, it's not just regulatory reform is going to close the gap when the Inflation Reduction Act has been this gravitational force for capital.
I think we have to, but also in areas, there are senators like Bill Cassidy from Louisiana, Republican. He's working with 6 of his Republican colleagues, 7 Democratic colleagues, to try to reform Social Security. And you know where they're looking for some of the answers is to Canada, to some of our pension funds in terms of how do we operate, how we can work together there. Because people like he realize that you cannot run deficits like this forever. And again, I think that's where we as Canadians have to really be here and say, not necessarily what do Canadians want, but how we as Canadians, Americans can solve problems together. Obviously, addressing deficits is one issue, but the productivity gap, I do think there are things we have to look at in Canada. And we would argue from Alberta, you look at the most productive areas of the Canadian economy, a lot of them tend to be in Alberta related to the energy sector. And so let's ensure that those sectors continue to thrive and in fact can pull up other sectors to ensure that we are competitive in North America.
Well, you get the productivity gain when commodity prices go up, right? So it is volatile, but it does get you there at times. I wonder though, James Rajat, in terms of the larger the country-to-country relationship, when you look at what's happening in the United States right now with the social divisions and the class divisions, the divisions along gender and educational lines, I asked Kirsten Hillman about this yesterday. Like, how does Canada get heard in a country that is really divided and having such big debates and conversations and conflicts internally?
It's a huge question. It's a huge challenge. I would say, though, you sort of go in, and often we as Canadians will want to tell Americans, because there's limited time that they have to listen to anyone. They're the world's biggest superpower. So we want to sort of fill a 30-minute meeting with all we know about Canada. Well, we should go in and say, what are the challenges you have? You have challenges in terms of security, Arctic security. Canada actually can be a partner and a solution to that. You have challenges in terms of energy affordability, security. We can be an answer and a solution to that. You want to reduce emissions, as Alberta has done on the methane side. Let's partner with you so we can work together and do that. On nuclear side, obviously Alberta is a willing participant in the nuclear agreement, but Ontario's a real leader on that. A lot of interest in the United States on that is how do we actually solve some of our bigger challenges together.
You've been around some interesting political times in your career.
I certainly have, yeah.
I saw some interesting elections back in Newfoundland and Labrador back in my day, but this American election is really quite something. I mean, what's just your assessment of where this race is and what it tells us?
You hear phrases like unprecedented and the impact it's going to have and the choice that's being made. But I think, I'm sort of a bit of a history buff, and you look back to '68, the big challenges they had there in that election with Lyndon Johnson not running again, with 2 assassinations, Martin Luther King, Robert F. Kennedy. That was a big momentous time. But the country endured and it survived, and I think it will as well. I actually think, living down here, Americans are such goodwill towards each other, and you pop into a residence and people are so welcoming, and you find that when you boil down to what are you actually concerned about, not what tribe are you part of or what color sweater do you wear in terms of your politics, but what are you actually concerned about? It's like affordability. I want my kids to be able to afford a home. I want them to get a good education. I want them to have good employment, have a safe community. It's basically boils down to the same thing on either side of the borders.
James Rajat, it was good to talk to you. That's James Rajat. He's Alberta's Senior Representative to the United States.
Thanks for having me. Great to see you.
We appreciate it. Okay, and we have another call to make in this election. Donald Trump is projected to win West Virginia. But it is the 7 swing states that we are watching tonight. And coming up, we'll show you the scene in North Carolina and in Wisconsin and look at where those races are headed. This is Power and Politics, live from Washington, D.C. as America votes. We're back right after this. At this hour, polls have closed in Ohio, West Virginia, and another battleground state, North Carolina. Trump won that state in both of his bids for president. We have a first look at results now for North Carolina, and let's head there now, where the 68% for Kamala Harris, 30% for Donald Trump. The CBC's Katie Nicholson is there in Mecklenburg County at a Democrat watch party in Charlotte. Katie, early numbers, but they're probably happy with that trend line. What will Democrats there be looking for as the results come in tonight?
Oh, they definitely want to see this trend continue. I've just been sort of hitting refresh on this. These are the absentee ballots that have just sort of come in. And of course, I'm just trying to keep my eye on it as well to get a sense of where that vote is headed. These are going to be the first votes. We were told they were going to come up just as the polls were officially set to close at 7:30. We're not going to know about that enormous turnout that they had of early in-person voting until they start getting the day of voting. Today's totals sort of loaded up. It's going to take a couple of hours. Harris, but certainly we're very interested in what those absentee ballots have to say. This state is, by the Democrats' words, very much in play. They think that they can flip it, and they think that Mecklenburg County is really where that could happen. This is a state of that sort of urban-rural split, but the urban areas, they are very diverse and they are growing. We're in Charlotte, right? This is one of the fastest growing cities in the U.S., and its population base is, as I said, very diverse, and it has skewed Democrat. I would call it a soft blue over the years. A lot of the analysts I've been talking to today say, you know, this area is a little complacently Democrat. And what they want to do is up the numbers in the ground game throughout these urban areas and see if they can topple this state and swing it towards Harris. Back in 2020, it was a very small margin that Trump won this by, about 1.34%. That represents very few votes, right? And the last time that a Democratic president took this, Barack Obama in 2008, they like to keep saying it was a matter of 2 votes per precinct across this area. The Harris-Walz folks have had an incredible ground game here. They have got 29 offices. They have offices in places they haven't really had offices before, and about 300 staff, and I would call a small army of volunteers. So will that make a difference? That is the question. All around us, we are surrounded by very robust red counties that are very dyed-in-the-wool Republicans. So will this move? That's the question. And the real question here is, what about those independents or those unaffiliated voters, right? They make up the biggest voting bloc in this state, and they're the wild card. Nobody knows what that vote, what that part of the electorate is going to do.
No, that ground game the Democrats have built, it's amazing what $1 billion in fundraising can do for you in an election campaign. So this is a state Trump won twice, the last 2 elections, but he was there in the final weekend, which is usually a sign there's some concern. So if this is a tight race, what are you hearing about results maybe being contested?
Yeah, I know. So I talked to a couple of analysts, political scientists. There is some concern that what happened in Georgia in 2020 could happen here, depending on how this night, how the next few days play out. If it's a tight race, will we start hearing complaints about some of the special measures that were brought in the western counties after Hurricane Helene came and sort of wreaked havoc across that area, which meant that they had to change and open a lot of early voting opportunities for folks. Will there be other forms of sort of contested votes from some of the smaller precincts? We know today there were some technical issues in 2 of the counties and 2 precinct offices where they've had to expand some of the voting. So anything like that could be subject to a legal challenge, and there are certainly concerns that that could happen here. I talked to one political scientist today who said we are in uncharted waters here in North Carolina this time, and they really are looking to Georgia. And it's not by chance that the election board officials here have been talking to Georgia about increasing election security for their staff, bringing in things like panic buttons, barriers to protect them from the public in some of their offices as well, and have been working closely with police around educating them on what the law says around elections and when they need to step in, perhaps, to keep the peace.
Yeah, Katie, we're going to get an unprecedented use of the word unprecedented in this campaign. That's the CBC's Katie Nicholson in North Carolina for us tonight. All right, we're going to head north to Wisconsin, another battleground state that we're watching closely. The polls don't close there until 9 o'clock Eastern, but the CBC's Ithel Musa is in downtown Milwaukee, where she has some breaking news for us at this hour. So, Ithel, we have no votes, but we have news about votes. What can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right, David. Officials here say that about 31,000 absentee ballots will have to be recounted. There was an issue with the tabulator. They say it appears that some of the doors were not fully sealed by senior election officials. So to eliminate any doubt and for transparency's sake, they've decided to start the tabulation process over again here at Central Count in Milwaukee. Officials say that the decision was made in consultation with both Republican and Democratic officials who are present. There are 13 tabulator machines here that are processing more than 100,000 absentee ballots. Now, officials say that there were more than 1.5 million absentee votes or ballots rather, that were cast in Wisconsin. So these are people that essentially voted early. They either mailed in their ballots or they dropped them off in drop boxes. People who didn't have time to mail those in, they can even bring them to a polling station today before polls close at 8 o'clock. So having all of those absentee ballots to count is going to be a big challenge because, David, in the state of Wisconsin, they cannot start to count those ballots until Election Day. Other states, they count them as they get them, but not in Milwaukee. The state law requires them to start counting when polls open today. So this is quite a bit of a setback, although officials say that this time around, the second time around, it's going a bit faster. It means, David, that we're not really going to get any official numbers until very, very late into the night, probably early morning. That's what we are being told. So right now, we're just sort of like sitting and waiting. But I should mention that Republicans have already commented on this. A post by Laura Trump that was retweeted by the Republican Party is already calling things into question. She wrote, in part, throughout the day, we have been monitoring slow ballot counting in Milwaukee. Now our legal team has learned that the counting took place in unsecured conditions, and the city now has to start over, wildly extending the counting timeline. Officials say that's not true. They have started the recounting for transparency's sake. It was human error, essentially, and they started from scratch. There are also Republican and Democratic representatives here watching everything that happens.
Well, it's a good thing the results in Wisconsin won't help decide the whole election, so we got that going for us. So, Ethel, you've been there a few days. That's the controversy. Just very quickly, in about 20 seconds, what are you hearing from voters there in Wisconsin?
You know, I spoke to several, actually, this morning that were there bright and early to vote. And, David, really, people want the country to be the United States again, really. It's been very divisive, they say, the rhetoric, the vitriol. They want Americans and people to come together. So that's an interesting theme that I saw. I actually also spoke to the mayor, Cavalier Johnson, today, and he said he's also hearing the same thing, that he hopes no matter which way Americans vote today, that at least people can come together once all this is said and done.
All right, Ethel, thank you so much. That's the CBC's Ethel Musa in downtown Milwaukee. And I want to just say, I worked with Ethel and Katie Nicholson in the CBC newsroom in St. John's, and here we are tonight. So shout out to CBC Newfoundland and Labrador. Okay, we're starting to see some results. We're going to look at the states that have been called to this point. You see right now a 23-3 lead in the Electoral College votes for Donald Trump. That's because Donald Trump is projected to win Indiana, winning the 11 Electoral College votes from that state. Donald Trump has also been projected to win Kentucky, the first state we called tonight, winning the 8 Electoral College votes there. And Trump is also projected to win West Virginia. That's what gets him to the 23. Kamala Harris, only one state on the board right now. She is projected to win Vermont, and it's 3 Electoral College votes. Okay, we have some early results from battleground Georgia. Let's take a look at this. This is bounced back and forth. Donald Trump has a big lead in the percentage right now of 63% to 36%, but only 14% of the expected votes have been counted to this point. So they're getting some critical numbers there, but in these big states, it really depends on where they come from. This is Florida with 76% of the votes counted. Donald Trump with a 10-point lead there, 54.5 to 44.7 over Kamala Harris. And one more state to show you, this is Virginia. We're going to take a look at the numbers there. Kamala Harris with an 8-point lead there with 19% of the vote in, 54% over 44 to 44%. Sorry, a 10-point lead there with 19% of the vote reporting. Okay, the 2024 U.S. presidential campaign has been extraordinary from the very beginning to today, the end. Coming up, we're going to recap the whirlwind ride that America has been on over the past few months as Election Day is finally here. Welcome back to a special edition of Power and Politics, live in Washington, D.C. as America votes. This is Howard University, also in Washington, D.C., and Kamala Harris's alma mater. She'll speak to supporters from there later tonight. And this is the Palm Beach County Convention Center in West Palm Beach, Florida. It's down the street from Mar-a-Lago, and this is where Donald Trump will speak to his supporters tonight. This has been a presidential race unlike any other. The roller coaster started after the criminal conviction of one candidate and a disastrous debate for the other. By spring of this year, Donald Trump was the Republican Party's presumptive nominee, but his campaign quickly hit a snag.
We'll fight till the end and we'll win, because our country's gone to hell.
Trump was found guilty in his hush money trial, making him the first former U.S. president ever convicted of a felony. But less than a month later, the attention turned to President Joe Biden.
I mean, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look.
Shortly after that performance, Democrats began to push Biden out, fearing he had no chance against Donald Trump.
I think we would be less endangered of a Trump presidency if we had a different candidate.
I'm staying in the race.
For weeks, Biden resisted the calls.
I'm not letting one 90-minute debate wipe out 3.5 years of work.
Days later, Donald Trump nearly loses his life. A gunman opened fire at a Trump rally, a bullet grazing the former president's ear. A man in the crowd was killed. Bandaged and emboldened, Trump accepted the Republican nomination.
Proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States.
As Trump surged, Biden gave in to the pressure and bowed out, making this a whole new race.
So I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation.
That torch was passed to Vice President Kamala Harris.
I accept your nomination to be president.
The move energized Democrats. Their polling jumped. In September, Harris and Trump met on stage for their one and only showdown.
People start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies.
The Democrat surge eventually peaked and leveled off. A polarized country delivering a polarized election. They head into this November 5th election locked in a tie. And it's all led up to this, and it could all come down to the state of Pennsylvania. The CBC's Ellen Morrow is at the White House, and Ellen, that's where we want to focus on. What are you watching for in Pennsylvania as polls get ready to close there?
Well, David, polls will close there in just a few minutes at 8 p.m. Eastern time. That doesn't mean we'll have a lot of information about Pennsylvania for some time. It is one of the slower states to count. It is a very important state, perhaps the most important of all the swing states, but it is slower because it doesn't open up mail ballots until today. So those results could take some time. You'll recall in 2020, Pennsylvania was the tipping point state, but we didn't have that projection until Saturday morning after the election on Tuesday. Now, state officials are saying it shouldn't take that long this time around, but we could be in for a few days here, David. Now, the reason Pennsylvania is so important is because out of all those key 7 swing states, Pennsylvania has the most electoral college votes at 19. And for both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, if they win Pennsylvania, their path to the White House becomes much clearer. For Kamala Harris, if she wins Pennsylvania, manages to hold on to the other blue wall states, Michigan and Wisconsin, then she wins the White House, it's game over. For Donald Trump, if he can take Pennsylvania, then he has several paths to get back to the White House. Now, Donald Trump has been posting about the voting in Pennsylvania on his platform Truth Social tonight, making allegations that there's been massive cheating in Philadelphia. He posted, city officials in Philadelphia have rejected that. They say they don't know what he is referring to. And that leads to something else to perhaps watch tonight is, do we see a repeat of 2020? You'll recall in the early hours in the morning, Donald Trump declared victory. Do we see that again?
Okay. Okay, Ellen, thank you so much. We got to cut you off. Sorry for that, because we got to get ready to hand things over, because 8 p.m. Eastern is a pivotal moment in tonight's election. Polls fully close in 17 states. I'm David Cochrane. Thank you for watching this special edition of Power and Politics live from Washington, D.C. Stay right here for our CBC News special, America Votes, hosted by Chief Correspondent Adrienne Arsenault, which starts right now.
And welcome to the National Studio in Toronto. I'm Adrienne Arsenault. Well, it is election night for our American neighbors, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. The polls have already closed in dozens of states. So who will become the next president of the United States? Who will control the House, the Senate? How will this night go? Will it be just one night? Let's see how America votes. An unprecedented showdown.
It is a choice about whether we have a country rooted in freedom.
We will make America great again.
In one of the most unpredictable races in U.S. history.
I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation.
It will probably be the most important vote you ever cast.
Now the fate of our nation is in your hands.
To hear the candidates talk, this is an election that could change the course of American history.
The right of every woman to make decisions about her own body is on the line.
On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history.
And spill across borders.
Donald Trump vowed to be a dictator on day one.
They keep saying he's a threat to democracy. I took a bullet for democracy.
They've taken on each other, made their case, and tonight, America votes. Well, months of campaigning come down to this. U.S. voters are now delivering their choice. It's already begun. Those numbers at the bottom of your screen, that is the count. That will offer the tally of how the race for presidency is playing out. Remember this number. You're going to hear it a lot tonight, and then maybe not again for the next 4 years. 270 Electoral College votes. It's the magic number for a candidate to hit. It's not like a Canadian election where the numbers will sometimes rise and fall back down. As votes are counted, if they're on that board tonight at the bottom of your screen, it is because the candidate has won that state. So how's this going to go at our end? Rest assured, we have you covered here in studio with results and analysis for you all night, well into tomorrow morning, with our journalists. Right beside me here, Chief Political Correspondent Rosemary Barton, who not only has all of Ottawa's numbers in her phone, but she knows how to use them. Also been covering American elections forever, not quite as long as our senior Washington correspondent, Paul Hunter. I think you said earlier it was 1922 that was your
1924,
first? 24.
actually.
100
Even
years.
100 years, Adrienne.
Yeah, well done you. Also joining us right beside Paul, Democratic strategist Aisha Mills, who is deeply connected with the Harris campaign, and Kevin Sheridan, Republican strategist, working his contacts with the Trump team tonight. So thank you both for heading north. It must be very strange to be out of your home country, but we appreciate that you are. Because American elections can be very complicated, mercifully, Ian Hannah-Mansing is here from Vancouver to guide us through the numbers tonight. So, Ian, so nice to see you in the house here. Can you catch us up on what's happened so far? Because things are happening.
Absolutely. Well, if you look at the bottom of the screen, you see a big number for Donald Trump, 60. But that doesn't mean that he is overwhelmingly winning the night. What it does mean is that there's certain states so far this evening that he is doing very well in. States like Florida, for example. Look at that, 82% of the votes counted in Florida. Donald Trump earlier today said, why can't other states count the way Florida does? Of course, they had a bad history with late counts, and I guess they've learned their lesson. So that is 30 Electoral College votes for Donald Trump from Florida. West Virginia, smaller state, but all it takes is 11% of the votes there to be counted to call this, because historic trends show that the Republicans do very well in West Virginia, as they do in Kentucky. 8 more electoral votes there. And let's take a look at the, let's see, Indiana, I think, is our next one. Another win for Donald Trump. You see how he's piling up the electoral votes, 60 right now. You might be wondering about the 3 for Kamala Harris. Well, that is in the state of Vermont. And again, a call can be made even though 21% of the votes have been counted. So, Adrienne, at this point, no surprises, at least when it comes to those states.
Can you walk us through very simply, as if it is simple, which it's not, what these candidates need to do to get to 270?
Well, the big thing is to do well in the swing states, right? We're going to talk a lot about the swing states through the evening. It's interesting that in a country as populous as the United States, it really comes down in their presidential elections, at least now, to 7 swing states. And 2 of them already have polls closed, and so we can show you the results. North Carolina, now, it's really early. Not only 60% of the vote counted, but as I'm sure we'll hear from our panel, a lot depends on which votes have been counted so far, so don't read too much into that. But what we can read into it is that if the Democrats can hang on to North Carolina, they'll be very happy with how the evening unfolds. Georgia, this is the state that took a long time to come up with a final count 4 years ago. And even then, the Democrats won by fewer than 12,000 votes. Well, so far at this point, with about a third of the votes that have been counted, you see Donald Trump in a big lead. But again, a lot will depend on which votes have been counted. If Donald Trump were to hold Georgia and win North Carolina, another thing, Adrienne, we're going to talk a lot about is the path to the White House. In that case, it would mean that Kamala Harris pretty well would have to win the 3 blue wall states, so Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That would give her 270. Pennsylvania is really important, actually, to both candidates. And take a look at first results from Pennsylvania. Also look at that number. Only 3% of the votes counted. For both of these candidates, Pennsylvania is likely going to be critical tonight. So this is one of the states we'll be watching really closely, Adrienne.
All right, Ian, thank you. So again, just to have a look at the bottom of the board, 90 to Donald Trump, 3 to Kamala Harris. There are no surprises on that board yet. Nothing has happened that is against what people had expected. Ian talked a lot about swing states. I mean, you're going to hear Pennsylvania swing states in 270 ad nauseum tonight. We're in those swing states all across the country where any wins this evening might come down to just a handful of votes. If the polls are to be believed, this is one of the tightest races the Americans have ever seen. And what happens in these states matters. So you're looking there. These are all the reporters we have in those swing states. These are people who've also covered elections for a long time. Now, the 2 people watching those calls the closest, obviously Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. And here are the 2 people watching those 2 people. Katie Simpson is following Vice President Harris in Washington, D.C. Chris Reyes is in Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. So first to Katie, you're at Howard University, her alma mater. What's the feeling there, Katie?
Adrienne, I don't know if you can hear it, but it is an absolute dance party here. People are line dancing. They're expecting more than 1,000 students and staff. Plus, there are Democrats who are part of the campaign team. They're all filling in here to the quad at Howard University right now. Very early in the night. It is a mood of celebration. It is a mood of excitement, but it is tempered by fear. No one here thinks anyone is running away with this race, and there is deep concern, deep fear of a repeat of what happened with Hillary Clinton in 2016. So while there is so much excitement, Adrienne, there's such a sense of pride. Howard University, it's an HBCU for Canadians who don't know what that means. That's a historic black college or university. Kamala Harris graduating here back in 1986. So there is this huge swell of pride from student, staff of the current time and of past. And they're gathering here, many people gathering here to celebrate. One thing I will say, Adrienne, what has happened is that just for a moment, some big screens that are lining the quad here, they started playing some CNN, some American News Network coverage of the results. And when CNN projected that Donald Trump would be winning Florida, the way the crowd started to boo and the way sort of the energy started to just shift just a little bit. It sort of underscores the excitement that everyone has here, but also just the nerves, the edge that so many people are on.
Oh boy, you have a long night ahead of you, Katie. All right, we will check in later. Speaking of parties, let's go over to West Palm Beach, Florida. Chris Reyes is following the Donald Trump campaign.
Big, deep breath, Adrienne. It's going to be a big night. It's going to be a long night. We are truly in the thick of things here at Trump headquarters. So what does that mean? Well, I am in a spot about as big as this size of paper, but it's okay. It's all we need to give you a front row seat to what will happen tonight here at this convention center at Trump headquarters, where Trump is expected to give a speech tonight when the results are final, if we get them tonight. I don't know if you can see, but the podium is right behind me. In the backdrop is a line of American flags. And, you know, this is a Trump party as you would expect it to look and feel. It is a sea of red hats. Now, you know, we covered the Republican National Convention together. I'll tell you, there was a little bit more variety in what people were wearing there. Here, it is the same red hat with the numbers 45 and 47 on the side. Now, I was listening to Katie. There isn't a lot of dancing happening here, but their eyes are locked to two big screens right there next to the podium. And the loudest cheer that we heard, Adrienne, is when the states of Florida, West Virginia, and Kentucky were called for Donald Trump. There was also some booing when they showed Kamala Harris on the screen, just giving a little bit of a snapshot of some of her speeches at the rally. So again, we've got a front row seat here at Trump headquarters. I am going to tell you exactly what happens as all of the results come in, and we've got you covered here to show you exactly what we'll see with this crowd here at West Palm Beach.
Chris Reyes, great spot for you to be. Thank you very much, Chris. We'll be talking a few hundred times this evening. So just to steal an anecdote from Paul Hunter, he's probably sick of me talking about this. When you went into the States to cover this election, I think it was 2021, you said that someone said to you, you're from Canada, why do you care? And together you came to the conclusion that, well, when you're in your home and you smell smoke, you stick your head out the window to see if your neighbor's house is burning down. So the neighbors are up to something, and so that's why, as Canadians, we care very deeply to figure out, is something on fire, Rosie?
Yeah, not yet, but that's what we're watching for with great interest, obviously, in this country. This is, after our federal and provincial elections, the most consequential election for this country, and that's because what is at stake? And what is at stake tonight is something that is more predictable and knowable in the Democratic candidate, and something that is more volatile and unpredictable with the Republican candidate.
But also knowable.
Also knowable. Someone that this particular government managed to negotiate a new NAFTA with and dealt with for 4 years. But it was an all-consuming kind of 4 years in order to try and manage where he was going to go and respond to it. We can talk a lot more about some of that through the night, but the policy issues that affect this country, that could be affected by what happens tonight, trade, immigration, CUSMA, the new NAFTA, which has to be reviewed in 2026, border security, what happens to that war in Ukraine, whether Canada is under pressure to pony up more money for NATO. These are all big, big issues, and those are the things that people in Ottawa and certainly all Canadians will be thinking about tonight, because whoever wins has different positions on these issues, and we'll need to figure out how to respond to the candidate.
And is it your instinct that there is anxiety, or because they're both knowable in some way, it will be okay?
It will be okay. I mean, we've seen this before, and it was okay. And you can manage to respond and cope with whomever. And that's certainly what members of the government will tell you. However, they don't know any more than we do what's going to happen tonight. They are anxious to see how this is going to go. If Kamala Harris wins, it is easier. It is easier for Canada because they know that it will be kind of predictable, normal sort of governing. Donald Trump is volatile. That is part of what his strategy is. And I think that becomes problematic for any government, because you have to be able to respond at a moment's notice, given his decisions. So, it will be okay. We can tell that from up here, but it will be different depending on who we end up with.
Okay, Rosie, thanks. Paul, I see you're scribbling notes. I can't quite read them. But what's on your mind?
Well, I was watching Katie and Chris, and I was thinking about in 2008, I was at a watch party at Howard University, historic moment. I was there for the call when Obama won. In 2016, I was in New York at Trump headquarters. And what I was thinking when she was talking about the party at Trump headquarters now, at this time in the evening in New York in 2016, it was funereal. I'm not sure what the word was. It was a tiny room. There was hardly anybody there, and because everybody knew that Hillary Clinton was going to win, right?
So
and we were talking about this earlier today, until that wasn't the case. And so it's a reminder of these early numbers that we're going to be hearing from Ian throughout the early part of this program, that things can change, right? And they changed in 2016. In both those cases, 08 and 16, history was made. We're going to see history made one way or the other tonight. But with we don't, to the point Rosie was making, we don't know. And what's remarkable about that, to me, could you get more polar opposite views and visions of America and where this country will go for the next 4 years? And yet, here we are, election night, and it's like this.
It's not M&Ms and Smarties.
No, exactly. It's that or it's that, and we don't know.
Kevin, as a Republican strategist, I know you have tons of people back in the U.S. on the ground you're communicating with. What is the feeling you're getting from them tonight?
Confidence. At this time in the night, I think both campaigns can feel nervousness with confidence, combined with confidence, because we don't have the important numbers in yet, but we do have some interesting trends. It's just been announced that with 84% of the vote in Miami-Dade County, Trump is up 11 points. Hillary won that county by 30 points in 2016. If that translates to other important, actual battleground states, that he's cutting into the Latino vote, that's news, and that will be the story of the night. Same with urban turnout. If it continues to be down, as it was in the early voting, that will be the story compared to rural. We don't know that yet. We're hearing, we've heard Philly may be turned out today big time. If that's true, then does that translate to Atlanta? Does it translate to Milwaukee? We don't know. We'll find out.
Okay. Aisha, in a sense, the same question for you, because the last 24 hours, well, last 72 hours, certainly for the Harris camp, have been interesting, particularly, polls out of Iowa suddenly suggesting Iowa. Who would have thought Iowa is maybe leaning possibly towards Kamala Harris? We don't see that in the numbers yet. But what are you thinking about? What are the signals you're getting from the ground?
Well, we have been really excited about the momentum going into Election Day. This has been an unprecedented campaign by every measure. You have a candidate who came in late, who galvanized the hearts and minds and spirits of the American people, got a lot of energy, enthusiasm, created momentum, and kept going. The Harris campaign has not had any gaffes. It's been flawless. And so coming into election night, I think what we're looking at now is that going to translate with women who have needed a permission structure to be able to perhaps vote against their husbands and some of the men in their lives and support Kamala Harris, even though they may be conservative and generally vote Republican. And I think we're going to watch that in the suburbs of Pennsylvania for sure. We're going to see how that plays out in Georgia. We know that black voters matter in Georgia and North Carolina, but I think this election is going to come down to a gender gap, and we're going to see how women play out in states. That'll be surprising.
And white women make up, as I understand it, 30% of the American electorate. That is a huge block, not a monolith. Not a monolith.
But remember, 57% of women rejected Donald Trump in the last election. And I do believe that now there will be more women rejecting Donald Trump, and certainly white women and white conservative women.
And the same amount of men reject Kamala. So do they balance each other out? We don't know.
We'll see. Depends who gets off the couch.
Yeah.
Ultimately. All right, so just draw your attention one more time to the results bar. I almost said mini bar, but it's not a mini bar. It's a results bar. 90 for Donald Trump, 27 for Kamala Harris. There are no surprises there on the board at all, but surprises are coming. Stay with us. There's more America Votes right after the break. And throughout the night, we're going to hear from Americans about what matters to them right now. So let's hear what voters from Michigan have to say.
Hey, Canada, what you need to understand about this election is very important because we are underwater in debt and we need help.
I think we're all facing an election of our lifetime. I'm worried about my children, my grandchildren, and our neighbors in Canada. So everybody get out and vote.
Hey, Canada, my hope for America is just equality for all. There's no racism.
My hope for America is we take care of everybody.
All right, welcome back to CBC's special coverage of America Votes. Want to draw your attention one more time to the results bar at the bottom of the screen. You've seen a little bit of a bump there for Donald Trump at 99, 27 for Kamala Harris. Again, the number they're trying to reach, 270 so far. No surprises on the board. But Ian, as always, has more details.
I kind of feel like a waiter here.
Well,
so
we all kind of do.
Let me offer you up 4 swing states and a little surprise.
Nice.
Okay? And of these 4 swing states, Donald Trump only leading in one right now, and we'll start with that one. Georgia, as you see, almost half of the votes counted. We will continue to tell you a lot, though. It depends on where those votes are coming from, what kind of votes they are, before we can say whether it gives us any sense of how the rest of the evening is going to go. Now, let's look at 3 other swing states, starting with North Carolina. And Kamala Harris remains in the lead there, but just 10% of the votes counted. Now, we go up to the blue wall, those 3 states that are essential, especially Pennsylvania, to both of the presidential candidates. But we'll start with Michigan here. Just 4% of the votes counted, but the first results, or maybe second time we've taken a look at Michigan. So don't read a lot into that number, but it's still an interesting number. Here's the one that is so important to both candidates: 19 electoral votes and a lead here for Kamala Harris. Both candidates have spent so much time in Pennsylvania. Here's the surprise: Ohio. And you can see it's pretty close, but a lead for Kamala Harris. But keep in mind, traditionally in Ohio, the mail-in votes and advance votes are counted first. And historically, at least, that does favor the Democrats. So we would expect to see, we don't know if we will see, a change in who the leader is in Ohio. But for now, it's Kamala Harris.
Okay. Ian, thanks very much. So voters in all 50 states get a say, of course, but most of them vote for the same party, Democratic or Republican, at every election, which leaves just a handful of states where either candidate could win. These so-called battleground or swing states we keep talking about. In this election, there used to be more, but in this election, there are just 7. So let's start in on the one that ended the 2020 election, Pennsylvania. Andrew Chang quickly lays out what's at stake there tonight. Watch this.
Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, where both the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution were signed. And in 2024, it's as close to a must-win state as you can get. Of all the swing states, it is the most valuable, with 19 electoral college votes at stake. Those votes were pivotal when the state decided to back Joe Biden in 2020.
The first thing I asked out of the election results, I said, how did I do in Scranton? I won every precinct.
But these are different times. Today, according to government figures, nearly 12% of people statewide are food insecure. That number is higher for children. And Harris has been on the defensive on one of the most volatile issues in the state.
I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States.
Both parties have spent tens of millions of dollars in political ads in this state and countless hours campaigning. It is critical to the outcome of this election.
All right, so our Washington correspondent Richard Madden is in Philadelphia at Josh Shapiro's watch party.
Yeah, voters are starting to stream in here. John, I'm going to get you to pan around here to take a look at these supporters here on election night. There's a sense of anxiety, but also some optimism. Organizers for the Democrats are quite happy with the turnout in Philadelphia that's exceeded expectations, they say, and that includes Latinos, Puerto Ricans, white African-American voters, and it's exceeded their expectations. Are also encouraged by signs in the surrounding suburbs of Philadelphia, and like Bucks County and Montgomery, and that, of course, is where much of this election will be decided. While they're looking at the encouraging signs there, we're also starting to see some shenanigans happening elsewhere in the state. There are reports of potential bomb threats that have been levied at voting stations in the central part of Pennsylvania. Those have since been evacuated, and the police are investigating that. We're also about an hour before the polls close. Former President Donald Trump levied accusations that voters in Pennsylvania are, quote, cheating, and he's demanding police investigate. The Attorney General of Philadelphia has since responded, saying there is absolutely no evidence of any cheating going on. urging the former president to present evidence. So while we see these results coming in, we're seeing sort of some dark arts happening behind the scenes. We're going to be following that very carefully. But as you can see here, Democrats, as I mentioned earlier, are quite happy with what they're seeing tonight. But will this hold? We still have to see the results coming in from the central part of Pennsylvania. That is Trump country. The whole strategy here is for Democrats to boost turnout in the cities like Philadelphia and Pittsburgh to offset the big gains in the central part of Pennsylvania. We also know, Adrienne, the Democrats have a ground game here. They've got the machine from popular Governor Josh Shapiro that's helping that get out the vote and turnout efforts. The Republican ground game here is not as strong, so we will see tonight if the Democrat machine can continue to pump out these votes in this must-win swing state, or will the Republicans manage to exceed expectations in the parts that they need to juice up to turn out this state on election night.
Okay, Richard, lots to talk about with Pennsylvania. We'll be back to this conversation a lot tonight and probably in the days to come. That's Richard Madden, Philadelphia. Now, when Kamala Harris replaced Joe Biden just 3 months ago as the person at the top of the ticket, some people noticed a possible shift, in one of those critical swing states. We're talking about North Carolina. That is exactly where Katie Nicholson is right now. Katie?
Yeah, I'm in Mecklenburg County. This is Charlotte. It sits right in the middle of that very blue county. And this is the county that so many people are paying attention to in this state. The shifting demographics have made this a deeper blue city. All of the blue votes in this state tend to go into the urban areas, Raleigh, Durham, and Asheville. And of course, they're surrounded by all of these red counties. But because Charlotte is one of the fastest growing cities in America, it is becoming more diverse, more Latinx voters, more black voters who skew Democratic. They are hoping that with a strong ground game, they can really switch the state, swing it in Harris's favor. Back in 2020, it was a very tiny margin that allowed Trump to carry the state, 1.34%. And so with a very strong ground game throughout the entire state, we're talking about 37, 39 offices, more than 300 staff, and an army of volunteers. They are really efforting to get out the vote and swing this for the Democrats. They haven't had these 16 electoral college votes here go to a presidential candidate since 2008. That was Barack Obama. They are hoping this year to be able to do it with that strong ground game, with all the money, with the investments. This is, of course, a must-win state for Donald Trump. If he doesn't win it, he really limits his path to victory. For Harris, it's a feather in her cap. It also might be some insurance, right? An insurance policy if that blue wall starts to fall. But there are also concerns. If this is very tight and Harris takes this state, a number of political scientists I've been talking to say this state could become another contentious battleground post-election day, very much in the frame or the mindset of Georgia about 4 years ago. And it is no small accident, Adrienne, that the election officials in this state have been in close contact with Georgia, talking about election security measures and safety for their election board staff.
All right, Katie Nicholson, thank you. Paul, it is so striking and sometimes so sad to hear all these stories about poll workers who have, panic buttons on lanyards and safe rooms and safe words and whatnot. This is unlike something we've seen before, right?
I was noting the security going up in Washington, D.C. today as well, right? Like a fence around the White House and a lot of the government buildings in the downtown, putting plywood up on the windows and things like that. Security is a real concern, be you at a polling station, we saw a lot of that in 2020, or just broadly. And it's one of these things about America right now that the place that heralds democracy and is the beacon for the world on this, and that the country is in a place now where people trying to carry out the process of a democratic election have to worry about their safety. It's yet another remarkable aspect of that country right now.
Indeed. All right, Paul, thank you. I just want to break away for a second because we would very much like to have a conversation with Canada's Deputy Prime Minister, Chrystia Freeland. We all know that Canada will feel the echoes of the decision. Americans make tonight, right? Ottawa says it is prepared for either candidate to win. So, Minister Freeland, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. Both of these candidates, for example, have said that they will use the review of the new NAFTA to make it better for the United States. So, you know, you have to wonder, what is the distinction between the two for you?
Well, Adrienne, first of all, thank you for having me on tonight. And I have heard a lot of people talking about their anxiety on your show. And so I do just want to start by saying, I know a lot of Canadians are anxious, but I really want people to be reassured. And I want Canadians to know that no matter what Americans choose tonight, Canada will be just fine. I would even say more than fine. I think there is no country in the world better positioned to have an excellent relationship with the United States and better positioned to thrive no matter who Americans choose. So hang on to that tonight as you're watching the results, okay? It's their choice, but we are going to be great no matter what.
Okay, well, that's fair, absolutely. I'm still curious, though, about the possibility for the new NAFTA. If they both want to review it to make it better for the United States, what's your move there?
Well, look, the first thing to recognize is what a great position we are with the renegotiated NAFTA trade agreement we have right now. Like, let's remember, this is a trade deal that Donald Trump negotiated, so that means he thinks it's good, and it's a trade deal that Nancy Pelosi ratified, so Democrats think it's good too. We have a relationship, a trading relationship, an economic relationship with the United States that enjoys strong bipartisan support. No other country can say that, and that is really good news and a great foundation for Canada.
You know what, one of the things that your government cares very deeply about, Ukraine. I'm so curious what your concerns are about how this election could affect the war.
Again, the choice right now is for Americans to make. Canada is going to support Ukraine for as long as it takes. And I have real confidence that Ukraine is going to succeed and that Putin is going to fail and he will lose. And I want Canadians to hear that. And for Ukrainians who are listening tonight, I want them to know Canada is your friend today and Canada will be your friend tomorrow. This is really a fight about democracy, and so we're going to stand with you.
Okay. Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland, thank you for making time for us.
Thanks for your time.
Cheers. Rosie?
So, I agree. We'll be fine.
Yes.
She, of course, is right about that. But there are degrees of how fine we will be. Let's take, for instance, Donald Trump's promise to tariff all countries, all imports from countries. The main goal, of course, to hit China where it hurts, but also to add 10% tariff on imports from Canada. CUMSA, the new NAFTA, would not protect us from tariffs. The BDC, the Development Bank of Canada, estimates that would subtract $7 billion from Canada's GDP, and we would lose 20,000 jobs with that alone. Maybe he won't do that, but he has imposed tariffs in the past on steel and aluminum, and we had to deal with that for a year. It took us a year to get that off, and it paralyzed the industry. We were fine in the end, but it was an awful lot of work to manage those kinds of, directly economic impacts on this country, and that was a problem. On Ukraine, you asked that question. Sure, I'm sure that will be fine too. But Donald Trump has made it clear that if countries cannot get their defense spending up to 2% of GDP, he will consider saying to them, well, then you're out. We're not going to protect you under NATO anymore. Canada is tracking to 2% by 2032. And for now, not planning to go faster than that. So there are real things at play. I'll just talk for a moment, too, about Kamala Harris, because she's right. Nancy Pelosi did obviously certify that deal. Kamala Harris was one of 10 senators who did not vote for that trade deal. Right. Now, the reasons were environmental, they were climate change, but she has a protectionist bent that will be problematic when we go to review NAFTA in 2026. And that could create all sorts of problems as well. So yes, we will be fine. Everyone agrees with that. But it's how we manage these different approaches on these key issues because we are so deeply intertwined economically, culturally, and all other ways that anything that is done could throw us off kilter and will be problematic.
It's, you know, I remember in 2020 for people who were saying, well, if it's Joe Biden, then Canada doesn't have to deal with Donald Trump. What a relief. And how many people said, hang on a second, beware the iron fist in that velvet glove, because it doesn't mean it's going to be any easier for Canada trade-wise. As we've been talking, I've just noticed that the results bar at the bottom, a little bump up for Donald Trump there, 105 for him, 27 for Kamala Harris. Still obviously very early, 270, that's the number. Ian, what's happening here?
Yeah, I think particularly for our audience in Canada, as you look at those numbers, don't think that that means that this is a night where Trump is steamrolling to a win. None of those numbers that we've seen so far contain any surprises. So I want to quickly take you through some of the states that are unfolding exactly the way that everyone thought they would. Tennessee, only 22% of the votes counted, but we can call Donald Trump as the winner there because the trends in Tennessee are so clear. As it is in Missouri, he's picked up 10 there, as it is in South Carolina, where there are 9 electoral college votes. Same thing with Kamala Harris, 27 electoral votes so far. And I'll just show you a couple of examples of where she's done well. Maryland, again, no surprise. Now, you'll notice top right-hand corner, expected votes counted 0%. How can we call this state for Kamala Harris when no votes have been counted officially? It's because there are exit polls. And the American media organizations that we are turning to follow their lead feel very confident that it will be a win for Kamala Harris in Maryland. One more I want to show you, Massachusetts, also with a staggering 0% of the votes officially counted, a win for Kamala Harris.
I will never understand this, but I'm so glad.
Exit polls.
Exit polls.
Yeah.
No, it's true.
And again, you're looking at the historic trends of a place like Massachusetts, the surveys, and so the organizations whose lead we're following feel very confident with that call.
Absolutely. A lot more results to come. Real ones. Apps just like these. Real results are coming. We will be back with America Votes. All right, welcome back to America Votes. It's still very early in the evening. Not much has changed on the results bar at the bottom of the screen. 105 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 27 for Kamala Harris. No surprises there yet, but as we keep promising, there will be surprises throughout this evening. So the choice tonight is being made, obviously, by Americans, but here in Canada, obviously, we pay attention. This country's economy, security, interwoven with theirs. Now, the top American diplomat in Canada is David Cohen. He's the ambassador to the United States. He joins us now from our Ottawa studio. Ambassador Cohen, I understand this is the first election since you were 13 that you have not somehow been involved. Has to be weird for you to not be there.
It's definitely a little bit weird, and it's more than the election. I mean, I've been involved in politics for really all of my professional life, and since I've been appointed as the U.S. ambassador to Canada, I just haven't been able to participate in partisan political activity. I'm not complaining about that. This is as good a job as you can have, and it's been an honor of my lifetime to represent the United States and President Biden in this great country of Canada. But one of the things I've had to give up is my interest in politics.
And I know ketchup chips, just don't make up for that. I get it. You know, Ambassador, news reports today suggest that the FBI is saying that it's Russia behind some non-credible bomb threats at polling stations and some deep fake videos. I'm curious what concerns you about that in particular and what you think this country could learn from it.
Well, look, I mean, I want to start with the fact that I'm actually not surprised to hear those stories. The FBI and the Justice Department and the State Department have been trying to warn the American public and warn the world about Russia's aggressive behavior in terms of election interference and disinformation and misinformation. So I'm not surprised to hear this. But when I get asked about it before the election and asked about my concern level and what can be done about it, I say the United States is doing what needs to be done. We have an active program to assess what Russia is up to, what other malign foreign actors might be doing, what domestic folks who might be engaging in misinformation or an election interference might be doing. And we're prepared to take aggressive law enforcement action against that kind of activity. So while I'm not happy that that kind of activity is occurring, I am pleased that it was identified by the FBI, that aggressive action was taken, and that they have been successful in preventing there from being any interference with the free and fair elections that are taking place today in the United States.
Now, certainly a heads up for Canada, too. I'm curious what you think is at stake for this country.
So this may be a bit of a contrarian view, and I'm not saying, by the way, that this election isn't important. I think all presidential elections in the United States are important to the United States and to our friends and our allies. But the nature, two things. But first of all, to note that today is Election Day in the United States. And unlike Canada, where the next federal election day, there's basically going to be one election on the ballot, which is who the next prime minister is going to be. On Election Day in the United States, there are hundreds of elections that are being decided today. There are 34 United States senators being elected. There are 435 elections for members of the House of Representatives. There is the presidential election. There are 13 governors who are up for election. There are hundreds of mayors, city councils, state legislatures, county commissioners, judges, all up for election. And it is the dispersion and the diversity of the number of elections that are in play and the lack of centralized political power that provides the durability for democracy in the United States and is the explanation for why after elections we don't tend to have radical changes in policy or approach on foreign policy or domestic policy across the board. And that isn't that there won't be changes, but there are not radical shifts in approach. Canada is a poster child for that because the U.S.-Canada relationship is particularly substantial. It is particularly durable. It's been around for 100+ years, and you can pick your topic. I'll pick trade as an example. Canada and the United States share the largest bilateral trade relationship in the world. We have $3.4 billion a day in goods and services trade across our borders, creating or sustaining millions of jobs in both Canada and the United States. I haven't heard a single presidential candidate ever say, we want to blow up this $3.4 billion a day trade relationship with Canada. So I think Canada, I'm not saying Canada shouldn't be vigilant. I'm not saying Canada shouldn't be concerned. I'm not sure Canada doesn't need to be prepared to deal with whoever the new administration is, because there's going to be a new president and a new administration no matter who wins this election. But I think Canada's doing all those things with its Team Canada approach. And I think as long as it does those things, it has every reason to expect that the extraordinary friendship, partnership, and allyship that exists between Canada and the United States will continue no matter who the next president of the United States is.
All right. Ambassador Cohen in Ottawa, thank you.
Thank you for having me on the air, and have a great night. You're going to be at this for a while.
Yeah, we will. We will. Thank you, sir. Rosie, it's the uniform message out of Ottawa. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah. No one wants to panic, and no one also wants to send the message that we won't be able to deal with whatever we have to deal with. And to that end, David Cohen's counterpart in Washington, who Paul knows, Ambassador Hillman, our ambassador in Washington, has really been a linchpin in terms of keeping up the relationships that were formed during the Trump presidency, and then the relationships with Biden's people, and then everybody else in Congress, governors, trying to find different ways and people who understand Canada and are willing to lobby for Canada on our behalf because of that trade agreement. That is also something that the government's been doing, but it is a very precise sort of charm offensive in some ways to try and make sure that we stay on the radar and that we have people helping us behind the scenes get our message through as well. And that will continue no matter who is president.
No matter who is president. Well, we're still obviously in the early stages of finding out who exactly that will be. Numbers haven't changed much at the bottom of your screen. They're 105 for Donald Trump, 27 Kamala Harris. No surprises there yet, still very early on in the evening. But we're going to take a live look now at the two headquarters, the Harris headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C., and Trump headquarters in Florida, both very busy. Parties, it seems. There's some dancing going on everywhere. It's still early. Let's see how people are feeling in about 14 hours from now. But in the interim, let's go to Georgia. Let's go to John Northcott, who is in Atlanta. What an interesting place Georgia has always been. Certainly in 2020, in some ways, it was the story of the election. That famous phone call, I just need 11,780 votes, one more than we got. The seed for all those claims about a stolen election. What is happening there tonight, John?
Adrienne, what we're seeing is here as the Democrats hold their watch party is that we've seen Trump go out ahead with a big lead. But this is what they refer to in Georgia as the red mirage, because the rural counties tend to vote Republican. The rural counties have fewer voters, they are less densely populated, and they just get the results in faster. So while he went out ahead with a big lead earlier, we're starting to see that shrink a little bit. What we're also seeing is the early voting play a role in this, because what we're seeing now is all those early votes coming in, and as a result of that, we're seeing a high propensity of Republicans. And you'll recall that Donald Trump has, in the past, discouraged his supporters from voting any other way except in person on Election Day. No mail-ins, no early voting, etc. That, the Republican Party argued, cost him in the last election. So this time around, he was saying, get out there and vote early. And we're seeing there, in terms of those early votes that are coming in and being counted, that the Republicans are, in fact, a greater number. And that aligns with what I've been hearing from Republican officials that I've been talking to in the last week or so that I've been down here. So watch for that red mirage. Watch for that lead of Trump initially to shrink, but still far too early to call. And as you say, Adrienne, hearkening back to 4 years ago when it was 0.2% was how Joe Biden took it. And of course, that after a number of days of recounts and court battles and charges of election interference. Officials here say they are very confident in their process this time, watching it play out and seeing to see if Harris can close that gap as we're starting to get results from the cities, reliably Democratic, Atlanta and Savannah in particular. As those results come in, see how it heads in the coming minutes and hours. Adrienne?
Okay, thanks, John. Yeah, it's the granular data that really matters in all these swing states and in these critical places. I appreciate that. Michigan is also one of those handful of swing states that just holds a lot of power in this incredibly tight U.S. election. And Susan Ormiston is in Detroit, Michigan. Susan, what are the details? What are the things you're gleaning from Detroit tonight?
Well, it's early. We've got less than 8% of the vote in Michigan, and Kamala Harris is leading Donald Trump, but we can't really deduce anything from that. I'll tell you what the Democrats are worried about. They're worried about Arab Americans siphoning votes away from the Democrats because of their anger and frustration over the war in Gaza and how the Biden-Harris administration has responded to that. They're also concerned about auto workers. You know, the UAW union officially endorsed Kamala Harris, but last night in Grand Rapids, Michigan, I was there. Trump was on the stage at his final rally, and he pulled an auto worker up on the stage supporting Donald Trump, trying to stoke that vote among auto workers who are concerned about their jobs. There's been a lot of fear inserted in the whole EV manufacturing, and there's some weakness in that vote too. And also we're looking at how will black men vote tonight, primarily young black men. There was concern in the Democratic camp about that demographic. About 2 weeks ago, it may have resolved itself a little bit, but they'll be watching for those numbers tonight. We're at the Democrat watch party in Detroit. I mean, Detroit is traditionally Democrat, and it pulls the state along with it. I heard in Grand Rapids last night, you know, out west, the Republicans were saying, we're good here, we're good in the rural areas. If we could just get rid of Detroit, we'd have this state with no problem. Of course, that's not going to happen. There is an urban-rural divide here. People are eating and drinking. It's pretty relaxed here. They're feeling good for the moment, but we have no reliable indications yet of which way this will go. And, you know, just a quick anecdote about Canada, Adrienne. You were talking about Canada a minute there in your interview. The question I've been asked most, two questions. You came all the way down here to cover the U.S. election. I said, hey, there's a sign there, Road to Canada. It's not that far. And secondly, I grew up with CBC Channel 9 here in Detroit, so that was kind of heartwarming.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, listen, we're cousins, you know, we're cousins. Susan, thanks very much. We'll be talking tons. Paul, as you listen to these conversations about these really important places, Georgia, Michigan, seeing that not much change on the board yet, but what are you thinking?
I was still thinking about trade.
Oh, dear.
If I can just dive back in on that, just because I was listening to Rosie on that. And, you know, when the NAFTA was renegotiated and the USMCA, they call it down there, and CUMSA here. So I was in the Rose Garden when it was announced that a deal had been struck, and I got a question into Trump. And I said, look, your whole brand is negotiator, right? And any negotiation, as you would agree, involves some give and take. So what did you give to Canada? And his answer was, I let Trudeau sign it. I let Trudeau sign it, right? So to your point about how it got done, but if he's blustery at times, I think we can agree. But it can get complicated, and it can be a challenge to get things done. That said, you know, back in the 2000s when I was parliamentary reporter in Ottawa.
You were?
I was. Do you remember those days?
That was some 70 years after you started covering American elections.
Our friends at the SRC did this, I thought, quite instructive piece, and it has borne out with stats since then and data since then. They looked at, you know, presidential prime ministerial relationships, right? And famously, you know, Kennedy hated Diefenbaker, Nixon hated Trudeau #1, right? And then they tracked it with exports from Canada to the U.S. And you know what? And I looked at the data since then, the last decade or so. You know what it does? The graph, it just keeps going up. So to Ambassador Cohen's point, right? It's going to be okay. It might be more complicated. If Kirsten Hillman was here, our ambassador to Washington now, she was a part of those negotiations for the new NAFTA. I'm sure it was complicated with the Trump team. If he's in tonight, it'll be complicated again, but stuff will get done. The graph will keep going up.
I just want to draw everyone's attention. We're about 30 seconds away from 9 o'clock, which means a lot more polls are going to close. We're going to get a lot more data in. We've been quiet with the panel for a little bit because you guys need to work the phones and work your contacts, and I know you have some information. And Kevin, I'm really curious because Virginia has been a place that's been reliable for Democrats in years past, but it is piquing your interest tonight.
Yeah, there's an important House race, Eugene Vinbin outside of in the D.C. suburbs. He was expected to win by probably 5 or 7 points, given its history. He's only up right now by 1. Does that translate to other suburbs? Are the suburbs not coming out as hard for Kamala Harris? And you know, it's a trend we need to watch because that's where the battleground really is. We know the rurals where they vote. We know the urban centers where they vote. Suburbs, if they're not coming out big for her, and she hasn't expanded a huge lead, and maybe that's just one case, but I think it's very representative because it's a big county, affluent county, very college-educated women. If they're not voting for Kamala in big numbers, then we'll see.
Okay. It is right now 9 p.m. Eastern. Big chunk of states are about to close. You can expect the numbers at the bottom of your screen there to start to bump up a little bit as they do. Aisha, when you look at the early numbers in the so-called blue wall states, and who knows if we'll be calling it a blue wall after tonight, what strikes you most about those numbers?
Well, the fact that it's really early right now. I mean, we're not seeing anything that is super significant because we don't really have the counts in from the urban areas. But one thing that is jumping out at me about Pennsylvania, literally yesterday, I was in Allentown, Pennsylvania, which is in the Lehigh Valley, which is where there are a lot of Puerto Ricans. Kamala did a rally there because they really wanted to try to reach out to Latino voters. And what we're seeing today is that the turnout at colleges all across the state, but in the Lehigh Valley in particularly, is huge. And I'm actually, you know, talking to one of my folks there who's an elected official, sits on a local city council, that was just saying that they actually had maybe 78 students turn out in the last election. And now there's a 2.5-hour line going around several blocks. And there's only 4 voting machines there just in his town at the school there. And so Philadelphia has also had a massive turnout. So when you think about who is really banking on turnout, it's always going to be the Democrats, and that ground game of getting voters to the polls on Election Day really tends to signal that more Democrats are enthusiastic and excited, especially when it comes down to young people and folks in urban areas, and those are the numbers that we don't have yet. So.
But again, we're talking urban, suburban, rural, gender gap. I mean, all the things that people anticipated heading into this, those divisions.
And generational gap.
And generational. So if you're looking at the bottom of the screen, a little bump. You just saw a bump. 151 for Donald Trump, 27 for Kamala Harris. That big bump is because Texas just went, as I understand it, for Donald Trump. Clearly, that is 40 electoral college votes. That explains it, but there's more to come. I mean, we've got North Dakota, South Dakota, a whole bunch of states coming up, and Ian is wrangling all of them.
So You know, this number can be misleading, particularly for a Canadian audience who looks at that and says, look at that overwhelming lead for Donald Trump. But for the most part, it reflects what we were expecting. And we have big states where we expect Kamala Harris to do very well in. California, for example, where she would be expected to win all the electoral votes there, hasn't been counted yet. So we continue to look very closely at the swing states, and polls have closed in 6 of those 7 swing states. Let's take a look at Georgia right now, where Donald Trump is in the lead, has been in the lead throughout the evening. 65% of the vote counted, and at this point, a fairly big lead. You heard, though, John Northcott say that it might be a red mirage. Well, we'll find out as more votes get counted. North Carolina is another state where Donald Trump has maintained a lead, but only 38% of the vote counted there. This is the important thing to keep in mind with these swing states. If Kamala Harris and Donald Trump win all the states that they're expected to win, and if Donald Trump were to prevail in both North Carolina and Georgia, then if he were to go on and win Pennsylvania, that would be enough to give him 270. As you can see right now, it's a big margin for Kamala Harris, but you can also see that only 16% of the votes have been counted in Pennsylvania. So still, a lot absolutely can change in Pennsylvania. But here's another hypothetical. Let's say North Carolina and Georgia go for Trump, but Kamala Harris hangs on to Pennsylvania, then the remaining 2 states in the blue wall will be critical for her. She could get 270 if she wins Pennsylvania and Michigan, where she's leading right now, though only 9% of the vote has been counted, and Wisconsin. Polls have closed there. Too early to have any results yet, but we certainly will be watching it this hour. Remember I said that's if each of the candidates gets the states they're expected to get. May not turn out that way, though. Let's take a look at Virginia. And in Virginia, a state that Biden won fairly handily last time around, 54% to, what was it, 44? Anyway, a pretty big margin for Biden last time around. Well, you can see the numbers right now. Almost half of the votes counted in Virginia, and a lead for Donald Trump. So we need to know where those votes are from. But I would think, and we'll hear from Aisha, whether for Democrats this is making them a little nervous.
Yeah, no kidding. To Kevin's point, what's happening in the suburbs there is very interesting. This is certainly going to be on the mind of people at Harris headquarters, where Katie Simpson is right now. I know you've been speaking with people, Katie. What sort of things are you hearing from them about places they're keeping their eyes on?
Well, one thing that Democrats were following very, very closely is a certain race out of Florida, and it has to do with what voters are going to do when it comes to abortion. They were given a choice whether they wanted to keep the state's 6-week abortion ban in place, some of the toughest abortion restrictions in the entire country, or did they want to amend the state's constitution to make access to abortion a constitutional right in that specific state. This is one of 10 states that will be dealing with this issue in this election, and it looks like in Florida, for the first time since this issue was put to voters, that a resolution to expand access to abortion has failed. Now, part of the reason why that may be because this was a constitutional amendment, a measure to actually change the state's constitution. It required a 60% support threshold. It looks like they only got about 57%, so falling short of that 60% threshold that was needed in order to expand access and make abortion a constitutional right in that state. Again, it would be the first time since Roe v. Wade was overturned, the first time voters in a state did not pass a measure to expand and protect access to abortion. We spent some time talking to people in Florida, a documentary that aired on CBC The National as well as on our digital platforms, talking to people who are in the fight on both sides of this, and it'll be a huge disappointment to those activists, those pro-choice activists who really had been hoping that Floridians would change this particular issue.
Yeah, they were certainly hoping this day would be known as Rovember the 5th. We'll see about that. Katie Simpson at Howard University, the Harris headquarters in Washington. Thanks, Katie. So we'd like to go to Wisconsin now, because Wisconsin's proving to be very interesting right now. There have been some problems with the voting machine. I think a door was ajar on one of the tabulation machines. So they are now recounting some 31,000 votes. Ithel Musa is there in Milwaukee. Ithel, what can you tell us about what's happening?
Well, Adrienne, the Republicans seem to already be sowing some seeds of doubt about the process, given that, these ballots had to be recounted. Officials basically say it was human error. There's not actually anything wrong with the tabulation machine. There are 13 here in Milwaukee's central count location. Senator Ron Johnson, he came actually, he is a Republican senator, to actually look at one of the tabulation machines for himself. So 31,000 ballots had to be recounted. So far, they have counted now just over 40,000. They started this morning. So this is going to be, it appears to be a very slow process, although they say it's going a lot faster. To help, they had to ask city workers to help. Firefighters came to help do the recount. They got people from the health department to try and help speed things up. There are about 1.5 million absentee ballots that have to be counted. The rule here, the state law in Wisconsin, is those ballots can't be counted before Election Day. That's why things take so long here and why the counting goes well into the evening. So now there are worries that this recount it may start to stir up some issues, although officials are trying to keep people calm, saying, look, the process is transparent. They have observers here. They've had a representative from the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. The Republican senator has come to actually look at the machine and to see how it works. So it'll be interesting to see how things unfold. We know that races here in Wisconsin, that they are always, always very close, but this has been a very contentious election. So there are, everything's been going smoothly so far at the polling stations. They said they haven't had any issues. So this is kind of the type of bump they really didn't want to have to encounter.
All right, as you say, as long as everyone remains calm and things get sorted out, and that the, transparency is the sunlight is the disinfectant on this, then slowly. All right, Ifo Musa, thanks very much. This is probably a really good time to bring in Tim Naftali, who is a presidential historian, also a Canadian. He joins us tonight from New York. So, Tim, really nice to see you. And I wonder, what are you watching for tonight? And can you put this night in some perspective for us?
Well, thank you, Adrienne. I'm looking for two things. Right now, I'm looking to see the gap between Trump support and Harris support in the large urban centers in North Carolina and in Georgia and in Virginia. These are different states from the blue wall states, but this does give us an indication of the success or weakness of the Democratic get out the vote machine. The other thing I'm looking at is the percentage of the electorate that is women. The larger that percentage, the greater the likelihood that Vice President Harris will win in a close election. In 2020, 52% of the electorate was women. Some have thought that perhaps that percentage could be as high as 54% this time. So I'm watching. I will say that as someone who lived in Virginia, when Virginia switched from being a decidedly red state to a purple state to a blue state, Donald Trump is doing better in Virginia than previously assumed tonight.
Mm-hmm. And is that would you say that's the one thing that has surprised you so far this evening?
Yes. It's too early to count out North Carolina because Raleigh and Charlotte, the two principal urban areas, still have a lot of votes yet to be counted. The fact that it's close there shows the polls were on the mark in North Carolina. In Georgia, former President Trump has been leading all summer. So it is not a surprise that it looks likely that he will win in Georgia. I say this because the large urban areas are largely in. It's not 100% of the vote in Fulton or DeKalb, but there's more than 75% of the vote is in. So I think we can assume that Georgia is going to move into Mr. Trump's column.
Okay. All right, Tim Naftali, thanks very much for that perspective. We appreciate it. And for people who are watching, you may be noticing, again, another bump at the bottom of the screen there, 154 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 30 for Kamala Harris. Ian is tracking what those bumps are about.
Yeah, I have to make the step up here. We're taking a look at what's behind those numbers for Donald Trump. Let's begin with the Dakotas. People who watch politics would just assume that Donald Trump would win both of the Dakotas, and indeed he has. Electoral votes, just 3 for North Dakota, and for South Dakota, 3 as well. So he's picked that up. And let's show you Ohio. Remember earlier in the evening, Kamala Harris was leading in Ohio, but we cautioned that that could just be that the votes that were counted early are votes that tend to favor the Democrats. This is more on the trend we were expecting. Yes, only 52% of the votes in Ohio have been counted. But keep in mind, last time around, Trump won Ohio 53-45. And first results from Wisconsin, the third of the blue wall states. Last time I checked, Kamala Harris leading in Pennsylvania, leading in Michigan. This is the third one, trailing by quite a bit. But 2 things to keep in mind. Just 1%. And generally speaking, it is the rural polls that report first, districts that report first in Wisconsin. And we would expect Kamala Harris to do better in the cities in that state.
Okay. Ian, thanks very much. One of the states we haven't spent a lot of time talking about tonight, but there's a very solid chance we will spend time talking about it, is Arizona. It used to be a Republican stronghold. Its demographics are changing. Right now, it's up for grabs. Andrew Chang with CBC's About That has a primer on why it's a battleground state.
Arizona, the Grand Canyon state, the land of outlaws and lawmen. And that's kind of how one of the most volatile issues in the state has been framed.
She deliberately dismantled our border and threw open the gates.
Arizona is the only swing state along the U.S.-Mexico border, and Trump has vowed to carry out the largest deportation operation in American history, if elected. The issue where Harris has gone on the attack. An attempt to reinstate a 160-year-old near-total ban on abortion became an explosive issue, dividing even some Republicans. That law is off the books now, but abortion is still illegal past 15 weeks.
1 in 3 women of reproductive age live in a state that has a Trump abortion ban.
Arizona is worth 11 electoral college votes.
So who will get those votes? Caroline Bargut is in Arizona now. What are you hearing? What are you seeing? What are the details you're learning?
Yeah, Adrienne, I'm here at the tabulation center in Maricopa County. Now, in this county, 60% of the voters in Arizona or in this state are in this county. And so the polls just closed about 15 minutes ago. This is actually also the site where in 2020 there were protests. Trump supporters came here, hundreds of Trump supporters came here and were protesting because they didn't believe that he lost the election. We are seeing a lot of security this time. Actually, I spoke to a cameraman who was here back in 2020. He said it was really scary. There was just a chain link fence protecting the journalists as well as the election workers who were inside. This is where they are counting all the ballots, and they're starting to receive today's ballots inside and are already going through some of them. So this is a lot of security here tonight. We are hearing that there are snipers on the roofs. We haven't actually seen where the snipers are. We asked about it. They're obviously not telling us. We haven't seen many protesters. There is now a permanent fence around this area. Again, this is a very important county, one of 7 swing states. We are hoping to get some results around 8 o'clock tonight, which is in the next 45 minutes. We're going to get about 70 to 75% of the mail-in ballots. We're going to find out some of those results, and it will begin. Adrienne?
All right, Caroline Bargut. I think we were hearing helicopters above you, unless you're very close to the airport. So no surprise.
We're on the flight path.
There you go. There you go. That explains it.
We're on the flight path.
Okay, Caroline, thanks very much. Paul Hunter, this is, are you seeing a picture emerging here that you find curious?
No, I mean, yes.
Okay,
It's
Paul,
early.
thanks very much.
You know what I've been wondering about all night is turnout broadly. And, you know, we hear about the fabled Democratic machine on that. You know, I was looking back at, you know, national turnout for Obama, historic election. I think it was about 61%. 61%, right, for that. Remember the lineups then?
Yep.
It went down a smidge for 2012. I guess maybe to be expected. It went up a bit, low 60s, I think, for the big Clinton-Trump one. 2020, it was 67, which means 33% of eligible voters still stayed home. I mean, our numbers, Rosie, I think are generally turnout in the 60s for federal elections, I think.
That's a good one, yeah.
That's a remarkable thing to think about. We give so much hype to all of these, this one in particular, right? Because of the stakes that we've portrayed so many times. You know, we don't know what the final numbers will be for turnout broadly. But I'm always confounded by the people who stay home on election days. And we will see that today. Millions will stay home. Millions will vote. But the future of the country is how this has been portrayed, and yet people still sit on their couches.
Yeah.
I've never really understood that.
But that, I think, speaks to what some people in the U.S. are grappling with, and that is a disconnect from their representatives.
That nothing ever changes anyway.
And, yeah, and the idea that democracy doesn't necessarily work for them right now.
Which is the root of MAGA when you get right down to it.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thanks very much. An eye on the board again, 154 Donald Trump, 30 Kamala Harris. Lots more happening in the hours to come, in the minutes to come, so stay with us. There's more America Votes right after the break.
Hey, Canada. This is us in the United States, your neighbors. We are having the election of our lives. Democracy is on the line.
Hey, Canada, what you need to know about this election, very simply, is that most people on both sides of the spectrum really, truly, they just want what's best for the country.
Hi, Canada. My hope for America is so we can continue having democracy and we can decide by voting which candidate we want to represent us.
All right, welcome back to National Studio, our continuing coverage of America Votes. Another eye on that results bar at the bottom of your screen. 154 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 30 for Kamala Harris. At this point, no big surprises. Some states are leaning in directions that are certainly piquing the interest of both Republicans and Democrats, but those are the firm numbers so far, and at this point in the evening, nothing should surprise anyone about what they are seeing. So just how does the United States elect its president? We've been talking all night about how complicated it is. How is it? Well, voters in all 50 states get a say, of course, but it's not quite as simple as most votes wins. 270, that magic number to watch. You've been hearing about it all night, and here's why it matters. So the key to electing the next president is the Electoral College. When Americans cast their ballots for president, they're actually voting for the group of people appointed by the parties in each state. Those electors make up the Electoral College, and they vote for the president on behalf of the state. Each state has a certain number of electors, roughly in line with the size of its population. In most states, it's winner take all. Get the most votes statewide, get all of the electoral votes in that state. And there are a total of 538 electors. A majority of Electoral College votes wins the presidency. So that magic number to win the White House, 270. Now, under this system, it is possible to win the most votes across the country, but still lose the election. It's happened 5 times in U.S. history, most recently in 2016, when more Americans voted for Hillary Clinton than Donald Trump. But Trump won several key states and captured more Electoral College votes, 304 to Clinton's 227. That allowed him to become president. That was then, this is now. I want to show you something behind me, a visual representation of how close these two candidates are right now to hitting the magic number. Let's call it a thermometer, if you will. 270 is the number. That means winning the White House. We are going to show you this thermometer chart throughout the night. But remember, there is a possibility that no one gets to 270 this evening. At the bottom of your screen, what are those percentages? That is the popular vote that you're seeing tonight so far. That one is going to move around a little bit. Now, just a short while ago, officials in Fulton County in Atlanta, in Georgia, were talking about how bomb threats are going to slow down the count in Georgia. So I'd like to play a clip for you, if you can, from the police officials in Atlanta.
We planned heavily for the incident of a bomb threat being called in. And it's a good thing we did, because that's the only thing that happened today was 32 bomb threats at different polling locations. 32. We were able to clear 27 of them very quickly without the need for an evacuation. 5 of them, the polls were temporarily closed down at the poll manager's request while we conducted the sweep, and they were reopened.
Interesting. All right, John Northcott is in Atlanta, Georgia tonight. What more can you tell us about this, John?
Well, I can tell you that, in fact, those that had to be cleared, those polling places had to be cleared, have had their voting time extended. A couple of dozen people in line. We're talking about between 5 and 10 polling places, and you consider that some counties have 40 or 50 polling places, really overall, and you have over 150 counties in the state of Georgia. So really a very small number of people potentially affected by this. And there, Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, as he has pledged from the very beginning, because as you recall, in 2020, there was all this concern and charges and accusations by then Donald Trump, the president, saying that there had been election interference. So Brad Raffensperger, who is a Republican, and of course the governor's Republican as well, they've been very clear through this process that they don't want anything to interfere with it. And this is an example of coming out and saying, hey, we got these threats, an abundance of caution. We closed down a couple temporarily until we cleared the area. Now, I can tell you that Brad Raffensperger has also gone on to say he believes they are from Russia. He said they were meant as mischief by Russians to interfere with the electoral process and the democratic process in the United States. He doesn't give any sources for that. We haven't heard any confirmation from that, say from state police or from the FBI. But at the moment, the Secretary of State, a key figure very high up in terms of administration, saying it was Russians responsible for that. Again, overall not likely to affect the deluge of votes that are coming in, but still it is a bit of a glitch, extending the polling hours for those particular precincts that were affected by these threats that came in.
Okay, hey, John, thank you. We'll keep an eye on that. And Ellen Morrow is actually in Washington keeping an eye on some of the other threats, because Georgia is not the only place where this is a conversation tonight. Ellen, you're at the White House. What are you tracking in terms of threats and mischief, as John referred to it?
Well, Adrienne, as you said, this isn't just happening in Georgia. It's happened in several key swing states throughout the day today. We heard this evening from the district attorney of Philadelphia, who said that there were several what he called false bomb threats throughout that city tonight, a city that's very important to the Democrats' chances of winning Pennsylvania. And like officials in Georgia, he linked those threats to Russia, saying they've appeared to originate from a Russian source. We heard the same thing from the Secretary of State in Arizona, also talking about what were described as non-credible bomb threats there that affected several polling stations. So this has happened throughout the day today. The FBI did release a statement as well, saying that it's aware of bomb threats to polling locations in several states, again repeating the Russia accusation, saying many of which appear to originate from Russian email domains. None of the threats, the FBI said, have determined to be credible so far, but they are a disturbance. You know, overall today, election officials have said the day has overall gone smoothly, except for these blips here and there. But this is really the last thing that election officials need as they try to carry out this incredibly tight election night.
All right, yeah, it'll be interesting to see at the end of the evening where most of these threats being targeted and at what point do disruptions sow doubt. Doubt seems to be one of the most dangerous things in an American democracy, it seems, certainly given the last election cycle. Ellen, thanks for staying on that. I know you're going to keep tracking it. For everyone watching at home, again, some more bumps on that results bar. 162 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 34 for Kamala Harris. Here at the table, people are still thinking about Virginia, and I know you are too, Ian.
Conventional wisdom is that, as I say, about 53 of the states in the U.S. will go the way they were predicted, but maybe some unconventional things are happening right now in this election. Let's take a look at Virginia. Just over half of the votes have been counted, and Donald Trump remains in the lead there. 13 electoral votes come from Virginia. Biden won this state fairly handily 4 years ago, so just consider for a moment what would happen if Donald Trump held on to this state. Suddenly, his path to victory is different than what a lot of people anticipated. Let's assume that he holds 2 of the southern swing states. So let's take a look and see what's happening in Georgia. Big lead. We heard Tim Naftali a little while ago talk about how the results are pretty strong, or at least a lot of results have come in from the urban areas like Fulton County, where Atlanta is. And so if Donald Trump were to hold on to Georgia and North Carolina, which he has been leading for much of the night. So Virginia, for argument's sake, Georgia and North Carolina, all of a sudden, he is just 6 votes short of 270, which means that if he wins any of the remaining swing states, so any of the 3 blue wall states, including Wisconsin, which is the smallest, or Arizona, or Nevada, then he returns to the White House. For Harris, if Virginia were to hold the lead right now that Trump has, and I know just 53% of the vote, then that would mean that she would not only have to win the blue wall, but she would also have to win, by our math, Arizona and Nevada. So if she loses Virginia, the path for her suddenly becomes more challenging. Take a look at Wisconsin, just 11% of the vote. Every indication in Wisconsin is that it is really close, so don't read too much into the gap at this point. But if Virginia holds for Trump, all of a sudden the challenge increases for Kamala Harris. But in terms of unconventional, I want to show you 2 more states. The state of Kansas, where you would assume that Donald Trump would roll to victory. 42% of the vote counted. And as you can see, Kamala Harris is in the lead. And one more state I want to show you. This one, you know, we kind of wondered what these numbers were going to look like. Iowa, only 11% of the vote counted, but there was that poll, the Des Moines Register reporting it on Saturday, and said they felt that that poll was a credible one, which showed that Kamala Harris was actually doing very well in Iowa, which if this were to hold or anything close to this, 5 days ago, nobody in Iowa expected that Kamala Harris could possibly win that state. So we have a lot of math to do. I'm not going to do math live on the air. It's the worst, my worst skill, but unconventional things may be happening.
That's really, really interesting. And the bump you're seeing there for Kamala Harris, nothing unconventional about that. That bump is because of New York. I want to talk to Aisha for a second. What state are you thinking about now, or what demographic are you thinking about?
I keep thinking about women. First of all, I'm thinking about them all, and still feeling, hopeful because it's early and we've got blue wall states. But this conversation about Iowa and also Kansas in particular are really jumping out at me because every place until tonight in Florida, which we'll come back to, that abortion has been on the ballot in the United States. Ultimately, voters rejected a ban on abortion, and Kansas was the first state. Now, always known to be a very conservative state. And voters in that state actually voted to say, no, we don't want to restrict people's rights. We don't want to ban abortion. And I think that what we're seeing is a gender divide playing out in what's happening right now in this election. The same thing we saw with that Iowa poll. No one was even having conversations about Iowa or Kansas, right? And now you're seeing some change there. And when you look at what's been happening, I'm telling you that women are really frustrated that Donald Trump has gone around bragging about how he's essentially created a nationwide, or attempting to create a nationwide ban on abortion by getting rid of Roe. And it's really going to play out with women.
I do think, we do have to wonder, though, in places where abortion is genuinely on the ballot, is it possible that when people get to the ballot box and polling booth, they do what they want on the ballot for abortion, and then they do something else for president?
Sure,
they've spoken their mind on the abortion initiative, and now they can choose who they want.
People split the vote all the time, and I want to come back to Florida because that was raised as well. There's a ballot measure that we saw just went down, essentially, in Florida. Now, what happened there is that there was a 60% threshold that was required for voters in that state. 60% of them had to vote to say, we want to protect the right to abortion. Guess how many voters said, yes, we want to protect that right? 57%, okay? Only like 44% of the voters said, no, we want to have an abortion ban. So I don't want to skew the results of that either in the state of Florida, because you still have the majority of the people saying, get the government out of my business when it comes to reproductive health care. And so that's a narrow loss, and that's really important as well. Arizona is going to be the next one up, where we see that abortion is on the ballot there too, and there is a very interesting Senate race happening. So we'll talk about that later.
And Kevin, I want to talk to you about momentum, but the first place where we need to go to talk about momentum is to West Palm Beach, Florida, and Chris Reyes at Trump headquarters.
Hey, Adrienne. So we're inside the convention center in downtown West Palm Beach, where Trump is holding a massive watch party. And down the street from here is Mar-a-Lago, where Trump is watching the results. And this crowd, which is starting to fill out, they're hoping that he comes sooner than later tonight. This is a bigger crowd than it was about an hour ago when we last spoke. It's not quite a packed house yet, but this is a big room. The capacity is about 8,000 people. So we'll see as the night, as the night rolls along. What I will tell you is that they're getting louder as more states are being called for Donald Trump. There's a lot more cheering happening, and they have their eyes not only fixed to that podium, which is right behind me, but to the results and the two screens. They're playing American networks, and they're paying attention to the results that are coming in. I told you earlier, Adrienne, that probably the thing that stands out the most about this crowd is the sea of red hats. And they're all wearing the same hat. It has 45 and 47 on the side. Make America Great Again, of course. And that tells you everything about what this crowd is hoping for. They're hoping for an epic comeback. Should Donald Trump win tonight, he would only be the second president to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. And this night would really be the pinnacle of like 4 4 years of trials and tribulations for their chosen candidate. 4 years where we saw Donald Trump get criminally convicted in New York, where we saw 2 attempted assassination attempts against him just in that campaign. So they're hoping for a celebration tonight. And I'll tell you, Adrienne, our eyes are fixed on that podium. And the big question is, what time will Donald Trump show up tonight?
Chris Reyes in West Palm Beach, thank you. Kevin, the momentum conversation, what are your colleagues and friends in the party saying about that right now?
Yeah, they're all pretty excited right now. I think they're seeing some of these states fall. North Carolina is big, and that's an important chess piece, because if you get Georgia and North Carolina, all you need is one more, or one of the blue wall states, and it's over. But you have to have those. You can't lose Georgia, you can't lose North Carolina, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Georgia's still coming in slowly, but looks pretty good. The Virginia result is very strange. If in fact this was a huge gender gap and women were, getting the support behind Kamala Harris in states as interesting as Kansas and Iowa, those college-educated women in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. and Richmond, you would think they would be in the same place. And if that result holds, we're only at 53% right now. But I would be surprised if there's a bifurcated woman vote in that case. But we're seeing some really strange stuff right now, and that's kind of the hour we're in. We'll know more when we get these percentages up higher, and hopefully Georgia can speed up their voting process, because we'd like to lock that one in.
And are you? I'm sure you would. What are you hearing from Michigan?
Well, anecdotally, apparently it was reported on the local news that urban turnout was down in Detroit from what they're reporting, and I've friends on the ground there telling me that they saw the same thing, or they've heard the same thing. The Dearborn, the imams of Dearborn, who came out in support of Donald Trump and put their full support behind him over the Gaza issue, could be determinative. I mean, we're talking a few 100,000 votes, but if they vote in a block, that's huge. And it's a strange bedfellows thing, but they were fed up with the way Biden was conducting, or perceived to be conducting things. So, that's huge. Yeah, we'll know a little bit more about Michigan coming up right now. They close a little bit later, so they're closed now, but we should start hearing from them.
Well, certainly people will be wondering about the third-party candidate, Jill Stein.
Yeah.
Right, Jill Stein seems to have been around forever, and
she played a huge role in 2016.
Absolutely.
Probably cost Hillary the White House.
Absolutely.
But,
it's what people used to say about Ralph Nader in 2000.
Yeah.
Dating myself a little bit there. Paul.
Can I nerd out on numbers for a second?
You know I love it when you do.
Because I was looking at this map, and we've all been making the point about lots can change. But if that were to hold, and I'm not going to give Minnesota's at less than 1%, so let's just say that that's blue. I'm just looking at this, and if Republicans were to take Arizona, as I think the numbers have, that would lead Nevada, right? That would lead, my numbers here would say, if that holds, 269 for Democrats, 263 for Republicans, plus with 6 in Nevada as the wild card.
Not 269.
That would be a tie.
No, Paul.
That would be a tie.
It is way too early to have the tie conversation.
But that's right there, right now. Let's not even go there, because that would be nuts, right? Can you imagine? But that includes Iowa holding, well, Kansas has just flipped back. So like and we're in that stage where things are going to go back and forth. What you said about Virginia being strange, I mean, you asked about the surprise. I'm going to answer that question now. It's Virginia at this point. Still to come, numbers still to come, but that would be trouble for Democrats, wouldn't it? if Virginia wins.
Well, it absolutely is surprising to me, and I totally take your point about what is going on in the Virginia suburbs, and that's certainly not a state that you heard the Harris campaign doing a whole lot of stumping through and sending a ton of surrogates through. And at the end of the day, what Democrats are known for is the ground game, and perhaps this was one that slipped, that they didn't pay enough attention to. We'll see how it plays out tonight, but I think, you know, Virginia, be it as it may, being able to pick up in Iowa and then hit, as long as she hits those 3 blue wall states, I think it looks good for the night. So,
well, that's a
where
big if. That's a big if.
It's a big if.
We'll
That's where
see.
we are.
Interestingly, host of Power and Politics, David Cochrane, is in Washington, and he finished his broadcast today and then went immediately to a Trump watch party where he is right now. So who are you talking to down there, David?
Yeah, Adrienne, I got off the air and went straight to a bar, but strictly for professional reasons. It's a Trump watch party. We're at the Dirty Water Bar in Washington. I'm here with Isaac Smith, who is the vice president for events here with the local Young Republicans. Isaac, what do you make of the results you're seeing so far? It looks like the early numbers are suggesting a good night for Donald Trump.
Well, we were expecting a good night for Donald Trump. You know, this is the first time in the 3 elections that he's ever been even or even ahead in the polling on election night. He's outperformed his polls anywhere from 5 to 10% historically. So if that trend continues, we're not looking at just victory, we're looking at a wipeout.
A wipeout when the polls are showing things are so close? I mean, there's still a lot of big states to be called. It's looking good for you in Georgia and North Carolina, no question. But a wipeout is pretty confident.
I think that we are going to have a statistical tie in the popular vote, and Trump will receive more electoral college votes than he received in 2016.
There was a sense amongst Democrats you spoke to in the final week of this election that they felt that they had a lot of momentum. They thought things were breaking their way. They thought the undecided was going Democrat by margins of double digits. What were you hearing and seeing in your work on this election?
Well, I'm going to point out that I live here in D.C., and D.C. is not an easy place to be a Republican, and I'm very outspoken, and the whole tone has changed. When I went to vote in 2022 and in 2020, people were more hostile to me. They were not as friendly to me. This year, they were very friendly. They were asking if I was still voting for Trump, and they laughed when I did. So the fact is that the Democrats are not actually whipped up in this fever pitch that got them over the line in 2020. At the end of the day, I believe that Americans simply are not buying the rhetoric of authoritarianism because it didn't happen last term. It's not going to happen this term. And so I'm thinking that we are going to have a very strong night. And I am expecting to carry the popular vote.
So, Isaac, how old are you? You're with the Young Republicans.
I'm 28.
You're 28. So you're right in that age group of men that Donald Trump, and even younger than you, that Donald Trump was trying to get to come out in big numbers as part of his pitch going on the Joe Rogan podcast, young, low propensity voters. What is it about Donald Trump that at 28 you're willing to go out and vote for him for a third time? And there's a lot of young men in this bar.
Well, I mean, I saw a man who thought his life was going to end with blood running down his face, who thought he was going to die, struggling against his security to tell Americans to fight on, because of course, if he had been assassinated, that would have been the end of American democracy as we know it. We see that, and then you look at Kamala Harris, who runs away from interviews and has to go do an SNL skit, right? Whose first interview as the nominee, she needed Tim Walz to hold her hand and protect her. That's not inspiring to anybody, least of all anybody that wants to achieve anything.
Okay, Isaac Smith, thank you so much for talking.
All right, thank you.
All right, Adrienne, that's Isaac Smith, the vice president with the Young Republicans here at a Trump watch party in Washington, D.C. And as he says, this is a rare thing because this town, very Democratic, as tonight, the Republicans are leading.
Well, you know how to pick them, David. Isaac is fantastic. And with his analysis there of a wipeout, I mean, maybe, Ian?
Well, I mean,
he just said he's going to go have another drink, so we'll see.
Okay, that perspective is very important. Thank you.
Fantastic is an interesting word, maybe a euphemism, but through the night, he may be worth going back to over and over again.
I mean, just for the heck of it, potentially, yeah.
Bit of a bump for the numbers for Kamala Harris at the bottom of your screen, and Illinois, the populous Democratic state, is helping out on that. So no surprise that Kamala Harris carries Illinois, even though just half of the votes have been counted, but we're confident to say those 19 electoral votes will go to her. Let's look at the blue wall, though. Remember at the beginning of the night, we said that Kamala Harris could win if she could hold the 3 states of the blue wall. Wisconsin, she is in the lead now. Earlier when we showed it to you, Donald Trump had the early lead, a quarter of the votes counted there, and every indication is Wisconsin is going to be close, so we'll be coming back to this. Let's look at the next blue wall state, Michigan. Pretty big lead, but a pretty small count at this point, 14%. As Susan Ormiston told us, some of the issues that are at play in Michigan, a state that, generally speaking, the Democrats feel good about, but there's some micro issues involving black voters, involving Arab American voters, involving union members. We'll see how that plays out in Michigan, but she is definitely in a pretty big lead right now. The third and final of the blue wall states, Pennsylvania, the one that has 19 electoral college votes, and a big lead for her, but again, only 1/3 of the votes have been counted there. And let's look back at Virginia. The surprise for a lot of people, almost 60% of the votes counted, pretty close, but still a Donald Trump lead, 13 electoral votes there. And so, as I mentioned before, I won't go through all the math now, but if Kamala Harris were to lose Virginia, which had been expected, she would have to make up those 13 votes somewhere else. So Arizona, Nevada, Kansas City, she had the lead, or not Kansas City, Kansas, she had the lead and has fallen back there. Iowa, she has a lead there. There are scenarios if she loses Virginia, but they become that path very narrow and a little bit rocky. And let's quickly take one more look at Wisconsin. That has flipped back, as you can see, still close and still just 26% of the vote counted there.
Oh, so interesting. All right, Ian, thank you. So stay with us. There's more America Votes right after the break.
Hi, Canada. My hope for America is that we can heal through this election. We've been very divided since 2016, and it's time for us to come back together as a nation, as Americans, not just Republicans against Democrats. We have a lot of issues that we probably agree on.
Hi, Canada. My hope for America is that women's rights are restored following this election.
My hope for America is to be able to live together. America is a country of immigrants, and immigrants has contributed a whole lot to this country. So we shouldn't be afraid of immigrants.
Hi, Canada. My hope for America is that we can be as good at hockey as you guys are.
Well, that will never happen, but bless you for thinking that. Welcome back. I want to draw your attention to the results bar at the bottom of the screen. 162 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 81 for Kamala Harris. There may not be any surprises in the raw numbers there, but the leanings, there seem to be some antacid-inducing moments in some of those, certainly at Harris headquarters, where Katie Simpson is right now. I want to give you a live look at what is happening at Harris headquarters. It was a dance party there earlier. It doesn't, from this perspective, it doesn't really look like that now. Or maybe I'm wrong, Katie.
Oh, no, Adrienne, the vibe has completely changed. About an hour and a half ago, there were dance lines. The DJ was spinning tunes. The DJ has just picked up the tunes again. But for a while there, they were showing some of the American news coverage with some of the projections taking place here. Earlier, Adrienne, we've been talking about sort of the mood of Democrats going into tonight. I spoke with a senior Democratic source a couple of hours ago to say, you know, what's your gut telling you in this moment? And the source said to me, I think she's got it, but I don't trust my gut anymore. No one trusts their gut after what happened in 2016. Democrats in that time were so confident that Hillary Clinton was going to win, but the wounds and the scars of that loss has really led to people not trusting their gut instinct anymore. So that was a conversation I had a couple of hours ago. But the mood here, it has really shifted. It has changed. The way that tonight was really being described by Democrats here in Washington, it was not cautious optimism, but nauseous optimism. They didn't want to get ahead of themselves. They knew that this race was going to be close, and they were sort of on an edge. It's sort of making people not feel very good, making them feel very anxious. And now, instead of that nauseous optimism, perhaps we're shifting just into a moment for Democrats, for people at this party, a little bit of just straight up nausea.
All right. Okay, Katie Simpson at Howard University in Washington. Rosie, we were talking in the break and throughout, listening to people make reference to the anxiety about an authoritarian behavior. Mm-hmm. Has that message from Kamala Harris, we'll know at the end of the night. Sure. Is that part of a message that landed or did not land?
Yeah, I mean, I think she and Democrats tried very hard to make this about democracy, right? And to try and tap into people's anxiety around that. And on the other side of it, I think Donald Trump played to that as well. That Madison Square Garden rally was very distasteful for some people. I wanted to bring it up because I thought the young man who was enjoying his evening,
Isaac, our friend Isaac,
said that the authoritarian message the Democrats were trying to stick onto Trump didn't stick. But I know that it is of concern here. When I talked to Frank McKenna, he was the former ambassador, Canada's former ambassador to the United States. He said that he believes that a second term for Trump would be Trump unleashed. And he believes that because the people around him that sort of kept him, you know, on the right course largely aren't really there. Or he doesn't expect that they will be there anymore. That the people around him now, the Stephen Millers, the Peter Navarros, are ideologically driven. Now, there's some exceptions to that. Bob Lighthizer, for instance, if he's back in cabinet, is someone that Canada gets along with super well and is pretty reasonable on trade. But I did want to put that to Kevin because I do think that is the concern, that a second time with Donald Trump will be very different and perhaps bolder, let's say that, than he was the first time.
More authentic to what he really believes, but he's not ideological. He may be surrounded by some people who are, but he picks and chooses from all over the ideological map. I think he's results driven, but I do hear you when you say authoritarian. I work for some bosses who think he is. I I don't see it. I think he'll surround himself with people like Elon Musk and, really smart people who will tackle the biggest problems that we've been saying we want to fix forever. And that is, get a handle on the federal government workforce, make it work for the American people. On trade, I think he uses tariffs to negotiate. And it sounds like your government has thought about that carefully and is going to be ready to approach this new administration, if it becomes one, better than the last time, because no one was expecting it. But yeah, he's a negotiator. He's a real estate developer is how I view him now. I think he'll work with anybody, he'll say mean things to you, but at the end of the day, he just wants to get a deal done. And that's why he says all these kind of wild things about other world leaders.
Yes,
and he looks erratic, but I think the bark is worse than his bite. That's just me speaking for a lot of Republicans who have come to get our head around who he is, because he was not our first cup of tea at all. And the Republican Party tried to fight him for a long time, and he kept beating everybody else.
But famously, everybody in his inner circle says he's unfit for office, that he's a menace to the country.
Former inner circle.
Former inner
Yeah,
circle.
yeah.
But yeah, good point. But what do you make of that? It's consistent from them.
Well, in Washington, D.C., to be allowed back into polite society or onto the boards of major companies, you have to say that. I'm not saying they're all lying. I'm not saying there isn't something there to it, but that's a fact. There's a financial incentive to it. There is a social cost incentive to it. So if you write a book and flip on him, you're immediately you're allowed to be on the boards of major Fortune 500 companies.
I think there's another way to look at that, though, is that polite society, as you say, as well as the economic,
the blob.
kind of behemoths of our world, really, right? When you talk about Fortune 500 companies, they all see the same thing. And it's that the erraticness that I guess some Republicans have decided to stomach and say, oh, his bark isn't, that bad, is actually really, really bad for the economy, which is why pretty much every major economist has said that these threats of these tariffs are going to drive up inflation and be horrible for Americans and, everybody, period. And I think that, that's real. So the thing about this being a real estate developer, right, this kind of attitude is always going to say all kind of crazy things. The truth is that he built a lot of stuff and didn't pay anybody for it, right? And so I think people are really watching that. And I'm going to come back to the gender piece. I think that women are watching that even if they can't say it and talk about it out loud, because there's something about the nasty that isn't really fun anymore. It was kind of, fun to just kind of laugh at the guy who was the reality star that said crazy things. But now it's really consequential, and it's consequential in terms of the United States global relationships, in terms of our trade, and certainly, all that affects our economy. And that's the thing that's really bubbling up here. That'll be interesting.
I was interested in what you said about some people will be comforted when he's surrounded by someone like Elon Musk. I'm not sure that lands as a comforting thing everywhere, especially, I would think, in the United States with Musk's relationship with defense contracts in the U.S., but also his relationship with Russia and China and connections. That has to be complicated.
Well, I think tens of millions of Republicans and others would say that Elon Musk single-handedly, saved free speech by buying Twitter and allowing it to not be censored. So yeah, he's a complicated guy. He's landing rockets. He's an incredibly smart entrepreneur. Taking him and putting him on one task: go fix the federal government workforce. Where can we streamline? Do what you did to Twitter, where you got rid of 90% of it. That's appealing to a lot of voters, and I'm just telling you that. Yeah, I don't know who will have the loudest voices in the room in this next version of it.
Right.
But Donald Trump will make the final call, and he's a results-driven guy. He wants a good economy. He wants good foreign relations, no new wars. I think that's where his focus will be, and the bluster and the attacks from the media will all be there. I'm not looking forward to it. I live in Washington, D.C. I lived through the resist movement. People went crazy. I mean, crazy. So I'm not looking forward to that, but we'll have to see if he's serious about, actually getting the results that he says he wants.
And we're not there yet. It's only 10 o'clock. There are lots more states where the polls are closing. Nevada polls, for example, just closed. But there is a state that everyone is interested in at this point. Another brick in that blue wall. It's Wisconsin. Definite history with close presidential elections. That's why we're watching this one very closely. Here's Andrew Chen.
Wisconsin, the Badger State, which I discovered has less to do with the animals and more to do with miners living and working like badgers underground. And it is indeed a state where it is mostly working class and mainly white voters. Donald Trump has said,
if we win Wisconsin, we win the presidency.
That might be a nod to the fact that Wisconsin hasn't voted Republican in nearly 40 years, except once. In 2016, when Donald Trump became president.
Donald Trump wins the presidency.
The Republican National Convention was in Milwaukee.
Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you.
So was Kamala Harris's first rally after she replaced Joe Biden on the presidential ticket. Wisconsin is worth 10 electoral college votes.
Ian, here we go, talking about Wisconsin again.
Let's take a look and see what's happening in Wisconsin right now. And you can see that Donald Trump is in the lead. Just over a third of the votes have been counted there. It is relatively close, and we expect Wisconsin to be close. But we said at the beginning of the evening that Kamala Harris, if she were to win the 3 states in the blue wall, Wisconsin is one of them, then she had a pretty clear path to the White House. So she really does need to win Wisconsin. Let's look at the rest of the blue wall right now. Michigan, she is in the lead there. She has been for a while, but votes are coming in really slowly from Michigan, just 17%. And then Pennsylvania is the big one that both Trump and Harris really want to win, have put a lot of money and time in Pennsylvania. There's so much suspense about Pennsylvania. Our computer is only slowly going to it. There we go. Finally, Pennsylvania, 44% of the votes counted there. And look how close that is. 0.1 of a percentage point is the margin right now. But so much depends in Pennsylvania on where those uncounted votes are. So we'll keep an eye on that. If Kamala Harris were to win the blue wall, and if Virginia were to stay the way it is, the blue wall would not be enough for her. And look at what's happening in Virginia. And relatively close, but here is a potentially unsettling trend for Kamala Harris and her supporters. The lead that Donald Trump has had has been building over the last half hour, 45 minutes, as we've watched the votes coming in. So 61% counted there for Virginia. Biden won this state handily 4 years ago, and really Kamala Harris's path to the White House becomes much easier, much clearer, much less rocky if she can turn things around in Virginia. Let's go actually to those southern states that are swing states. Georgia, big lead for Donald Trump, 81% of the votes counted. As you'll remember, Biden won this state by fewer than 12,000 votes last time around. That doesn't appear to be the trend here tonight. North Carolina, a place that the Democrats have been hoping for a breakthrough. The last 2 elections, the winning margin for the Republicans got narrower and narrower. But tonight, it is a pretty wide lead with 2/3 of the vote counted. The other 2 swing states, the polls are closed there, and we do have early results for Arizona. Let's take a look at that. 1/3 of the votes counted, a dead heat right now in Arizona, 11 electoral votes. I won't go through all the scenarios right now, but let me tell you, if Virginia does go to Donald Trump, Kamala Harris not only has to win the blue wall, but she probably has to win Arizona and Nevada as well. Adrienne, Nevada, polls have closed there, but only a few minutes ago. We don't have numbers yet.
Yikes, all right.
Okay.
It is, wow. Perhaps the polls will be right at the end of the day, that this is very, very close. I mean, we spent 2 election cycles talking about how the polls were off. They might not be off at this point. If you're seeing a bump in the numbers at the results bar, and you are, that is because Mississippi has just come in for Donald Trump. So again, in terms of confirmed states, nothing is a surprise. But as you've been listening to Ian talk at this point, it's the states where it's leaning. That's where some of the surprises are. And Paul, if I may, not to spring something on you.
Spring it.
Spring it, okay. What are you thinking, and Aisha will know the answer to this, but what are the questions you have about the Harris camp right now? Is it a runway conversation, like, has there not been enough runway, or is it just the message doesn't land?
I don't know. You mentioned earlier was Virginia overlooked for the ground game. Again, to your earlier question, that's the surprise to me. I've wondered, we haven't talked about gender tonight. We've talked a lot about reproductive rights. I met people, Democrats, going back to 2016, who were not ready to have, in the 21st century, in the most modern country in the history of the world, who weren't ready for a woman to be president. I met somebody last week in Washington, a Democrat from Texas, who said her husband, black woman, who said her husband was drifting away because he couldn't envision a woman as commander-in-chief. All these, everybody has their own anecdotes. And I don't, is that a factor here, I wonder? I don't know. Is it? What do you think?
I don't know. We know that it was for Hillary Clinton. I mean, we actually have results on that one. I mean, well, it remains to be seen. I'm looking at this map right now, and one of the things that we're not talking about yet is the other races that are happening in some of these states and how they might play out. I'm watching Wisconsin to see how Senator Tammy Baldwin is doing because she is in a tough race against a very, very well self-funded rich guy, which kind of plays out with the Republicans, and she's holding her own as a labor warrior, but it's tracking the same with the presidential there. She's just slightly ahead of him still, but it's very, very close. In Arizona, though, what's interesting is that Ruben Gallego, the Democrat there, is actually ahead of Kari Lake by a couple of points right now, who is the Republican. And that is a really great sign for Arizona to see that Senate race with a third of the vote or so in, looking really good for him. That is a hotly contested race. Kari Lake is someone who is quite radical, but has toned down a bit and is very, very popular as a Republican there. He is also very popular there, and so abortion is on the ballot there as well. To your point about reproductive rights, this is obviously a swing state. I think that that's going to be an interesting one to watch, and I'm watching the Senate race as a bellwether there for what might happen. And
just on Senate, too, it's worth noting if it's a Trump White House and if the Senate goes Republican, not to get too far ahead of our skis
when
here,
it goes Republican.
Say that?
When it goes Republican.
Let's say Thomas is convinced to retire and Justice Alito and replaced by two younger justices. That's decades of a strongly conservative Supreme Court for the United States.
That is the great power of the Senate. Certainly from a Canadian perspective, when people talk about what does the Senate do, that's one of the first things they mention is the Senate has the power to confirm justices. You're seeing a bump again just for Kamala Harris. That is Colorado that has just come in. Again, not a surprise there. We keep talking about Wisconsin, but we also have to keep talking about Pennsylvania. Whether Pennsylvania becomes critical, we'll see in a few hours. But Richard Madden is there and has been talking with people in the Harris camp. What are you hearing, Richard?
Yeah, Adrienne, as these results come in, a little disappointment by Democrats here, seeing Kamala Harris seeming to lose a bit of support, slipping support in Georgia and North Carolina, which makes winning Pennsylvania for the Harris camp all the more critical. So they're feeling upbeat. One of the networks called Colorado, which gave them some optimism, but they're really watching carefully these slow results trickling in across Pennsylvania. As we mentioned in the last hour, Pennsylvania, the suburbs around Philadelphia, Democrats are happy. They appear to be exceeding expectations there. And the surrounding suburbs of Bucks County, Montgomery County, that is getting them happy. But then if you look at the early returns in the rural parts of Pennsylvania, that is Trump country. They need to ensure that they hold these blue dots in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh to offset the gains that are expected in rural parts of the state. Going to get John to just pan over here because the crowd is filling up here after polls closed. This party is getting underway. There's pizza, there's Yingling flowing. We're in Pennsylvania, of course. But of course,
there's optimism and anxiety. Also, I want to just update you, Adrienne, on the shenanigans we talked about just a few hours ago. City commissioners confirmed that there were bomb threats at 10 polling places across the state, around Philadelphia and in some parts of the rural areas. They say there's no evidence. They're blaming Russian actors, bad actors, for disrupting the election process. They had to evacuate the polling stations. Voting resumed. They were open a little bit later, but I can tell you, lots of anxiety here as these results slowly start trickling in when you compare it to what's happening in other parts of the states. This is also a key election. I heard Paul mentioning earlier about these down-ballot races. Not only is there a presidential race going on, but the hometown senator, Bob Casey, a Democrat, is also in a tough re-election fight against Dave McCormick, a Republican, which further jeopardizes the Democrats' hold of the Senate. The map is not in the Democrats' favor in this election cycle, so if they lose the Casey's, the Democratic seat that Bob Casey holds, that's more troubles for Democrats. But at this point, there is some optimism here, cautious optimism, on the results Democrats are seeing tonight in Pennsylvania.
All right, Richard, thank you. I think probably your cautious optimism will probably suggest Katie Simpson's characterization of nauseous optimism. What she heard from Democrats is potentially more apt. In this 10 o'clock hour Eastern, lots more polls are closing, which means we're starting to get a more understanding of the numbers that you're seeing at the bottom of your screen and the ones to come. Ian?
I need to find a word that rhymes with nauseous and cautious.
I know.
I just can't do it off the top
we'll work
of
on that.
my head. Yeah, we have some time to work on that. Let's look at Pennsylvania. Richard was talking about those numbers, and there you see a lead for Donald Trump. But listen, I've got to bring your attention, the upper right-hand corner of our board there, 50% of the expected votes counted. So lots of room there, and we'll dig in a little deeper to see where the votes have been counted so far in Pennsylvania. So lots of potential for change there. Let's move on now to Virginia, the surprise of the night. But I can tell you that the trend line is changing a little bit. The lead for Donald Trump, which the last time I spoke about Virginia, what was that? 10, 15 minutes ago, about a 50,000 vote lead, now down to about a 30,000 vote lead. And we have about a third of the votes, just over a third of the votes, yet to be counted in Virginia. So a surprise to this point, obviously something everyone is going to be looking at really closely. And one of the swing states, we have some early results from there. Let's take a look at Arizona. A moment ago, this was a dead heat to the 10th of a percentage point. Right now, Kamala Harris with just under half of the votes counted in the lead there. Some good signs, and I'm sure the Democrats are desperately seeking good signs right now. Some good signs right now in Arizona.
Mm-hmm. What a thin margin, though.
Yep.
All right, listen, Caroline Bargut is in Phoenix, Arizona, taking the temperature of what you see around you, Caroline.
Yeah, that's right. Harris is leading. We just got the first results, 1.1 million votes here in Maricopa County, which has 60% of the voters. So if Harris wins this county, she will win this state. So she's got a 2% lead on Donald Trump. Now, this is just the results of the early mail-in ballots. So there's three ways that you can vote in this state. One is the mail-in ballots that are received by October 29th, which is a week ago today. So that is what we're looking at right now. That is 70 to 75% of the mail-in ballots that were received by October 29th. She is leading by 2%. We still have two other ways that people could have voted. They could have dropped their mail-in ballots at polling stations across the state today, and then they can also go in person today. Polls are obviously now closed, but they could go in person earlier today, vote, and then all of those ballots will be coming here to the tabulation center where they will be processed. Now, the thing that takes forever, I should tell you, it's going to take between 10 and 13 days before we're actually going to have the final results for this state. And the reason for that is because state officials say they're looking for accuracy over speed, and there is a process that they have to go through. For example, the mail-in ballots, first they have to do a signature verification, and the people who are verifying the signatures, it's actually at the county recorder's office, which is just down the street. People who are verifying the signatures were actually trained by the FBI, so they take this very, very seriously. So first they have to do that. If there seems to be any kind of issue with those signatures, They contact the voter because they scan a barcode, they know who these people are. They contact the voter, and then that voter has 5 days to verify that they are who they say they are. After all of that happens, the ballots come here to the tabulation center. I got in earlier today with my cameraman, Sam, and we got to see how it works. Basically, it is a room full of election volunteers. There's a bunch of tables. There is a Democrat on one side, there's a Republican on the other, and they get the mail-in ballots. They sit together and they open those ballots. They go through them, they make sure that everything on them is okay, and they will be okay to be processed through the tabulation machines. If there's any problem, they flag the problem, but the Democrat and the Republican both have to agree that everything is okay before those get processed. So this is just the first count that we are starting to see. We're expecting to see more trickle in through the day and then through the coming days. Again, 10 to 13 days. The average time it takes is 13 days. So it's going to be a while before we find out who wins Arizona. Adrienne.
Well, I'm going to need more beef jerky if we're talking about 10 to 13 days. I have to say the meticulousness of the counting, the seriousness with which people take it. There's something very beautiful about this process in the United States, especially how different it is in every single county. There's one county where they write down the numbers on a board and then they live stream it on Facebook. Everyone is different, and it's something, it's pretty amazing to behold. But yeah, this one is very interesting. Thank you very much, Caroline, to you and Sam. We'll be talking a little bit later. So if you're flipping through the channels, I mean, firstly, don't do that. You're here. Stay home. Stay with us. You might be wondering, though, how do we at CBC News report the numbers that you see on your screen? How is it that we eventually make a call? Well, we have a dedicated team of journalists working on what's called our results desk. They will be very busy tonight because calling an American election is no simple matter. Here, in this country, it's Elections Canada that administers the federal election. That one independent, nonpartisan agency conducts the federal vote all across Canada. But it's not as straightforward in the U.S. There is no nationwide body that runs the vote, no one organization that tallies the results on Election Day. Instead, elections are administered locally in thousands of individual offices across the U.S. Each state has different rules about how to vote, when the votes are counted, how the results are reported. In many cases, states don't even offer up-to-date tracking of election results. So that is why we've partnered with the Associated Press. They're the results provider for CBC News. AP has been working to count the votes since 1848. And this year, AP will deploy 4,000 reporters to every voting precinct and county election office, collecting data straight from the source, reporting results in real time. We are also watching the 5 major U.S. TV networks: ABC, CBS, CNN, NBC, and Fox. They each have their own process and methodologies for calling states and calling the election. We watch so many different sources because while one outlet might call something incorrectly or too early, it is rare that a majority would call a state wrong. So how does our CBC News results desk make the call? Well, we'll report the winner in individual states and across the nation only once a majority of the 5 major U.S. networks have reached a conclusion. This means only when 3 of those 5 networks are in agreement will we at CBC News feel comfortable calling something. This is the same procedure we've used in past U.S. elections. Aggregating all that data from all those sources helps ensure that the information we're bringing you is the right call. And here's another good call, right call. We had so much fun speaking with David Cochrane and his friend Isaac. We thought we'd ask him to talk with somebody else. So David Cochrane is in Washington at that Trump watch party.
All right, Adrienne, I'm here with retired Colonel Eric Golding, who is with Veterans for America First. Colonel, tell me, why is it you're supporting Donald Trump in this election?
Because I firmly believe that America needs a strong and robust and self-confident commander-in-chief of our armed forces. In order for America to be the city on the hill and protect freedom not only at home but with our friends abroad, we need a commander-in-chief that will spread the word that America is here to defend our values, not just for ourselves, but worldwide.
What is it about Donald Trump that gives you that comfort? Because, you know, up in Canada and in Europe, they look at Trump and they're a little bit worried about how he is about issues of global security and cooperation with allies. What is it that makes you comfortable that he'd be a good commander-in-chief?
So when Trump was president, during his time when I was in the Army, the morale was very high among the troops, and the way he would support the military, the way he would respect the military and our service to our country, because we have an all-volunteer military. I mean, is Canada also a volunteer military as well?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so it's all volunteers. And so all the folks that are in uniform here are all patriotic Americans, and we believe and we take an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. But we need a strong leader that will help us do that, you know, to give us confidence to go forward. If we need to go in harm's way, we want to go in harm's way confidently. And we feel that the president will have our back. We don't feel that way with Biden. Our troops have been attacked like over 100 times in the Middle East, and he just kind of gives it short shrift and says you crossed a line, but there's no consequences, there's no results. And when you're dealing with radical governments like the Iranians or the Russians or even the Chinese, national adversaries that we have, and the North Koreans, they respect power.
You think Trump does that?
I think he does that.
All right. Well, Colonel Eric Goldie.
Goldie.
Sorry, what's that?
Goldie.
Goldie. Oh, sorry. All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for speaking with us. Adrienne, back to you. It's hard to hear here in this bar. There's a lot of happy Trump supporters. Back to you in Toronto.
Understood. David Cochrane, thank you very much. 195 to Donald Trump, 91 to Kamala Harris. Ian, in this 10 o'clock hour, what's changing?
We were not expecting to talk about Virginia as much as we're talking about it. Let's see what's happening there right now. I don't know if we can get a inset on the camera of Aisha as she sees these numbers, but she is smiling. You can hear her laughing. Still super close. 2/3 of the votes counted. But this is the first time that we've seen Kamala Harris in the lead in Virginia for a long time. It's been kind of puzzling, right? What's been happening there, especially when you consider the margin of victory that Joe Biden had 4 years ago. So this one's still super close. We need to watch it closely. But if Kamala Harris were able to hold this, then her path to the White House could be set if she wins all three of the so-called blue wall states. Let's see how those are going right now. Pennsylvania, lead for Donald Trump at only 55% of the votes counted. So here's another path. Let's talk about Donald Trump's path to the White House. If he ends up winning Georgia, where he's had a commanding lead through the evening, or if not commanding, certainly a solid lead. If he manages to win North Carolina, which he has been leading all evening at, all he would need to add to those two states is Pennsylvania, and he would go to the White House. So Pennsylvania, we knew this all along, incredibly important for both of these candidates. So Kamala Harris needs to win Pennsylvania as well if she wants to go there, and she has to win the other two states in the blue wall. Michigan, she's been leading through the night, still close, just 1/5 of the votes have been counted there. And Wisconsin has been going back and forth, and right now it's Donald Trump in the lead, as you can see, with half the votes counted there. So don't want to make it too complicated, but basically I can tell you this, Virginia, that is a huge change. We'll see if that holds. Pennsylvania remains, as we said to you right from the beginning, critical to both of these candidates. The blue wall remains really important to Kamala Harris.
Absolutely. And in terms of time with Pennsylvania, a couple things, you know, certainly they are counting through the night. That's not what they did last time. And at 12:01 a.m., we will get a sense from Pennsylvania in terms of how many mail-in ballots there are left to count. So that will give us a sense of a margin, if you will, of what's left to come. That certainly was not the case in 2020, so that led to some of the confusion, but there should be a better understanding of the numbers. But Ian ended by talking about Wisconsin, which has been flipping back and forth a little bit. Ifil Musa is in Milwaukee for us again tonight. Ifil?
Good evening, Adrienne. Yeah, you know, I spoke earlier today to Milwaukee's Mayor Cavalier Johnson, and he said that statewide elections here in Wisconsin are always close, and he doesn't think this will be any different, although he does expect Kamala Harris to win, which isn't any surprise. He's a Democratic mayor of a Democratic city. So, but, you know, in the surrounding areas, that's where the conservative voters live and where the Republican Republicans are trying to make some headway. It's important to consider that in 2020, Trump narrowly lost to Biden by about 20,000 votes. And I mention that, 20,000 votes, because here in Milwaukee today, they've had to recount 31,000 absentee ballots, essentially, because of an error with the tabulation machine. Essentially, officials say that the doors just weren't being closed properly. It was essentially human error, and out of an abundance of caution, they decided to restart the count. So that's going to be slowing things down a little bit, and already some Republicans are calling into question the count here. Republican Senator Ron Johnson paid a visit earlier this evening. He was taking a look at one of the tabulation machines. There was also a visit earlier by the mayor. He also came by to shake hands with some of the election officials here that are working away. There are about 108,000 absentee votes that need to be counted. They've gotten through about half of them, so it'll be interesting to see how the night unfolds. But Adrienne, there are 1.5 million absentee votes that need to be tabulated in Wisconsin. They need to be, that number, those totals need to be included with the in-person voting. So it'll be interesting to see how the night unfolds. But people tell us here it's going to be a long one.
Ethel, I'm just curious, as you're there, are there people coming to watch the voting process? Like, are you seeing, people sort of stand at the glass or observe? We've seen that in past U.S. elections. It's always interesting. Sometimes they end up banging on the glass when they're angry. But is it becoming a bit of a scene?
Yeah, there are a lot of people here and a lot of observers. In fact, they're wearing stickers so that people know that they are actually election observers. They've got these bright green ones. There's no glass. That might have been a COVID thing, but it's all kind of open here. I don't know if you could maybe take a look around. We've got, there's lots and lots of tables. We're at a large center, and it looks like there's like hundreds of people here. I mean, I'll be honest, half of us are probably media, but there are a lot of election workers and a lot of observers that are watching. We were told that earlier this evening when, the recount, when they were deliberating that, there was a representative from the Democrats and the Republicans here. They want to be transparent. They obviously don't want a repeat of what happened during the last election. But, as I mentioned, it was a close one, and they're trying to, keep everything open so that they do not have a repeat.
Yeah. Right. Let civility prevail. All right, Ethel Musa, thanks very much. So, Aisha, I'm just curious, are you talking with people on the ground in Wisconsin or Pennsylvania, any of those blue wall states?
So Pennsylvania in particular, we are going back and forth and biting our nails, but there's some interesting trends that are happening if you look at the counties in Pennsylvania. So there are places that Donald Trump actually beat Biden that now you're seeing Kamala really come up and do well in, and then the reverse is also happening. So I'll give you an example of that. Right in dead smack in the center of the state, which is pretty rural, it's called Center County. That was a place that Biden actually won. Now it looks like Trump happens to be up there. That is quite significant. But then you look outside of, well, first of all, Philadelphia, not in. Only 11% of the count is in there, so that's going to certainly change what we're seeing in this map over time. But then if you look outside of Philly, you look at York County, that's kind of going back and forth. So York County is one that Donald Trump won. You see Kamala has been up. Now York is kind of flipping. Now
what kind of place is York, if I may? Like, describe it.
York has certainly has a rural feel to it, but from what I understand, that there are people who have moved and kind of it's part of it is a lot of people who have left Philly that are moving a little further out, but York is known to be a conservative, more rural area, kind of a little further outside of Philadelphia. But the fact that you're even seeing that in play, I think that some of what's interesting to me to watch is how the shifting demographics post-COVID that we saw from urban areas, people leaving and then kind of moving up and out. This is a case in New York as well, where there are some real key swing districts. You see urbanites that have left the city and moved an hour, 90 minutes outside of the city and are now shifting targeting some of that electorate in some of these rural, known to be rural areas, and how that's going to play out as well. So, Pennsylvania, it's interesting because a lot of work has been done there. You see that the Harris campaign invested really heavily
the
in
money,
trying to...
the money that's
There's
gone
so
into
much money that's gone there. And you also have a really popular governor there in Josh Shapiro, very popular all across the state. And so how this is playing out is really interesting right now. And you can see those pockets of where the investment has happened on both sides. On both sides.
Well, given the popularity of Josh Shapiro, has there been a conversation amongst Harris operatives that maybe he should have been the VP?
I don't know that that's the case. And look, I'll say this, and this is not a popular thing to say, but I do believe that Josh Shapiro has a very long career as one of the rising stars of the Democratic Party, and Josh Shapiro knows it. And there's a reason why from the jump, Josh Shapiro wasn't jumping up and down saying, I'm going to run in here. He just got that job as governor. He literally just got that job. And he said, I'm going to actually do the job that I just got. There will be time for me to consider other things later on.
The long game. So there's the long game, and then there's the short game of betting. And I know that while we're looking at some of these numbers, you're also looking at the betting odds, right?
Yeah, and in the last 45 minutes, they have shot way up to between 85 and 90% in all the different various markets, polymarket and whatnot. And I raise that because the way I look at the map right now and the likelihood of a Trump victory right now, at least in the public imagination, if he doesn't win tonight or tomorrow, there's going to be a whole lot of people that think something went very wrong, and that's what I'm afraid of. I don't. We want a clean result. We hope that the margin is big enough on either side but where it is right now, the public believes he's going to win.
Okay, so a couple things about that. I think everyone's heard Donald Trump's too big to rig, make it too big to rig. I think that's a line that both campaigns would want to hang on to.
Yeah.
But in every election cycle, we have this conversation with people about hang on to your hats about the first results you see because they change through the night. Has that not landed for people, do you think?
To some extent, but a lot of those rules have been changed where that red mirage doesn't exactly work that way anymore. I just think, hopefully he keeps cool about this and, doesn't go out there and proclaim victory tonight prematurely or anything and waits and sees what plays out. But it's something to keep an eye on as we go through the night.
Can I ask, what is a clean victory for Donald Trump? Like, what is something where he would say, this is decisive for Harris, and I can sit back and accept that? Like, what is...
He talked about it today
Yeah.
when he voted, and he said, if it's a clean victory, it's a clean victory. How he defines that, I don't know.
Yeah. Right.
I think it would probably have to be a pretty resounding defeat with no obvious court challenges, although there were not a lot of obvious ones last time, but he did have a point that they suppressed the laptop and...
Donald Trump has never, ever claimed defeat around anything, even as a guy who has filed bankruptcy 6 times, right, who has been held liable for sexual assault. Like, he has never claimed defeat. So there isn't a margin
As a convicted felon.
Right, he's a convicted felon,
Yeah,
right? Like,
yeah.
So there isn't, the thing that makes me fearful, and in fact, people are texting me right now saying, oh my God, I'm scared to death. What if Donald Trump wins? Not simply because of the politics of it, because of the fear of the violence in the streets around it, especially for those of us who are Black and brown people in the United States, right? We watched January 6th. We know that there's an incitement of violence because you don't get your way. And Donald Trump has spent the entire election convincing people that the game is rigged before anybody even started voting, right? His entire, brouhaha has been, oh, well, they're cheating, right? They're cheating. They're gonna cheat. We're gonna have lawyers there to make sure that they're not cheating. And so that is something I, appreciate the way that you say that there are a lot of people who believe that he's going to win. And when we talk about the betting odds and the belief, that's the thing that makes those of us who actually broker in like real facts and data concerned. Because people's attitudes and opinions about what they believe that are based in nothing other than someone's attitude and lies about something being rigged that aren't really true end up having like really fatal consequences for a lot of minorities in the United States because it incites people to take their attitudes about what they think should have been and go out and act upon them even though they're not reality. And so I would hope that if, in fact, this night ends and it's unclear what's going on, that the former president would say, it's still unclear about what's going on, we're waiting for everybody to finish counting, and not actually incite something other than what the numbers are telling us.
Okay, well, let's give everyone the benefit of the doubt that it just becomes this gloriously mundane process of one. I'd like to head to Michigan, if we can. Susan Ormiston is in Detroit with a guest, I gather, Susan.
Yeah, Adrienne, you know, it's really too close to call here, of course. Only about 20% of the vote is in Michigan, and it's very, very tight, as was expected. But, you know, I've been canvassing the room a little bit, and I think the nerves are starting to rise a bit. Claire Meunier is our guest. She's been a campaigner for Kamala Harris's team, trying to encourage people from out of state to come in and help campaign. And Claire, how are you feeling right now, be honest?
I am starting to feel a little bit nervous. You know, when I walked in here earlier today, I was feeling super excited. The prospect of having the first woman president is just kind of amazing to me, and I was thrilled about that. Over the last 30 minutes or so, I will say I've been seeing some of the stuff on TV. I'm getting some texts from friends, and starting to feel a little bit anxious, hoping that is not granted or warranted.
What's making you feel anxious?
Just, I guess, getting texts from friends. They're a little nervous. It seems like races are becoming closer and closer. In Michigan, obviously, I've been working here and don't like what I'm seeing. To me, it feels like this should be a slam dunk. I knew it was going to be close, but was optimistic that we were going to really pull ahead. So I am a little worried, if I'm being honest.
And if Kamala Harris does not pull it off?
Honestly, I don't really even have words for that right now. I will be devastated. I probably will cry. It will be really hard for me to understand, honestly. I really hope that does not become the reality, and I'm still crossing my fingers and optimistic here, but I don't really want to consider that as a possibility right now, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay, I will let you go and not put you through more misery, but thank you so much for talking to me. It is, of course, still early. These battleground states are still very much in play, but I think Claire's opinion is being reflected around the room that they're just not as sure as they were earlier in the evening that these states are going to, in fact, stay with the Democrats.
All right, Susan Ormiston in Detroit. Yeah, this is the momentum conversation. Have a look at the results board at the bottom of your screen. 201 Electoral College votes for Donald Trump, 91 for Kamala Harris. Ian, you have some more information about the blue wall. Is it still a blue wall?
Yeah, well, I mean, it keeps going back and forth. It depends on kind of which 5-minute increment you're looking at it. Before I show you results, I want you to consider this. As we look at two paths for victory, one for Trump, right now it looks like if he wins Pennsylvania, he will win the White House. For Kamala Harris, it looks like she needs all 3 of the states in the blue wall. So let's start looking at what's happening right now in the blue wall, beginning with Michigan. This has been going back and forth. You can see 24% of the votes counted there, and Donald Trump currently in the lead. So that would be bad news for Kamala Harris. Let's move on now to Wisconsin, a state we expected to be very close, just over half of the votes counted there, and Donald Trump in a lead that, again, this would be concerning for Kamala Harris. Still lots of votes to count, but still significant that there's that much of a lead at this point. Now the big one, Pennsylvania. If Trump were to win in Pennsylvania, along with North Carolina and Georgia, he goes to the White House. He has a relatively big lead. It's about 110,000 votes with almost 60% of the votes counted. Now, here's the asterisk right now. NBC reporting that there are 1.9 million early votes. And of those early votes, 56% of the 1.9 million are from registered Democrats, 33% from Republicans. We expect to see the data from those early votes at around midnight Eastern time, so that may change the numbers in Pennsylvania a lot. But right now, Donald Trump is looking pretty good when it comes to his path to the White House. Kamala Harris is, definitely not leading in the blue wall states that she needs right now. I want to show you two more results before we go. Arizona, 49.6%, 50% of the vote counted, and it is a dead heat there. Donald Trump actually 24-vote lead. So percentages exactly the same to point, to 1/10 of a percentage point, but a tiny lead of, do votes count? They certainly count if you're in Arizona. And remember the optimism for Democrats about Iowa earlier in the evening and that poll that came out on the weekend? Well, Donald Trump is picking up the Electoral College votes in Iowa. There was some question about whether that would happen. Also in Kansas, another state that Kamala Harris was doing surprisingly well in, we can tell you now that Donald Trump will take all 6 Electoral College votes. But again, the blue wall is critical to Kamala Harris. Pennsylvania is critical to Donald Trump. The one prediction we've been absolutely right about, it's really close.
I knew that's where you were going to go. And you're right. That explains Iowa and Kansas for Donald Trump, explains the bump you're seeing in the results bar at the bottom of the screen there. Paul.
I want to pick up on something that Kevin was talking about earlier, this notion that if Trump declares victory and the numbers change later, that people will be demonstrably angry and upset about that. And by implication, that means millions of Americans have no faith in the electoral system that is in their country, because it's a perfectly normal thing for, notably in Pennsylvania, for votes to be counted much later. Or is it just that they want to take, sort of to Aisha's point, that they just want to believe that guy for misguided reasons?
No, my read on it is that we're not there yet in Pennsylvania. It's only at 61% of the vote in. She's not going to concede with that many votes still out there, obviously. So the question would be whether or not we get closer and closer to that, and it looks almost inevitable. And she's not conceding, but he declares victory anyway. It starts getting messy. It'd be stupid for him to do it now. I don't think he will. I think he'll probably give a speech tonight. I think he'll say it's looking really good. If he can stay on discipline, which is always tough for him, just we're going to keep counting the votes. I had a lot of great support out there. It's looking really optimistic for us. But everybody just hang in there and wait for the results to come in. We'll see them in the next 12 to 24 hours.
But I mean, and even going back to 2020, and after all the fraud this, fraud that, and then there was never any evidence, really, at all, and yet people seem still willing to take his word, theoretically, that the fix was in. Like, that's the part that I don't understand in a system that would seem to be working.
Well, yeah, his court challenges didn't go anywhere. The argument J.D. Vance has made subsequently is that, okay, well, it might not have been rigged at the ballot box, but they did suppress a laptop that would have changed votes. We know that. They did change voting rules all over the place.
That's not true. Let's not spread misinformation on air. That's not true.
It's absolutely true.
It's
We have public polling for it.
That's not true, which is why there's been no litigation around it and no one's been held liable for that. There's been absolutely no
I'm talking about a media narrative
fraud.
story. I'm not talking about actually rigging of an election. That's the J.D. Vance argument. I'm just giving you J.D. Vance's argument. But yeah, you're right. It does undermine, it does create long-term problems for the Republican Party to not believe in the vote. The voting system that has been set up. Some of the states have taken action. Georgia's fixed up, their system a bit. What they all need to do, and I don't know why they don't do this, is just call Jeb Bush and have him come in and do what he did to Florida, and just do that in your state.
Let's talk about exactly the question that you're asking is one that I've been catching a lot of heat for answering on air, and we've been talking about this in the last week or two. You're talking about the propaganda campaign and the playbook of Trump. This is not new. This is not surprising. This is directly out of Hitler's playbook. This is out of an autocrat playbook. This is a way to, the things that Trump has done masterfully, frankly, is to get the entire, to get a big part of the population to believe that the game is rigged and to sow distrust in public institutions and the free press. That is a tried and true playbook that we have seen time and time before that has resulted in really disastrous things for society. And that is what's working. And so it's actually quite simple. When you tell a big enough lie over and over and over, people are gonna believe it. Even when folks around him, like Rudy Giuliani and others, have literally been found liable for telling those lies that weren't true. The public still believes it, and the whole goal was to erode trust in our public institutions, and it's working. If anything, that's what fake news. I mean, Donald Trump has done that really well. Can't argue with that, right? Okay. And that's sad. That's sad.
I just want to interrupt for a second. Two things. 30 cases of election fraud were found completely without merit. Sometimes you hear the argument from some Republicans that, well, the cases didn't go anywhere because there wasn't standing. But at least 30 cases were heard and were thrown out because of a lack of evidence. I think that's been adjudicated, that there wasn't.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that.
Fraud.
There was no rigging at the ballot box that they were alleging. Rudy Giuliani was just wrong about that stuff.
Yeah, it's just so hard to get it out of people's head, right? That narrative sticks.
But there is a broad, going back to the story, a broad erosion in people's belief in democracy around the world. Like, this is not just in the United States. This is happening in this country as well. And there is an attempt to sort of point at institutions and create distrust. And some of that, for sure, that shouldn't be. But some of that is because of how people are feeling about their place in their country right now. And that is what Donald Trump is playing to and preying on and all the other things you want to say. But that is a real sentiment people have. That is a real feeling. And if he wins tonight, it will be because Kamala Harris was not able to position herself as the great uniter and as the person who could be the president for all people, because not all people believed her.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's certainly been the story of elections around this year of elections, right? More elections in 2024 than almost any other year. And it's been, I mean, Rob Russo, the former CBC Ottawa bureau chief, used to say that elections are largely about throw the bums out. And it's been a very bad
for incumbency.
year for incumbency. Who's the incumbent in this one, though, right? Like, who's the incumbent? Because they both can claim to be the change maker and both can claim to,
Can I say one last thing on this?
Of course.
If he does go on to win, as her position in the Senate, Senate Pro Tem, she's going to have to certify the election.
Yes.
Is she going to do that?
There's no indication that she
Of course she will. I mean,
no, I'm
these
just
are
saying.
just questions that get raised again. There's never been a Democrat who has suggested that they are not going to follow the rule of law. So even saying those kind of things,
I'm saying she should come out in her speech. If we're getting ahead of ourselves,
just not
but
true.
she should come out and say that she will follow.
But she already has multiple times. Kamala Harris has surrounded herself with, frankly, Republicans to prove that she will always follow the rule of law. She will bring people in that disagree with her. There's never been a question.
And I think that would be a terrific
Republicans are only the
part
ones who
of
ever raise that. And when we allow ourselves to have
together.
a public discourse that suggests that both sides are playing a dirty game, it's doing what we're talking about. It's eroding public trust. It's just not truthful.
I'm just saying, get ahead of it.
It's not truthful.
Be good
It's
for
nothing to
unity.
get ahead of.
Nobody's saying that. Nobody thinks that. Right? So, you know what I mean? I don't know what you're getting ahead of.
Right.
There's one party that stormed the Capitol, incited people to storm the Capitol.
Which was really bad,
and the other party didn't.
I hope the next 2 months are clean.
Listen, let's get through tonight. If I may. And that starts with the conversation, another one about momentum, so which means we have to go to West Palm Beach, Florida, where Chris Reyes is now. Chris?
Hey, Adrienne, you know what I just started seeing from this crowd is they started to wave their hands up in the air as the results have been coming in positively for Donald Trump. And I tell you that because, we've been here for a few hours now, and I'm just going to say that this is not a dancing crowd. There's no DJ here, but that doesn't mean that they're not happy, optimistic, and hopeful. They're just showing it in other ways. In fact, I think this is more of a merch crowd, which is why you see the sea of red hats. And the loudest cheer that we heard was when Iowa was called for Donald Trump. And, you know, Ian mentioned that poll that came out in recent days that showed that Kamala Harris took a leap ahead of Donald Trump, and that had some people questioning that state that Trump took in the last election. And so when Iowa was called for Donald Trump, there was a big cheer here. And the other thing I'll mention is that, you know, this crowd throughout the night, they haven't really had much reason to be nervous or anxious throughout the night as they're showing results from the different channels from the U.S. networks on the two big screens right next to the podium. Donald Trump has been in the lead and has had a sizable lead throughout the night. So, you know, from the vantage point of this crowd, their candidate is very much winning. And you can hear, okay, this might be a sign, Adrienne, because they turned up the music real loud, and on those two big screens, you are seeing Donald Trump dancing. And Mar-a-Lago, where he's watching the results come in, that's just about a 10-minute drive from here, maybe even 5 minutes, with the kind of detail that he has. So he could very quickly scoot over here if he's feeling pretty good about these results. And so now this crowd is starting to dance, Adrienne. This is the first time that we've seen dancing. Their eyes are trained to that screen, and they are waiting for their candidate to come. I mean, they're waiting for Donald Trump to hit that podium and to start talking about these results. And you know what you really see all around, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Chris, just so you know, we have our eye on the motorcade. It hasn't gone anywhere yet. But that YMCA has been burned into people's brains now as Donald Trump's walk-on music is quite a thing. Anyway, carry on.
Well, yeah, and like I said, it says a lot that I'm actually starting to see dancing for the first time, and they're showing that that video montage of Donald Trump. I'm not going to try to do it, that dance that Donald Trump does. So this is a crowd that's not only very hopeful about the results, I think they're getting ready to welcome their candidate. And, you know, I told you about the hats that everybody is wearing with the 45 and 47 on the side, which says a lot about the kind of epic comeback that this crowd is waiting for. You know, Donald Trump wins this, he would be only the second president in this country to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. So he would be the 45th and the 47th president of this country. I'm going to stop talking for just a second and let Sean, my teammate, kind of focus on the crowd here, because there's a lot of movement happening just in the last few minutes. Okay, so it just got quiet a little bit, and that YMCA that was blasting on the speakers has now been turned off. So, Adrienne, I mean, we just wait and see.
Absolutely.
If Donald Trump is going to take that podium.
I promise you, Chris, that if we see any indication that the motorcade is on the move, we'll let you know. But just so people know, if it's on the move, let's hope it's not to claim victory early, because this isn't over yet. This has not yet been determined. Some states are still too close to call, even though they are currently leaning in a particular direction. And people don't soon forget that it was in 2020 that when Donald Trump claimed victory early, and that contributed to a lot of the anxiety and a lot of the accusations that something was up with that election, when in fact nothing was up with that election. He lost. I'm going to go ahead now. Chris, thanks very much. Hang in there. We're going to head to Ian with more conversations about that path to victory. It's getting narrow for certainly Kamala Harris. What's it looking like for Donald Trump?
Well, he has multiple paths to victory right now. So they begin with 2 southern swing states that he's been doing really well in all evening. Georgia, he maintains a lead with 90% now of the vote counted. North Carolina, he has also been leading throughout the evening, and he continues to lead with 85% of the vote counted. So if he were to hold Georgia and North Carolina, then all he has to do is win Pennsylvania to go to the White House. He maintains the lead in Pennsylvania, but as I mentioned a few minutes ago, Still a third of the votes to be counted, and we may see some changes there, though it is a pretty solid lead for Donald Trump there. Here's the thing. Even if he loses Pennsylvania, here are another couple possible paths. If he wins the other two so-called blue wall states, which right now are not all blue, that would give him victory. So let's take a look at the second of the three blue wall states, Michigan, where he leads. Just a quarter of the votes have been counted, but a pretty big lead there. And Wisconsin, we expect a close race there, but still 60% of the votes counted. And, you know, depending on your perspective, a substantial lead for him. There's one more path, or at least one more path for Donald Trump, if he only carries Michigan or Wisconsin. So he loses in Pennsylvania and loses a second of the three blue wall states, but gets one of them, and then add Arizona to the mix, that would still be enough to put him past 270. Right now, Arizona is so close with half the vote counted. But Adrienne, the thing is, lots of permutations here, lots of votes to be counted, but as of right now, a few paths for Donald Trump to the White House, whereas Kamala Harris has fewer.
Yeah, certainly momentum seems to be on his side. We are coming up to 11 o'clock. We're going to get more polls closing, Washington, California, Oregon, more votes being counted. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
What's new? What's breaking? What's really going on? CBC News Network. All the news live.
The future is not just going to happen. You have to make it. And if you want a successful business, all it takes is an idea. And now becomes a future where you grew a dream into a reality. The all-new GoDaddy Aero. Put your business online in minutes with the power of AI.
If you have a medical emergency outside Canada, your provincial health insurance plan will only pay a small fraction of the costs. And with the rising cost of healthcare abroad, choose
right, welcome back to our coverage of America Votes. It is 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific. California, Idaho, Oregon, Washington just closed. And while you were out warming up your tea, you may notice that the results bar has moved a little bit. A bit of a bump up there for Donald Trump. Certainly a bump for Kamala Harris. I'm just checking out. That's California going for Kamala Harris, though. So Katie Simpson is at Harris headquarters. That will be interesting for her. But I think, Katie, I go back to the line that you had at the beginning of the night, the nauseous optimism turning, as you just said, into waves of nausea. What's happening there now?
Yeah, Adrienne, if we can describe the start of this night as having the vibe of a wedding, it is slowly morphing into what feels more closer to possibly a funeral. It's not there yet. It's not there yet. But the vibe has shifted dramatically. People were dancing. It looked like a bar. Everyone was super excited. So many people were wearing pink, representative of Kamala Harris's sorority, the sorority she belonged to here. There are moments where there are, you know, surges of cheering. When California was projected for Kamala Harris, there was a very huge applause there. Every time they come to the CNN reporter who's broadcasting live, the crowd gets very, very excited. But what we are seeing here is you're seeing staff really upset. I saw one member of the Harris Walls team sort of sitting, other staff members rubbing her back, people sitting looking anxious in the crowd. Instead of the dancing, the excitement, the cheers, there had been a real sense that things were going to break for Kamala Harris. No one wanted to get too ahead of themselves, but in the days leading up to this moment, there was a real sense of optimism, a real sense of hope. But we are... One thing we're sort of getting from the American networks is that apparently Jen O'Malley-Dillon, who has connections to Canada, has given some sort of campaign note update to staffers. And we're just hearing this reported by CNN at this time. They are not expecting things to be settled tonight. And perhaps that's the message that is going to be delivered by the Harris campaign, at least at this moment, that we understand. Things are very fluid, Adrienne. Things could change, and that's something that we always, keep in mind when we are doing these live election broadcasts. But we had been expecting Kamala Harris to come over here to Harris or to Howard University at some point to address the crowd, to address the nation. We do know that according to reporters who are with Harris covering her at the vice president's residence, they have been called. It's called the pool. It's a pool of reporters. They are sort of in position, ready to move in case she does end up coming over here to address the crowd. But again, this is not the night the Harris campaign had envisioned. Although things are nowhere near finished at this point in time, the excitement, the hope, the energy, it has really shifted. It is incredibly nervous. Not going to say it's quite at that level where, it went from a wedding to more of a funeral, but it's certainly not feeling very good in this moment at this headquarters.
Okay, Katie Simpson. Thanks, Katie. And to Kevin Sheridan's point earlier, it's an interesting thing when there is momentum at one part of the night. In the event it should change, because there's still so many votes to come, how does the electorate handle that? They will take their cues from the candidate in terms of how to respond. It's always the leader of the party that sets the tone for everyone else. We'd like to go back to a place we haven't talked about for a few hours now, Charlotte, North Carolina, because Katie Nicholson, as I understand it, you're with someone who's been working hard for the Harris camp, not just in North Carolina, but aiming at a particular demographic.
Yeah, so I just want to bring in Fabian Filario. I met him earlier today. He's working for the Harris Walls campaign. You talk about that nauseous optimism that we've heard Democrats having. Yes. You told me you feel fine, yes. And it's so tight right now here in North Carolina. Why do you feel fine?
Well, because I've been, for the last couple of weeks, on the ground, being able to work with this community. I am actually not from this state or this city, but I've been welcomed with open arms and a very warm energy by the city. And being here, talking to the people, being on the ground with the community, everyone here is united. everyone here is together and working strong and working hard. And I think we know that we put it all on the table, and that we know we're comforted by the fact that we've put in those efforts. And despite all the craziness and just how elections usually go, we've been working hard. And I think right now, I'm letting that comfort me. I'm writing on that comfort of knowing that I put my all onto the table, and now just kind of time to wait for the results.
And we are still waiting for more results from Mecklenburg County, where we are, but also Wake County. These are Democratic strongholds. So while this is tight and Donald Trump is certainly in the lead, that could shift depending on what comes out of these counties. Yes. You don't feel nervous or apprehensive in any way?
You know what? After maybe a couple of hours, maybe so. But right now, it's just so fresh, and it's still. I was just now coming back a couple hours ago from a polling site where I was handing out pan dulce to the voters and the volunteers that were there. So it's just so fresh. You know, it's not a time to be panicking. Now it's not a time to be worried about the results, because clearly we still can't call anything. It's still not going to be decided for another couple of hours. So right now we just kind of bathe in this work that we put together, all this foundation that we've built, especially here in the Mecklenburg County, where we're really just now starting to organize. This year especially, we had new leadership come together, and now we just have this new energy that we're building up. So I have a lot of faith behind that and have a lot of comfort behind that.
All right, maybe they could use you over at Harris HQ tonight with your optimism.
Yes,
by the sounds of it, from Katie Simpson's reporting. Adrienne, I will say that there has been a bit of a shift in the party, but it is still very loud. And we actually had to move outside because the music is so loud. And there is still quite a bit of buoyancy within the room. A lot of people, they're sticking around. They're waiting to find out exactly how this plays out as more results come in. We did hear from the election board. They're expecting about 98% of those results reported by about midnight tonight in this state.
Well, that party in Charlotte might just be a Tuesday in Charlotte. I mean, it's entirely possible. It's just a good place to hang out. All right, Katie Nicholson, thanks very much for that. So when we talk a little bit about North Carolina, why is it that it is so interesting? Andrew Chang has a bit of a primer on why it matters so much.
North Carolina, the Tar Heel state. A nod to working-class roots, North Carolinians wear it with pride. But pardon Democrats for hoping that it'll be the Georgia of 2024, as in a state that only once in the last quarter century allowed a Democrat to break through, but Trump only won North Carolina last election by a little over 1 percentage point. And if Democrats can get it over that hump, flip it blue, that's 16 electoral college votes in their favor. Question is, will voters have any patience for politicians playing politics? Oh my God. Hurricane Helene hit North Carolina hard.
The jaw-dropping images of Helene's aftermath.
And both Harris and Trump have made visiting a priority.
I came here to find out what's going on the ground.
I'm with you, and the American people are with you all the way.
North Carolina is the only swing state in 2024 that voted Republican in 2020. They hope it stays red.
All right, so if you can look behind me just at how close these two candidates are right now to hitting that magic number, the thermometer that I'm talking about, the number 270, winning the White House, that's where they're sitting right now. It is inching closer and closer. And at the bottom of your screen, that's where the popular vote sits. Now, that is interesting. Keep an eye on the popular vote. 52.4% for Donald Trump, 46.3% for Kamala Harris. Paul Hunter, should those trends last, what story does that tell you?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's one of the things that has irked Trump throughout recent history, right? That he's never won the popular vote, and this would obviously turn that on its ear. I wanted to ask about nauseousness, since we haven't talked about that enough tonight. But I saw an interview, or it was on a podcast, I'm not sure if it was an interview on a podcast with James Carville not too long ago, longtime Democratic strategist, famously advising Bill Clinton back in the day, who said Democrats are always nervous. Like they can't accept that things might roll their way. And I wonder what your degree of nauseousness is right now, and nervousness, but also, you know, if this goes into the night and the wee hours and the next day, is that really, the fact is that America is divided, and that this is, sorry for the cliche, but the new normal now, that because it's so divided, that this is the way elections will be henceforth, and that people will, in both parties, I guess, be nervous or nauseous or whatever. So, getting to the point, two questions. Are you nervous Can you survive? But is this just the way elections are now in this country?
Both, absolutely. I think that, the nauseous nervousness is because Democrats leave it all on the field. I mean, this is the thing, is that the ground game, and I'll, constantly repeat, despite the outcome of whatever may end up happening tonight, this has been the most flawlessly executed campaign in modern history, especially given how truncated it was. Democrats double down and invest hard in the ground game where it matters and have boots on the ground, have enthusiasm, and get people motivated to move, right? Leave it all on turf. Do the hard work. And it is so anxiety-provoking when sometimes that's not enough. When you play the game really well, but you still don't win because that's not enough. And that's because America is divided in the way that it is. And you kind of have, really two camps. What we're not talking about this election cycle much of is the identity politic of it all. But really, that's how Trump started. That's how the Tea Party movement started, then the MAGA movement and Trump. But there's really a divide around the identity politics of America. And you have this idea of, we're not going back, which is essentially a progressive narrative of inclusion and bringing everybody with us. And then you have this other idea of let's make America great and go backwards, where America, essentially the power structure in America was, made up mostly of a certain kind of person, right? There was a white power element to that. And you're seeing that play out in these elections too. And so I do think that we're at a tipping point where it's going to be really, really tight for a while, and it's going to be even deeper struggle. And I would say that the Democrats have a lot more exhaustion around it and anxiety because we put so much into it tactically. We're not just sitting around talking trash about it. We're actually out there doing it. I think also, then I'll speak for myself, and certainly not all Democrats, but there's also something to a little bit of pride in that, and that when you lose, we don't need to storm the Capitol because we know we put it on the line and we did the work. And sometimes it's not enough, but you do the work, right? We don't need to go and try to steal it.
Kevin? I didn't storm the Capitol.
Oh, no, I was about to say that.
No, you didn't storm the Capitol, but he didn't storm the Capitol. Yeah.
Where were we? Listen, what's going to happen after this? If she goes on to lose, I think there's going to be a lot of finger pointing at Joe Biden for not getting out earlier and for selfishly going forward with a campaign that a lot of people didn't want him to do. I think Barack Obama didn't necessarily want Kamala Harris. From the reporting, you would know better than me, but from the reporting behind the scenes, that he wanted someone else, and she outflanked him and got the nomination. You could say fair and square or whatever, but. There'll be finger pointing. There always is. I've been on losing presidential campaigns, and the party kind of tears itself apart for a couple of years, and that's probably what we're going to see.
But it may be, to your point, Aisha, it may be back to incumbency, that she didn't have enough time and she didn't have enough runway to distance herself from Joe Biden on all the things that people were blaming Joe Biden for. And there was nothing that she could have done to overcome that, if that's the point we get to tonight, right?
And again, not to sound like a broken record, we're not there yet. We're writing a story that hasn't finished yet. The bump you're seeing on the, I just want to check, the bump you're seeing on the results board there, that's Oregon for Kamala Harris. We were talking about Joe Biden, and this is a really good time to bring our next guest, a veteran political organizer, strategist, Patty Solis-Doyle. She was Joe Biden's campaign chief of staff in a previous run for office. Patty, you know him well. You know the Democrats well. Firstly, it's really nice to see you. It's been a while, but what are you hearing, from Joe Biden's corner right now?
Well, I have not spoken to him, but listen, I don't disagree that if Harris is not victorious, that there will be a lot of finger blaming, and there will be a lot of pointing of those fingers at Joe Biden. Had he sort of fulfilled his promise to only serve one term, Democrats would have had a primary, and perhaps he would have nominated Vice President Harris, and she would have had that sort of runway. But I think this is very, very premature because we don't know yet who's going to win this election. It's very, very close. We knew it was going to be very, very close for about a year and a half. We knew it was going to come down to 7 battleground states. We knew in a country of 330 million people that about 150,000 were going to decide this election. And it turns out that it may be that it will only be in 3 states, and that, blue wall, the states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And we won't know that, honestly, until the wee hours of the morning.
And Patty, I appreciate that. Obviously, you're not talking with Joe Biden right now, but I presume you are, to a degree, talking with the Harris camp. What's the feeling you're getting from them now? Or is there something specific they're looking at? Maybe it is Joe Biden. Is there something we're looking at?
Well, Jen O'Malley Dillon just sent an email to all staff basically saying this is not going to be decided tonight. It will be decided in the coming days, and that the best path is the blue wall, the 3 states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. She's encouraging the staff to get a good night's rest because the fight continues tomorrow and probably throughout the week. Each of these states have their own rules for reporting in. Pennsylvania could be very much delayed, but I think it's not over yet, obviously. But there was some hope that perhaps one of the early called states like North Carolina and Georgia would go in Harris's direction. We don't know if that's going to happen. It does not look likely. But it's not over yet.
When you say you're right. It's not over yet. But what do you see as the path to victory?
The path to victory for Harris right now is that blue wall, and each of those states is very, very, very close. The issue here is former President Trump has really made inroads with Hispanic voters nationally, but specifically in the state of Pennsylvania. He has, while nothing to write home about, has sort of dug into Democrats' lead with African American voters. And then the other issue is that, we've been talking about that gender gap for a long time now, especially when Harris sort of united the party and got the nomination. But there was a hope that she would do better with white women, specifically white non-college educated women. And she didn't do as well there as we had expected, at least from the exit polls thus far. So I think those 3 things are the things that made a real impact in this election.
Right. If that is what turns out to be the case, because I understand what you're saying, that it's still, with Milwaukee, I think the Wisconsin results may not come in until something like 5 a.m. Philadelphia, more in the coming hours. Detroit, for example, in Michigan, not till after midnight. So anything could change. But maybe this becomes an interesting story for both camps after, in terms of what constitutes good campaigning. Maybe the good ground game that the Democrats talk about is potentially an antiquated approach. That it's the other approach that the Republicans have seized on that maybe makes more sense in this era.
Well, look, I think we have to also examine where we started from, and I'm going to take it back to Joe Biden. 2 years ago, when the primary in the Republican Party started, 75% of the country thought it was on the wrong track, right? Now it's like 72%, according to the exit polls, and that's a hard thing to overcome. And an incumbent president whose approval rating hovers anywhere between 38 and 41%. That's a hard thing to overcome when you are his sitting vice president. So I think I've been involved in presidential politics for a very, very long time. I'm never going to say that a good ground game is a bad thing. It's a good thing. But there were other obstacles that I think Democrats in this cycle had a hard time with.
Yep, absolutely. Patty Solis-Doyle, thank you very, very much. Good to see you again. It's true. Detangling Kamala Harris from Joe Biden has been a challenge for her throughout her very short campaign. Is that playing out? We'll see. Ian, what are you seeing right now?
There are lots of possibilities still out there, but right now for Donald Trump, it is looking really good. If he manages to win Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania, he has 270 electoral votes. He goes to the White House. So what's happening in Pennsylvania? The margin right now is about 160 or 170,000 votes. 76% of the votes have been counted. So there's still room for Kamala Harris to come back. But just some quick math here. She needs to win 55, 56% of the remaining votes to get the lead in Pennsylvania. So yeah, maybe those votes are in places that are favorable for her, but she'll have to hope that she performs in that last 25% much better than she has in the first 76%. So if Trump wins here, he probably wins the White House if in fact he manages to win in North Carolina and Georgia. Let's say for a moment, though, that Harris does turn it around and does perform really well with the last 24% of the Pennsylvania votes. Then the other two states in what we have been calling the blue wall, we may have to rename, but for now, Michigan. Okay, well, only 31% of the votes have been counted there, and a lot will depend on where those votes are counted. For example, Detroit. Likely is going to give a lot of Democrat votes. So we'll have to see where the remaining 69% of those votes come from. Wisconsin has not looked good for Kamala Harris this evening. And there you go, 65% of the votes counted and a pretty substantial percentage difference. And so in a state that's known for being really close, can she overcome that gap? But one thing to keep in mind, if she were to turn Pennsylvania around, if she were to turn Michigan around, and she were to lose Wisconsin, she could still get to the White House if she won Arizona. What's happening in Arizona? I ask the screen, and the screen answers to me, still super close. Can't tell if they're laughing with me or at me, but anyway, 0.2 of a percentage point in Arizona. So there are still paths there, but right now, Donald Trump and the people who support Donald Trump must be feeling pretty good.
I bet. Which is an excellent segue to wondering, how are they feeling? And so good time to go again to David Cochrane at a Trump watch party with yet another guest.
Hi, Adrienne. I'm here with Marie Brown. She's 21 years old. She's from Philadelphia. She's a first-time voter. And Marie, you voted for Donald Trump. Why did you vote for Donald Trump?
I voted for Donald Trump because I align with his policies on family, on immigration, on the economy, and yeah, I just feel like he definitely represents my values more than Kamala does.
The Democrats were making a big play for people who fit your description perfectly. Philadelphia in a swing state in the urban part, 21 and a young woman. Why didn't they get their vote? What was it that just didn't bring you there?
Why didn't they get their vote?
Get your vote. Why didn't they get your vote?
Well, the reason why I don't think Kamala got my vote is because I feel like everything she does is pretty phony. I mean, I just watch her, and it's easy to realize that she really doesn't even know really what she's talking about. And I also think that the way the election even played out, the fact that Biden dropped out and the fact that she came in, it just didn't seem very, I don't know, it didn't seem very real to me. And I've been a longtime supporter of Trump. It doesn't mean that I have to agree with everything he does morally, but I feel like I vote for policy over people, and none of Kamala's policies really resonate with me at all.
So one of the arguments that the Harris campaign, the Kamala Harris campaign of the Democrats really tried to drive home to get young women to vote for them was Roe versus Wade, reproductive freedom, and abortion rights. Why did that not resonate with you? Did that not resonate? There's a lot of young women here. Why do you think they didn't get the vote pushing that issue?
I've been pro-life my whole life, and I feel like that pro-life is pro-woman. I think that it's a really easy lie that Democrats tell young women that abortion is health care. It's not reproductive rights. Reproductive means bringing children into the world, and that's the opposite of what abortion does. And I think the abortion industry, it's just a lie. It's not real, and I feel like, honestly, I don't know, I just feel like, yeah, that's just it.
Marie Brown, thanks for speaking with me.
Thank you.
Adrienne, that's Marie Brown, 21 in Philly, voted for Donald Trump today. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, David. This is a live look at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. More music. It's only been sporadically a dance party, but Kevin I can see them playing videos of Donald Trump there, building a little bit of momentum. What are you hearing from your colleagues?
People are worried about the House, losing the House of Representatives. Not looking great at the moment, but very excited Republicans all over the country right now, I think, about what they think is going to be a ultimately successful presidential and Senate campaign. And now it's just a matter of time. Do Democrats flip the House? That's a big open question right now. But I think every Republican that I've been texting with is very happy right now.
And in terms of the, maybe we call it the purple wall now, the pink wall, whatever it is, what are you hearing from people maybe in Wisconsin or Michigan about how comfortable they feel about what's to come?
I don't think anybody's taking either of those for granted. What is a good thing for Donald Trump is if he loses Pennsylvania, and he's up now, and wins Arizona and Wisconsin, he's got multiple paths now. So Michigan, that maybe as well. Those two are going to be very, very tight. The truth is, though, those three states have not diverged in a long time. I think 40 years.
You mean because they've voted?
They've always voted as a block. When he won them in 2016, he won them all. When he lost them in 2020, he lost them all. And that was the first time, 2016, that the Republicans have won those states in a very long time. I think Reagan probably. So we always used them. We always played in those battlegrounds. We treated Michigan as a battleground, but it was never really a battleground. And Pennsylvania was always Lucy in the football. We put a ton of resources into it, and then we'd get burned at the last second in Bucks County, and we'd be like, why did we do that? So what he's done is shown that he can be a durable candidate in the Rust Belt, like no other Republican since Reagan really has been able to do. And the autopsy on the other side is going to have to see if maybe, she wasn't the right candidate for that play, for the blue wall. They had gone with an open primary or even a speed run primary and found somebody else, maybe that would have done it. But
if that's how this night turns out.
I know, I keep getting ahead of myself.
I know.
I'm sorry.
Can I go back to the popular vote, which you brought up earlier, and we can pull it up if you want. But I just think that is so hugely significant and will be for Donald Trump. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote in 2016, but lost to him. Joe Biden won the popular vote, won the presidency. That will allow him, I think, to say that he has been elected by more Americans. He will feel in a way that he probably didn't the first time round, if this pans out, right, if this is where we're going, that he better represents the United States, that he represents more of the United States. And I know people will feel disenfranchised. I know Aisha will say that. But I do think that will empower him, maybe embolden him. I don't know. He will feel like he has a bigger mandate, is the language we would use in this country, to go ahead with his ideas.
And in the event it turns out that this is one of those strange situations where and you're looking at the popular vote right now, he manages to secure the popular vote, but not get the Electoral College. I mean, we've seen that very few times. Maybe this raises the question again, because both parties would have been hurt by that phenomenon. Maybe eventually there's a conversation in the United States about, is this really the right way?
There's been a conversation in the United States.
It's all. I know. Good luck can change things, but there's no incentive to change a system if it always works in your favor, right? But in the event it doesn't, he gets the popular vote, but not the Electoral College, and the path to that is very, very narrow. I don't know. Maybe it becomes a discussion, but who starts that?
He also,
apparently. Begin.
I'm going back in time in my head here in terms of winning the popular vote. Bush on re-election, and then what? You have to go back before Clinton, I think, for a Republican to win the popular
HW in
vote.
88, yeah.
Like that's.
But in the 20th century, it was a very different set of elections, right? You had people winning genuine landslides.
Huge
You're talking like 435 Electoral College votes. And I think since in this century, at least, I think it's only Obama that had that big jump in 2008. It's been impossibly close and
Harder
tight
and
ever
harder
since.
and
Maybe
harder,
maybe Americans are reorganizing
It's
themselves.
because the electorate is diversified. I mean, that's actually what's been happening, is that we have been seeing a massive demographic shift in the United States, which is what so many people are reacting to, for better or for worse, right, on the polarized different sides. But the demographic shift has obviously created the conditions where the electorate is not simply just majority white and majority conservative, right? Because let's remember that Bill Clinton was a pretty conservative, moderate kind of guy, right? So even if you were a Democrat, you were still of a similar, and even Joe Biden, for that matter, was also a moderate, right? That's not what the electorate looks like anymore. And so that's what we see a big change in.
Okay, so that was then. This is now momentum is the conversation right now. It is centered in West Palm Beach, Florida. Chris Reyes is back with us from Trump headquarters. Chris?
Hey, Adrienne. So we're in Palm Beach County Convention Center, where Trump is holding a massive watch party, and this crowd is about as big as it has been all night, and they are all trained to those screens, which has a few different U.S. channels showing results. And I know that we're using a different methodology, but this crowd is reacting in real time to what they're seeing on the screens. And there was a big, loud cheer when there was a projection that Donald Trump was leading in North Carolina. That's one of the big swing states, and this crowd went wild for that. The other thing that we saw in this crowd is that there was a hush when they played this video of Donald Trump that was quite cinematic, with some pretty cinematic music. It's a video I haven't seen before, and it had a very, very presidential tone. It showed Donald Trump in his younger years, and really ended with that moment that is now iconic, particularly with the Trump crowd, when he was shot in Pennsylvania and he stood up with his fist in the air saying, "Fight, fight, fight," and the crowd really loved that. And we've seen in this crowd that even though they're not a dancing crowd, and even though there's no DJ here, we've seen a lot of smiling faces. We've seen a lot of picture taking, and that has been consistent throughout the night. Imagine, we got here at about 6 p.m. Eastern time, and throughout the night, as they've been watching the results come in through these big screens, they haven't had much reason to be anxious or to be nervous. And I know that term cautiously optimistic is being thrown around, and a Trump surrogate actually walked by me, and I asked her, how are you feeling about these results for Trump? And she also said cautiously optimistic, but Adrienne, she had a smile on her face and a little bit of a twinkle in her eye.
Oh, I suspect there are quite a few of those smiles on faces and twinkles in eyes. We will see more of them as the night goes on, no doubt. Just not sure at which watch party. Chris Reyes in West Palm Beach, thank you. So it is just about 11:35 Eastern. We're starting to get more results. Certainly, just a few more left to go. But we're going to take a quick break. Come back, please, and we'll have more coverage on America Votes.
Hi, Canada. What's important to me in this election is women's rights, particularly reproductive rights and women's rights to make decisions over their own bodies, and also to be able to go to the doctor, and it's between them and their doctor making decisions, and that's really important to me.
What's important to me is the child welfare system in this country and the lack of foster care homes.
Hello, Canada. What's important to me is education and our future and the children of this country.
All right, welcome back to our continuing coverage of America Votes. Little bump on the results bar at the bottom there. The bump for Kamala Harris is Connecticut coming in. It is not over yet. There is momentum, certainly, for Donald Trump. He appears to be leading in 6 of the 7 swing states, but there are so many votes yet to count. Some of them will take us deep into the night, potentially into the next few days. Nothing is over yet, but everyone is watching and wondering if this is leading. Certainly, it looks like it could be leading towards a Donald Trump victory. One person we're curious about his perspective on this, David Frum, staff writer at The Atlantic. Frum also served as speechwriter for former President George W. Bush, does, of course, have Canadian roots. Very important here to CBC with your mom, Barbara Frum.
Thank you.
We reached you, David. You're in D.C. today, and I'm curious, what's going through your head right now? What are the big surprises for you, if there are any?
I did think that this would be a stronger night for Kamala Harris than it's so far showing up to be. But I'm thinking more about the slightly more distant future, what it would mean if Donald Trump does return to the presidency. There are a lot of things we heard people talking about what they'd like the president to do. There are many things that Donald Trump, any president, can't do by himself. But here are some things that Donald Trump can do by himself that are very pertinent to Canada. The first is the president has been delegated by Congress enormous authority over trade. He can impose tariffs. He can cancel the U.S. Mexico-Canada free trade agreement or mess it up in ways to hold Canada and Mexico to ransom that unless they exclude third-party trade, they can't trade with the United States. We may be on the verge of an era of global trade wars because, of course, if the United States imposes tariffs on others, others will retaliate and do the same to the United States, and we all spiral downward away from trade. The second thing the president can do is cut off Ukraine, and Donald Trump has made it very clear that in this war in Europe, he is very much on Russia's side. Russia supports him, he supports them. He dislikes and distrusts Ukraine. He can stop the flow of weaponry and aid to Ukraine and cost Ukraine the war. He can also send a signal to American allies everywhere that they're on their own. The United States is withdrawing from protecting them. He said that not just to Ukraine, which is not quite officially a U.S. ally, but he's made a similar point to Taiwan. He doesn't think Taiwan can be defended from China. He's not interested. He's mad at Taiwan for exporting to the United States. And his vice president has made similar noises about Israel, not interested in defending Israel against its enemies.
So, David, you paint what some people would call as a very difficult, potentially catastrophic impression of what would happen. But it does make me wonder, though, if he is leading in the popular vote, something's working, certainly with him, with Americans. Something is resonating. Is it authenticity? Is it he is who he is, that he talks like Americans talk and he connects with them? What is working?
It's kind of an illusion that we can come up with some kind of aggregation of the decisions of tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people. Why did they all do this? But what we know is at many points in American history, it's been a very close-run thing. It was a close-run thing that the Union would prevail in 1861. It was a close-run thing that the United States would come to the aid of Britain and France and the democratic world in 1940-41. Because those close-run things broke in the right way, I think there may have been a kind of, my generation of person tended to assume Americans will always do the right thing when the chips are down. And maybe after so many times of doing the right thing in difficult circumstances, maybe the odds were just due for the Americans to do the wrong thing in the right circumstances, not to join the Allies in 1940, not to win the Civil War, but for the wrong side to lose for once. Maybe it was their turn.
Okay. David Frum, good to talk to you. Thank you, David.
Bye-bye.
Now, American networks have made a projection, which means CBC News is now ready to make a call. And that is that Donald Trump will win North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes, pushing him closer to winning the 2024 election. Donald Trump won this state by slim margins in both 2016 and 2020. This will be a moment in West Palm Beach, Florida, at Trump headquarters, where Chris Reyes will hear some absolute joy, I would presume. Chris? Okay, well, perhaps it doesn't.
That result, there was some. Can you hear me?
Certainly can. Go for it, Chris.
Okay, so yeah, the crowd went wild for North Carolina going to Donald Trump, and they've been cheering pretty loudly as the screens have been showing projections that it was looking pretty good for him in that swing state. Another thing that happened, Adrienne, is CNN is broadcasting right next to us, and it's being projected on the screen. And when this crowd saw themselves on that big screen, I mean, that is the loudest cheer of the night that we've heard, and they started chanting USA, USA, USA. So, I mean, there is no sense at all that there are nerves in this crowd. This is a very happy crowd, very enthusiastic, and they're getting louder by the minute as we get closer to what time it is. It's 11 o'clock. And, you know, as we've been talking about, Donald Trump is watching the results come in from Mar-a-Lago, which is about a 10-minute drive from here, so an easy scoot. And they're just now really waiting for their candidate to take that podium. And it's right behind me with a backdrop of American flags. And a lot of this crowd, they've been coming in from the different parties that are happening in this town. There was a party at the hotel where we were doing our other live hits. We know that RFK Jr. is holding a party there. So expect more of those people to start to pour in as they're getting the results that they want in this election.
All right, Chris Reyes in West Palm Beach, Florida. So while we talk about North Carolina, let's go to North Carolina. Katie Nicholson is in Charlotte. Katie.
Well, certainly the wind out of the sails of the party here. And I want to bring in the Deputy Executive Director of the Mecklenburg Democratic Party. We have been with them all night. There was a lot expected from the Democrats here. Andrew Richards, just tell me what you're feeling like right now.
Yeah, you know, I think it was a disappointing night for us here in Mecklenburg County. You know, we really had high hopes for North Carolina. You know, the Harris campaign really had high hopes that this was a place where we were going to be able to play offense, and it didn't work out that way. And you know, it's going to take us a while to figure out why. But it seems clear, that we've seen a rightward shift in suburban areas across the country, and Mecklenburg County is no exception.
I mean, this race is still ongoing tonight. What are you hearing from around the country, from your compatriots?
Yes, yeah, I think there's still a path to victory for the vice president. We still see a path to the White House. Obviously, it doesn't run through North Carolina anymore, but that path is certainly narrowing.
Where do you think this particular campaign lost traction, do you think?
You know, it's hard to say exactly, and this is something that we're going to be looking at over the coming months and trying to figure out as we come together as a party. But, I think that early on it was, very hard for the vice president to establish herself to become, because she started so late, she started so much later than, past, presidential candidates. It's the shortest presidential campaign in American history, in modern American history. And I think that was, that might have been a weakness that, and I think a lot of people have hoped, that would have been a strength of her campaign, but it doesn't really seem to have worked out that way, unfortunately.
Andrew, thank you very much for your time. And so there you go, Adrienne, North Carolina, and its 16 electoral college votes gone to Donald Trump. He needed to win it, and another stepping stone in his possible path to 270.
Absolutely, and another brick in a wall, as it were. Katie Nicholson in Charlotte, North Carolina. So, Ian, help us out here. What are these campaigns still looking for right now?
Well, there are different paths to victory for Donald Trump, as we've been mentioning, but let's take a look at one possible path now that he has won North Carolina. So take a look at our board. He is at 227 electoral votes. We expect him to win in Nebraska, the two statewide electoral votes there. Nebraska also splits, and we expect him to win in the 1st district and the 2nd district. So that adds now 4. Maine, 2nd district, Maine and Nebraska are two states that split their electoral college votes, depending on how late we go tonight. I can take you through that. We expect Trump to win Alaska, so that's 3. Okay, so that's +8, 227. Now, if he maintains his lead in Georgia, so Georgia hasn't been decided yet, but let's make it dark red there on the map, that's +24. Pennsylvania, if he maintains his lead there, that's +19, electoral vote-rich Pennsylvania, and that gives him more than 270, well, I guess it gives him 270 exactly, and that gives him the White House. Like I said, I hate doing math live on the air, but it does give him 270. So let's see how he's doing in the states of Georgia and Pennsylvania. Georgia has been kind of stuck at 91% for a while, so we're going to look into that, trying to figure out why the vote has slowed down, or at least the vote counting. But that is still a pretty big lead. And like I said earlier tonight, looking at Pennsylvania, for Kamala Harris to outperform Donald Trump in that remaining 9% to win the state, that would be a tall order. And speaking of tall orders, let's look now at Pennsylvania and see what is happening in that state. And again, relatively big lead, but again, we're seeing the vote kind of stuck where it's been for a while, 81%. Kamala Harris would have to do really well, much better in the last 19% of that vote than she has in the first 81% in order to win. So, Adrienne, there is a path that would lead to victory for Donald Trump.
Has anyone checked in on Nevada? Like, are they okay? Because there's nothing.
Yeah, I think they're okay. Okay. But as far as I know, we haven't seen results from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough.
As soon as we see them, I am going to shout out.
Oh, I know. You're not going anywhere. Yeah. All right. So clearly, some momentum for Donald Trump here. Another good time to go back to David Cochrane, the host of Power and Politics in Washington, at a Trump party. I see you loosening your tie. You've been chatting with a lot of people there, David.
Yeah, Adrienne, we're here at the Dirty Water, where there's a lot of happy Trumpers, including Sam Brown, who's 19 years old. He's from Virginia. This is his first time voting in a presidential election. Sam, right as the American networks and the Canadian networks called North Carolina, your arms were in the air, you were jumping up and down. What's your sense of where this race is right now at this time of the night?
I'm feeling pretty good about Trump's chances. I know they just called North Carolina for him. He's still ahead in Pennsylvania. I'm pretty sure he's still ahead in Wisconsin. I know they just called Virginia for Harris, which was a little unfortunate. I was looking forward to him winning there, but he only lost it by, I think, 3 or 4 points. So it's going to be like the best. I think this is the best performance in the Commonwealth of Virginia in any of his free presidential runs, which I'm really excited about.
Yeah, there's a lot of booing here when Virginia was called for Kamala Harris. We've seen an update from Jen O'Malley Dillon, who is running Kamala Harris's campaign, saying they still see a path to victory through the blue wall, but they got to hold Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And Adrienne, we're about to get a Fox News projection.
Let's go! Yes! We flipped the Senate!
Fox News has just projected that the Republicans will gain control of the Senate. You will not be surprised to learn that here at a Trump watch party, Fox News is on every channel and it is broadcasting on every speaker throughout this place, making it very difficult to hear. So Sam was very excited, screaming, "We flipped the Senate." So your reaction to that, but your thoughts on what the Democrats have this narrow path. Do you buy it?
It's still possible. I mean, I haven't seen the results out in Nevada. We still are waiting on the results in Arizona. I know the numbers for Wayne County, where Detroit is, in Michigan, those haven't come in yet, so we have to see what happens there. But I think this election is mainly going to hinge on Pennsylvania, and right now it's not looking good for Harris. I think Trump's going to win. I'm pretty confident.
You were saying earlier you think Donald Trump will actually win the popular vote in this election, which is something I don't think he's ever done, even when he won in 2016, and was not really expected to do in this election, but there are some projections out there now that he may very well do that in addition to going back to the White House.
Yeah, no, I think it kind of depends on how California votes. I know he's never done particularly well in California because it's a very liberal state, but I think it's going to shift to the right. And now I'm not saying that California is going to be close. Obviously, that's not going to be the case. But judging by how he's been overperforming in states like New Jersey, Rhode Island, New York, even Maryland, I think California is going to shift to the right. And because of that, I think he's going to win enough votes in California to win the popular vote.
So, Sam, you're involved with an organization called Young Americans for Liberty. You've obviously done your homework on the electoral map here. What is it, as a 19-year-old voting for president for the first time, that has you so excited about Donald Trump?
Well, you know, it's because he's going to make America great again. He's going to build a peaceful and prosperous country that, you know, I'm going to be able to succeed in. You know, it's like the last few years have been just really bad for this country, I'd say. Just inflation has been so terrible. The cost of living, which, you know, as a 19-year-old American is a very important issue. It's gotten so bad in the D.C. area, especially. It's just like, it's one of my top issues because I want to be able to, you know, buy a house and raise a family. And, you know, if I can't afford any of that, it's like it's going to be impossible. So I think a lot of his policies, especially with cutting interest rates, are going to help out with that.
All right, Sam, thank you so much. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, thank you for letting me on.
All right, Adrienne, back to you. That's Sam Brown from Virginia. The Sam Brown decision desk projecting a Donald Trump victory in the popular vote and in the White House. We've got to wait for the official results a little bit longer.
Oh, yeah, we do. Listen, thanks to Sam Brown there. A couple things. Yes, Virginia has absolutely gone to Kamala Harris. That is responsible for some of the bump you see down there. No one is calling the Senate yet. That may be coming very, very soon, but I appreciate that Sam's excited there and that Fox News has done it. But that's just a reminder of how we do this here at CBC because, you know, it's one of those things where you don't want to be known as a network that's always first for breaking news and never wrong for long. You want to get this right. So we wait, because this is an American election, we wait until there's a plurality of the 5 major networks that have made a call. We've also partnered with AP, which is at every single county. So we're not going to put it on the board until it's secure. It may come soon. It hasn't come yet. Lots to talk about. I asked about Nevada. We are checking on Nevada just to make sure they're okay. We'll have some information on that soon, but you have some more numbers.
Well, let's talk Senate for a moment. We knew going into this evening that the Democrats were almost certainly going to lose at least 1 Senate seat. Joe Manchin had retired, and Jim Justice, the popular governor in that state, running for one of the Senate seats, and he was declared the winner very early in the evening. He has a bulldog named Baby Dog, and the producer I work with, Jer, wanted to make sure that I mentioned that, because if you go to Jim Justice's website, it actually says the Baby Dog is the kind of morale leader of the campaign. There, I've done it. Let's go to Ohio now. This also was a pickup for the Republicans. Bernie Moreno, a business person in the state of Ohio, is now a senator from Ohio. So that gives the Republicans 50 to 41 Democrats. Obviously, there are a lot of races that have yet to be decided, but we're looking at 3 in particular where there are incumbent Democratic senators. In all 3 of those, the Republicans are leading, and so there could be a huge shift to the numbers. But for now, 50 to 41, and still watching the Senate races that are not decided.
Okay, so the Senate, Aisha, the consequences of for Democrats of having the Senate flipped or what?
Well, I mean, the Supreme Court is always in the balance. I mean, I think that the one thing that we were not optimistic about coming into tonight was holding the Senate. That was always going to go. I feel horrible for Senator Brown. It was really tough. I'm watching right now Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin. That's a tough one. She was the first lesbian elected to the Senate in the States and has been there for many, many years. And so this will be an interesting one to watch as well. Arizona is actually looking good still with Ruben Gallegos, so we'll see what happens there. But the Democrats were never going to hold the Senate. The consequence of that is that you've still got some aging justices on the Supreme Court who could see this as an opportunity, Justice Clarence Thomas, to go ahead and decide to retire. And what that does is that sets up another situation where Donald Trump gets to pack the courts again. So we've already kind of created a conservative court for a generation, but this would double down on that. And that has far more lasting consequences than an election, you know, and a candidate that's there for 4 years. This is something that's going to impact generations of people.
What are you thinking? What are you hearing about the Senate and what it means?
Obviously looks pretty good. Bernie Moreno in Ohio, that's a huge pickup. Sherrod Brown has been there for a long time, and that's become a more and more red state, and it was really hard to imagine getting him out of office because he was a very good politician and was able to stay so long. Wisconsin looks like it's going to be Havdi. I think when you talk about the Supreme Court, in a second term, I'm not even sure what type of justice Donald Trump would pick because he doesn't feel the obligation. He's not running another election ever again. He doesn't come from the federalist wing of the party. So I think there's going to be a lot of Republicans that are kind of worried about what kind of justice he might nominate, or if they would even get through, because they gave him a list. He picked from that list. I don't know that he's beholden to them anymore.
Or to anyone anymore.
Yeah, they still have to get confirmed by the Senate, so they're going to have to work together. But I could see him taking somebody who's not a pure originalist like the last three. So it could be a little bit of a wild card there. But having the Senate means a lot to the Republican Party right now.
I'm thinking back to a conversation we had with you earlier in the evening when Virginia was in the pink category, leaning towards Trump, and you said, no, yes, leaning towards Trump. You said, no, I think that's going to change. And it did change. It went back to the Democrats. Does that say anything to you about the other remaining
Virginia is such a unique state. It's the home of the federal government workforce. It's it's very, a lot of parts of it are very bedroom community. It's a lot of very educated people, lots of money. I just didn't see that happening. I worked in Virginia politics when it was a red state, or at least purple, and since then, for 20 years, it's been going the opposite direction. I did not see that happening. I do worry a little bit about Pennsylvania's last 10%. What happens with that? Just because it's taking so long. I guess it's going to drop at midnight, some of these new numbers, or they're going to start counting. But there are multiple paths, like I've been saying. Arizona and Wisconsin could seal the deal for him tonight.
Right. And it is true. At 12:01, which is in about 2 minutes from now, we expect to get some numbers out of Pennsylvania about how many mail-in ballots in particular they have left to count. That will establish a margin. It is midnight right now, so that's coming at any moment. While we're here, it's 7 p.m. in Hawaii, which means polls have just closed there. I don't think anyone's too worried about Hawaii right now, but let's look behind me at how close these two candidates are to hitting that magic number 270 and winning the White House. It is inching up there. Donald Trump, 227. He's getting close. And again, look at the popular vote. It's so interesting. 51.1% for Donald Trump, 47.5% for Kamala Harris. Not only may he win the popular vote, which he has not done in the last two times that he's run, but this is a pretty interesting margin.
And we saw approval ratings go over 50% on Donald Trump for the first time ever recently. And generally that number, the popular vote number, tracks almost directly with your final approval number. Once that hit 52% in at least a couple of polls, I thought, wow, that's very interesting, and we're seeing it right now.
So we are expecting to get 50,000 or so votes out of Philly, and that'll be interesting to see what those are. I mean, Philly's generally a reliable blue place. I don't know if that's going to be enough to widen that, to close that gap. I've been watching these counties, like I said earlier, and it's been interesting because, remember, Trump survived an assassination attempt, right, in this state. And I think that maybe the Democrats kind of underplayed that or took that for granted in some ways, that it wasn't really going to be a part of the zeitgeist of the news cycle. But I think that people have responded to that. I'm actually hearing from some folks right now who are part of the Lehigh Valley, essentially, which is going blue and goes blue. But they're talking about how that may have played out in the center of the state, which is a place that Joe Biden was able to carry and isn't carrying right now. And so there are some of those dynamics that are rural that I think that we're missing. But what happens in Philly and how enthusiastic the Philly turnout is with what's left is really going to be, I think, a deciding factor here.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just looking at the popular vote. I'm wondering if we have any more numbers to put in the results panel, because I do believe that Hawaii, there you go. Thank you very much for that. 229 Donald Trump, 189 Harris. That is Hawaii. That bump for Harris, that is the bump that just emerged. Well, that's pretty quick. I mean, those it's a minute after those polls closed. Ian, you have a few more results, I gather, right?
I do. Now, I'm trying to write by hand.
Yes, take your time. We'll talk amongst ourselves.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Let's take a look at the wall. I'm not going to call it the blue wall right now. And remember, it was a red wall when Trump won in 2016. It turned blue again, as it had been for Biden. Right now, Pennsylvania. Now here's the thing that is really, to me, important. The biggest thing is the numbers there. Donald Trump in a big lead, but the votes have been kind of stuck at 83% for a while now, but still a lead for Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at Wisconsin. And again, Donald Trump remains in the lead there with 3/4 of the votes counted. Michigan, a lead for Donald Trump there. So it is currently a red wall. Of the 3 wall states, though, this is the one with the fewest votes counted. And so, again, you can do the math and ask yourself how Kamala Harris, the extent to which she has to overperform in the last 55% in order to overcome the lead. So the wall not looking good for the Democrats, looking great for the Republicans at this point in the night. There are a couple of other swing states. Let's look at one of them, Arizona, and it remains really, really close. Half the votes counted and a tiny margin of 0.4 of a percentage point. One other state, a swing state that we've been watching, Nevada, but we still have no results.
I'm worried about Nevada. I mean, I just hope they're okay.
Yeah, I feel like they're all right.
Yeah.
If anybody watching has friends in Nevada and they can explain, no, but as far as we know, they're late in first results.
2% is in.
2% is in?
Yeah, 2% is in right now.
Wow, your laptop must be on a different Wi-Fi than mine because I don't have that. Okay.
And I'm also curious why Arizona is still stuck at just 50%. I feel like we've been looking at 50% for quite some time.
Yeah, absolutely. So I will...
Well, they're neighbors. Maybe they can check on each other, and we'll find out. All right, so let's turn now to someone who, I guess we could say, enthusiastically endorsing Kamala Harris for president after previously saying that Joe Biden should step aside, but not necessarily be replaced by Harris. We're talking about the former ambassador of the United States to Canada, Bruce Heyman, who joins us now from Chicago. Certainly not the result, or at least the trend line you were expecting.
Oh, not at all. But I came into tonight, with clear eyes that the Democrats had the best opportunity with the House of Representatives, the worst opportunity with the Senate. And it was really a coin flip going in, and we really didn't know how this was going to turn out at the presidency. And at this stage of the game, a lot of paths have been cut down for the vice president. It's an incredibly narrow pathway for her to even pull this out. But we have to wait for every ballot to be counted, and and then I'll support the result of the election for sure.
And what are you learning about your country that you didn't know before tonight?
So, I think that the impact of the things that the Republicans focused on were so significant for so many Americans. First and foremost, inflation is a very difficult thing to handle. Nobody should underestimate the impact that has on the average American. And when he or she are going to the grocery store or trying to, just make ends meet, it really hit them hard. And then interest rates moving up hit them doubly hard. So that's one. Number two, the immigration problem was apparent across the country as migrants were in many of our cities, large and small across the country, coming up from the South. And that had put a lot of pressure in a lot of neighborhoods. And they used that to create a lot of fear, more fear than I think that was necessary. But it was a real problem, and it continues to be. And so those are things that the Democrats thought that the abortion issue would offset that and the protection of democracy, but it clearly hasn't.
And also, it may mean that things that people thought were disqualifying about Donald Trump were not at all disqualifying.
Yeah, it appears that way, doesn't it? And, it's not the standard I hold myself to, or I would hold anyone who I'd like to represent me. That being said, there are a lot of people that think, he's the right guy for the time and the problems that they're facing. And so here we are. It's not over till it's over, but boy, I'm awfully surprised. And the Senate is a sad situation for the Democrats. We've lost a Ohio senator. A few other senators are quite behind the senator in Montana. Pennsylvania is very competitive. Wisconsin is competitive. And so the Democrats could have a number of losses in the Senate and really have to do a lot of thinking about how they're going to position themselves going forward with the American public.
Oh, yeah, there are a lot of conversations to come about the nature of what the party is. That is for sure. Bruce Heyman, thank you very much for taking time. Come back and see us sometime, eh, in Canada?
I look forward to it.
Okay.
All right. Hey, I love Canada. You know that.
I know that. We appreciate that. Take care, sir.
Take care.
So we've been talking about Arizona. We'd like to check in on Arizona again, if we may. Let's pull up a board here. So again, we're looking at 50%, 49.8% for Donald Trump, 49.3% for Kamala Harris. Still stuck, stubbornly stuck. What is happening in Arizona? Good thing Caroline Bargut is right there in Phoenix. Caroline, are you guys okay down there? What is going on in Arizona?
We are. I got to tell you, Adrienne, we've been sitting in the media tent behind me, which I don't know if you could see or not, but we just keep refreshing our computers just to see, have we received any more numbers? And so far in Maricopa County, we have not received a second batch of numbers. We still only have the first batch. However, we do have some statewide numbers. As you said, Donald Trump is leading. We know 1.8 million votes have been tabulated statewide. That's not just here in Maricopa. We know that he is leading by 9,000 votes. So it's still a very tight race here in this state. A couple more numbers to throw at you. 4.36 million voters have been registered in this state. That's 120,000 more than in the 2020 election. We also have a couple more numbers, a Senate race, because you were talking about the Senate a little while ago. Democratic Senator, well, she was elected as a Democratic Senator in 2018, Kristen Sinema. She became an independent 2 years ago and is now retiring. The Ruben Gallego, the Democrat, he is in the lead, 52.3% over Carrie Lake, the Republican. She's sitting at 45.9%. I know the Republicans really want this Senate seat, but it so far is not looking so good. Now, Carrie Lake, you may also remember, she used to be a TV news anchor for Fox News for 22 years. She was a huge Trump supporter and a very big election denier. In fact, 2 years ago, she ran for governor of this state. She lost. She still hasn't conceded that she lost. She has filed lawsuits, has lost lawsuits, still doesn't believe that she lost. So it does not look very good for her. Also, you may remember that Maricopa County, which is where I am, is kind of ground zero for disinformation and misinformation. We were talking to some voters today in Mesa, which is a city, I think it's east of here. A city east of here. We were talking to one gentleman asking him, what would it take for you to actually accept the election results? And he thought about it and he said, I'm not really sure. I would have to do more research, but he just believed that there was a whole bunch of things that went wrong in 2020, and so he wasn't really sure about that. As for this election, we don't really know what's going to happen yet. In this state anyways, as you know, we only have 1.8 million votes that we know how they voted out of 4.36 million. So it's going to be some time before we find that out. Again, 10 to 13 days. That's what they say the final tally we're expected to get in 10 to 13 days. But I'm hoping we'll get a lot more than 1.8 million votes today.
Yeah, and
so we can
certainly,
update you.
And some understanding of what's happened, of why that's taking so long. All right, sometimes the process is just slow.
Yeah.
It just takes how long it takes. Caroline Bargut, thanks very much. Rosie, you've been scribbling some notes there.
Yeah, well, yes, I just wanted to pick up on something that Ambassador Heyman said about the economy, because I do think that that's going to be part of the story going forward. Remember, the rate of inflation in the United States is still above 2%. It's higher than it is in Canada. That is extremely difficult for the poorest of Americans, and it has also caused Americans to pay really insane prices for rent in that country. it is true that that was not all caused by Joe Biden, obviously, right? There was a pandemic, there's been wars. Some of his spending certainly contributed to that inflation. But I think that that is a real issue. And on my show, when I've talked to a number of people, voters, that was the thing they pointed to, that they believed that Donald Trump could better manage the economy, that he knew what to do with money, and that they weren't getting the help that they needed, in spite of all the things that Kamala Harris put on the table, the tax credit for children, the opportunity economy, all those things. They just didn't see that because she was aligned with Biden, that there was a way there for them to get the help they needed from the economy. And I wonder whether that has been difficult for her as well on that front.
It is so interesting how much both criticism and credit American presidents get for like gas prices and grocery prices, which they have nothing to do with.
That's right.
Go ahead,
No,
Paul.
you go first.
Okay.
Well, there's a lot to unpack right now, right? The cover of The Economist this week says the U.S. economy is the envy of the world.
Yeah, better growth in the U.S. than in Canada.
And I get it that a lot of people are left out of that. So there's that. Is it time to have a conversation that, like, what is it about Donald Trump? I've been to a lot of Trump rallies. People love the guy. They're going to be the people who turn out at the rallies, for sure. But they believe him. He can fix the economy. He can end the war here. He can do this. He can do that. They take him at his word. You use the word, you know, and we heard David Frum earlier saying it's hard to explain these things because there's a mosaic of reasons. Use the word authenticity. Like him or not, he has that. And I think there's a lesson to politicians everywhere in our country that stuff matters to people now. We strive for it in journalism. It's authenticism is what people want. What is the truth? What is somebody really at? So how many Trump people have I gone up to at these rallies, excuse me, and said, like all the things that he's said and he's done, and right back to 2016 and the Access Hollywood tape, and to women, I would say, how can you vote for him? Oh, it's locker room talk back then. Oh, he's just joking. The shooting through the media this weekend, it's just, people laugh behind it. But I guess this is a question to everybody, but to you two in particular. Like, is there something that is just so appealing about that allows people to overlook the negatives? And there are negatives with this guy, and yet he's going to win the popular vote by multiple millions of people. Like, does that authentic? Is that what people want? I guess is this what?
He's a symptom, not a cause. I mean, he's you know, he came about and became powerful because there was this pent-up well of anger towards. First, it was the Republican Party establishment. That was the first victim. Then it was the media. Then it was all the institutions that have let us down as Americans. That's how Republicans feel. I'm talking about his voters, that 52%. And he embodied that. He adopted positions to antagonize those institutions and to fight against them. And they brought everything at him, too. Look at all the things that have come at him. He's been indicted. He's been almost bankrupted. He's been shot. So they see him as kind of a folk hero fighting for them. So there's a lot there. 52% is no joke. I mean, if he ends up with a 52% mark in this election, he goes, that's like Barack Obama territory. That's very impressive.
You know, so I ran for Congress where I live 2 years ago, which is Hudson Valley of New York. So it's outside of the city. It's very moderate. I've actually been tracking House races right now because there are a few there that are going to hopefully, you know, end up helping to change the balance of Congress. And the thing that I learned talking to voters, and this is Trump territory, a lot of this is very purple-ish, is that there is absolutely, I'll call it a class polarization, but certainly an education gap that Trump has been able to seize and play into. There is absolutely an America where you don't have to go to college, You might not necessarily have graduated high school, frankly. And there was a time where you could get a decent job and earn a good living and have a home and be able to, give your kids a better life than perhaps you had, and maybe they end up having aspirations to go to college or something like that. Those times are gone. And it has absolutely nothing to do with whether Donald Trump can save them and bring them back, or whether the Democrats broke it and took it away. It's the reality of market economics, which is so highfalutin and cerebral, right, that folks don't want to even get into that conversation. They're not reading The Economist and looking at the cover of that. They just know that the blue-collar dad used to be able to have the little lady stay at home and be a stay-at-home mom and afford a house on an acre of land with the whole yard, and now they can't. And I don't know how you're able to break through, and I tried, in these conversations around money and pocketbook that are so completely opposite of the way that market economic works, especially in today's age, with people who remember a certain era. I'm looking at these exit polls that I know you said don't look at, right? Because they end up being junk. But the truth is if you just look at what the Washington Post is showing with the exit polls, you're seeing the breakdown here of the folks that went for Trump, who are a little bit older, that used to have that lifestyle. They're over 45. They are also less likely to be college educated, most of them, right? And so there's a certain populism that he's able to play into, which is really focused on the class dynamics that I don't think the Democrats will ever get right in being able to talk to people.
Yeah, but that's also young people who feel what you're talking about, and that same phenomenon is playing out in this country with our conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. Young people who feel that they are never going to get the things that their parents have. They will never own a home. They will go to university. It won't matter. They won't be able to access the things that were there. And I think that, you see with the people that David's talking to at the bar, like that's those people too. And so it's not just a class thing. It's where did the fairness go? Where did the fairness of the American society go? Where did that dream go? And I think that that's something that is resonating too.
And some of us would offer is that it was never actually fair. There was a certain group of people that had access points who are mad because they don't now, while the rest of us never actually had those access points. And that's what's playing out too.
Well, it's why when people talk about the American democracy is several hundred years old, no, it's not. No, it's not.
I just showed you on my great-grandmother's voter registration card that I grew up with her in my lifetime. She just got to vote in 1968 for the first time, right? So it wasn't always
a young democracy. All right, let's, while we're talking here, let's have a little look at our thermometer again about how close these two candidates are right now to hitting that magic number, 270, and winning the White House. So let's bring it up. Getting ever so close. 239 for Donald Trump, 189 for Kamala Harris. 229. It's getting late. 229. Let's have a look at the numbers too. Again, this popular vote is so incredibly important. That is a big spread. It doesn't mean anything electorally. It doesn't change anything about getting to the White House. But this is the soft power element of it. If this trend reverses, if somehow the blue wall that became a pink wall tonight and may become a red wall becomes a blue wall again, but that popular vote stays the way it is, the conversations about a divided United States surge because you're talking many, many more millions of people who would have voted for Donald Trump. So what is happening at the Harris camp? How are they handling this? So this is a good moment to go back to Katie Simpson, who's right there at Harris headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Katie?
Adrienne, there are a couple of things that have happened since the last time we chatted. One, we're starting to see the crowd really start to peter out. Behind me is sort of the main area where they're funneling people to wait for possibly some remarks from Kamala Harris at some point now into the early morning here in Washington, D.C. But sort of the side areas that had been packed with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people, they are petering out. There are some bleachers where just not that many people are still in that area. It had been packed earlier tonight. So that's one thing that's certainly noticeable here. The other thing is there are these gigantic American flags, like the size of a side of a house. They're a gigantic part of the decorations here. One of the prominent flags was slowly brought down without explanation. And, you know, it could be for a variety of reasons, but when you're bringing down something so symbolic at this kind of a political rally, it sort of has a moment there. It's something that everybody noticed. Everybody put up their cameras and sort of took photos and videos of that flag coming down. There's still no word from the Harris campaign about whether Kamala Harris is still planning on coming here to address her supporters at Howard University as well as address the nation. The last thing we heard out of the Harris campaign was from Jen O'Malley Dillon, who is the chair of the Harris campaign, trying to reassure Democrats that they still see a path to victory, urging people to just wait for more results coming out of Pennsylvania. They say they do see a path to victory. They see it through those so-called blue wall states, urging people to wait until they get more information coming out of Pennsylvania, more information coming out of Wisconsin, and more information coming out of Michigan, saying that it could be hours and hours more before there is a better sense of what the turnout was for Democrats. So those are the messages from the Harris campaign. It's getting late. It's now early morning here in Washington, D.C., and the crowd getting a little listless, getting tired. They're still pumping the music. You know, every time that some major projections don't go Kamala Harris's way, they'll show them up on the wall here, and then shortly after, you know, they'll surge some of the like really good tunes to try and motivate the crowd. But we're not seeing the energy we saw at the start of the night, and of course people are now starting to actually leave the venue.
One thing I know we can count on is you never get tired, Katie Simpson. So we're all going to lean on you as this goes into Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Listen, we'll be back talking to you a little later, and stay with us. There's more America Votes right after the break. And throughout the night, we're going to hear from Americans about what matters to them. This is their election. The American people are having their say. So let's hear what voters from Arizona have to say.
Hi, Canada. My name's Jessica. This is my first election that I'm voting, pregnant, my first child. And the most important issue to me this election is the women's right to choose, to protect our bodies, and not have the government be telling us what to do.
Howdy, howdy, Canada. Fellow Texan here in Scottsdale, Arizona. What you got to know about this election here in the U.S. is it's going to be probably one of the most insane elections probably in our whole history, because we have a very divisive country, and that's something that, you know, we definitely don't really want in a unified nation, you know, the United States of America.
right, welcome back to our continuing coverage of America Votes. Draw your attention, if I may, please, to the results bar. 229 for Donald Trump, 189 for Kamala Harris, getting awfully close, but not there yet, to that 270 number. There's still some states we have some outstanding questions for. And so the answer is we go to Ian Hanomansing.
Well, let's keep talking about the wall for a little bit. Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, they continue to be a wall, but they are not a blue wall, certainly not right now. Let's look at Michigan. Now, what's interesting here is that only 52% of the vote has been counted, but that is a big margin. Why would that change? It would mean that Kamala Harris would have to outperform Donald Trump by those 6 or 7 percentage points over the last 48% of the vote. We do know, though, that in the city of Detroit, in Wayne County, it appears the American networks are reporting fairly low percentage of votes that have been counted. Same thing with Kalamazoo. And in both Kalamazoo and Wayne County, with the few votes that have been counted so far, Kamala Harris has done well. But is it enough for her if that trend continues to overcome what is a big lead? Let's look now at Wisconsin. And it, too, is a relatively sizable lead, and now just 19% of the votes to be counted there. And finally, Pennsylvania. We mentioned right at the beginning of the program that Pennsylvania was critical for both of these candidates, and that is a big lead for Donald Trump. The expected votes counted, you see in the upper right-hand corner, has slowly been increasing, and Kamala Harris is not encroaching on Donald Trump's lead. So it would take a huge turnaround in the remaining 14% of the vote for Kamala Harris to win in Pennsylvania. So right now, Donald Trump looking really good in what has become a red wall. Let's take a look at the 2016 map when Donald Trump last won and compare it to 2024. And you'll see some similarities, particularly in the wall, as I was saying. Right now, just leading Republican, but looking pretty good for the Republicans. You see a lot of similarities, and Adrienne will be relieved to know that the results for Nevada from 2016 actually are in and have been counted, even though we don't yet have the results there. But you see a lot of similarities between 2016, when Trump first was elected president, and 2024, when his path to being reelected president is looking pretty good.
Really interesting. Okay, Ian, thanks very much. Because we talk about Nevada so much, and because we're also worried about that just the one gray state sitting there, let's take a live shot of the vote count that is happening in Clark County, Nevada. So you're looking to split screen there, cameras on a number of the places where the votes are being counted and people going back and forth. This is the beautiful, mundane work of just simply counting the ballots. It takes a while. It is, you know, this state, Nevada, one of the 7 states that clearly will decide the 2024 U.S. presidential election. So Andrew Chang now on what to watch for in that state.
Nevada, the Silver State, with maybe a dash of neon. Traditionally leans Republican, but it's had a blue streak for nearly 2 decades. In 2020, Joe Biden won by only about 2.5 percentage points. And Republicans think this time they can turn the state back around.
I just saw a poll that we're actually leading with Hispanics.
Hispanics are an important demo in Nevada. They make up more than 20% of the electorate. The population also skews younger, is more transient than in most states, and they also have a higher jobless rate, more than a full percentage point above the U.S. norm. So it's no surprise. Among the top issues,
what's the important issue for me right now is the economy.
Another reason to watch Nevada, it's exceptionally good at predicting winners and losers. They've only failed to vote for the eventual president once in the last 40 years. That was in 2016, when Trump was first elected. Nevada is worth 6 electoral college votes.
All right, so let's keep talking about it. Ellen Morrow is in Washington, but you've been tracking what's been happening all over the country. Can you explain Nevada to us?
Well, I'll do my best, Adrienne. You know, we are waiting for results from Nevada. We only have about 2% of those results in so far. The big question is why? Because polls did close there about 2.5 hours ago at 7 p.m. local time. What we're seeing in reporting from across Nevada, though, are that there are still long lines at polling stations. Throughout the day, we've seen reports of the 3-hour lines at some polling stations. And if you talk about Clark County, County, where Las Vegas is located, local media is saying, let me just grab this number here. Local media is saying that voters were still casting votes at 67 of the 137 polling sites in Clark County as of 8:45 local time. So I'm trying to do the math here. That's a little less than an hour ago, and that's an hour and 45 minutes after those polls were supposed to close. Now, the Secretary of State in Nevada said that voters who were in line as of 7 p.m., again, that original official closing time, would be able to cast a ballot. So why are these lines so long? Why is it taking so long? Reporting from the ground is suggesting this could be an issue of not enough voting machines or equipment or enough staff at the polls. We're also seeing a high turnout level. So that goes to explain some of this delay. We're also working on trying to get more information about why, we're only at that 2% level last time I checked. Nevada is one of those key 7 swing states with 6 electoral college votes. Depending on how that map continues to shape up, it might not matter so much, those 6 electoral college votes, but of course, we're still going through the evening, and there is eagerness to get those returns from Nevada.
Absolutely. The whole country is looking out for that. Ellen Morrow in Washington, thanks very much. Can we throw to another shot here? This is of a motorcade. It's West Palm Beach. Just moments ago, who is in that motorcade? Well, that is J.D. Vance's motorcade, heading towards presumably either Trump headquarters or Mar-a-Lago. There has been no indication yet that Donald Trump's motorcade is on the move at all, but we do have eyes on that, and we'll be keeping an eye on it and letting you know. Chris Reyes is in West Palm Beach, Florida, of course, at Trump headquarters. You have an update, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very short drive from Mar-a-Lago to the Palm Beach County Convention Center where we are. And so if J.D. Vance's motorcade, Adrienne, is on the move, then he should be here any minute now. And I guarantee you this crowd will go wild when he shows up here. What we're seeing really in this room is a mirror opposite of what Katie is seeing at Harris headquarters. She said the crowd was petering out. This crowd is getting bigger. They're getting louder. And, earlier this evening, I told you that this is not a dancing crowd because I was mostly seeing hands in the air, and there's no DJ here, in fact, even though they've been playing music. But I take that back because you're now starting to see a lot of dancing. The smiles are there. There's a lot of picture taking. And I think the one thing to say about this room is that it has been consistent in mood throughout the night. We got here just a little after 6:30 p.m. Eastern time, so that's what now, 4 or 5 hours. I'm going to let you do the counting. And there hasn't been a roller coaster ride here of emotions. For the most part, it's been hopeful. It started out that way. And then as the results have been coming through the screens, or 2 big screens, that this crowd is locked onto, Donald Trump has had the lead. They're watching 3 different channels. They're projecting races. They're calling states for Trump. And he has never really lost the lead. And so the mood here went from hopeful to now joyful. And really now just a lot of anticipation for J.D. Vance and then for Donald Trump to follow after that. Now, the question is, when Donald Trump shows up, and no victory obviously has been declared, what is he going to say? And of course, that question is on everybody's minds because, as you guys have been talking about, in 2020, he declared victory, I think, just after 2 o'clock in the morning from the White House, even before all of the ballots were counted. And that spun this country, months and months following after. So what will he say here if he shows up before he gets to that magic number of 270? So we'll wait to see. I mean, this is a crowd that will welcome him for sure, Adrienne, like a hero. In fact, one of the videos that they just played was a video that I haven't seen. It certainly wasn't a video that they played at the RNC. It was very cinematic. It was very presidential. It almost featured sort of the journey of Donald Trump's public life from when he was young to that iconic moment when he was shot in Pennsylvania and then threw his fist up in the air and said, "Fight, fight, fight." And when that video ended, I mean, this crowd went wild.
Okay. All right, Chris Reyes in West Palm Beach. While that motorcade is wiggling its way somewhere, I just want to ask you, Kevin, about J.D. Vance. Is he the future of the Republican Party?
Obviously, if they win, he would have the leg up as the next nominee. That's only 4 years away. I think, given his debate performance, and that really did seal it, I think. And then he went on a tear of going on every media interview that he could get booked on. He was calm. He was methodical. He wrecked a lot of tough interviews, and nothing makes Republicans happier than that, okay? See somebody competently take on the media. Donald Trump takes on the media, but he does it in his own way. When you saw a young guy like that do that, that is catnip for Republicans. So I think he is the odds-on favorite to be the next nominee. There will be others that probably try to challenge him, but I think he's got a really good chance of being it.
I don't mean to be morbid.
Sure.
He could be president before then. I mean, Trump is 78, I think. Again, apologies for that, but that's who we may be seeing tonight is President J.D. Vance in the not too distant future. I mean,
well, Donald Trump seems to be able to survive anything, so I wouldn't put it past him to go another 4 years,
including his own demise, right? I mean, just
this is an incredible comeback story if it ends up being.
Yeah, that it is.
In 2016, you know, once it was all settled in 2016, I'm pretty sure that I said on TV, in politics they don't like losers, and so we've seen the end of Donald Trump, and he's proven that. He seems to be proving that wrong right now.
It's actually really funny that you said that, because I've been sitting here obviously texting frantically with people in different places on the ground. Everyone's like, ah! And someone just said, well, people like winners. And he never concedes defeat. Even when he's down, he's not. And there's something about that bravado. I mean, let's be clear. Good old, President Biden, who's kind and lovely, and good old Uncle Joe, not necessarily seen as like a ferocious winner so much as he is a good person. And there is something to that. You were talking, I think, Rosemary, about young people. And being on the side of a winner is a thing. Now, many of us don't think that he's a winner, but he has won multiple times in multiple things that people are gravitating towards.
And speaking of that, the American networks have made a projection, so CBC News is now ready to make a state call. And that is that Donald Trump will win Georgia, and it's 16 electoral votes. That pushes him closer to winning the 2024 election. You will remember the election in 2020 was a bitter fight. It took 2 weeks to confirm the results in Georgia. Tonight, we're already ready to make this call. Georgia has flipped to the Republican Party after going for Joe Biden in 2020. Chris Reyes is in West Palm Beach, Florida.
That's right. So Trump has flipped the state. This is one of the 7 swing states that we've been watching so closely in this race. And I'll tell you, this crowd loved that. I mean, we've been hearing a lot of cheers as states have been called for Donald Trump. But the swing states, the states where it was really close, that's when this crowd really goes wild. And, as I've been saying throughout the night, the one thing about this crowd is that they haven't really had to go through any disappointments, because everything that has come through that screen that they're watching is a win for Trump. And so they've had nothing to do these last few hours except to really cheer and clap and really start dancing. And I told you earlier that they weren't dancing, they were just waving their hands up in the air, and then they started dancing, and now they're taking pictures, and now they're really trained to these screens, and this is a packed house now. Adrienne, as you mentioned, J.D. Vance is on his way to this convention center. I think it's expected that Donald Trump will follow very quickly after, and this crowd will welcome both of them like heroes. And I think that this crowd, at this point in the game, even though victory has not been declared. They can certainly smell it. They can certainly taste it.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what J.D. Vance does when he gets there. Chris, thanks for that. Ian, can you, it's interesting because if Donald Trump heads there and with something to say, even though the momentum is on his side, declaring victory would be premature, again, at this point.
So
but
close.
It feels like it's getting closer.
Yeah, so close to victory right now. And, you know, let's not lose sight of the fact, as you said, that Georgia's actually a flip, right? It's
That's right.
The first flip that we have seen tonight. So let's look at what one of the paths, probably the most likely path to victory is for Donald Trump at this hour. He is expected, and as you look at the map, you'll see the colors go up here as we change from leading to actually, let's imagine a scenario where Donald Trump wins the 2nd district in Maine, so one of those states like Nebraska that splits its electoral votes. Let's assume as he's headed to win Nebraska 1st and Nebraska 3rd, so that would be 2 more. If you look on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see the +3. Alaska almost certainly will go to Donald Trump now. We're at +6. 245 +6 is 251. Yeah, okay. And all he needs at that point is Pennsylvania. If he wins Pennsylvania, if he maintains the lead he has in Pennsylvania, he has 270 right on the button. Let's take a look and see how Pennsylvania is looking right now. Throughout the evening, he has been in the lead. He continues to be in the lead, and only 13% of the vote left to be counted. And so that is probably the clearest path to victory for Donald Trump. It is not the only path to victory. So depending on how things go in Pennsylvania, Adrienne, I can take you through some of the other ones later on. Okay. But he's at that point in the evening where he has multiple paths to the White House.
Okay, Ian, thank you. I want to bring something in here because the co-chair of the Harris camp is actually speaking to the crowd at Harris headquarters. Let's have a listen.
Thank you all.
By the way, he said no sign of Kamala Harris coming tonight. You will not hear from Kamala Harris tonight. That will come tomorrow. Interesting. People starting to leave there. I want to bring in the panel here. Aisha, what do you make of that?
I think that that's the right move. I wouldn't say super too close to call, but there's absolutely no call. And so what is it for her to say at this point? I think that, you know, we all said we weren't going to have anything definitive, at least tonight, going into tomorrow. And that's what it's going to be. Numbers are coming in, though, from Pennsylvania. And I think that the last thing that I saw is that there's more votes coming out of Philly that aren't going to drop until the morning. So that's probably part of this, is the text I just got.
So, sorry, can you explain that again?
I think last time I looked, it was something like 80% of the vote was counted in from Philadelphia, which is the largest metropolis in the state, and that there's no expectation that there will be more reported tonight, and that it will be in the morning when the rest of that comes through. So that might also be what they're getting, at least from election officials, in terms of how the count is going. I think that Erie, actually, they said that Erie is mostly in, so that's over 90% that's in, but I know they're waiting for Philadelphia, and I think some other counties too,
So you're looking, as you talk, we're just, boy, have the crowds ever thinned out at Howard?
It's late, girl.
Well, I've heard
He just told them to go home. It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, he just told them to go home, but it is.
And the fact that Detroit isn't in Michigan is also, you know, another thing. It's 1 o'clock in the morning now. Is this going to be decided right now? No. So
but we're just getting going.
Yeah. I'm here. Look, I'm here with you guys. I'm just saying, you know, the vice president might want to go to bed because it's going to be an early one for him.
Okay, so since we missed him speaking live, let's play the clip of what the Harris co-chair told everybody there.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
And with that, he left. The crowd started to leave. Katie Simpson, though, is still right there. Katie?
Adrienne, very obviously, this is not the night the Democrats had been hoping for, and the feeling, the overwhelming feeling of disappointment in this crowd when, you know, at this point in this race where things stand right now, it's not necessarily surprising that Kamala Harris is not going to come out and speak to the crowd tonight, but at the same time, there's still a sense of disappointment here. Over the last hour or so, we really started to see the crowd start to thin out. The crowd that had been gathered right behind me, hoping to have, you know, a front row seat to hear whatever it is that Harris was going to say, it remained pretty strong, but all sort of around the sides of this quad, it started to thin out. And as sort of the night went on and the results started coming in, you could feel the energy just sort of drain from the crowd, and the level of nerves and disappointment, a mix of, you know, a combination of all the things that Democrats here had not been hoping for. It all was just coming to reality. Again, as we just heard from the co-chair of the Harris campaign, there are still votes to be counted. They want to make sure that every vote is accounted for. But one of the things that Democrats were so concerned about going into this is they didn't want to sort of get ahead of themselves. They didn't want to get out over their skis and really expect that perhaps Kamala Harris, that the vote was going to break her way, as sort of what had been Democrats had sort of been saying privately. The scars of the loss of 2016 after what happened with Hillary Clinton, when Democrats were so confident that she was going to go in there and win, break that glass ceiling, become the first woman president. Democrats this time running a very different campaign. This election campaign has been incredibly unprecedented for so many different ways. Kamala Harris being the Democratic nominee for just over 100 days. But, you know, all of the concern and all of the fear that 2024 could be a repeat of 2016, that was the really big fear going into tonight. And now, as the crowd has been told to go home, to get some sleep, with an update and some kind of address from the vice president in the morning, it's certainly, this crowd is leaving a sense of disappointment. We saw campaign staffers comforting one another. I didn't see anyone openly crying in the crowd or anything of that nature, but the crowd certainly, the energy level started to dwindle, started to drop, and people started to leave early as there was no word that the vice president was going to come here to address this, especially in light of where the numbers were heading and where the numbers do seem to be heading right now.
Okay, Katie Simpson, thanks very much. Kevin, this makes me wonder if the Republicans, your colleagues, are thinking maybe 2020 was just a blip. I mean, maybe Georgia was never actually a swing state. Maybe it was just an anomaly.
2020 was in the middle of COVID, and it was weeks before we even had a vaccine. People were still locked in their houses. Joe Biden was running from his basement, didn't actually campaign. In that sense, of course, it was an anomaly. That you would never recreate that circumstance again. I think that was part of the reason why Donald Trump was so bitter, because I think he felt like he got cheated out of, he had 3 good years in his mind before that, and then to have that happen. So yeah, it's really hard to compare 2020 to 2024 since we'll never see, well, hopefully, never see another one of those again. But yeah, it's this is a reaction to, look, you got to remember, Joe Biden is an extremely unpopular president, and his policies have been thoroughly disappointed a lot of the American people. In every policy poll, every public poll on policy, Donald Trump had huge leads on the economy, on immigration, on crime, And he made it enough about those issues without making too much about himself, which is always his weakness, that it seems like he did enough to get 51, 52% of the vote, and he's probably going to either sweep those, those battleground states or win most of them.
I'll tell you, one of the things that is disappointing to me coming into this is that I expected there to be far more momentum based on the energy and enthusiasm of the Democrats. And now I'm thinking back to 2020. In addition to it being COVID, right, everybody trapped inside, the Democrats were also all really galvanizing around the fact that George Floyd had been murdered in front of our eyes, and we sat there and we watched it. There were protests all summer long, people trying to figure out what are we going to do to prevent this from happening again. There was a lot of momentum of activism, and activism of folks who were not necessarily, there was nothing else for us to do but be activists. And that motivated people to show up and to have a voice and to vote in a way that right now, I'm thinking, what's happening for the Democrats? Other than Kamala jumping into this, right, in July, there's not a lot going on. Things are kind of okay compared to where they were in 2020 in terms of motivating Democrats because we're not as angry as we were about the circumstances then. And I wonder, when all is said and done and all of these exit polls happen, why did people not come out with the same veracity that they did in 2020 when you had a candidate that was running from his basement, to your point, right?
Let's keep talking about Georgia, though, because, I mean, to the question before Biden, I think it hadn't gone to a Democrat in, like, a really long time. Like, was Georgia ever a swing state, do you think?
Well, I think this might get to some of that, because what I was thinking when I was watching Katie there and the little statement from the podium was, my goodness, this is 26. There's John Podesta walking out to say Hillary is not going to be here tonight, and we've got this other guy who's won, and who knew, right? So, but then 4 years later, including after with the Floyd and the BLM protests across the country and all of and the chaos of those 4 years, in fairness, as it's been described, he was soundly like, don't slam the door on the way out. And so now here we are 4 years after that, and it's like, is political memory that short? Which sort of is what you're getting at, right? The motivation. When Kamala Harris comes in, it's all unicorns and rainbows, and now there's a reason to get off your bums and go vote, Democrats, because Biden wasn't inspiring anybody to do that. Did she peak in 100 days? Did she peak too soon on that front? Because it's like nobody, and she was kind of campaigning on the turn the page, but people have forgotten what page you're turning from.
Yeah, but it's not that people have a short memory; it's that they have a good memory of those first 3 years. Not all the chaos and drama that came with it, but go back to his State of the Union speech right before COVID hit. And it was a victory lap after victory lap after victory lap on the economy, on all sorts of great things that were happening. And then all of a sudden the world changed.
Yeah, I want to keep talking about Georgia, though, right? Because this is the first flip that we've seen tonight, right, of a swing state. And I think let's go, if we can, to John Northcott, who is in Florida. This is the board, by the way. This is the flip for Georgia. Puts Donald Trump at 245, 289 for Kamala Harris. John Northcott, you were there. I think you're still in Fulton County, but what is the feeling? What is the story? What happened in Georgia? What went right for Donald Trump? What did not for Kamala Harris?
We were at the Democrats' watch party, and about an hour ago, they just said, "That's it, go home." Threw us out, not impolitely, but they said it's over. Talking to people leaving, they're still optimistic that between now and dawn, because what they were waiting for are those populous counties, Fulton County, Chatham County, Cobb County, DeKalb County, many of those in the Atlanta area or in Savannah. But it turns out that the numbers just weren't there with those in a million people live in Fulton, for example. But then we traversed up to the Trump watch party, and where they're sort of heading home. It's projected. You're heading home. Jennifer Hammond, what are your thoughts?
Thoughts are very enthusiastic. Things look good, not only for Georgia, but for the rest of the country. So we're excited. We're very excited. Also excited about the Senate win as well. So that's great for us because obviously with Trump in the presidency, it's not going to help us unless we have the House and the Senate. So that's big too.
Georgia went along with who was the president in 76 with Carter, 92 with Clinton, and then, of course, 4 years ago with Joe Biden. What do you think, again, let's assuming that this projection proves to be the case, what does Georgia flipping back mean overall to Republican efforts and Donald Trump's efforts nationwide?
Well, I think it's a bit of a fluke. I think the Democrats of yesteryear are no longer. It's not the same party that it used to be, and I think that I think that the fact that we flip back says that it's not the same. And I think the South in general is a conservative group of people and typically lean more Republican. And unfortunately, the Democratic Party has left a lot of people. They're way too far left. Some of the things they believe in, we don't believe in the South. And in this particular election, with immigration being a huge hot topic and the economy being another, unfortunately that candidate had no opinion on any of that as far as what she was going to do to make the country better. So unless you have a plan, I don't see the point in running for office unless you can tell me what you're going to do for me. So.
Jennifer Hammond, I want to thank you so much. Thank you. It's been a late night for everybody. Yes. I know your car is coming, but I want to appreciate you coming by and talking to us. Thank you. Thank you. So that is the story from Fulton County in Atlanta with the projection. The numbers still will be counted throughout the night, and we'll have more for you on World Report starting in just a few hours from now. Adrienne?
Listen to you plugging that program. We're not finished here. There's still more to talk about, and what an interesting woman you just spoke to. The notion of, thanks very much, John, the notion of what is the candidate going to do for me? Maybe this, we are conservative. What is the Democratic Party? What is its identity? These are big questions to come, but we're still trying to drill down on Georgia because it is a swing state that flipped. Will it be one of all the swing states that flip? That'll be interesting. All right, so let's bring in Tia Mitchell of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Tia, we've been speaking throughout this entire campaign. You have crisscrossed the country, but always you keep an eye on Georgia and certainly in Atlanta. What went right for Donald Trump in Georgia?
Well, if your viewers have been listening to me all along, I said all along that it was going to be tough for the Democrats to carry Georgia again. And part of that reason is because Georgia did not have Senate seats on the ballot. In 2020, the Senate races helped propel Joe Biden across the finish line because they all kind of ran in tangent, flipping the Senate and giving the White House to Democrats. We did not have Senate races on the ballot. Also, we know the Biden-Harris administration, the incumbent party, there were a lot of people who were unhappy with the economy, the price of goods. That was always a top issue. We heard it over and over again, and voters were saying they wanted a change. Those are the things that went well for Donald Trump.
And what are the things that you think went wrong for Kamala Harris?
Yeah, again, I don't necessarily think that there's anything we can say she went wrong. I think that the narrative was just too much for her to overcome. There's a narrative that Democrats are leaning too far left on cultural issues like abortion, like immigration, like LGBTQ, particularly trans rights. I don't necessarily think it's steeped in what Democrats are truly focused on, but Republicans have shaped the narrative. So if anything, you can say, did Kamala Harris not have the right messaging to combat the culture wars? Even on the economy, the messaging from Republicans is that she didn't have a plan. Well, she had lots of plans she announced. She had lots of plans she proposed. but perhaps it didn't quite break through. I guess for whatever reason, she wasn't able to break through. She, again, had a very short landing, short runway, if you will, but her messaging just wasn't able to break through. But I don't know if there's anything to say she could have done differently. I just think in this divided, highly partisan nation that I live in, people aren't always listening. You know, it's hard to break through when a narrative has been set. And I think we really saw that in this election.
All right, Tia, well, we've been listening to you for a long time. Would like to continue listening to you. Thank you very much. You must be exhausted. Tia Mitchell from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Thanks, Tia.
Thank you.
So, Ian, Tia brought up the Senate there, and I'm wondering if you have any more details on the makeup of the Senate.
Yeah, well, just after 10 o'clock on the West Coast, so particularly for people who are maybe just tuning into our coverage or catching up with our coverage, let's update them on the Senate. And what's happened with the U.S. Senate is that the Republicans have wrested control from the Democrats. An absolute majority of the Senate. At this point, you can see the numbers 51 to 42. And here are a couple of the pickups in Ohio. Bernie Moreno winning over an incumbent, Sherrod Brown. And also in West Virginia, the governor of that state, Jim Justice, winning over Glenn Elliott, but Joe Manchin was the Republican senator before, and then he retired. And right now, there are Republicans leading, at least the last time I checked on my computer, in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Montana, and Wisconsin. 3 of those against Democrat incumbents, and the 4th in a state, Michigan, where there was a Democratic senator who retired. But anyway, potential for 4 more pickups for the Republicans in the Senate. But no matter what happens in those races, they have a lead. And for our anchor here, Adrienne, let's take a look at what's happening in Nevada. First results
finally.
in the state of Nevada, the last of the swing states to report. 75% of the votes in, as you can see in the upper right-hand corner, and a pretty sizable lead for Donald Trump in Nevada, as he has really in all the swing states, although in the wall kind of goes back and forth, but he has been consistently leading there as well. So it continues to be a really good night for Donald Trump.
Indeed. How interesting if he ends up taking all of the swing states. Rosie, you have a quick thought, and then we'll take a commercial.
Yeah, I think we need to start talking about the idea that you posited there, and that the gal in Georgia posited, that the Democratic Party has moved too far to the left, that they are no longer representing the vast majority of Canadians, of Americans.
Interesting thought.
But same thing here. Same thing here. And is there a course correction that is needed? I mean, that is. If these swing states keep moving in that direction, I think that becomes kind of a soul-searching moment for Democrats.
Absolutely. All right, more to think about there. We're just going to head to a short break. But as we do, have a look at some of these live shots of vote count in Clark County, Nevada.
freedom.
All right, it is now a little past 1 a.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. in Alaska, and that matters because it means all the polls have now closed. So, okay, so that's done. The polls have closed. The counting continues. Rosie's like, yes, they've closed. All right, let's talk, Kevin. We're still, so the Senate, certainly fantastic night for Republicans on the Senate, starting to feel like a fantastic night for Republicans at the White House. What, if this trend continues, what is the story this tells about what the United States, the story of the United States right now?
Well, it's a new day. I think it's a Donald Trump who now knows what he did wrong in the first. You would hope. I mean, I've listened to him on these long form podcasts, and he's talked about how he did things wrong the first time, and he would do them differently this time. I would hope it's a chance for him to come out at some point whenever this thing gets called and speak to unifying America and mean it. And I would hope the media wouldn't fall into the same pattern that it went into right after he got elected last time. He never had a chance, honestly. He was hit right away from the start, from all the dirty tricks with the Russia collusion scandal to everything else.
You don't think he got himself in a little bit of trouble?
He got himself in a lot of trouble, but because of his loose lips and the way he talks and the way he attacks people, and that's his style. So I'm hoping that both sides of this have had enough of the conflict, and we can tackle the real problems: inflation, the border, crime, and our foreign policy challenges, rebuilding our military. I hope he can just stick to things that are very popular. That's what he talked about most of the time during this campaign, and not get sidetracked. I do think that the Democrats have, they have some social searching to do too, and have to decide whether or not they're going to give this guy a chance this time.
What are you thinking, Tia? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to call you Tia. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm sorry.
Call me whatever you want. We're definitely going to hold him accountable and give a chance. I don't even know what that means, but to the point of, Donald Trump as president again. I think that for sure the Democrats have some soul searching to do, but I, wonder, one of the biggest fears that I have had and will continue to have around the Trump presidency is that he is a bully and he is vindictive, and he has said time and time again that he's going to have a list of people that he considers his enemies, and he's going to use all the resources and his powers to go after those people. I'm thinking about less of the Democrats, because we all know where the Democrats stand. But there are now hundreds of Republicans who have come out vocally, and I'm talking about national security professionals with security clearance, right? Former members of his administration, members of Congress, and others who have come out in opposition to Donald Trump. And so now that he may end up back in the White House, who is he going to govern with? What is he going to do to his own people, folks who are well-respected as experts in their fields, who have helped to guide this nation, whether I've agreed with him or not? Again, not about whether I agree with people, but they certainly have been in positions where they understand the machinations of America and certainly our foreign affairs, et cetera. How is he going to be able to get back right with them or not? And what will be the consequence to all of those folks who went against him?
He could have prosecuted Hillary Clinton his first time around, and he didn't. And he may even pardon Hunter Biden, for instance, or do some sort of magnanimous type thing.
Pardon himself.
He may do both. He may do both.
In light of those federal cases.
Well, for sure.
He floated Hunter Biden.
Aisha, I want to talk to you about the Democratic Party. Before I do that, the folks from the Democratic Party who are at Howard are like, phew, they're fleeing. Katie Simpson is like one of the last people standing there. So I just want to get a quick chat in with Katie at Harris headquarters before they turn out the lights, I think, basically, Katie.
Yeah, that's what's happening now. Even before the crowd started to leave, we started to see some of the decorations come down. And then, of course, we got that announcement from the campaign co-chair saying, listen, Kamala Harris is not going to be coming out to make any statement right now. Wait until the morning. There will be future guidance in the morning. So sometime, it's technically Wednesday now, sometime later today, Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to speak. We actually just sort of went to talk with some of the people who are just starting to leave now, just the final people who are here to support Kamala Harris, just to get a sense of how they're feeling in this moment. They largely see this as, you know, a loss for the Democratic Party and sort of like a moment of reflection, a deep sense of disappointment that given everything Donald Trump has said, especially with some of the rhetoric he uses, that America would not just be on track to win the Electoral College, but that he leads in the popular vote. That is something that the people we spoke with say is deeply concerning, deeply disappointing. We spoke with one young woman who said she was very serious about this. It's not just, you know, election night hyperbole. She says she's going to see if she has the kind of resources that she might need to leave the country, because she is predicting from her perspective that it's going to be 4 dark years under Donald Trump. A young woman, a black woman, very deeply disappointed. We spoke with another Harris supporter who is just so overwhelmed and stressed about what may come next. And then we sort of asked about the conversations Democrats need to be having moving forward. One person telling us Democrats need to learn how to make a more persuasive argument to the American voter about why their perspective is, you know, the better version for America. And then we heard from others saying that there needs to be a deeper reflection on the kinds of candidates that Democrats are running. And look how Donald Trump has been able to succeed and the campaign he ran if, you know, the election results hold and things go the way they look like they're going. Is it, you know, reaching out to those low propensity voters? Is that the new strategy? Those kinds of things. So those are the conversations, at least, that Democrats that we spoke with here tonight, they're thinking about in this moment. But again, the deep sense of disappointment when the co-chair came out to announce that, you know, Kamala Harris was not coming here to Howard. Before the event began tonight, there was such a sense of excitement. People were dancing. It felt like a celebration, and there was a real hope here that perhaps even if Kamala Harris, even if there wasn't going to be a win tonight, that perhaps she would be on track, projected toward a moment in history. And slowly, as the results started coming in and things looked very, very tight in those battleground states as expected, and Donald Trump was projected the winner by some of these American news networks, the crowd energy just started to dissipate. They weren't even booing at the screen anymore. They were just quiet as the results, particularly when North Carolina was called. There were some booing earlier in the night, still some energy, some fight left. But then when that North Carolina call came in, it was just calm, calm, calm. So that is how people are feeling, that at least the people we spoke with in this moment, as they head home and then wait for some kind of guidance from the Harris campaign as to when Vice President Kamala Harris will speak next.
Yep. All right. Lots of thinking to do for Democrats and for the Democratic Party. Katie Simpson, as always, thank you for everything you do. I know it's been a long night and you got a lot of work to do tomorrow. But thanks very much, Katie. We appreciate that. I wanted to let you know you've been seeing a picture at the bottom of your screen. It's not there right now, but we did have. Oh, there it is. That's fantastic. Thanks, everybody in the control room. It's an empty street now, but what it was a few moments ago was a picture of a motorcade. We understand that to be Donald Trump's motorcade. Oh, there they are. Donald Trump's motorcade from Mar-a-Lago, making that 10-minute drive to Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. We believe, I mean, every indication is that is his, leaving Mar-a-Lago for Trump headquarters. We've already seen J.D. Vance headed there as well. What will they say? It possibly, well done us. And it's absolutely, I mean, they will have earned that. It's not over yet, but with those margins in the popular vote, with taking the Senate very clearly, with the leaning in the swing states, potentially taking all of them. Say whatever you like, Aisha, about not liking Donald Trump's style or
his language or some of the things he's done, Americans like him.
He took a bullet, and he has every right to take a pat on the back for how far he has come in terms of the popular vote. He is not popular with me or my people, and I think that we have a lot to be very fearful of if there is another Donald Trump presidency. But you can't deny the numbers. I mean, nobody cheated, right? Like, no one cheated in this election, and it's playing out. And I think that this is really something that the Democrats are going to have to soul search around. The conversation that we aren't having is why aren't people connecting to the Democratic message, even though you're seeing so much enthusiasm and so many individuals of note coming out to support the Democratic nominee? Why is it that the people are not feeling the same thing that's being projected? And that's going to be some real, you know, after, for what it's worth, I mean, how Donald Trump got here. After Barack Obama won so decisively in 2008, the Republicans went back. They actually brought in, they had their first and only black head of the Republican Party, who did an entire, you know, investigation into where did we go wrong here? How did this happen? Where did we go wrong? And put together a playbook to figure it out. And I think we're seeing some of that play out in their pickup of Hispanic voters. And I think the Democrats are going to need to do the same thing and figure out what we're losing and where we went wrong.
Well, they had, I mean, I remember we were at the convention, you and I, at the RNC in 2016, and they had that playbook. I mean, they called it the autopsy at that point. But I remember at those meetings, Donald Trump wasn't there. I mean, what the Republicans had was a magic candidate in Donald Trump.
You want to know the irony of that is everything in that playbook, Donald Trump did the opposite of, and he won. And he won Latinos. 45% of Latinos voted for him, or more voted for him. Higher than anybody since George W. Bush. I think higher than that. So he had the right formula for it, and those people who did the autopsy did not.
Absolutely. I know I appear to be rushing you both. The reason for that is because at this point in the evening where some of our reporters are, they're starting to get kicked out of the buildings because things are closing up. So we want to go to Susan Ormiston, who's in Detroit, Michigan. Susan, oh, lights are on there.
Yeah, nobody's closing down here, Adrienne. We're actually in Novi, Michigan. Just called Pennsylvania. This is the response.
So it's only Fox News so far, just for whatever it's worth, Susan, that's called Pennsylvania. We certainly haven't called it yet. Not that it's not coming,
No,
but
I appreciate that, but that's what they've been reacting to here this evening is Fox News calling the states. So I appreciate we are not calling Pennsylvania. This is the reaction to the other states that have been called for Donald Trump, and they are anxiously awaiting a result from Michigan. But I've been going around the room in the last half hour talking to Republican voters, Trump supporters, about this night. I had a man in tears talking to me just a few moments ago, saying he is overwhelmed with emotion about what he perceives to be a victory for Donald Trump. He's been following him since 2015. He's one of Team Trump, goes through the 48 states with the president, and he is looking forward to a huge celebration tomorrow. As you can see, there's a lot of excitement in this room about this result. They're talking about how Trump appeals to a wide swath of Americans, and this is proof positive of that, and how Kamala Harris was saddled with her own approach to American politics, but also the Biden legacy and the border. The border's coming up time and time again, even though in Michigan we're a long way from that southern border. This is just for credit, this is the Republican watch party in Novi, which is in Oakland County in Michigan, and they're probably going to stay here until they hear from the president, the former President Trump, and also they hear the result from Michigan.
Okay. All right. Susan Ormiston in Novi, Michigan. Thanks very much. Rosie, we were having a conversation there with Aisha and Kevin about the swing to the right in the United States.
or maybe the revelation that that's where the Americans were all along. But we're sitting here in Canada, and there are echoes here as well.
Yeah, listen, conservatives in this country are watching this closely and feeling pretty good because a lot of the messages that Donald Trump sent through this election campaign are ones that they are also sending, whether it be about affordability, cost of living, housing, crime.
Identity politics.
Yeah, yes, and crime. Less immigration because it's a little more complicated here. But those are all the same messages that are that have clearly resonated in the U.S., that are resonating here. That's why Pierre Poilievre has a 20-point lead in the polls. And they will see tonight as a sign that their strategy could easily work against a deeply unpopular government who are incumbents. I want to say one other thing as we're waiting to see Donald Trump arrive here, because I do think it's important that people know that while there were very public insults traded between Donald Trump and Justin Trudeau, they do have a functioning relationship. He, when the first assassination attempt happened on Donald Trump's life, they reached out immediately. Melanie Joly, our foreign affairs minister, has a relationship with Lindsey Graham, texted. Turns out Lindsey Graham was right there with Donald Trump as his head was bleeding, his ear was bleeding. And they got on the phone. And people who were privy to that phone call said it was like two people catching up. And they don't have lots of things in common. They don't approach life the same way. But they do have a relationship where they can do that. And Donald Trump was happy to hear from him. So the next steps for the Canadian government as we near where we think this conclusion is going is to try and be one of the first world leaders on the phone with Donald Trump.
Does that matter?
It matters to Canada. Sure, I'm sure it doesn't matter to Donald Trump, but it matters to us to be able to get right on his radar right away. And the way they will do that is the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff has kept up a relationship with Jared Kushner, who has not been super present in this campaign, but has been in the background working and doing things to help with the transition. And so you can see that the Trudeau government has left in place a lot of the things that they did in 2016, knowing that this was very possible again. And so while, the Conservatives in this country will be delighted at where things are headed, the Liberals will at least have a basis to work off here. They are not starting from zero with a second-term Trump.
For however long they're in power still.
Yeah. Well, that's a whole other problem.
Right.
When we get to our election, maybe in the
that's another
spring,
14-hour long
Pierre
conversation.
Poilievre will have to make calls. Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. So you heard Susan in Detroit talking about Pennsylvania and some calls there. We thought we would check in. Richard Madden is in Philadelphia, where they are still counting. Richard?
Yeah, look, the polls have closed. We're in the wee hours, and the Harris campaign insists that Pennsylvania is not done. They're confident, and they feel that the votes from the cities, from Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, have still yet to report. So they insist that they still have a chance here. But now that the polls have closed, if you want to know where the votes are being counted, it is here. This looks like a fortified military base. Every few minutes, a big white truck comes through here, through security and checkpoints, and it gets dropped off. And you can see some tents here with security. And then it goes right into this room here where you have dozens of vote counters who are going to be opening up those boxes, counting the votes. You have lawyers from both teams saddled up here watching every vote to make sure that it's counted fairly and accurately. Now, if you remember the last election campaign, where Pennsylvania, that critical swing state, even back in 2020, took a long time to count the votes under heavy criticism, well, the state officials believe they've learned their lessons. They've beefed up the staffing. They've modernized these voting machines, and they have more people counting these votes. They believe that they will have the results sooner as opposed to later, what we saw in 2020. Now, one network has called Pennsylvania for Trump. Other networks have not. The Harris campaign has not. We heard from her spokesperson earlier at Howard University at Harris HQ that she is not speaking tonight. They believe that they still have a fighting chance, but the numbers seem to be drifting away from her, and her margins in some of those key areas that where she was showing strength. Biden showed strength back in 2020. It appears that those numbers appear to be slipping away.
All right. Richard Madden, thanks very much. The numbers do indeed appear to be slipping away. We're starting to get some more clarity on some numbers. Ian, you've got some.
Well, let's look at the wall again. Is it possible that Kamala Harris could actually turn things around in Pennsylvania? Hard to imagine when you look at these numbers, when you look at the lead that Donald Trump has had around 150, 170,000, 200,000, sometimes a big percentage point difference. And even though the counting is stuck at 91%, it would take a huge advantage for Kamala Harris in that final 9% to overcome that lead. And even if she were to win in Pennsylvania, and that is a big if, she would have to win the other two, what used to be called blue wall states, in order to win the presidency, and neither of them are looking good. There's Wisconsin, 88% of the votes counted. The margin continues to be pretty big. No real sign of volatility as we look at those numbers coming in. No bouncing up and down, just a solid lead for Donald Trump. And finally, Michigan, look at that. Look at the percentage difference, 64%, even if Wayne County, even if Detroit and Kalamazoo have not been fully counted again, it would take a huge advantage for Kamala Harris in the remaining percentage there, 35, 36%, to overcome that lead. I spent 5 days in Michigan a couple of weeks ago, and I mean, what do you learn in 5 days? Not a lot, but one of the things I was struck by is the people that I interviewed who desperately wanted Kamala Harris to win were so worried and angry about so many of the things that they felt Donald Trump stood for. The people I talked to who were supporters of Donald Trump just cast all that aside. And they said it wasn't important. And what did they talk about? Not so much immigration, the people I talked to in Michigan, it was the economy. And I'd say to some of them, I talked to some Arab Americans and said, well, what about some of the things he said about Muslims in the past? What about some of the things he said about Haitians? Like, does that bother you at all? And they talked about the economy. They talked about their jobs. They talked about inflation. So it was like the gap is so great. The chasm is so great. And I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how America deals with that.
And not just perceptions, I mean, not just reality of the economy, perceptions of the economy are reality. And if, you know, the economy's stupid from James Carville back about Clinton, he wasn't wrong. All these years later, things that changed, that doesn't change, Kevin.
Yeah, I think she sealed her fate when she signed those two I mean, they were Biden and the Democratic Party's signature legislation, but those two bills, the American Rescue Act and the other one, created inflation. They really did. Government spending creates inflation. We know that. And they
contributes to.
Sure. Well, it's the primary driver of it.
Yeah.
They blew all that money into an economy that was coming out of COVID, that was recovering, and we lived with 20% price increases over those 3 years. And she was kind of sealed her fate right then. So yeah, the economy was probably the number one and number two issue, along with immigration for all those those states, and we're seeing the result of it right now.
All right, more to talk about. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more America Votes right after this. All right, so this is a live shot of Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. The MAGA crowd very, very happy tonight. Chris Reyes is also there. We understand that Donald Trump is getting ready to potentially address his supporters there. We certainly saw his motorcade and that of J.D. Vance winding their way from Mar-a-Lago to Trump headquarters there. Chris, how's it going in there?
Yeah, Adrienne, so, I mean, there are a lot of signs that that's going to happen because this room has completely filled up. They're trained to that podium where we're expecting either J.D. Vance or Donald Trump to speak. And we're seeing a lot of security milling about. I mean, more than we've seen when the night first started, and they're wearing bulletproof vests. So they're getting ready for something. And I'll tell you, if the last time we talked, this had turned into a dance party, it's now a full-on concert crowd here, Adrienne. And, you know, maybe about 20, 30 minutes ago, their favorite song played when one of the networks called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. They really went wild for that one. And as you mentioned, this is a joyful crowd. And what I've been saying is that the mood here has been so consistent throughout the night. There hasn't been any ups and downs for this crowd because every time either a projected result is coming through that screen behind us, every time a state is called for Donald Trump, it's been in his favor. And so there's been a lot of cheering in this crowd. And right now, I think what they're just really waiting for is for Donald Trump to come and speak. And, you know, we were listening to Katie Simpson, and what's happening here is the exact opposite of what's happening there, right? I mean, this is a crowd that has gotten more jubilant by the hour. If there's any anxiety here, or it's the anticipation for Donald Trump. It's the anticipation of what he'll say. Now, what we don't know is whether he'll take that podium and address the crowd, or if he'll just be here. We don't know. So we'll wait for that to happen. But right now, I mean, again, I'm looking at this crowd, and what really you're seeing in this room is a lot of the slogans that Donald Trump has been repeating over and over again in all of his rallies. And, you know, we're stuck in this spot, Adrienne, so I can't really go out into that crowd, but I'm sure if I grabbed any one of those supporters, and these are his fiercest supporters, they will tell you that Donald Trump is winning because a lot of those messages, the slogans that are written in this room, make America great again, Trump will fix it, dream big, that those are the messages that really landed with voters. And they'll tell you that his message from their vantage point is a hopeful one. And remember, Donald Trump, especially in the last few days, has promised that he's going to bring the 4 greatest years this country has ever seen. And this crowd is excited for that. I mean, they believe in that message.
And absolutely. All right, Chris, you know, one of the things that's interesting is that if the trend lines continue, Donald Trump talked early on about, you know, make this too big to rig. Well, that may, no one's suggesting that anything was rigged here, but the notion of it being very big is absolutely decisive. There's no wondering what Americans wanted. They wanted, it seems, very clearly, Donald Trump. And so does that, you know, does that create a bit more calm for some? We'll see. Ian, there's still some numbers to bring in, though, right?
Yeah, well, let's look at swing states. When we started this news special, what was it, 14 hours ago?
Yeah.
We were talking about
1997.
7 swing states and how so much would depend on what happened there. We know 2 of those swing states, North Carolina and Georgia, are in the win column for Donald Trump. The remaining 5 all looking really good for Donald Trump. Nevada, we have not heard from Nevada in a while. big lead, 75% of the vote counted. Arizona, let's take a look at that one. And a smaller lead there, 50%, 51% of the vote counted. And the vote counting has been kind of flattened there, kind of stalled. So that one's relatively close. And very quickly, I'll go through the wall, what is now a red wall. Wisconsin, still a big lead, 88%. Let's go on to Pennsylvania. Still hanging on to that lead that is really significant, 3 percentage points with 93% of the vote counted. And finally, Michigan, again, all red as it was 8 years ago, as Donald Trump does very well, actually right now, in all 7 of the swing states.
So if he gets all 7 of those swing states, I hate to ask you a math question.
No, I was going to say, like, I'm not. It's in my contract. You cannot ask me math questions.
You know what?
live
I suspected that was in the fine print.
Yeah,
I'll
big. It
I'll
would be
see
a big
myself
number.
out. Yeah,
bigly.
That's okay. Bigly. Okay, absolutely bigly. All right, Susan Ormiston. Speaking of bigly, let's go to Michigan. Susan Ormiston is there, also at that watch party for Donald Trump.
Indeed. We're in Novi, Michigan, about a half hour outside of Detroit, and they're still whooping it up here. The election is not called in America yet, but they feel as if they know that Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. Jason Bright has been following President Trump since 2015. You've been following Trump?
Yes.
Yeah, and how are you feeling tonight?
Oh, we're ecstatic. Here in Michigan, we're excited, and it's an emotional time, too, because a lot of people, this whole room, it takes, like they say, a village, you know, but it takes a team. And we're all a team, Trump team, you know.
How do you think he came back this election?
Well, because he did something different. He learned from the last presidency when it was stolen, and they just changed things. But the teams, like in Michigan, I can speak for that the whole state, everybody came together, and we were able to just canvass, you know, the whole state and get people motivated. And what President Trump did, but also all the volunteers, all the team members, the patriots, you know, the Trump supporters, we changed things like the auto workers for Trump, you know, Hispanics for Trump, the blacks for Trump, the Muslims for Trump, even the Chaldeans for Trump. That was in Michigan alone, and that's why we just, you know, took Michigan.
Jason, why have you believed in Donald Trump since 2015?
Because he's a patriot. I'm a patriot, obviously. He loves his country, and I love this country. And he's a businessman. I'm a businessman. He's got common sense. I've got common sense. So it was a no-brainer for me, and it was worth everything. It wasn't easy, let me tell you, going around 48 states and thousands of cities, you know. But it was worth it, you know, and this is, you know, our reward, you know, and I'm so happy for President Trump and his amazing family. You know, they've been through a lot just like us.
And finally, if he is indeed elected as the next president, how is America going to be different tomorrow and going forward?
I think America, we're going to take our country back. Our freedoms back, our rights back. We're going to bounce back also economy-wise, first and foremost, and the border. We've got something that people don't talk about, but we've got child trafficking, human trafficking, and drug trafficking. You know?
All important issues to you.
Absolutely, Susan. It should be to everybody.
Jason, thank you very much for talking to us tonight.
Thank you.
You're going to be here a while, I guess.
Yes. Oh, yeah, we're going to be celebrating. Go Trump. God bless America.
Thank you. So they are very excited here, as you can see, and they are going to stay until they hear Donald Trump from Florida tonight. And also, they do want to hear a call on Michigan. That's what they're listening to now, Fox News talking about a Michigan result. So they're waiting for that, too. Nobody's leaving here, even though it's early in the morning.
Okay, Susan Ormiston in Michigan. So they want to hear from Donald Trump. Lots of people want to hear from him and J.D. Vance, shaping up to be a very good night there in Florida at Trump HQ. Jay Shabria is there. He's an advisor to Republican vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance, joining us by phone. We know it's loud, Jay, so we're buckling up for this. This could be maybe a spotty connection. It's been our pleasure to be talking to you over the past several years. Just curious who you're talking to there right now. Possibly no one. We're trying to connect with Jay. We know that phone lines are spotty down there. He's right on the floor. Chris Reyes is up on a riser. Jay is on the floor. Give us 1 second. We're just going to try to connect with them again.
I can hear you. You can hear me?
Yep, we got you, Jay. We got you, Jay. So have you had a chance to speak with J.D. Vance or Donald Trump yet?
We're JD and I are back here together, and we're all super excited. People are really pumped up. We're about 3 electoral votes from victory, and I think Alaska might put us over the top. If not Alaska, one of these other states. I think Trump and Vance are going to sweep the swing states. Look, this is really a mandate, I think, because as I've been saying on your air for a while, people are very tired of the high prices that they're paying at the porous southern border. And this is a direct reflection of that. Look, the second thing I'd also want to say is there's always the sense that there's this that the Republican Party right now is very contentious and somehow trying to leave minorities behind. You're seeing minorities flock to the GOP, to the Republican Party in droves.
Are you still there?
I'm here.
Okay, just to pick up on that point. For you, what's been the most interesting demographic that you've seen tonight? The one that tells a story to you?
Well, I think there's been a couple of them. One is obviously the Republican Party, but also, there was a big controversy or a faux controversy last week.
Oh, man. Okay. Jay, I don't know if you can hear me. We really are struggling to hear you. I appreciate you trying. If you'd like to put J.D. Vance on the phone, that would be fantastic. But in time. Jay Shabria, thanks very much. Sorry to let you go, but we just can't hear you anymore, unfortunately. We were going to ask Jay what Canada could expect from a Trump presidency. Do you have any idea?
He may or may not want to renegotiate any of the deals that I think he thought he had a pretty good trade policy with Canada when he was in office. If anything has been substantially changed, he might go back and look at that. But I think you said before that Justin Trudeau needed to call him right away for Canada. It will matter to Trump.
Mm-hmm.
He wants.
We'll be delighted to hear that too.
He wants the compliments, so compliment him. He wants the acknowledgement of the achievement. Do the easy stuff. I think he's a easier person to get along with. A lot of people give him credit for, but yeah, he wants wins. He wants success. He wants the economy to be roaring hot. So, and that's not going to be at the expense of our neighbor to the north.
Biggest trading partner.
Yeah.
I will say on Kuzma, on the new NAFTA, though, as there is this 6-year review built in that everyone agreed to, and Trump said it at Detroit, I guess the Detroit Economic Club or something like that, in October, that he intends to take that review period and to do more with the agreement. But you're quite right. Yeah. The man who brokered the deal isn't the man who's going to leave it. Will he put pressure on us around different issues? Undoubtedly. Of course. And I do think on the tariffs, some of the people around Trump, it's kind of to your point, Kevin, we're saying that this is leverage. It is not for sure going to happen. We've experienced it. We know that it can happen, but it is a button to push in a negotiation that isn't really meant to target Canada anyway. It's really meant to target China, obviously. But it is a part of his strategy is to say, it's coming, watch out. and then either do it or not do it or water it down.
Right.
Yeah.
So beyond what happens to Canada, I mean, we can all sort of imagine what day one looks like. Do you think the list is very, very clear for Donald?
He's going to close the border on day one. I mean, that's what he...
How? What do you mean?
He's going to executive order everything that he can. I think he'll get with his team right away and figure out how many executive orders it will take to get that as much done as possible. Put pressure on Mexico in the transition period through threatening tariffs, through whatever other means he has to keep remain in Mexico. And I think they'll start getting organized on immigration right away. And that's not to sound scary or anything to anybody that's in the United States illegally, but there are 20 million people who have come into the United States illegally, and like 10 million in the last 4 years. It's not sustainable. It's not something that we ever voted on. And I think that's where he's going to focus right away.
But the problem is your economy is so reliant on those people.
Right.
Those undocumented workers, like removing them, I'm not saying it's going to happen in one foul swoop in that first 100 days or whatever, but just pulling them out, the economy could collapse. That is a real possibility.
Pick the off the trees.
That's a
on the
real
farms,
possibility.
Not anybody that's talking.
I don't know.
Right?
I don't know what you've heard about that. Yeah, or what you think about
I've
that.
had farmers in Iowa tell me as much, who recognize what may well happen. They say, I don't know how I'm going to run my farm, even though they would vote for Trump.
Well, I don't think he's going to hunt down every last immigrant that's in the country. I think they're going to start with the violent illegals who, are committing crimes. We know there's 13,000 convicted murderers in the country. I think focusing on those first, and then focusing on what they can do to get people to go back on their own, honestly. And they're going to have to get creative about it. He's going to get attacked by the press for it. It's going to be ugly. But there's no doubt that he has a mandate to do that. He just campaigned on this for 2 whole years and got elected.
Do you see a place genuinely for RFK Jr. in a Trump administration?
Yeah,
I mean, is he going to...
I don't think he'll be HHS secretary or Health and Human Services secretary, but I think he'll have an outside role at least, an inside-outside role. And I don't think Donald Trump has any interest in getting rid of the entire vaccine schedule or anything like that. But, you could put him on a task of look at the additives in foods and look at, how do we make our kids healthier? How do you make our life expectancy longer, not shorter, which it has become? He might have some good ideas. And so I think he'll use them in some way, but he's not going to go with everything RFK Jr. says.
Aisha, in terms of a day one, and I realize that people are going to say that this is a premature conversation to be having because we haven't heard from him yet. The races haven't fully been called, but the trend lines are very, very clear at this point. It sounds impossible for this to be heading in any other direction. So do you think Democrats will be able to work with this?
No, I think these are all false questions. Remember, when Barack Obama got elected, Republicans didn't work with him. He got elected, and he ended up having a very brief moment in time where he had Democratic majorities in the Senate and the House and was able to pass health care, right? And that was his, only thing that he was able to get done, frankly, because then he lost the House, right? So I think that the same will be true here. It looks like it's highly likely that the Democrats will be able to take the House, lost the Senate, and then, you figure out what happens from there, right? Yeah. And how you try to find something to do together is tough. I do think that there will be a lot of blocking and tackling. And what I think will happen, and, maybe this could be semi-good news for America, maybe not, because, let's remember the backdrop of this is that Donald Trump's agenda, because he doesn't have one, he has concepts of a plan, but he doesn't really have a plan because his plan was already written and it's called Project 2050. And those folks, 2025, those folks are people who, for what it's worth, are smart people about policy. They actually know how the federal government works. They're thoughtful. They've been doing this for a long time. Now, I don't agree with it, but they actually know how to go in there and how to get work done. So maybe he'll have other people that are brokering for him and putting together some executive orders to get stuff done because he's not getting anything through the House.
You're shaking your head about
Yeah,
Project
there's no
2025.
chance. That document gets created every 4 years by a think tank in Washington. This is what think tanks do. No president's going to come in and adopt an entire agenda of a think tank, especially when he wrote the in big bold capital letters the platform for the RNC this year, which had never been done before. It ticked off a whole bunch of committee members and activists in the conservative movement who believe in a lot of conservative ideas for a long time, and he just came in and said, actually, we're just going to do this, 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 and this. You can go see that. That's his agenda. That's his actual agenda, not this think tank's.
Okay, I just want to interrupt you for a second because at this point in the night, some people are making some calls, others are not. You may be wondering, why is the number stuck? It is important to remind you how we make a call. So we have a dedicated team of journalists working on our results desk. Here's what we are watching before we make a call.
We are watching the 5 major U.S. TV networks, ABC, CBS, CNN, NBC, and Fox. They each have their own process and methodologies for calling states and calling the election. We watch so many different sources because while one outlet might call something incorrectly or too early, it is rare that a majority would call a state wrong. So how does our CBC News results desk make the call? Well, we'll report the winner in individual states and across the nation only once a majority of the 5 major U.S. networks have reached a conclusion. This means only when 3 of those 5 networks are in agreement will we at CBC News feel comfortable calling something. This is the same procedure we've used in past U.S. elections. Aggregating all that data from all those sources helps ensure that the information we're bringing you is the right call.
All right, so that's how we do it. You should know that Fox News has called the election, the entire election, for Donald Trump. It is just Fox News so far. It is the only one, but boy, that would be an announcement that if you were, say, Chris Reyes sitting in West Palm Beach, Florida right now, you would have seen a big reaction to that, right, Chris?
Yeah, so Adrienne, let me just tell you again how this room is set up. So there are 2 big screens that this entire crowd is watching. And as you mentioned, Fox News called this presidency for Donald Trump, and the crowd went wild. And so I know that Harris's campaign, they've said that this race isn't over, that she's not going to be speaking tonight, but she's going to be speaking tomorrow now into tomorrow. I don't think you could get this crowd to believe that whatsoever. I mean, the confidence here is now through the roof. I just saw 2 guys give each other a big high five and a bear hug. And what we're hearing is that Donald Trump is in the building, J.D. Vance is in the building, and that podium has been set up for a speaker to come and talk, and so we're just waiting to see when that happens. And what's interesting about this crowd, I told you earlier, is they're all wearing the same hat. They're wearing the Make America Great hat again with the number 45 and 47 on the side. I mean, this is a big comeback story for Donald Trump, and this is exactly the kind of story that this crowd wants to celebrate. They want to celebrate that this is not only a candidate that they believe in, but somebody who continued to fight. You think about in the last 4 years what he has gone through. The criminal convictions, the criminal conviction in New York, the 2 attempted assassinations, and for this crowd, I mean, those were the kind of trials and tribulations that make him a hero in their eyes. And when he enters this room, he's going to get exactly that kind of welcome, and we know that because he's not even in this room, and they're already going crazy. They're ready to celebrate. I should tell you that somewhere in this crowd is RFK Jr. side by side John Boyd. And those are the two celebrities that I've been able to spot in this crowd so far. And this is now a packed house. There have been several parties in and around Palm Beach, West Palm Beach County, and they have been pouring into this room over the last few hours. And now they are shoulder to shoulder, just really waiting for that finale. You know, what would be considered a real victory for this populist movement that Donald Trump represents. Pretty ironic, because populist isn't exactly what you think of when you think of West Palm Beach County, but here we are, and they believe that Donald Trump is the guy to fight for the average Joe, the regular worker, which is why his messages about the economy, getting rid of inflation, as he has said so often in his rallies, making America great again, dreaming big once again. And all of the people that he rallied around him, like Elon Musk, repeated that message. They've often said at their rallies that it's going to be fun again in America. And I mean, this is a crowd. These are his most loyal supporters. They really ate that message up. And in fact, a lot of those slogans, because, you know, this is a candidate known for his slogans, a lot of those slogans are all over this room. Make America great again. And the one that really stands out is Trump will fix it. Because obviously, if this is official, that Trump wins this second non-consecutive term, that his strategy to really paint Kamala Harris as you know, to paint Kamala Harris as a very important part of the Biden administration worked. And you know, this slogan that Kamala Harris had of we're not going back, clearly Donald Trump's message of the fact that she was in office along with Biden, making a lot of the decisions over the last 4 years, that message resonated much more. You know, one question that he often asked at his rallies, or right off the top, is, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And that has been really a central theme in his campaign.
Interesting to hear you say that, Chris, because of all that has changed in American politics, that phrase, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago, the whole concept of it's the economy, stupid, that just has not changed. These are fundamental issues for Americans. And I know we're at a stage at this point where Donald Trump is in the House there at headquarters in West Palm Beach. This is just a matter of waiting until he hops up on that stage. So just trust that we will keep an eye on it, and we will come to you, and we will come to that image as soon as we see it happen. A reminder one more time, only one network so far. It is Fox News, which has called the election for Donald Trump, but it is the only one to have done that so far. So we're not doing that until a plurality of the U.S. networks have made that call. There is still some counting going on, but the margins are shrinking ever so quickly in that counting, and the spread for him is widening at this point. So we have a few more questions. Kevin, can you, if you step back and look at this moment, this is, I mean, genuinely a comeback story for the ages, right? 130 Grover Cleveland, 130 years ago. Very obviously very different circumstances, but for Donald Trump to be heading to the White House again, two things happened. He won, Kamala Harris lost. So what is it that he won? Does it still, I know we've been talking about it all night, is it just the economy, just immigration? Is it just who he is?
It's the culture. It's a lot of things. I think there's a coalition of people that added up to a majority of the voters that were sick and tired of it, sick and tired of being gaslit and told that the economy's great and that immigration's not a problem. And they stuck together, came out for him. It was a winning message.
What do you think? I mean, so this is really two questions. What do you think his advisors are telling him to do or say right now? And then the second part of that is, does it matter? Or will he just say,
You guys,
Oh, I don't.
I'm.
I don't think anybody can get to him on a moment like this, and he's always going to speak whatever he wants to say anyway. I would hope he goes out there, is magnanimous and hopeful and optimistic and forward-looking, is gracious towards his opponent and anybody who didn't support him, and let them know that he's going to be a president for all the people. Keep it short and sweet. Make a joke if you want, because he likes the attention, but he's got to be tired right now.
He's not good at short and sweet.
He's not good at gracious either.
And people thought that would happen in 2016, that they thought the gravitas of the office would keep him grounded.
I told you what I hoped he does.
Well, that's the word I was going to say. You keep saying that word.
We'll see. He's at his best, though, when he feels like he's winning or he's won. When he's under fire, he becomes prickly, he lashes out and attacks. I don't know what he'll be like tonight. He's been up until 2 a.m. 2 days in a row. Who knows?
You also say if people are nice to him and pat him on the back and...
No, I said if he feels like he's winning.
Right.
Right.
Which he just won.
Yeah, fair enough, yeah.
But you did say before that he likes to be flattered, and
that's the way.
And that's the way to get into him.
He also doesn't hold grudges, so anything.
He doesn't hold grudges.
Does not, and not as long as you patch it up with him and say he's great. I mean, look at all the people that have come back to him.
Like his vice president, who had lots of nasty things to say about him.
I interviewed last Sunday Gordon Sondland, who was his ambassador to the EU. He testified against him in the first impeachment trial. He was furious with him after January 6th.
Yeah, I was there that day.
And he experienced 4 years of Biden, and he's back in the camp again. And what he said
Well, look
to
at
me,
J.D. Vance.
Yeah, and what he yes, him too. What he said to me was, you take him with a whole shake or a salt. That's what you do, and that there was nothing that happened with Biden that could have convinced him to vote Democrat or to not go back to Donald Trump, who he said, can fix the problems that Americans have. So that's like one example of someone who he's made up with.
I think about in 2016, the people who surrounded Donald Trump. A lot of the narrative was it will be okay because he's got, what do people say, like grown-ups around him, right? He's got all of these people who understand the machinations of Washington and can moderate him. What has he learned from that experience? Who's going to be in that inner circle now? I presume it won't look anything like 2016.
No, he's gone outside the box now. He's created his own group that does not come directly from the existing establishment. I think the existing establishment didn't fully grasp what he was about and really fit in with him. A lot of those are friends of mine or people I've worked with in the past. They cycled through very quickly, and I think this time it'll probably be people who cycle through quickly, but he's got people who he's recruited, who have come to his cause organically. We'll see what this version looks like. But
with a couple of exceptions, Bob Lighthizer being one. He's still very likely to get into cabinet, which is great news for Canada because he still talks to Chrystia Freeland. Robert O'Brien, National Security Advisor, was another name that was mentioned to me as someone who was a grown-up in the room, knew what he was doing, is happy to have conversations with candidates.
Still on good terms with
I'm going to interrupt you here for a moment. We have a call to make, and it is a state call, and it is a projection that CBC News is ready to make a call for Donald Trump in the great state of Pennsylvania. That means a whopping 19 electoral votes, that pushing him so much closer to winning the 2024 election. Pennsylvania has been at the top of the list of key states that could decide the election. Donald Trump has just won Pennsylvania, and look at that marker, 265 to 194. Chris Reyes, you're back in West Palm Beach, Florida. I know they're just waiting for him to get on that stage, and that they probably already heard that call.
They've got 3 channels on these screens, and even when Donald Trump is a projected win, they give a big cheer, but there definitely was a big cheer when Pennsylvania was called by one of the U.S. channels, because, again, this is his most loyal supporters. They know that Pennsylvania is the swingiest of swing states, as it's been referred to, and so that's a big victory for him. There was a lot of talk about Kamala Harris not being able to win without the blue wall, which includes Pennsylvania. And so, I mean, I feel like a bit of a broken record at this point, Adrienne, because really, I mean, this crowd has had a consistent mood from when we arrived here at about 6:30 p.m. Eastern time to now. And I should tell you that this is a standing room only, ballroom, and a lot of these people have been on their feet for like 4 or 5 hours, and they're not. I mean, this crowd is not thinning out whatsoever. In fact, they're a lot more energized now, more energized than ever. And the funny thing is that there's a bit of a hush in the room. There's not. I was talking about how earlier there was some dancing and high fives, and now it looks like they believe that he won, and they're just waiting for Donald Trump to claim that victory. And I think we can make a pretty accurate prediction that as soon as Donald Trump takes that stage, not only will this room explode, he'll be welcomed like a hero. And I know that's a word that maybe gets overused, but if you've ever been to any of his rallies, we were on the floor of the convention hall at the RNC. I mean, that is the kind of feeling that he gets from his supporters. I mean, Trump is somebody that they worship. Trump is somebody who has a story that they have a ton of respect for. That comeback story, that never willing to give up, that continuing to fight. And at different points, they've been celebrating in different ways. And I've also seen a lot of fists up in the air. And we know that is an iconic image from when Donald Trump was shot in Pennsylvania, and with blood streaming down his head, he punched the air with his fist and said, "Fight, fight, fight," and that became a rally call for his supporters.
Chris, that will become one of the great political images of the 21st century. There is no doubt. The blood on his face, the fist, 100%. That was a turning point. We're going to keep an eye on the podium. Very briefly, though, I'd like to go to Richard Madden, who is in Philadelphia. What is the story of what happened in Philadelphia, Richard?
Yeah, the blame game has already been starting to emerge among Democratic circles, that the get out the vote that the Democrats kept priding themselves on just wasn't there. And if you look at the vote count, as we've been talking about this all night in Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh, where the Democratic base is, they tried to boost the count, but the Trump vote in the rural parts of Pennsylvania just kept eating into that lead in the cities that the Democrats hoped to exceed and really juice up to counter the Trump numbers, but that wasn't there. And that's a story that we've seen playing out all along those blue wall states and in Georgia and in North Carolina as we watch the Harris campaign's path to 270 shrink throughout the night. Now, we are here at the vote counting center, and trucks are still slowly trickling in, carrying boxes and boxes of those ballots. But just looking at these early returns here, the Trump numbers are far exceeding expectations. If you think back to 2020 when Biden eked out that win, this is completely different. There are lawyers inside there. There are people watching these vote counts. But based on this win, the scrutiny on the Pennsylvania results will be less so as we saw in 2020. So Pennsylvania had since modernized their equipment. They hired more people to count those votes. But I think this is not going to get the attention that many people thought it would be, considering what we are seeing play out across the country tonight. Clearly, huge disappointment for Team Harris. You'll recall this is where she ended her campaign with that huge concert in Philadelphia, hoping that she could generate that last burst of energy to get out that vote. She tried to tap into the college students. She tried to tap into this younger generation, but clearly the exit polls suggest that Latinos, Hispanics, men were drifting away from the Democrats and slowly parking their vote behind Team Trump.
Okay, Richard Madden in Philadelphia, thank you very much for that. Just at the bottom of your screen, we're going to take a full frame of this. That is the podium at the Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. We're keeping an eye on it, obviously, because we are expecting someone to appear there shortly, introducing Donald Trump and possibly J.D. Vance. And it'll be very interesting to see what they have to say and the feeling. I think we all know what the feeling in that room is. Ian, math. I've missed talking to you about math over the last few
I'm not going
minutes.
to talk about math. I'm going to talk about the
okay.
sense of inevitability that
Yes.
there is about a Trump win. There are now 4 paths. He is so close to 270 electoral college votes. And look at all the if he wins any of the 4 remaining swing states, he is guaranteed, confirmed in the White House. Michigan continues to have, look at the size of that lead by percentage, just huge in a state the Democrats have generally done very, very well in. And there was an open question about what would happen with certain segments of the Michigan population. I hadn't heard anybody who predicted that there could be this wide a margin. And yes, I know only 70% of the vote has been counted, but we've seen this margin stay wide all night. Georgia, looking at the wrong piece of paper. Wisconsin, another state that Donald Trump obviously doing very well in. All day I was listening to people from Wisconsin talk about how close things appeared to be in their state. They certainly don't appear to be close at this hour. Arizona has been close, but there again, you see Donald Trump's lead widening with just over half of the vote counted. And finally, let's take a look at Nevada. And again, a big win for Donald Trump appears to be in the offing. If he gets any of those states confirmed, then we can confirm at CBC that he is going to the White House. It certainly does feel inevitable. And the number that I couldn't answer before is 312. I got some help on that. So basically, if he...
What was the question?
Well, yeah, why did
The question is, if he were to win all of those swing states, his electoral college total would be 312, the highest for any president since Barack Obama's second win, and when he had 332.
Wow. Well, that is a story. Isn't that interesting? This is a huge story. That little bump that you're just seeing for him, that was Nebraska. That was another spot in Nebraska, District 1. So the list of things that happened or did not happen. Harris had the celebrities. She had the Republicans who had moved over. At this point, does this mean the end of the relevance of those kinds of endorsements?
Well, I said this in 2016. If you recall, the night before the election, when Hillary Clinton ended up here, she had Jay-Z perform for her, which was a big deal because this is back before Jay-Z and Beyonce were really in it. I mean, they kind of did a thing for Obama, but they weren't really like political people. And the fact, and it was in Ohio. And it was like, oh my goodness, she's gonna win. She's galvanizing the cultural zeitgeist and all the young people. Didn't happen then. And I think we saw there that, that wasn't working. Look, Taylor Swift came out with an endorsement. Big deal. Beyonce, Oprah Winfrey, all these people. And the truth is that, it's fun to have the memes. And I, said this too. You can have all the TikTok memes that you want, right? But that doesn't necessarily get people to go out and to vote. And I think that there is a real disconnect. We always talked about how to, take those movements off of the tweets and now out of the TikToks and actually turn them into some kind of tangible change. And the Democrats haven't quite figured that out yet. And it's something that we got to figure out.
It's interesting to hear you say that because, one of the things that people have said about Donald Trump, and Kamala Harris has said it too, like he's a billionaire, he's not like us. Well, when you see the celebrity endorsements, the average American is not hanging out with Taylor Swift and Oprah, and it's almost like, well, who's the elite person here? I mean, he's the billionaire, but these are not our friends. And it's to Paul's point about authenticity.
I think also, that the media gets hung up on stuff that doesn't matter to a lot of the people who voted for Donald Trump tonight. From cats and dogs, to Puerto Rican islands of garbage, all that stuff that seemed like that's the end of it all. There's nobody who can survive this.
All these disqualifying statements.
But the people who were, nobody cares. Back to the economy and all that. That's what matters. The other stuff, it's just noise that people like to put in headlines. And we're a party to that. It's all of it is really we've seen this before, though. We could have these same conversations in 2016, and we didn't see it coming. Or they, or what matters to MAGA isn't the stuff that is, they don't have a voice is part of the problem, right? They want to blow it all up, get the bull in the china shop, break all the dishes and start again, because this whole world, the liberal media elites, etc., isn't doing anything for them.
And this is not an American phenomenon.
No,
it's
it's
not
not
an exclusively American phenomenon by any stretch.
Nor just North American. It's in
Correct.
Western Europe
Yes.
as well. You know?
Yeah.
Correct.
And what you have now, though, is the
Kevin's
question.
I've been trying to warn you.
I know.
So changing gears a little bit. So you've got, it's not just a divide, but there's contempt for Donald Trump in a lot of quarters, including on Capitol Hill in the new Congress that you're going to have. What does that mean to have, like I say, contempt? We all saw Nancy Pelosi. It was bad enough then.
Yeah.
It's not going to be any better now.
I'm not looking forward to it. I'm not looking forward to it. Hopefully they see it in their self-interest to get something done with him. My fear is that the incentive to fundraise off of being the most extreme anti-Trump member of Congress or whatever is going to be what carries the day. We have some of those in our own party who make a name for themselves and do small dollar fundraising by just, being the most extreme and harsh on the Democratic president. So I hope that doesn't happen, but I'm afraid it does.
It'd be very short-sighted, though, with this mandate, would it not? To think that you can go after him in the same way as you did before. And I'm not saying people won't do it, it's politics, but it seems to me with an overwhelming mandate, it becomes harder for Democrats to play that game, no?
Yeah, like I said, I know it sounds unbelievable to a lot of people, but his agenda is pretty moderate, especially for conservatives who don't necessarily agree with a lot of his stuff. If he can find some middle ground to go into the first days of Congress and try to, he met with Pelosi and Schumer when he first went in 2016, and they came out saying, I think he likes us. That didn't last long, remember? If he can find a new coalition, maybe somebody, he's still got to work with leadership and everything, but if he can find some Democrats to pick off who see the writing on the wall, who see that just being adversarial all the time isn't necessarily going to get us anywhere, and that the Democratic Party is going to have to totally rethink how they approach everything, because if they're losing close to half of Latino voters in this election after saying that a comedian's opening insult joke was going to change the whole campaign. I mean, they got to get serious.
Well, there may not be many left after Trump decides he's going to round them up and deport everybody. I mean, this is the thing that really gives me pause.
But is that not to Kevin's point?
Not a difference between illegal and legal?
So I don't think anybody's illegal. Just
here illegally?
Here illegally is different than calling people illegal. But I'm just reminded of a time when there was authority to have internment camps and to round up Japanese people, as someone who is of Japanese descent. When you say, I have a concept of a plan, but I'm going to just start mass deporting people, what does that look like and what does that mean logistically? Those are the things that I'm really interested in the first 100 days of really understanding what the plan is, right? You can't just go around and make these blanket statements and then say, oh, yeah, I'm going to do all this stuff and not actually have a way to do it. I'm also concerned about, you say, oh, nobody's, really thinking about Project 2025, it's the thing that they write and no one implements. Well, it's not quite true. And so we saw Betsy DeVos do her best to try to dismantle Department of Education the first go-round. So now what actually happens when there's a commitment to defunding and getting rid of the Department of Education, for example? I mean, there's some real tangible things that are not I would say, really extreme in terms of it just being a Democratic agenda to stop it. There's some real concerns about humanitarian issues, about people's actual, rights and justice, and then certainly about, our public systems that he doesn't have a plan for other than to get rid of them or to do harm.
Well, I think it doesn't matter where you are. There are things you say on the campaign trail, and there are things you say when you're governing. And I can almost feel you saying, give them the benefit of the doubt, because most Americans have.
Most presidents, all presidents get a honeymoon period.
Yeah.
You know, will he get one this time? It's going to be hard to say.
We'll see. All right. I just wanted to bring something up on the board here because we want to go back to Arizona because they're still working hard in Arizona, including Caroline Bargut, who is Phoenix, Arizona, and we're just getting connected with her right now. And we are also keeping an eye, obviously, on what is happening in West Palm Beach as they continue to wait for Donald Trump, who may just simply be waiting for a final call to be made. I just want to show you the board, if I can, for Arizona. Look at that. 50.3%, 48.9%, and it's 52% of the expected votes being counted. So it's still chugging along pretty slowly, but as Ian would say, look at those numbers. Look at that margin. Caroline Bargut is in Phoenix, Arizona. How are you doing?
I'm good. It's actually a lot colder than you would think in Phoenix, Arizona at this hour. Yeah, it's true.
So not what I expected you would say.
Me. No, I know. Especially for an election show, I'm talking about weather. There's people here are, leaving. There's a lot of international media. We've had, 650 accredited media. They're all taking off. The votes are coming in so slowly, as you realized. So slowly. I mean, we are still at when I first talked to you, I don't know, a few hours ago, we were at 1.8 million results. We are now at 860,601 votes have been counted in this entire state. So we know that Trump is leading in the state, but Harris is still leading in Maricopa County, where the majority of the votes, where the voters live, 60% of the voters live. Now, we do have some idea as to why it's taking so long. So I don't know if you've heard, but in Arizona, they now have a 2-page ballot. It's the first time since 2006 that they've had a 2-page ballot, and it's 2 pages front and back. So it is quite a long ballot. There is a lot of things for voters to fill out. So when they take these votes, they have to put them through the tabulator. The ballots have to go through the tabulator. And the way it was explained to us is, remember in the olden days when you would go to a vending machine if you want some, candy or whatever, and you needed to use paper money? Because now, of course, you could just tap whatever.
Caroline, I got to interrupt you because Donald Trump has arrived at West Palm Beach at that headquarters. This is his walk-on song. Let's have a listen.
And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job, terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little that little thing called special, we have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon, that's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bussin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this. Like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally, we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, that was Donald Trump at West Palm Beach, Florida, with his family. There you go. There he goes. There's the dance. You knew it was going to come. J.D. Vance. Listen, the numbers are still technically 266. The momentum is undeniable. Donald Trump knows exactly where this is going. He just spent a few minutes there thanking a whole bunch of people, mentioning people you're going to see a lot more of in the future. Elon Musk, RFK Jr., Dana White was right there up at the podium with him. He talked about, certainly Joe Rogan was there as well. He talked about the United States needing help, that he will immediately fix the borders, that his campaign made history for a reason. Every single day I will fight for you, he said. And he said, this is the day the American people regained control of their country. The biggest, broadest, most unified coalition, a historic realignment. Not going to start wars, going to stop wars. A lot of what you've heard on in his rallies is, he made the point, he's done some 901 rallies at this point. This is a Donald Trump who sounded at the same time energized and exhausted, and understandably this American election cycle is grueling for all those people. We heard briefly as well from J.D. Vance, who is certainly destined to be not only the next vice president, but entirely possible the inheritor of the MAGA movement, the Republican Party, in the years to come. So Chris Reyes is right there in West Palm Beach, Florida. She's heard this song about 14 times tonight. Chris, walk us through the feeling in that room when he was speaking, and what stood out to you in terms of what he said.
You know, they didn't have to pay to be in this room, Adrienne, but they got their money's worth, as the saying goes. They've been waiting here for hours. They've been on their feet, and they got exactly the result that they were hoping for. They are celebrating a comeback. They're celebrating a victory for that populist movement that Donald Trump is a champion of. And I told you earlier, and it's quite ironic that we're in West Palm Beach, not exactly the kind of place that you would think of when you think populist movement, but that is the movement that he represents. Not in this room are some of the big endorsements that Donald Trump got in this campaign. The National Border Patrol Council, representing 18,000 border agents. He talked about shutting the border very early in his speech. And this speech, Adrienne, was sort of a on-message sandwich with a weave in between. The weave is what Donald Trump calls that ramble that he does. And so, right off the top, he said this is a movement like no other, that it reaches a new level of importance with this term. And then when somebody in the crowd shouted Elon Musk, he rambled on and on about how much he loved Elon Musk, and talked about watching one of those SpaceX rockets land, and he went on and on about that for quite a bit. And we started to actually see some people start to walk away and start to leave this room when he started to do that. But then he wrapped up his message by saying, that he is going to deliver on his promises. And he made some grand promises. Probably at the top of the list is he is promising to usher in the golden age of America. And he said that his administration is going to be about promises given and promises kept. And then he also described what he stands for as the coalition that he has gathered as a common core of common sense, which if you think about, that is the exact opposite of the attacks that the Harris campaign and the Democrats have tried to really, hit Donald Trump with, calling him a fascist, calling him Hitler. And he said, hey, we're here to put some common sense policies together and to heal this nation. And really, the thing that stood out to me the most, Adrienne, in this speech is gone were the insults, gone was the name calling, and definitely not a single mention of Kamala Harris. And he did this all as he was surrounded by his entire family, his 5 children, his wife, something that we haven't seen at any of his rallies, particularly because his wife Melania and his daughter Ivanka has really chosen to sit out this campaign.
All right, Chris Reyes, excellent roundup of what we just heard there. Thank you very much. I just want to draw people's attention to the results board in case you're curious. Obviously, they're celebrating in Florida. There was a little bump there for Kamala Harris. That was New Jersey and Minnesota. But, that 266 number will climb over 270. The question now is just how far is that going to go? Kevin, we were talking earlier about what Donald Trump could, should, might think about saying at the podium. What did you hear there? What does that signal to you?
I thought it was pretty good. It was a little longer than we needed at this hour, but this is Donald Trump we're talking about, so that was pretty short for him. The key word that stands out there is a realignment, which it absolutely is. He's getting younger voters, more minority voters, more working class voters. It's something I never thought I would see in my lifetime as coming out of the Republican Party of the last 20 years before him. It's a new day. We'll see what he does with this, and we'll see where it goes after him. He'll be gone in 4 years, and the party will have to decide if they can keep this kind of coalition together. But that's where this coalition is now. Make no mistake about it. We are a different party than we were 8 years ago.
And yet, interestingly, in 2016, when the Republican Party, or after 2012, when they developed what they call their autopsy, one of the goals was to diversify the base for the party, to reach out to the very sort of people that Donald Trump was able to pull into the party, arguably the Trump party now, as opposed to the Republican Party of old, just doing it very differently.
And the great irony of that autopsy was to speak to Hispanic voters in a kinder, gentler way or something. And what he did was went in there and said, we're going to shut down the border. We're going to make, a rational immigration policy again. And I think I'd love to see the crosstabs and the numbers and get into, the exit polling. But I think that's partly what they were responding to, along with the economy. I think we're just in a totally different world right now.
And in that world, what does his inner circle now look like? I mean, we were talking earlier tonight about Elon Musk and RFK Jr. Are these people who would be with him throughout a campaign and then not again? It certainly sounds like they're not going anywhere.
No, I think they do take serious roles. Elon more serious than anyone, I think. But he's got some impressive people on that stage, whether you like them or not. This group came together, kind of, trundled along and picked up this celebrity here and this celebrity there. But these are like, interesting CEO, founder types. Like Dana White built, his thing from scratch and to one of the most successful brands in the world. Joe Rogan is at the top of his entire craft and basically created an entire genre. So he's got impressive people there. I hope he can do something really great with it.
All right. I just want to, Aisha, I'm just curious what you heard in there and what you think Kamala Harris needs to say tomorrow when she talks to people, because this is a Donald Trump win. It is also a Kamala Harris loss.
Well, I think that it's bigger than Kamala Harris, just like, frankly, I think it's bigger than Donald Trump. Kamala Harris jumped into this thing with about 100 days to run a race, wasn't the presumptive initial nominee for this cycle at all, and ran a flawless campaign, frankly.
Well,
And
there
it
were
just wasn't
clearly
enough.
some flaws, though. It didn't
No,
work.
that it wasn't any flaws and that there were any gaps in the campaign. It just wasn't enough. And as someone who was an athlete in high school, sometimes you give it all and you lose, right? And it just isn't enough, not because you tripped and you did a lot of things wrong. And I think that, you know, for the Democratic Party, this is a really big deal that I'm just looking, again, exit polls, be they what they may. We'll see the numbers when we can actually go through the crosstabs. But as I kind of go through this, some of the things that shock me that I think that she's got to address and the party's got to address, Michigan, 62% of Latinos went for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Which is a massive, now,
Jaw-dropping.
Jaw-dropping, jaw-dropping. What has happened that the big tent coalition is fracturing in this way? I think that's really the question, and that's something that, you know, isn't necessarily simply on Kamala Harris's shoulders. She certainly should address it, but I think the party writ large, we got to figure this out because this is data, right? These are just the facts, the numbers, it's a win. And this is serious. And so I think that what she should come out and say, and I have to say I wish that she would have come out and said it tonight, frankly, is that she has been giving it all she had and that we're going to fight until the end and that we're never going to give up. And I think that was a missed opportunity for this evening for all those people who were gathered there at Howard University, who stood out there for 6 and 7 hours, who were waiting for her to come and address them. I think that tomorrow she's got to, you know, she's got to come out and say, look, we left it all on the field and we're proud of ourselves for the campaign that we ran. Because honestly, I keep digging and trying to find the thing that I can say that, oh, if Kamala Harris would have just done this, it all would have been different. And I can't find it because it wasn't simply that the campaign misstepped. It's that there's a whole issue with how we're connecting with Americans right now.
Go ahead.
Well, just real quickly, I do think she made some fundamental mistakes, especially not being able to differentiate herself from a very unpopular president who she just replaced instantly. When she said nothing comes to mind, that was, I think, a killer for a lot of voters who said, who are you? What are you running on? I think they were open to giving her a shot, and she did have a brief honeymoon period there where she looked like joy and she was, you know, the summer of brat. That didn't last because she ultimately didn't have any substance to go on. They didn't give her a big idea to run on. It was just, I don't like Donald Trump and I'm not going to be Donald Trump. Okay, a lot of people don't like Donald Trump, but ultimately it's about the voters and it's about their personal, how are you going to make my life better? And I don't think she made the sale on that.
You know, one of the things I just wanted to add that's interesting to me about American politics is that we can pretend that there was some persuadable, movable middle this summer when Kamala Harris jumped into the race, but that's actually a completely false narrative. Everybody knew who they were with and what team they were on and how they were going to vote. Months and months and months ago, back when Biden was in the race. And so in this last couple of days, as you look at the conversations that are happening, the media's out talking to people, polling people, what is the actual persuadable gap? Maybe there were like 3 or 4% of the population that were like, you can still maybe convince me to go either way. But I think that that's also something that the Democrats need to be really honest about, is that people have made up their minds and they know where their hearts are connected to. And it isn't necessarily them when they think it's them, right? It's not necessarily us. And we've got to figure that out because I don't agree that when Kamala jumped in, she had an opportunity to all of a sudden convince 20% of America to come and be with her. People were already in camps.
Yeah, but if a black South Asian woman can't convince American women to vote for her, that's a big.
But she got the majority of women. If you look at the, I mean, she's
sure, but then she would have won if she'd gotten them all, right? Which was what she was appealing to by the end of it. I mean, you guys talked about the gender gap at the beginning, and that to me speaks to the idea that we've been talking about, that she didn't offer a way to fix things for people right now who feel like the system is broken for them. And the line that stood out to me in that Donald Trump speech was, we had a common core of common sense. And that stood out for me because it's what our conservatives say too.
Correct.
We
That
have
phrase,
a common sense response to what is happening. And I don't, like, maybe they just didn't give her the right things to say. I don't know, but I don't think that she had that, a common sense.
What is his
solution.
common sense solution? Could you articulate
Well,
that for us?
hang on a second.
Tax cuts, tax cuts.
They're not part of middle class.
Before we deconstruct, I mean, this is still a moment to acknowledge his win, right? And acknowledge the magnitude of this win. You know,
it is a monster
in partnership,
win.
It's her loss, but
it's a remarkable win. And not only did he not, this is the wrong way to put it, but game the system. He didn't sneak through because of the Electoral College machinations. He won the popular vote. I mean,
he blew it out. Yeah,
never been able to say that before. Yeah. Americans listened and they voted. Most eligible voters said yes to all of that, right? We saw the euphoria at Trump headquarters. On the other side of the equation is dread, right, from his critics. And we heard some of that on the show tonight from David Frum and others, right? But most Americans heard his promises per the popular vote and said yes. Right? I said at the beginning of the show that it would all seem obvious at the end in looking back. I don't think so, right? I mean, who would have thought this? Like the degree to which he ran the board. We used to say not so long ago that most Americans wanted somebody else, and neither Biden nor Trump.
the double haters, they called them when Joe Biden.
Exactly. So then along came somebody else, and they chose one of the people. But winning the popular vote, it's to me, it's stunning. The comeback, we talked about the historicness of that, et cetera. But he got it all tonight.
One last thought, if I may, to go to back to West Palm Beach, Florida, because it is, you know, it's almost 3:10 a.m. and certainly while there's still some dancing and singing going on, they're sort of wrapping it up, and I want to get one last chance to get in with Chris Reyes, who is there on the floor. I'm curious about the conversations you've been able to have with people there, Chris. Can they explain this other than we, as Kevin has said, we tried to tell you this is what Americans wanted?
I mean, listen, I think the one line we kept repeating, we kept hearing throughout the night is that this is the biggest comeback in political history. That's what we heard from J.D. Vance on stage, and I can bet that that's what everybody is going to be talking about, everybody who was here, and you can bet that some of them are shuffling out of here and going to after parties. We are in West Palm Beach after all. There are a bunch of hotels here, and they're going to be partying well into the night. But right now, I mean, this crowd cleared pretty quickly. We saw some people leave even during the speech when Trump was doing a little bit of that ramble that he's famous for, that he calls the weave. They love Trump, clearly, but they're tired. They want to go home. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. A lot of them have been here since 6 p.m. yesterday. They've been on their feet. This is a standing room. This is a standing room only exhibit hall. And there's nothing left for them to, you know, they're fully satisfied, if I can put it that way. You know, they got exactly the kind of victory that they wanted, a decisive win. They got that comeback story that they were hoping for. And, you know, the piece de resistance was not only that speech from Donald Trump, but a speech in which he was surrounded by his entire family, his 5 kids, you know, Don Jr., Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, his wife Melania. And they got some of the celebrities that they care about. You know, they got a huge mention of Elon Musk, the CEO of the Ultimate Fighting Champion, Dana White. Not only was he on stage, he was given a chance to speak on the podium, if you can imagine that. You know, and he said a few words, but it was quite impassioned in the way that he called this a victory well earned for Trump's entire family, sort of alluding to, again, those trials and tribulations that has been mythicized by this crowd, by Trump's most loyal supporters. You know, everything he has had to go through over the last 4 years, the criminal conviction in New York, the attempted assassination. And you know, the line that got the biggest applause from Donald Trump is when he said he believes that God spared his life so that he could save this country.
Indeed. Oh, I see Rosie's got a thought. Is it a question for Chris?
No, it's for after. Sorry.
Okay, okay.
Fast
So
on my finger.
you're very, very quick. Chris Reyes, thank you very much, and thank you for all you've done tonight. I'm not promising we won't come to you again. Just for the moment, I'm eager to know what has Rosie so eager to jump in.
Well, just as Chris was talking there, we were thinking about how decisive a win this is. The other thing that this does, while there are lots of Americans who will feel upset about tonight, is it spares the United States what many people feared. The violence, the questioning, the rioting, the uprising, the not peaceful transition of power. It sort of puts to bed the idea that democracy was on the ballot. I mean, we'll see how he governs, but for this period of time, at any rate, it actually sort of shores up the notion of democracy in some ways, and it puts aside the idea that Americans are going to have to take to the streets, because the victory is too big for that. Like, there will be people who will be mad, but it cannot lead to the things that some people feared the most.
But some might say that's only because that side won, right?
Sure, yes, perhaps. But I also think because the victory is so big, it becomes very difficult for that kind of thing to happen. But yes, maybe it's because that's not what Democrats do anyway.
Well, look,
Kevin doesn't agree with
let's
that
not go there. But
that's what I meant.
I know that's what you mean. I know that's what you mean. But
that's the case.
But that's what America is spared tonight.
Right, because
that's my point.
There's no disputing it.
There's no disputing it.
There's no questioning what just happened there. If we want to remind people, as we talk about the win, there is the big question: what were the moments that got Donald Trump to this moment? Let's have a little look at his campaign in 60 seconds. We are getting there, I promise you. Talk amongst yourselves for a moment. Donald Trump began his campaign with baggage, twice impeached, recently convicted on criminal charges in New York. And still, the former president shut out any serious challengers for the Republican nomination. At first, it looked like a rematch against President Joe Biden.
Every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look.
And Trump certainly nudged up in the polls when Biden botched the debate.
Take a look at what happened.
Then a shock. July 13th in Pennsylvania, a gunman fired at Donald Trump, killing a rally attendee and wounding Trump's right ear. Trump was defiant. His immediate reaction resulted in a political image for the ages. Just over a week later, another surprise.
So now we have a new victim to defeat, Lion Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. It's up, good debate.
See, have fun.
Kamala Harris raised the stakes.
You're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling.
Polls consistently said the race looked like a toss-up. Then on a golf course in Florida where the former president was playing, a man seemingly planning another assassination attempt was arrested with an assault rifle. Undeterred, Trump returned to the site of the first attempt on his life in Pennsylvania.
On this very ground, a cold-blooded assassin aimed to silence me.
Donald Trump pushing the promise he is tougher on crime, on the border, better on the economy, and destined to be in the White House again.
I'd like to begin by asking a very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?
Kevin, was that the winning line?
Yeah, that was always going to be the winning line because it writes itself. It's obvious. It's worked before. And all you have to do is evoke the idea of what came before COVID especially. But, you know, what the last term was versus this term. It's an A-B comparison. It was an easy line to have. And an incredible 2024, just looking back on that. It's just, what a wild year it has been in American politics.
5 months, really. I mean,
yeah, it really just kicked off then. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, thinking about that moment in the debate when Joe Biden was, I mean, who knows what was happening there, and when Donald Trump looked over at him, I remember thinking, and we may have even had the conversation in that, did Donald Trump just realize this was it? Like, Joe Biden was done.
He might have realized or been thinking to himself, why did I do this debate? Because this is going to take him out of the race. But he did, you know, he probably didn't think too much about it. But yeah, his one line about, I don't think he knows what he said, or I didn't know, can't figure out what he said, and I don't think he knows either. That line alone was quick. It was not too harsh. It was just summed it all up.
You know, I had a conversation with Jen Psaki, former communications director for Joe Biden at some point, and she talked about how she wished Democrats could learn something from Donald Trump, which is that Democrats very quickly become technocrats, right? They're just like buried in numbers and studies, and it's not a story, but that the American people needed a story, and that Donald Trump was very good at telling a story.
Certainly got a lot of practice with that. He's a brander, and he branded this MAGA movement years before. He has fully grown into it. It has taken on a life of its own. It's in some ways larger than him now.
Well, it has to be to survive.
Yeah. And J.D. Vance is a technocrat. He could be if he wanted to. We'll see if he's got the other skills to actually embody the Trump you know, version of that leader of the movement. But yeah, Trump's one of a kind. This is a one of a kind story that happened. I don't think we'll ever see anything in American politics like this again.
All right, listen, more to talk about. Those numbers still haven't moved. The story has certainly moved on. The numbers have not. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more of America Votes. very clear. At least one network has already called this election for Donald Trump, but until a plurality of them do, because so much counting is happening, it may feel like a technicality. It may indeed end up being a technicality, but we will be right. So when we hit that magic 270 number, we will let you know. In the interim, interesting night in watching the reaction coming in to Donald Trump. Ellen Morrow is in Washington for international reaction. The congratulations that are pouring in. Ellen.
Well, Adrienne, the most notable reaction we've had so far just came in from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He posted that we look forward to an era of a strong United States under President Donald Trump's decisive leadership. And then he goes on to say, we rely on continued strong bipartisan support for Ukraine in the United States. And that's, the key line of that statement from Volodymyr Zelensky, because we've repeatedly heard Donald Trump, as part of his America First approach, really criticize and rail against the amount of money that the United States has given for weapons for Ukraine to be able to fight its war against Russia. There will be a lot of concern in Kyiv and in other European capitals about what this victory will mean for that fight. Again, because Donald Trump has been critical about the amount of money the United States has spent on weapons for Ukraine. He's also continued to make, positive statements about Russian President Vladimir Putin. So a notable reaction there. We've heard from several right-wing European politicians as well. The Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban describing this as a beautiful victory. We've heard from Geert Wilders in the Netherlands and Nigel Farage in the UK, both right-wing populist politicians who espouse the same sort of ideas as Donald Trump, congratulating him tonight. We also heard from Emmanuel Macron, the French president, who you'll recall, made an effort to have a good relationship with Donald Trump during his first term. He tweeted earlier talking about that they're ready to work together with Donald Trump with respect and ambition. But, there will be concern in some European capitals. I talked about Ukraine. We've obviously also heard Donald Trump be quite critical of NATO. Now, in his first term, Donald Trump, of course, did not pull the United States out of NATO. Some would argue he made good arguments about the amount of funding on defense spending that other countries were making, but it was a fraught relationship. So what does that relationship with NATO look like in the second term? Another big question internationally is, what will a second term for Donald Trump mean for the war in Gaza? We saw Donald Trump really make an effort with Arab American voters, particularly in Michigan, where there's such a key demographic, talking about that he would end the war in Gaza. That got him support from that key group. But, it was also widely reported that he was the preferred choice by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And we have had a statement from Netanyahu as well, describing this as history's greatest comeback in a congratulations message for Donald Trump. So what does this second term for Trump mean for that raging conflict as well? There are a lot of questions, Adrienne, but we'll be seeing a lot more reaction coming through these early morning hours.
Well, absolutely. Well, certainly it's mid-morning now in Europe, which is why you're seeing so many of these responses. Keir Starmer as well. You're talking about England there. As the closest of allies, he said, we stand shoulder to shoulder in defense of our shared values of freedom, democracy, and enterprise. I'm thinking about something you said about Zelensky, too. As I go through his statement, he said, I appreciate President Trump's commitment to the peace through strength approach in global affairs. This is, he goes on to say, exactly the principle that can practically bring just peace in Ukraine closer. I'm hopeful we will put it into action together. Volodymyr Zelensky has to be hoping for a whole bunch of things right now, while he is also sitting in a Kyiv that is under attack from Russian missiles. And I'm curious, Kevin, Ukraine is a country that has been a fundamental discussion in this country, in Canada. Tons of Ukrainians live here. Canada has a very deep connection with it. So there, of course, like in many places around the world, concerns about what happens in that country. What do you think happens with Ukraine with Donald Trump in the White House again?
So the Republican Party is split on this issue more than any other foreign policy issue. This strengthens the wing of the party that is deeply skeptical about the prosecution of the war, about the fact that some people think that Zelensky was essentially pushed into this war stupidly by bad, bad policy making. There's others in the party, like the Lindsey Graham wing and many others who believe that that we should have been doing more all along, giving them long-range missiles, giving them jets and everything that they needed to win a quick war, not drag it out. That's going to get sorted out. We don't know what's in this plan for peace, but Donald Trump, I think, fashions himself as a leader of the strongest military and economy in the world, who can keep a cap on conflicts through his own personality, through his own ability to project unpredictableness and strength to other to potential combatants through simple threats and the very real possibility that we can use our economic might or our military might to punish you. And that's what happened in the first term. And
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm thinking about when you said that through his personality he can end it. He has said, I can end the war in Ukraine in 2 weeks. But I think Ukrainians hear that and think, it means giving something up.
Well, I don't know how, I haven't seen recent polling on it, but I don't know how many, what the percentage of American people think that this can go on like this forever, where we just continue to fund this and it doesn't seem to be going anywhere. I don't think he would pull the plug on it, make it as horrible as humanly possible for the Ukrainians. I don't think he has any ill will towards Ukraine or Zelensky or the brave soldiers who are dying every day or any of that. I think he wants to end it and find the best way to end it, the best to exit. What that is, he'll probably get in there, take a look at the reality on the ground and say, well, you're going to have to give up something, but not this and not that, and negotiate it.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, I think the fear for Ukraine would be that he would say, you have to give up territorial integrity, which is the whole point of the war that Ukraine is fighting, is that they don't want to do that, and it was an incursion that was illegal. I think the other problem for Ukraine is that Donald Trump remains staunchly committed to the idea that countries, NATO allies, have to pay their 2% of GDP. And that target might get higher over time, let's be clear. And he has said that if you don't do that, then we'll see what happens to NATO. And it's a fair point. It's because of the United States' financial commitment to NATO, their military might in Europe that is present in Europe, that NATO can stay as strong as it is. But if he starts saying to countries, if you don't do this, then we're not going to do as much as we're doing now for NATO, that has a knock-on effect on Ukraine, who is desperately trying to get into NATO and is being protected by NATO allies. I would also point out that since Biden has been in office, 13 countries have reached that 2% target. 4 did it while Trump was president. So that does lead me to believe...
because of the war in Ukraine.
Yes, and
because
also...
they got legitimately scared and they realized that the United States might not be there to protect them.
And perhaps to Donald Trump's credit, he started that conversation. Yeah. He pushed that conversation and he put pressure on them, and the war did the same. But I think that countries like Canada, who are not at 2%, may never get there, are concerned that conversation sort of takes over instead of a conversation about how do we win the war, how do we help Ukraine win the war without giving up swaths of its country.
Okay, so Donald Trump has spoken, obviously, about NATO a fair amount. Rather than talking about him, why don't we listen to what he has to say about it.
Until I came along. I said, everybody's going to pay. They said, well, if we don't pay, are you still going to protect us? I said, absolutely not. One of the presidents of a big country stood up and said, well, sir, if we don't pay and we're attacked by Russia, will you protect us? I said, you didn't pay, you're delinquent? He said, yes, let's say that happened. No, I would not protect you. In fact, I would encourage them to do whatever the hell they want. You got to pay. You got to pay your bills.
Okay. Hyperbole, Kevin, or what do you think?
In that instance, I don't think that's hyperbole. That he believes that, does he not?
To pay 2%?
Yeah.
Of course he believes that. He's been saying the same thing for years now. And
The whole we won't protect you if you don't?
Well, that's a negotiating. I don't know that he wants global chaos to break out if you know, a NATO country is attacked and he's not going to do anything to help. I highly doubt that because he's all about results. But you know, I'm curious what is the case for not paying 2%? These countries can afford it.
Well, for the case of Canada, we'll talk about the current government. They would say we have social programs that we use for our citizens, pharmacare, dental care, other things. And if we can't choose to do this and that. So it is going up. But that would be the government's argument. I'm not saying it's the right one, but it's a priorities thing. It's a choice. And let's be clear, when Canada is neighbors to the United States, we totally take advantage of your military might and the fact that if something happens, you know, you guys are not going to let us go up in smoke. That's, you know, so that's a factor, I think, as well. And a frustrating factor for, and has been a frustrating factor for the Biden administration, too. They have been very alarmed at the fact that we don't take this more seriously without making the overt threats the way that Donald Trump would.
I want to go back to Jay Shabria, who is on the phone. You know, Jay is an advisor to the Republican vice presidential candidate, soon to be Republican Vice President J.D. Vance. Jay, again, you're on the phone with us. You're catching us in the middle of a conversation about what a Trump presidency will look like. Maybe you can help us out. You're closer to this than any of us.
Well, yeah, I haven't been actually following the conversation, but I think I think there are people that actually know what a Trump presidency will look like because we saw a Trump presidency 4 years ago. And look, the reason I think this was clear to anyone that actually wanted to pay attention that this was going to happen, and it's kind of a mandate for Trump and Vance. But what people really liked about the last Trump presidency was that they were able to afford groceries, that there was an attempt to stem the border crossings at the southern border, and that the economy was, frankly, a lot better for American working class. And I think that's what you're going to see. You're going to see policies geared towards those types of goals, and that's why they voted them in.
And in terms of this country, Canada, what do you think a country like Canada can expect from a Trump-Vance administration?
Well, look, I think there's always going to be, tough negotiations when you talk about trade issues. But Canada's a great ally, and I see no reason that there's not going to be a good relationship with Canada. I don't know exactly what that entails here. I'm not an expert in terms of the policy there, but I have no reason to doubt that there's going to be a great relationship with Canada and America going forward.
And I'm just curious what it was like listening to that speech and listening to Donald Trump talk about Elon Musk and Dana White.
Sure.
What was going through your mind when you heard that?
Well, look, when I'm excited for my friend, obviously, who's going to be the next vice president of the United States. So that's the primary thing that's going through my mind. But I've been to several of these events, and they're very similar to each other. I was at that famous rally at MSG last week, which I thought was a fantastic event. An event, that was stacked with people from all the denominations, all colors, women, men, everyone, and it was a pretty joyous event, and it was not exactly what was portrayed by the media, in my opinion. So it was a very similar type of event where, Donald Trump gives the speeches he gives. I don't know that there's a big surprise, but I understand that there's probably a big surprise at how big a win this is. But for me, it was not. This was clearly the way it was going to go. I thought we were going to sweep the swing states, and I think it looks like we're going to, and I think probably win the popular vote as well.
Well, it certainly looks like that is absolutely on track to be happening. I'm curious if J.D. Vance has heard from his friend Jamil Jivani, the Canadian Conservative politician.
I don't know if they've talked tonight. I've heard it from Jamil myself, and I'm a great friend of his as well too, and so I don't know that they've talked tonight, but they do keep in touch. Absolutely, they're great friends.
And do you have a sense of, I mean, every vice president, regardless, well, they don't always get to choose what it is they want to focus on. I think Kamala Harris would tell you she didn't necessarily want the portfolio she ended up getting. But do you have a sense of what it is that J.D. Vance would like to do?
Look, JD is a guy that likes lots of policies. I think those are conversations for tomorrow. I know he's interested in many different areas. I think he'll be a pretty active vice president, but I think those are conversations he'll have with the president-elect in the days coming.
And we were wondering around the table here, do you think Elon Musk and RFK Jr. will be close to a cabinet table?
I don't know about cabinet, but I know they'll be my sense is that they will have a big say in terms of some of the policies going forward, and some of the personnel going forward. So I think they will play an important part in the Trump administration. What role exactly? I think all of these things are going to start to get fleshed out in the days to coming.
Are you going to have a role, Jay?
No, I will not be having a role. I'm very happy in my life in Columbus, Ohio, and I plan on continuing to be there, and I've been supporting my friend.
Okay, but maybe heading to Mar-a-Lago for another party, maybe?
No, I'm going to go to bed tonight. You caught me. Is the bed? I'm getting old these days, so parties are not in my future. I will be going to bed and up and early and try to watch some of the media too in the morning, see how it goes, because this is fun. This is a fun celebration.
Okay, yeah, you bet. Jay, thanks very much. You're always very gracious with us. Good talking to you, and get a few hours sleep. I think the sun is almost coming out, frankly. You might as well stay up at this point.
Yeah, it might be. It might. No, I'll be going to sleep. Thank you, though.
All right, take care. All right, bye-bye.
All right.
So because the numbers are still so stubborn, we have a question naturally for Ian. Is Nevada okay? Arizona okay? What is happening with the numbers? What are we waiting for?
Yeah, I mean, baby steps now from 266 to 270, and there are 4 paths that Trump can take to get to the White House. I mean, it's going to happen, and it's going to happen through one of these 4 states, maybe all 4 of them. Nevada, 93%. These last 7%, well, you'll see this with all 4 of these states. The slowest to count, a very sizable lead there. Let's go to Arizona, another one of the swing states. Only 52% of the votes counted, but he has been in the lead there for a while. Wisconsin, I think you know where this is going. A lead again, quite a big, 4 percentage point spread with 92% of the votes counted. And Michigan, 81% of the votes counted. And again, just a massive lead in a state that the Democrats really thought that they were going to take. So any of those 4, it could well be all 4 of those states will be carried by Donald Trump. In any event, he's going to get to 270. The question is it going to happen at 350 this morning or 450?
Oh, wash your mouth out, Mr. Hemmings.
550?
Oh, stop.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It is tomorrow.
Whatever day we're on.
Yeah.
Whatever are you trying to drive at there, Ian?
Yeah. Anyway, it's going to happen.
All right, and we will. Thanks for coming out, Ian. At some point, we will talk too about the composition of the House. Are we looking at the presidency, the Senate, and the House, and what changes with that? Because that would probably be a lot. Take a moment. We'll be right back with more coverage. But at 3:43 in the moment, we're going to take a quick. At 3:43 in the morning, we're going to take a quick commercial break.
All right, good morning. It's 3:46 in the morning. Donald Trump has already spoken, has already thanked everyone, talked about what he will do in his presidency. You can see the numbers, though. They're still stuck down there. 266 for Trump, 219 for Kamala Harris. Don't be under any illusions, though, that this is still close or something else is going to happen. This is, at this point, a matter of being certain that the trends, which are certainly undoubtedly heading towards Donald Trump being in the White House, it's just finalizing those numbers and getting an accurate call for each of the remaining states and determining whether this is a night where the 7 swing states that were considered up for grabs all went to Donald Trump. Because it's 3:47 in the morning Eastern time, it's mid-morning in Europe. We've already seen some reaction from leaders, Volodymyr Zelensky, the Prime Minister of the UK, Keir Starmer, and Ellen Morrow, who is in Washington, has been tracking more of that international reaction for us. What are you hearing, Ellen?
Well, Adrienne, it really is pouring in now, as you said, mid-morning in Europe. Congratulations coming from several European capitals for Donald Trump. One of the more notable statements we've had in the last little while is coming from Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, the new NATO Secretary General. And in the statement, he congratulates Donald Trump, and then he goes on to say, his leadership will be key to keeping our alliance strong. I look forward to working with him again to advance peace through strength through NATO. Now, as we know, in Donald Trump's first term, and as we've been discussing, there was a fraught relationship with NATO. When he was campaigning for his first term, he repeatedly criticized the organization, and some would argue he was making a good argument about the countries not meeting their defense spending targets for NATO. But it was an incredibly fraught relationship between Donald Trump and NATO, and there's going to be a lot of questions about what that relationship looks like in this second term, particularly with the war in Ukraine. Now, you mentioned we had that statement earlier from Volodymyr Zelensky a short time ago. It's worth talking about that statement again, congratulating Donald Trump, talking about an era of strong U.S. leadership under Donald Trump, calling it decisive leadership, and then going on to say we rely on continued strong bipartisan support for Ukraine in the United States. And that is a really important part of that statement. And again, we've been talking about this as well because we've heard Donald Trump repeatedly be critical as part of his America First message, repeatedly be critical of the amount of money the United States has spent on weaponry for Ukraine so that it can continue to fight this war against Russia. So, you know, Volodymyr Zelensky, they're obviously making an appeal to Donald Trump, making it clear that that continued support is important. But what are we going to see in this second Trump term when it comes to Ukraine, given everything we've heard from Donald Trump so far? We've also had a reaction from Israel. I mentioned earlier we had heard from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying congratulations on history's greatest comeback, he described it. We've also now heard from Itamar Ben-Gvir, who's the Israeli National Security Minister, a far-right politician in Israel, saying, yes, God bless Donald Trump in a post on X. And I bring that up because there's a lot of questions about what this second term could mean for the war in Gaza. You know, we saw Donald Trump really make an effort with Arab American voters in Michigan, where there's such an important voting bloc in Michigan, where there's a large population. We saw him go there several times, make appeals, promise to end the war in Gaza. But we also know that he was the preferred choice and candidate from the Israeli side. So what does the second term mean for that war? Is Donald Trump really in a position to bring that war to an end like he says he is? Other notable reaction coming in, you mentioned, we heard from Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, saying as the closest of allies, we stand shoulder to shoulder in defense of our shared values of freedom, democracy, and enterprise. We also heard from Emmanuel Macron, who you'll remember, made an effort to have the best relationship he could with Donald Trump in his first term, saying we're ready to work together as we've been able to do for 4 years in the first term, ready to work together with respect and ambition. And we're just going to see more of this reaction continue to come in as we move through to the day, Adrienne.
Absolutely. Ellen, thank you very much for that roundup. And as time ticks, certainly as the folks in Ottawa wake up, although I'm not sure, Rosie, that they're actually sleeping this evening, but when they wake up and they reach into their phones and their contact lists, I'm going to presume they've got a lot of people close to Trump to call.
Yeah, I would guess the Prime Minister's sleeping. He's quite regimented with his sleep cycle.
I did not know that.
Yeah, that's a fun fact that I've learned after covering him for a decade. He likes his 8 hours, so I bet you he's asleep. And they probably are too, because they know how this night has ended. So a couple of things are going to happen and start to happen. The first thing is they're going to reach out to try and be the first person, as we talked about, to talk to Donald Trump and to offer congratulations. And apparently Kevin says that will be welcome and Donald Trump will appreciate that. So we'll see whether that happens. And they'll do that through Jared Kushner, who was on stage tonight, if I'm not mistaken. And they'll get that phone call set up. The next thing that's going to happen is they're going to start to see who else they might be reaching out to, the Bob Lighthisers, et cetera, the people that they've sort of kept in contact with. And then they're going to see how quickly they might start talking to them. In 2020, Joe Biden, because of the nature of the win and because Donald Trump was so upset, he wouldn't allow anyone from Justin Trudeau's office to talk to the transition team. During that period, they were just like, no, we're not, we got to get this all firmed up, even though we know we've won. But in 2016, Chrystia Freeland and a couple other ministers went down to New York. They started meeting with people, Jared Kushner, Wilbur Ross, other people, and they went down there a few times to start getting on the radar and getting to know their staff. So that could happen again, presumably. And then the other thing that they might do is when Trump was in office previously, they put together a Canada-U.S. cabinet committee. Right. And they talked about all the issues at that committee so that it was a constant priority for the government to be responsive to Donald Trump. That there's a possibility that happens. And then the third thing that we might see, third or fourth or whatever number I'm up to now, is a cabinet shuffle. One of the things that this government needs to do to improve its own popularity and its own spot is to try and shuffle the deck a little bit. But they will use this result, this U.S. election, almost as an excuse to do it. You know, they will say, we're going to realign cabinet so that we can get the best people in the best spots in order to deal with this new U.S. administration. And that cabinet shuffle could happen like in the next 10 days. So there's a lot of different moving parts that the government has to start putting in place in order to deal with this new reality. But again, a reminder, they are not starting from zero. They have a lot of different relationships in Washington and across the country, and they'll continue to use those and start talking to people.
Wow, they're going to get busy. They're going to get busy really quickly. I do wonder, Paul, what happens for Joe Biden's presidency at this point? I mean, lame duck presidents, this is a phenomenon. But does anything happen? Does anything get done before January now? I
think the answer is not much.
Right.
Unless either of you disagrees. I mean, I think we were talking earlier about finger pointing and such, and the conversation about Joe Biden is, when his term began, it was one-term Joe, right? And somebody will say, whisper in his ear, good on you. You've got a great epitaph now. You're the giant killer. You got rid of Trump. Off into the sunset with your head held high. And then he came to believe that he was the only guy who could defeat Trump. And so he hung up and he pointed to the midterms, right? And he did beat him in the polls until he didn't, right? Until he realized he didn't, until he was forced to realize that he couldn't beat him. And by then it was too late. You know, how many people have I had come up to me to say, aside from other criticisms of Harris, some in retrospect, that she didn't go through, this is not the result of a primary process. Nobody voted for her to be the nominee. And then just the short runway that we've talked about, no time for her. All this, arguably, pointing fingers, can be, why did you hang on? Why did you put self ahead of party? To use that. That's not the question you asked. You asked about what he can get done now before the end of his presidency. But is that a part of his legacy now, that he stayed too long? And as a result, it's Donald Trump 2.0.
And is there anything he can do about Gaza at this point? I mean, we talked about Ukraine, but there is this raging war in Gaza. There are still hostages. There's.
If you're Bibi Netanyahu, how do you
Right.
think you'd answer that
Yeah,
question?
well,
right?
I have some thoughts.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, there are many who thought that's what Netanyahu was banking on, that somehow Trump would get back in. You know, and this gets back to, you know, we talked earlier, I'd have to see the demographic breakdown in Michigan. You know, but for all the sort of opposition to the Biden plan in the Middle East, and that he's supporting Israel too much, I mean, Donald Trump is quite clearly a much stronger support for Israel than Biden ever was by listening to Trump. So be careful what you wish for, maybe, you know? I don't know. It's, I think we've had the end of the Biden presidency as of now.
Though I bet you, and Kevin can weigh in, I bet you Trump would say, I can get on the phone with Netanyahu and I can convince him this has to stop.
He already has.
Yeah, he'll listen to me as opposed to Joe Biden.
He said this has to
right?
be, finish this up before I get sworn in on January 20th.
Like, I don't know if that's
that's
believable, but that is
that's
a thing,
completely
right?
his style,
Yeah.
and maybe it does speed up the process. Maybe it gets more weapons to them or lets them finish the job for once and for all or something. I don't know how that's going to work, but that's totally his style, and you know, I think he'll do similar things with Ukraine. See if it works.
I'm just wondering, we've been talking about the presidency, we talked about the Senate. What is the picture in the House, and why does that matter? And I realize it's incomplete, but do you have a sense, either one of you?
We still don't know, right? Like, it's not, it's...
They're
Still
certainly
counting
not
votes.
calling it. They're counting votes. But one of the things that I've been looking at is New York, which is where I'm from. Hakeem Jeffries, who you all might know is the Democratic leader, has really been driving the change here to try to become ultimately the Speaker of the House. New York is where there were some significant losses in the midterms that actually, you know, people kind of blame New York for losing the House. And so there have been at least 3 pickups in New York so far where incumbent Republicans have been knocked off by Democratic challengers. And so we need, I think the Democrats need 4 seats to net out 4 seats to be able to have 4 pickups. And we're going to see, you know, what happens in California, but all the count is still happening. It looks, though, that the narrative will be that New York has redeemed itself. So that's at least one part of the early story on the House piece.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with America Votes. Really, America counts at this point. Good morning, Canada. It is 4:03 in the morning. This is a live look at Washoe County in Nevada, where they are, I know it's hard to tell in that split screen, but trust me, they are still counting slowly but surely in Nevada. It is one of a few of the swing states that has still not come up with a determinant vote. That's why the number at the bottom of your screen is sticking the way it has. 266 for Donald Trump, 219 for Kamala Harris. Obviously, the momentum, the story of this night is that Donald Trump is headed back to the White House. 45 becomes 47. It's not moving, though. It hasn't been officially called because so many votes are still to come. But at this point, if it's starting to feel like a formality, it's not just you feeling that. I think it's all of the United States and those of us watching as well. Certainly, people are making plans as if this is happening, talking about cabinet tables, talking about what happens in foreign policy. And so as we sort of step back a little bit and reflect on where this has gone these last 8 hours, it's interesting because I think we were all prepared. We certainly have enough snacks in the studio, Kevin. We thought we might be here for an entire week. We could feed ourselves for an entire week in here. But I'm curious what's on your mind tonight. I feel like nothing that's happened tonight has surprised you.
No, because if you had been kind of following along with the momentum that this campaign has had for a while and just the fundamentals of 70% of the American people thinking we're going in the wrong direction, the fact that Kamala Harris was a fairly flawed candidate who was installed and did not go through the primary process, it was, in some ways, seemed inevitable. The only thing stopping that inevitability was Donald Trump is a very unique and somewhat flawed candidate himself. But this is a world historical comeback. It's a realignment of everything in American politics. And he's got a real opportunity to do some things that he didn't do in the first term. And we'll see if he can. I don't think he's going to change. I don't think anybody's thinking that. He's not going to change fundamentally who he is. But he might be able to put some priorities on the table that the American people really want to see get done and at least bring us together for a time.
So, I mean, as with all elections, you give someone your vote, you give them your trust. So they voted for him. They believed he would do what he said he's going to do. So their expectations are going to be huge.
Yeah, well, their expectations are going to be that America reverses course on some fundamental issues, including inflation, immigration, crime, foreign policy. It wasn't working. The vast majority of Americans say that in the polls. Just look at all the issues. And he's got an opportunity to do something about it now. He's got the mandate. He's got the popular vote mandate. He looks like he's going to take all the states that mattered. And and he may have a House and Senate as well. So he'll have no excuses.
His day one list is huge, is it not?
It's his core message. He's going to drill. He's going to bring down prices. He's going to close the border. And I think you'll see a flurry of executive activities right away. And then I don't know what his big tax bill will be. Paul Ryan virtually wrote the first one, so we'll see what he does this time on economic issues. But his economy was much better than the current economy, and we'll see if he can get it back to that.
Before we head to Aisha, Paul?
I was at a Trump rally in Georgia a couple of weeks ago, and one of the questions I was asking everybody was, what if, right? And the answer I got from a few people, i.e. what if he loses, right, was, well, we'll have another election in 4 years and we can vote for a Republican then, which kind of surprised me because there was no sort of, well, we'll fight until the end. Do you think it's reasonable to think the opposite feeling is held by most Democrats in the divided country that is now, that life can just go on?
I wouldn't have thought so if it was a very close contested race with lots of court cases flying around and the protest movements, ginning up and that. But the decisiveness of this, I think, makes me hopeful anyway, right now at this moment, that everyone will move on, live to fight another day, give him some grace and some space to actually get something done this time. I don't know that will play out that way. I'm sure there are a lot of mad people right now, but the margin is certainly helpful to that case, that everybody will move on to the next race.
Mm-hmm. Aisha, I just want to ask you, we've been talking about Donald Trump's win, but the other side of that coin is the Democrats' loss. And when people get into that room, what is the story that needs to be told for them to begin anew with the Democratic Party?
Well, remember, there are a lot of Republicans who bet on Kamala that lost too. 48%, presumably, based on what we're seeing right now, of America lost. So the question becomes, tomorrow morning, 48% of America is going to wake up heartbroken, afraid, largely, right? So it's not anger, right? Not running around with pitchforks, angry and mad. We're scared, we're vulnerable, we're frustrated, and there will absolutely be a whole lot of, finger pointing at the Democratic Party. But what now is Donald Trump going to do to quote unquote unite America? Because 48% of the people can't stand him. And what is he going to do to reach across and to develop an agenda that feels inclusive? That's really the question at hand, and it's something that he's never done.
All right. Ian, I know you have no more numbers, but I also know you have a whole bunch of thoughts.
Well, I was just thinking, for all the study, for all the polling, for all the smart expert analysis, this is at least the third straight presidential election where we, around this time of the night or early morning, were just flabbergasted by what happened. Well, you're probably not flabbergasted, but I think a lot of people are, and looking at a lot of social media, at least from Canada, people are. Last time around, I think, well, there were a lot of surprises. Who would have thought that the Democrats would have won in Georgia last time around, gotten close in North Carolina, and rebuild the blue wall? And then 8 years ago, does anybody remember the shocking surprise? I think we all do. So it is amazing to me that at the end of the day, it is voters that make the decisions. And then we sit here and try to figure out what message were the voters sending. And I think, and I know all of you guys are smart, we're all capable of being careful here, but we still don't really know what these votes represent. I just, from my own personal experiences talking to people, there's this coalition of voters on both sides that have all kinds of different agendas. And so we'll figure out what these numbers mean. The only thing we know for sure is that Donald Trump has effectively won this election, if not officially.
Absolutely. Thank you for all the math tonight, and math on live television.
I didn't do math.
We only have after 8 hours, only about 20 seconds for each of you. Last thoughts, Rosie.
Canadian government has a lot of work to do tomorrow morning. They've got to start reforging those relationships and managing different issues that are going to be challenging under Donald Trump. Second thing, there's a lesson here for Canadian politicians too. There's a lesson for Liberals and progressives in this country, and there's a lesson for Conservatives, a much more positive one for them tonight.
Indeed. And Paul?
Full-on stunner. Who would have thunk this?
Well, Kevin.
Kevin, indeed. And I think Democrats are going to wake up tomorrow morning thinking, WTH, what the heck happened? And we'll begin to ask the question, maybe, what did we do wrong? What did they do wrong? What did Democrats do wrong? What did they miss in the debate the last X number of weeks and months, because they got it wrong, clearly?
To me, I find it's interesting. It takes us back to the conversation we had very early on in the night that 2024 is a remarkable year for elections around the world. And in almost every single election that has happened around the world, the message from voters, regardless of where you are geographically, is like, we're tired of the incumbent. We're tired of the incumbent. And Kamala Harris could not shake that label of an incumbency, even though both...
She lost to an incumbent of a kind.
Exactly, but she couldn't shake the label of it. She couldn't shake the baggage of it. And the American people were absolutely decisive tonight. I know the numbers haven't moved. It's not 270 on the numbers, but it will be. By the time you wake up, this will be clear. But the American people have spoken loud and clear. and now they need to move on. So it is, as we speak, 4:13 a.m. Eastern Time on this U.S. election night. And now morning, Donald Trump has declared victory. Americans are taking the time, though, to count the ballots. The key states still to come with numbers: Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada. The poll workers have their heads down, slowly and surely counting. This is how their democracy churns along. I'm Adrienne Arsenault for Ian, Rosie, Paul, and our panelists, and everyone at CBC News here in studio, in the field, and in the control room. Good morning. Travis Dhanraj takes over our coverage because this is not over yet.
We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. People have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
And good morning, Canada. I am Travis Dhanraj with our special coverage of the American presidential election, which is continuing this hour. It is 4:15 right now Eastern. And my thanks to Adrienne and her team over in the national studio. If you have been up, if you have been watching the coverage, you know the headline this morning. The majority of results are now in, and Donald Trump is claiming victory and a return to the White House. Let's show you the boards right now. The Republican candidate took an early lead over Democrat Kamala Harris and never looked back. Votes are still being counted in a handful of states, but Trump currently has 266 electoral college votes to 219 for Kamala Harris. 270 is needed to win the presidency. But as you have heard Adrienne talking about, this is really just a formality at this point. Trump addressed his supporters at his headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, a short time ago. We want to play some of that tape for you now. Take a listen.
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Okay, Donald Trump, they're poised to return to the White House, speaking to his supporters at his headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, a short time ago. I want to bring in CBC's Ellen Moreau now, who has been with us on Tuesday and now into Wednesday. She is live in Washington. It's been a very long night and early morning for you, Ellen. Let's just talk about some of the key takeaways from the course of last night into this morning.
Yeah, well, what a night and early morning for Donald Trump and his supporters, Travis. You know, we've been talking in the last few days that maybe the counts could take a few days, that this could be a drawn-out process. You know, really, based on what we thought it could be, this has actually happened quite quickly tonight and into the early morning for Donald Trump, now set to sweep all 7 of those key swing states that we've been talking about. The calls haven't been made in all of them, but the numbers are looking good for him in all of them. States that polling suggested were neck and neck with him and Kamala Harris going into the day. You know, things started to come clear late last night and into this morning. First, there was that call for North Carolina, a key swing state, Georgia, and then finally the call coming from U.S. networks for the state of Pennsylvania. And without winning Pennsylvania with its 19 electoral college votes, Kamala Harris really had no hope of having any path to win the White House. So that's really when the result became clear tonight. And, you know, what to take away from it, you know, Donald Trump did overperform in some suburban areas that were unexpected. He did make inroads with Latino voters. Polling suggested that he might going into tonight, but that did in fact happen, cutting into Kamala Harris's margins. And, you know, look at the campaign. You know, Donald Trump, amidst everything else that was going on with his campaign, really tried to hammer 2 messages or 2 topics, and that was being tougher on immigration and promising a better economy. And voters, you know, repeatedly in poll after poll said, and those polls suggested that those were their main issues. And Republican strategists throughout this campaign repeatedly said that no matter what else happened, no matter the controversy, no matter Donald Trump's dark language, dark rhetoric, his grievances, the personal attacks, the scandal, the criminal convictions, no matter what else, those 2 issues are so important to voters that they believed that would get him back to the White House. And that appears to be exactly what we've seen happen tonight and this morning.
Absolutely. And so, Ellen, you know, let's talk about those key swing states, which are obviously not swing states anymore. They're red or pink right now as we wait for this to become official. But what happened? Because I remember, you know, at some point during the evening, North Carolina was called, and that seemed to be a turning point. And then, of course, there was the question about the blue wall and some of those states which are now solidly red. Let's talk about that.
Well, North Carolina was interesting because yesterday we saw Donald Trump have a rally there in Raleigh, North Carolina in the morning yesterday. And it was sort of quizzical. You know, North Carolina hasn't voted for a Democrat since 2008. It was very much a swing state in this contest. But the fact that Donald Trump had to spend some of that, you know, crucial last minute time campaigning there suggested perhaps there was a bit of concern about whether or not he would be able to take North Carolina. There was also last minute polling from the New York Times suggesting Kamala Harris had momentum there. You know, that proved to not be the case. North Carolina was called quite early, as was Georgia. So when those Sun Belt states on the East Coast became no longer in play, the focus really went to the blue wall for the Democrats. It already was there, but if North Carolina or Georgia were in play, there were more options. But those blue wall states, we saw Kamala Harris spend all day yesterday in Pennsylvania having event after event. We've seen her spend full days in Michigan and Wisconsin as well. Those before Donald Trump, those 3 states were solidly blue. That's why they're called the blue wall. Donald Trump flipped them in 2016. Joe Biden managed to take them back. All of the hopes were set on those 3 states for Democrats, but Kamala Harris was not able to hold on to them for the Democrats. And we'll have more information on exactly why that was. I mentioned Donald Trump overperforming in some suburban areas. That was unexpected, or Kamala Harris underperforming in some of those areas. Some of the trends we thought might bear out in this election maybe haven't materialized in the same way, like the large gender gap that was sort of predicted for Kamala Harris. That doesn't appear to have been as large in the exit poll data that we have. And also, going into Election Day, we talked about Donald Trump making inroads with Black voters, with Latino voters, who I mentioned, and some of that did bear itself out. Kamala Harris did have a bit more of a struggle with those groups than, say, Joe Biden did back in 2020. So there's going to be so much analysis over the next few days about just why this worked out the way it did, why there was this sweep of these 7 states that, Kamala Harris did have polling leads in going into Election Day, all within the margin of error, of course, but perhaps a bit unexpected that Trump would have swept all of these states, even though, again, the polls were incredibly close going into Election Day. But there's going to be now so much analysis on these demographics, and also so much soul searching for the Democrats that this is the result that we have now. We did not hear from Kamala Harris tonight. Her campaign co-chair came out and addressed her supporters at Howard University here in Washington, D.C., who'd been hoping, of course, for a big party and celebration tonight. He came out, addressed them, said Kamala Harris would not be speaking tonight. That was another hint that, is becoming quite clear how this was all going to go. We are expecting to hear from her in the coming hours later on today, Travis.
And of course, we will carry that live on CBC News Network and all of the platforms. Ellen Morrow, thank you for the excellent work from Washington in a very long day. That is our Ellen Morrow in Washington. Well, I want to turn now to our next guest, who was feeling very good about tonight's count. Alex Olson is a Republican strategist who has been on the program before. Alex is in Tampa, Florida tonight. Thanks for being here. Thank you for waiting around. Let me just get your sense right now of what another Trump presidency will mean for America.
Yeah, look, I'll start with this. I want to repeat the line that everyone has been saying tonight. This was the greatest American comeback in U.S. politics we've ever seen. It was something terrific that the Trump campaign worked very hard on. I have a lot of friends on the campaign and on numerous Republican campaigns throughout the country that really worked together to build this coalition around these issues, right? What are those issues? It's lowering the cost of goods, lowering the cost of fuel, securing our southern border, ensuring we have public safety in our streets. Those are core messages to the Trump campaign and every Republican running for office this cycle. And those are the things that Trump is going to bring to the table when he assumes office in January 20th. In fact, a lot of these I think he's going to start working on now. I mean, I think foreign policy is another thing I didn't mention that's been a strong point of Trump, right? Something he has talked about numerously on the campaign trail, saying he wants to end the conflicts we're seeing, bring us back from the brink of World War III that our world has been on for the last almost 2 or 3 years now, between the war in Gaza and the war in Ukraine. And he's going to start making those calls tomorrow, I would assume, to Israel and Ukraine, and start mending those ties. And when January 20th comes, and I'm excited that I'll be at inauguration, we're going to see a lot of those other policy pushes being ushered into this new administration.
Let me ask you this. The Democrats, and Kamala Harris herself said about Donald Trump that he was an existential threat to democracy. She said that you would have a convicted felon in the Oval Office, and there continued to be that thread of talking points when it came to his character. And really, it didn't seem like that stuck at all when it came to the popular vote or the Electoral College. Why do you think that was not effective?
I think the American people saw the pot calling the kettle black. I think for the last almost 10 years since Trump descended from the elevator, anytime someone, whether they were from the middle or from the right, talked well about Donald Trump, they'd be called racist. Nowadays, we're called garbage. And I think that was very reflective to how the political institution of the Democratic Party treated its political adversaries. And I think that continued to extend into what we saw at the lawfare, these vicious legal attacks against Donald Trump coming from left, right, and center. And people looked at that. We saw his polling pop every time they'd come out with a new case against him. And so they were calling him the existential threat to democracy while using government institutions to persecute him and those surrounding him, whether it was the Roger Stones of the world or Donald Trump immediately. And I think that is where the American people kind of woke up. I'll give a personal anecdote. I used to be a pretty moderate libertarian, and I've been brought strongly into the Republican Party simply because I've seen how the democratic institution once again treats its adversaries, and I think most of America feels that way now. They've had their eyes opened. You look back at the assassination attempt of Donald Trump. The media brushed that under the rug, and people were looking at their neighbors saying, "Wasn't the former president just shot the other day?" And now we're talking about something else in the media markets, and I think that woke a lot of Americans up.
Let me ask you about the potential here that the House, the Senate, the court, the presidency could all be Republican, or at least a majority on the court. What checks and balances would be in place for Donald Trump if that is the case?
Look, the president isn't a unitary kingmaker. Trump, during his first term, had all three chambers. And honestly, there wasn't much done, unfortunately, to many conservatives' dismay. I don't think this is going to be as radical as the Harris administration is pushing through. In fact, I think most of these policies are going to have a wide bipartisan appeal. And in my honest opinion, I think we're going to have to, because I am very bearish on the House. A lot of the races that are left are in places like California, where I'm from and I started my political career, and New York. And it's not actually looking too good for Republicans right now. So I think there will be a Democrat House. But even if not, there's going to be a small margin, and there's going to have to be bipartisanship through the chamber to actually get things done. I think that there's been this idea spewed out that Trump is going to be an authoritarian dictator who is going to rule by executive order. And I think that's far from the truth, because if that was the case, I would say he'd still be president, and I would say that his first term, everything he promised would be done. We didn't see that then. I hope we'll see some change now to an extent, because I think our nation is in desperate need of change. But I don't think it's going to be as radical as the Harris campaign and previously the Biden campaign has laid out for the last several years.
We have heard from Donald Trump talk about the enemy within, talk about his political opponents. Kamala Harris has said that if he became president again, it would be a presidency of grievance and retribution to his political enemies. Tonight, he said that it's time to put divisions of the past 4 years behind us and unite. Do you think Donald Trump, looking at the past presidency and the campaign, has the ability to do that?
Absolutely. I think that Trump has built a broad coalition behind him. He's had people brought into the fold like RFK, like Rand Paul, like Tulsi Gabbard. We've seen a wide range of individuals from left, right, and center come to the table and say, we want to build a better nation. Because the majority of Americans, and polls show this, think our country is on the wrong path. Something needs to be done. And I think this broad coalition he's built, which has included a real big tent. I'll go back to Mitt Romney and Obama. The Republican Party was a party of corporatocracy. It was a party of kind of the white upper class. Trump has changed that. So now we have brought Latinos into the fold. We have brought African Americans into the fold. We've brought Rust Belt white working class voters into the fold. We've attempted to put the olive branch out to every American and say, we are here for you. We are here for your families. We are here for your future. And I think that's what Donald Trump is going to bring to the table. Look away from all of the sound bites.
Right.
look away from the brash personality. Because I'm the first one to say, yeah, Trump has a brash personality. But that doesn't mean if we take the step back, he's going to be this authoritarian dictator that's going to arrest all his enemies. Look, he was saying lock her up to Hillary. Was Hillary ever arrested? No. It's time to move forward, and Trump does acknowledge that.
Do you think this is all hyperbole and bluster, that he is not actually not going to do any of the things that he said on the campaign trail in terms of retribution?
Yeah, in terms of retribution,
Okay.
look, the man was on The Apprentice. He says a lot of things because he is a brash personality. Now, do I think that there are going to be rumors of investigations and there's going to be folks that are looking into misdoings? Absolutely. I mean, the Democrats did it themselves too. I mean, look at Russiagate. And I think that's totally fine and fair in a government, is to have the due process to look into things such as that. But do I think it's going to be the military knocking on the door of Harris's home in the morning and taking her to prison? No, I think that's all drums and whistles that has been pushed for the last several years, that has been a mission to demonize Donald Trump.
Alex, we got to leave it there. Appreciate your analysis as always. That is Alex Olson, a Republican strategist, joining us from Tampa, Florida. All right, let's bring in now someone who I cannot believe is still in this building, our CBC News chief correspondent and host of the National, Adrienne Arsenault. I don't know how you're awake right now, but you are the hardest working woman in news. Let me get your key takeaways from this evening.
Sure. Well, it's nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There's something very energizing about watching democracy in action. The United States is such a fascinating country that, think about Elections Canada, we have this one nonpartisan body that regulates elections. This is still a hand-counting nation. The Americans, every single county is different. You can live on one side of the street and your neighbors on the other side of the street live in a different county. And so the rules about where they put their vote in ballot boxes or whether they can, quote, cure their vote are different. So it's been fascinating to watch and certainly extremely fascinating to watch the results. What a comeback story this is.
Absolutely.
I mean, Donald Trump is about to be the oldest man ever elected into office in the United States. Now, never mind in the last 5 months, we've dealt with an assassination attempt, a second assassination attempt, someone who many people just immediately dismissed, called things he said and did disqualifying. Well, guess what? They weren't disqualifying. Travis, back in 2012, after Republicans had lost to Obama twice, they went and looked at their party and said, we need to have, well, they called it an autopsy, actually. What is wrong with the Republican Party? And one of the conclusions they came to was that the party had to be, they had to widen the tent. They had to reach out to Latino voters. They had to reach out to women and to Black Americans in particular, and make the party more diverse. Mm-hmm. Well, Donald Trump at 2016 just ignored that. He just, I'm going to do my thing. Well, tonight, when people start, they call it the crosstabs, when they start going through who showed up, they're going to find out that in his own way, that's exactly what Donald Trump did. The Latino vote for Donald Trump is going to prove to be enormous. So all that conversation about what he said about Puerto Rico and Puerto Ricans, it's going to make them mad. Well, it didn't make them mad enough.
And let me pick up on that point, because conversely, Kamala Harris has said that this is a big tent party. Mm-hmm. She has pointed to the remarks at Madison Square Garden when it comes to that comedian that was on stage making racist remarks about Puerto Ricans. She has said that women will define this election, that young people will come out.
Well, they did, but just not for her.
Just not for her. And so tomorrow, I guess that's today. When she comes out, I guess, what is the message that she really needs to deliver?
Well, it's interesting. As we were talking with our both Republican and Democratic strategists, who both of them are very close to the respective candidates, they were both actually a little bit surprised that she didn't come out tonight, that she didn't have something to say to Americans tonight. This question of what is the Democratic Party is a question that they're going to have to go and do what the Republicans did back in 2012 and say, who are we? You know, lots of people said to Kamala Harris that they were interested in how she found herself campaigning with Liz Cheney and other Republicans who had decided to vote for her. They didn't see her. She was moving away from the squad, right? Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. So some people were saying to her, "You're not progressive enough." Other people, and if you look at the plurality of Americans who voted tonight, were saying, actually, that party has moved too far to the left. It does not reflect what Americans believe an American president should be, or what it is they want. We're not talking about a situation here where one person ends up in the White House because of the Electoral College, but not the popular vote. When all the votes are counted, and I know we're still looking at that results bar, 266, 219, that's just because they're still counting. But the inevitable road is that he's in the White House. It's also inevitable that he ends up winning the popular vote. That is decisive about what they don't like. As much as this is Trump winning, it is the Democrats and Kamala Harris losing.
And when it comes to the popular vote, what kind of mandate does that give Donald Trump? To not only have the Electoral College, but also the popular vote.
It's something that always bugged him. You know, he used to joke that it always bugged him he didn't have an Emmy.
Because in 2016, he didn't have the popular vote.
No, that's right. He didn't have the popular vote in 2016. He didn't have the popular vote or the Electoral College in 2020. It made him mad. It hasn't happened very often in U.S. politics that someone has won the Electoral College and not the popular vote. But we've seen it, I think, some 4 or 5 times. This is just allows him to say, millions more Americans voted for me than for them. If he gets the House and the Senate, and there's an opportunity to appoint 2 more Supreme Court justices with perhaps Clarence Thomas and Justice Sotomayor, if they both leave, it just ties the bow on everything he wanted to do. And so he's beholden to no one. I think, you know, we have a lot of processing to do about what it will look like. Certainly, I can tell you in Ottawa, they will be dusting off some contact books because Canada's politicians always had, certainly in the Trudeau government, a working relationship with Donald Trump, regardless of how they conducted themselves publicly. They always privately were able to make things work. So they will be looking for some repeat faces. They will be hoping to talk to Jared Kushner. They're hoping to talk to Robert Lighthizer on trade. They will find a path through this. Certainly the Conservative Party will say, see, Canada, some of the very things we were saying to you, Donald Trump, that message landed with Americans. So pay attention to what we're saying. There's a whole bunch of lessons for a whole bunch of parties here, but I know it's a very long answer to a very short question, but the bottom line takeaway is that he read the room, and he read it correctly, and there is no doubting what happened here. There's unlikely to be any trouble in the streets. This is not a close election where the lawyers are lining up. This wasn't close.
It's not close. Adrienne Arsenault, our chief correspondent and host of The National, still here. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Throw me out.
Okay, let's turn to our Sarah Galashan now at our breaking news desk. And I know, Sarah, that you have been monitoring results. Let's talk about how this played out and what you are seeing when it comes to these results right now.
Yeah, well, and let's talk also about the rallies. We've been watching the results. They're very close, and as Adrienne was saying, the numbers haven't been moving for a little while here. But as we've been watching those numbers, we've had reporters at CBC at watch parties and at rallies throughout the United States talking to those voters as momentum was building for one side and unfortunately going in the opposite direction for the Democrats. And it was slow, and no one was calling it. Certainly no one was offering very early projections here, but you got a feeling as you saw those numbers coming in. And the big rally, of course, the one where Donald Trump spoke at West Palm Beach at his headquarters, flanked by his family and some key supporters on stage with him there. And he talked about in that speech how they have overcome obstacles, how he intends to help our country heal. And then he said, look what we did. And Adrienne was just talking about this, the things that the Republican Party that he has done here in terms of what is likely to be a win. And again, we're not projecting that yet, but winning the popular vote, that has certainly happened. Winning the Senate. The House does remain not confirmed here. The Republicans at the moment have 194, and the magic number is 218. And those two chambers of Congress, very important, because without those support, the president has a difficult time implementing the key policies. But it is likely that the House is going to be his as well, it would seem. And there he was, as I say, flanked by these supporters. And so many supporters in the crowd. And at these rallies, as I say, talking to our reporters, as the momentum was building, I want to play a little bit of what we heard from those who not only in some cases voted, but these were people who, you know, at grassroots level were working to campaign for Donald Trump in the lead up to this. Take a listen.
Oh, we're ecstatic. Here in Michigan, we're excited. We're all a team. Trump team, you know. It wasn't easy, let me tell you, going around 48 states and thousands of cities, you know. But it was worth it, you know, and this is, you know, our reward, you know, and I'm so happy for President Trump and his...
Conversely, take a look at some of the Democratic pictures from headquarters for Kamala Harris, Howard University in Washington. People had gathered. They were also hoping that they were going to hear from their presidential candidate, but early on, before the numbers got to what they are, which is the 266 right now for Donald Trump, 219 for Harris, well before that, her the co-chair of her campaign came out and said that she would not be speaking. And what we saw were people, you know, the supporters trickling out of that headquarters, heads a little low. Worried, what does this mean, the fact that she's not going to speak? We won't hear from her until tomorrow. She's not offering any words of encouragement here. And to that, our reporters spoke to some of those who were her supporters, campaigned for her in the lead up to this, and they talked about how they would be feeling in the event we saw the numbers get to where they are right now. Take a listen to that.
I will be devastated. I probably will cry. It will be really hard for me to understand, honestly.
It was, you know, very hard for the vice president to establish herself, to become, you know, like, because she started so late. She started so much later than, you know, past, you know, presidential candidates. It's the shortest presidential campaign in American history, in modern American history. And, you know, I think that was, you know, that might have been a weakness that, you know, and I think a lot of people have hoped, you know, that would have been a strength of her campaign. But it doesn't really seem to have worked out that way, unfortunately.
Okay, so Sarah, as we were talking with Adrienne about, you know, these numbers have not moved in a while. Where do things stand right now?
Okay, where do things stand right now? Well, I mean, throughout the night we have been watching very closely 7 swing states. These were going to be states that could have gone either way, and there were various paths based on these particular swing states, talking about Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. Very quickly that turned into, we talked about the blue wall, which is just 3 of those that became key if Kamala Harris was going to have any path to the White House, and that being Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And then you'll remember, of course, Pennsylvania was called by the majority of the American networks for Donald Trump. That was a very big and key moment in terms of the way everyone was talking about what these results are likely to be here. But where we are at right now, so Pennsylvania, as I say, called for Trump. Michigan, we are still waiting. They are still counting. 88% of votes have been counted so far, so there are still votes to come in here. But Trump is 51% to Harris's 47.2% in that state. And then Wisconsin, 93.8% of votes in that state have been counted. But again, the spread here is still Trump in the lead with 51% and Harris 47.6%. So still to be counted. But in fact, Donald Trump is leading or has been projected in all 7 of those swing states, Travis. So that is another storyline here that is getting a lot of talk, and is what, when you hear Adrienne talking about the historic nature of this, and the definitive nature of this, and the fact that he has something to celebrate right now. That is, I mean, certainly these states that we so many times talked about the fact they could go blue or red, and they were going to be key. They are red or they are pink right now, and that's where they're likely to stay at this point, it would seem.
Turning brighter and brighter pink as we speak. Okay, I know that you'll continue to monitor the results as they continue to come in. We'll check back with you again soon. That is CBC's Sarah Galashan at our breaking news desk. Okay, let's turn back to our chief correspondent, Adrienne Arsenault. I remember in 2016, I was at the Javits Center for another network, and it was the glass ceiling in New York, and that was where Hillary Clinton was supposed to deliver her acceptance speech. And there was a turning point in the evening, and we had to jump in a cab and go up to the Midtown Hilton, where Trump was. And it seemed as though the country was on one course. Then 2020 happened, and it seemed to be a course correction. What does this say about where America is right now?
So a couple of things there. I mean, I certainly remember 2016 too. This may end up being the 3rd time people thought the country was on a certain course because of polling in which Donald Trump was underestimated. He was underestimated in 2016. He outperformed the polls. In a way, he was underestimated in 2020. The polls weren't really right in 2020. Certainly, it doesn't appear that the polls were right this time, that he was underestimated again. So we've learned that Donald Trump outperforms the polls. 2020 was a very interesting election. You know, it was the middle of COVID. Think about that awful time for people. Think about how motivated some people were, certainly how angry so many people were, you know, in the wake of the George Floyd murder, how Democrats, you know, rallied and wanted change, and, you know, all those motivations that drove people. The turnout was very, very large in 2020. Let's see what this turnout, I mean, forgive me, the numbers may be out there and I just haven't seen them yet, but let's see where this turnout is, because Donald Trump constantly tells people, I'm winning and you don't see it, I'm winning and you don't see it. He was right about the Latino vote. He did break through with some women. He did break through with Black Americans. He has been saying, listen to me, all this time, and more Americans have been saying, listen to us. And I think the conversations that are going to happen in the next few days are apparently celebrity endorsements, huge ones. Nobody cares what Taylor Swift thinks, right? Or Beyonce.
Yeah.
And part of what some Republicans, Americans have been saying is that, you know, those people are not in our stratosphere. We hate the gas prices. We want someone who's going to fix it, even though a president can't do that.
I was talking to Alex Olson. I think you may have heard part of that conversation as you were getting mic'd up here about some of the rhetoric that Donald Trump has put out during the course of this campaign about the enemy within, about his political opponents. About, you know, Liz Cheney and talking about guns in her face, which he brushed off as saying, okay, that's just because she's hawkish on war. But you know, what Alex Olson, Republican strategist, told me is that, okay, that's just hyperbole. That was during the course of a campaign. You have been down to the States. Was it your sense that there's a fear of that from Americans, or is this this result tonight a clear indication that Americans do think, yeah, it's just hyperbole?
I think certainly fear is a huge motivator for anyone to vote. Fear and anger. We know on social media, fear and anger drives the most engagement. Fear and anger drives votes. So Donald Trump leaned into the notion of Americans who were afraid of a world where Democrats remain in control, fear of crime from the border, fear of a crushing economy, fear of all of those things that go with that. So yes, you heard that sort of fear from Americans, Republicans in particular. I was just in Georgia not long ago.
Right.
You heard a lot of fear from Black Americans of being erased again. People talk about the United States as being an old democracy. It's not. I mean, it wasn't until the 60s when Black Americans could vote. So we're not talking about an old democracy. It's still a very fresh democracy and potentially a fragile one. Tonight is no indication it's a fragile democracy. They spoke with a very clear voice. Are people afraid of his rhetoric? Well, he has a list of things he wants to do on